In 1989, a war in the South came to a complete end. It revealed to the world that the Dragon Country had a mysterious and immensely powerful force. No one knows how this unit was born. No one knows how many people it has. And no one knows what kind of unit it belongs to. All that is known is that on the battlefield, it appears like a ghost, elusive and tactical. Even in the Eagle Sauce intelligence agency, only 2 words were discovered about this unit: Dragon Flame. In 1989, the Dragon Flame Reconnaissance Brigade was reorganized into the Dragon Flame Special Forces. It began to select elites from the millions in the army and expand its ranks. With the full strength of the military, it aimed to forge a national treasure. The Long family, the founders of Dragon Flame. After one war, 3 Long family warriors perished. In order to continue the spirit of Dragon Flame and ensure its will remains unbroken, the last man of the Long family was conscripted to the battlefield. 16-year-old Long Xiaowu, the last man of the Long family, upon receiving the notification of his father and brother's deaths in battle, he resolutely stepped into the military furnace. He became a member of Dragon Flame. Dozens of seasoned warriors, having withdrawn from the battlefield, shared their combat skills and practical experiences. Long Xiaowu quickly transformed from a rookie into a Dragon Flame warrior that made the world tremble. Years later, facing hundreds of top mercenaries invading from abroad, Long Xiaowu stood at the border gate, his small frame defiant, shouting, "Anyone who dares to step 1 foot into the territory of the Dragon Country, kill without mercy." Chapter 1, The Establishment of Dragon Flame Special Forces. In November 1989. At a border camp in the southwest, a stocky major, with eagle-like eyes and a strong presence, walked to an unnamed building, exuding an intense aura of killing. Report, from the 71st Army, Long Zhan, commander of the Mountain Eagle Squadron under the Dragon Flame Reconnaissance Brigade, reporting. Enter, a deep, tiger-like voice echoed in the room. Yes. Creak. The door opened, revealing a major general who was smoking, gazing out at the training ground. Long Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Standing at attention, he saluted. Report. Chief, you wanted to see me? The major general turned, looked at Long Zhan, slowly approached, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to him. Here, have a smoke, relax a bit. Long Zhan didn't even glance at the cigarette, responding directly. Report, I've quit. Quit? The major general was taken aback, then chuckled and scolded. Don't think I don't know, which one of the Long family isn't a chain smoker? Long Zhan remained silent, just watching the other man quietly. Even though the other was a major general, he didn't feel any lessened presence. Instead, he looked on with a hint of vigilance. Chapter 2, Enlistment. The bespectacled man looked at the pieces of pig head meat in Long Xiaowu's hands, surprised. What is this? I'm going to say goodbye to my 7th aunt. Wait for me a moment. The bespectacled man paused, nodded slightly, and reminded, they've taken care of you for so many years, you should say a proper goodbye. But some things are classified and shouldn't be disclosed to outsiders. Long Xiaowu glanced at them, sneering. What have you told me, besides bringing back ashes to let me know they are dead? Or do you think I would take the news of my family's death and go around spreading it, seeking comfort? The bespectacled man smiled wryly, not expecting his simple reminder would provoke such a reaction from Long Xiaowu. Long Xiaowu snorted, clutching the pig head meat, and dashed out the door into the yard. Aunt 7, Long Xiaowu shouted while running with the pig head meat. Aunt 7 was busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing Xiaowu's voice, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and stepped outside. Slow down, slow down. You child, running so fast, aren't you afraid of falling? Long Xiaowu handed over the pork. Here, take these pieces of pig head meat that I'm going on a long trip, and no one will eat it at home. Chapter 3, Little Fat Zhou Yuanfu. Old Zhou, have you cooked these potatoes? They're still half raw. Aren't you afraid those young guys will get diarrhea? Hey, why hasn't this vegetable been picked yet? It's almost time to eat. Old Li, can you move a bit faster? Where's my firewood? We're running low, someone chop more firewood. How can I cook without it? We don't have enough water. Old Fong, your speed isn't cutting it, go fetch me 2 more buckets. At this moment, over a dozen people in the cooking class were busy and overwhelmed, wishing they could split their hands to get more done. The bespectacled man directly brought Long Xiaowu to the cooking class. When he saw the bustling scene before him, Long Xiaowu was taken aback. Among the 10 or so veterans in the cooking class, Several were disabled, some were missing hands or feet, and some even lacked ears and fingers. However, despite their disabilities, they worked diligently. They didn't frown because of their physical shortcomings, instead, they smiled and busily attended to their tasks. At this moment, his gaze caught sight of a soldier sitting in the corner. This soldier was slightly chubby, of a similar age and height as him, sitting alone, peeling potatoes.
Chapter 4. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Long Xiaowu didn't expect Scorpion Pearl to suddenly walk up to him. He hurriedly put down the axe in his hand, stood up straight, and said, "Report, Chief, does fighting with the local thugs and battling various wild animals count as combat?" Scorpion Pearl smiled slightly. "When you fight with thugs in the village, how many can you take on at once?" Long Xiaowu recalled the little thug who had beaten him up before and reported, "I can take on 5 of them." Scorpion Pearl asked again, "Then how many wild beasts have you taken down before?" Long Xiaowu thought back and shook his head, "I can't remember. The most I remember is taking down 3 wild boars at once. At that time, Aunt Seven and Little Point hadn't had meat for a week. And when I saw them, my eyes lit up with an unprecedented green light. I thought, either they go down or I go down. Otherwise, this fight wouldn't end. So I nearly risked my life to take them down. Aunt Seven. Little Point." Without thinking, she knew they must be his neighbors. The fact that he would risk his life to hunt just to give them a bite of meat indicates that this family usually cares for him a lot. Chapter 5. Facing difficulty from his elder brother, Long Xiaowu voluntarily joins the training team. Long Zan stepped forward a couple of steps, patted a few veterans on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "You've worked hard." The veterans smiled bitterly, "It's not hard, it's all part of our job." Long Zan turned around, and his gaze immediately landed on Long Xiaowu, sizing him up from head to toe, his face suddenly showing a hint of disdain. "Old Wei. Come here." Old Wei immediately stood up. Long Zan said directly, "Today we're having a meal here. Prepare a few dishes and fry some peanuts. Remember, just half-cooked." "Yes." Squad leader Wei nodded and immediately headed to the kitchen, but suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Look at my memory, I haven't prepared peanuts today. Wait a few minutes, and I'll fry some." "Old Wei." Long Zan nodded towards Long Xiaowu, "Don't bother, let him do it." Squad leader Wei, feeling a bit awkward, said, "He doesn't know your taste for peanuts, I should go." Long Zan grabbed his arm and said loudly, "Let him go. You all sit down. We haven't eaten together in a long time, let us have a simple meal today." Long Xiaowu immediately stood up, raised his voice, and said, "Squad leader, I'll fry them. It's just half-cooked peanuts, I can do it." Chapter 6. Long Xiaowu's physical abilities explode, stunning everyone. Long Zan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Long Xiaowu. His gaze was filled with gloom and coldness, and he almost spoke in a mechanical tone, "Once you join the training, as long as you haven't reached the finish line. If you choose to give up midway or collapse on the ground like a dead worm, you will be considered as giving up and eliminated completely." Long Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat, but he still shouted confidently, "Report, Chief Instructor, I understand." Zhu Yuanfu glanced at the heavy load on the soldiers of the training team. He swallowed hard, and his legs involuntarily felt a bit weak. However, looking at Long Xiaowu's determined and resolute appearance, his confidence suddenly surged. "Report, Chief Instructor, I understand too." Long Zan smiled slightly and said loudly, "Very good. I was just worried about finding a reason to kick you out, and you came to me voluntarily. I love to torment trash, anyway, I've been bored lately, and I need something to occupy my time." Long Xiaowu remained unfazed, still standing firm like a benchmark. It was as if he had become calloused from Long Zan's verbal attacks, immune to these blatant insults. And his heart had long formed a layer of scar that was impervious to knives and guns. Chapter 7. Carrying 2 logs and dragging a fat guy, are you crazy? Hoo. Heavy panting echoed in the mountains. After running 7 or 8 kilometers, Zhu Yuanfu's stamina visibly decreased, sweat pouring down. And he looked like he was about to collapse, with the log on his shoulder swaying precariously. In fact, without any professional training. Being able to run this far is already quite impressive for his physical quality. In regular troops, most soldiers only run 3 to 4 times a week for 5 kilometers. New recruits, even within 3 months, only practice running 3 kilometers. Now, Zhu Yuanfu had just joined the army not long ago, and with a 40-kilogram log on his shoulder. He had run this far. This achievement would be considered excellent even among some reconnaissance units. But now, this was in Longyan. Everyone who could come here for training was an elite from various military special forces. 7 or 8 kilometers was just a warm-up for them. Long Xiaowu suddenly turned around, saw him swaying like a drunkard, and grabbed the log from him, placing it on his own shoulder. "Give me the log, little fatty, you have no weight left. Charge ahead." Chapter 8, Never Be a Turtle. A faint ray of sunlight, like a straight line, flickered with dazzling light, mercilessly shining on Zhu Yuanfu's half-closed eyes. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the fiery red sunrise at the mountain top, he revealed a bitter smile and sighed, "So beautiful." "Yes. The sunrise is beautiful. Little fatty, in the last kilometer, give it all you've got and charge ahead. Let's rush to the top of the mountain together, and embrace the sunrise with all our might." Every word almost erupted from Long Xiaowu's throat. 1 step, 2 steps. 3 steps. The two boys, who admired each other and shared a common enemy, didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from their foreheads as they took heavy steps again. Every inch of land they passed left a deep footprint. With a strong belief in their hearts, they rushed towards that blazing sunrise. At the mountain top, Long Zan watched the figure in the lens slowly approach. And the heavy stone in his heart finally dropped. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 9, This Long Xiaowu is a Monster. 499, 500. When the number 500 was called out, the 10 soldiers seemed to have their shackles instantly released. Their bodies, held up by sheer willpower, collapsed again. One by one, they fell to the ground like they had been severely injured, gasping for fresh air. Zhu Yuanfu lay flat on the ground like a turtle, looking at the white sunlight peeking through the sky, smiling in relief. "Brother Wu, we have passed another level." Long Xiaowu also lay down beside him, letting the sweat soak his eyes, and excitedly growled, "Yes. We have passed another level. Xiaopang, well done." Long Xiaowu lay on the ground, using the breathing method that the old man had taught him, constantly working it through his body. Under the stimulation of this breathing method, his physical strength was slowly recovering, and the feeling of exhaustion was gradually diminishing. Just as they were feeling excited, a tall and powerful shadow ruthlessly loomed over them in the sunlight. The next second, a deep and powerful roar pierced through their eardrums, carrying an imposing authority that demanded respect. "Get up." Long Zan stood before them like a straight sword, looking down at the two. Chapter 10, The First Time Handling a Gun, Off Target. "Oh, it hurts, Brother Wu, be gentler." Zhu Yuanfu's face twisted in pain, gasping for breath. Each needle prick made his body jump like shrimp in a hot pan, wishing he could chop off his feet. "Just hang in there. It will be over soon," Long Xiaowu said, gripping his foot tightly, like a vice. One needle after another was inserted, seemingly becoming more addictive. Due to Zhu Yuanfu's lack of cooperation, it took a full 10 minutes to finish piercing all the blisters. Zhu Yuanfu lay on the grass as if he had undergone torture, staring blankly into the distance, with 2 lines of regretful tears at the corners of his eyes. After treating all his wounds with iodine, Long Xiaowu stood up, adjusted his military uniform, and tossed 2 bottles of water to him. "Here's a reward for you. Rest well, I'm off to work." Zhu Yuanfu looked at Long Xiaowu's determined figure leaving, then glanced at the 2 bottles of water on the ground. He suddenly felt like a battered escort girl, with even more tears in his eyes. After a day of rest, both Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu had regained quite a bit of strength. Chapter 11, The First Shooting Test, Terrifying Progress Speed. Long Xiaowu put down the gun. Not excited about scoring a 7. He knew part of the reason for this achievement was due to that breathing method. Since he started practicing this breathing method daily, his reaction ability, learning capacity, observation, and concentration had all improved significantly. Coupled with his stability while aiming, his progress was rapid. He did not feel smug about scoring a 7, but instead calmed down and reflected on the entire shooting process. He analyzed the shortcomings, where mistakes occurred, and what caused him not to achieve better results. For the doubts in his mind, he was not ashamed to ask Zhu Yuanfu for corrections. The shooting process of Long Xiaowu had been within Longzan's sight, and even the Black Wolf couldn't help but glance at them a few times. When their eyes met, both were somewhat surprised and shocked. They hadn't expected Long Xiaowu to improve so quickly in such a short time. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu fired shot after shot, switching magazines one after another. From being unfamiliar to becoming familiar. From missing the target to hitting the target, and then being able to consistently shoot within the 7 rings score. Chapter 12, You Blew Up My Toilet. The two quickly walked to the outer wall. The fence here wasn't very high, about 3 meters. There was a big tree nearby providing shade. And as long as they climbed the tree and found a high point, they could basically jump over. Next to the weapons depot was a public latrine that looked somewhat aged. A gust of wind blew, bringing a continuous foul smell that spread like ink. Zhu Yuanfu pinched his nose and worriedly said, "Brother Wu, do you think we'll break any rules climbing in like this?" Long Xiaowu waved his hand dismissively at the smell, saying, "We're not stealing anything, we're just going in to clean the guns. To be precise, we're helping them take care of the weapons depot." After thinking it over, Zhu Yuanfu agreed that it made sense. Long Xiaowu walked to the base of the tree, looked up, and said loudly, "I'll climb up first. Then I'll jump onto the wall, and you come over. You can climb trees, right?" Zhu Yuanfu nodded vigorously, "Of course. I used to steal fruit when I was in the military compound. Then it settled." Long Xiaowu replied and tightly hugged the tree trunk, pushing off with his feet and quickly climbing up like a monkey. Chapter 13, Punishment. Zhong Guohui casually put on some clothes and rushed into the bathroom. After washing with soap, he still couldn't completely wash away the stench, and even when he raised his arms, he could smell that foul odor. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu stood straight in a small office. Inside was a table with a thermos, a wall clock hanging on the wall, and a small bed. The clock ticked away, sounding like a countdown to death, echoing in their ears. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu's hearts raced, cold sweat pouring down as they quietly waited for their fate. This time, they knew they had gotten into big trouble. Zhu Yuanfu tugged at Long Xiaowu's shirt, saying miserably, "Brother Wu, are we going to be executed?" Long Xiaowu suppressed his anxiety and reassured him, "Don't worry, this was my fault. If anyone gets executed, it'll be me, it has nothing to do with you." Just as Zhu Yuanfu was about to retort, a dark shadow suddenly loomed at the door. Zhong Guohui strode in, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two, causing Zhu Yuanfu to shut his mouth in fright. He had a cold expression, his eyes sharp as an axe, and the atmosphere around him suddenly dropped several degrees. Chapter 14, 1 week of confinement. Zhong Guohui, the king of snipers. After Long Zan heard the Black Wolf's report, he was taken aback, his face instantly darkening like ink. The Black Wolf said solemnly, "Boss," after hearing old Zhong's report, "I was also stunned. Fortunately, this kid didn't throw several grenades in succession, or there would have been casualties, otherwise, he would have to face a military court." Long Zan remained silent, swallowing hard in fear, his expression still grim. If the weapons depot hadn't been in a remote area, and if no one had happened to pass by, this kid could have caused fatalities. Long Zan took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and forcefully suppressed his inner anger. Aside from the toilet being blown up, Was there any other damage? The black wolf shook his head, no. But I heard reports that the air was filled with yellow and green, and there wasn't even a place to step down. I really didn't expect this kid to be so bold, daring to climb over the wall to sneak in, and even to play with grenades. Last night, old John punished him to rebuild the toilet, and help move weapons, and clean guns every day. I think, after this lesson, this kid's temperament will be much more restrained. And he won't dare to be so reckless in the future. Chapter 15, Long Xiaowu starts training for sniper shooting. Zhong Guohui walked in front of everyone and said solemnly, the first stage starts with movements. Remember as much as you can, practice as much as you can. These movements are not something that can be mastered overnight, but are accumulated over time. You need to learn to find shortcomings in movement, seek methods in those shortcomings, and discover your own tricks within those methods. After Zhong Guohui gave them a brief teaching, he stepped aside to watch their training, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu continued to clean their firearms. Zhu Yuanfu sighed deeply and said, "Fifth brother, are we really just going to clean our guns and spend the day with them?" Long Xiaowu did not respond, but looked at him and asked, "Little fatty, have you ever played with a sniper rifle before?" Zhu Yuanfu shook his head, "No. I'm not a sniper, how could I have the opportunity to touch such high-end stuff?" Long Xiaowu asked again, "Do you know the difference between the two?" Zhu Yuanfu recalled what his grandfather said while shooting and began to piece together his memories. "I remember my grandfather said that sniper rifles are mainly for long-distance shooting, and the maximum range seems to be 800 to 1,500 meters. Chapter 16, The Insane Sniper Training. Zhong Guohui looked at him, drenched in sweat, and disdainfully said, "That depends on whether what you're doing meets my requirements." Long Xiaowu hurriedly said, "Instructor Zhong, don't worry. I will do my best." "Instructor Zhong, me too." Zhu Yuanfu immediately chimed in. Zhong Guohui glanced at them and said loudly, "Clean up here, later. We'll go back to the weapons warehouse and fix the toilet." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Instructor Zhong, wait." Long Xiaowu hurriedly chased after him, took out the sniper notebook, opened it, and pointed to a number, saying, "Instructor, I want to ask you about this parameter in your notes. I don't quite understand it. Can you explain it to me? Just now, I tried to adjust according to your value, fired 10 shots, but the results were not good. So, I wonder if you might have calculated this value incorrectly." Zhong Guohui was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Long Xiaowu, having only shot for an hour, to discover the problem so quickly. This value would be completely unnoticeable without a high level of basic skills. You should know that he had shown his notebook to many soldiers in the training team, and it had already been flipped through many times. Chapter 17, The Demoness Zizhenju is back. Time passed second by second, and everyone had been training with their rifles for half an hour. Their bodies were starting to stiffen, but the target still hadn't appeared. A sniper quietly asked Zhao Chenfeng beside him, "Old Zhao, why hasn't the target appeared yet? I'm freezing to death. I feel my limbs are stiff, not to mention hitting the target, it's hard to even aim. Also, this little bunny seems to like my muscles, bouncing around constantly." Zhao Chenfeng replied irritably, "How would I know when it will appear? It's not just you who is cold, I'm itching all over. Instructor Zhong even has a little white rabbit." Zhu Yuanfu was scratched on the nose by a little white rabbit, and couldn't help but sneeze. "Zhu Yuanfu. Here." Zhu Yuanfu called out miserably, his heart secretly bleeding. Zhong Guohui, with a cold face, scolded, "Just because you sneezed, the entire team was discovered by the enemy. And now we are all wiped out. How will you take responsibility for this mistake?" Zhu Yuanfu lowered his head in shame and stammered, "Report, instructor. Those rabbits were bothering my nose, and I couldn't control it for a moment." Chapter 18, 3 days to burst the sandbags. "Demoness, are you kidding me?" Zhu Yuanfu nudged his shoulder and asked, "Fifth brother, are you really going to the training ground this afternoon? Of course. Long Xiaowu nodded. If I don't go, wouldn't that prove I'm afraid of her? However, Zhu Yuanfu looked worried and said, what if you can't beat her, and she injures you badly again? Long Xiaowu patted his shoulder and reassured, don't worry, I won't die. Seeing that he was determined, Zhu Yuanfu stopped persuading him. Although he saw that this female officer was always aggressive, she didn't seem like a bad person. This is the army, surely she wouldn't dare to cause a death. With this thought, Zhu Yuanfu felt more at ease. He held up the little rabbit in his arms and asked bitterly, where should we keep these two little rabbits? Long Xiaowu looked around and quickly locked onto a chicken coop behind them. Let's keep them in the chicken coop. Zhu Yuanfu nodded and asked again, do we need to feed them? Long Xiaowu looked at him speechlessly, big brother. It just followed us and ate a lot on the snowy mountain, do you want to make it explode? Instructor Zhong said not to let it get fat. Or it will die quickly, feeding it twice a day is enough. Chapter 19, Jungle Training, Catching Wild Animals Barehanded. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu exchanged glances. Feeling a bit anxious as they stepped forward and asked in surprise, Instructor, what is the task? Zhong Guohui didn't answer immediately, but carefully examined Long Xiaowu and asked, did you go to hit the sandbags this afternoon? Long Xiaowu nodded, yes. Instructor, did you see it? Zhong Guohui pulled back the gun bolt with a snap and coldly huffed, you should ask who hasn't seen it. It seems Zizhenju is quite nice to you. Long Xiaowu was taken aback. He had been beaten up by her twice in their 2 meetings. Is that considered nice? He suddenly felt that these instructors in the training camp must have some water in their brains. At least, among the many he had encountered, none were normal. Zhong Guohui put down the gun and coldly said, let's go. You two come with me to a place. After saying that, Zhong Guohui stood up, picked up the backpack on the ground, walked to a military vehicle, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Get in the car. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu were momentarily stunned, but hurriedly followed. Bang! The car door closed. Zhong Guohui stepped on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. Rumble! The vehicle rushed out of the camp, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving 2 deep tire tracks. Chapter 20, Monkey Brother, where are you running? After hearing Long Xiaowu's plan, Zhu Yuanfu scratched his head and asked, Fifth brother, is this really going to work? Long Xiaowu waved his hand, no matter if it works or not, we can only treat a dead horse as a live horse. All right, follow my plan. Zhu Yuanfu nodded. And the two dispersed. They climbed under 2 nearby large trees, waiting for the prey to appear. With only 1 hour left, both of them started to feel anxious. They knew Zhong Guohui's crazy and tormenting ways. If in the end there is really nothing to gain, who knows what kind of perverse punishment might await. Zhu Yuanfu stood on the tree, his eyes spinning 360 degrees. Just as he was concentrating on observing his surroundings, he felt a chill on his back. The next moment, he felt as if his neck had been licked by something damp and cold. He instinctively reached back to scratch, and his hand suddenly touched something icy, causing him to whip his head around. He saw a python, about the thickness of a woman's arm and approximately 1.2 meters long, facing him and flicking its tongue. Damn! He was so startled that his face changed dramatically, and with a gasp, he lost his balance and fell directly from the tree. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Zhu Yuanfu landed on the ground painfully, rubbing his backside incessantly. Chapter 21, Long Zhu returns. Long Xiaowu reunites with his sister. When Scorpion Pearl arrived at the vegetable garden, she saw Long Xiaowu lying on the grass fast asleep, occasionally scratching his head and mumbling in his sleep. When he raised his hand to scratch his face, Scorpion Pearl noticed that his 5 fingers were badly scraped, covered in bruises. Dark bruises mercilessly appeared on both of his wrists. It was evident that Long Xiaowu had exerted all his strength to break this sandbag. Scorpion Pearl turned her head slightly and discovered that the sandbag beside him had been punctured. Sand was slowly flowing out, making a rustling sound. This little guy really did it. She leaned down and gently patted Long Xiaowu's face. Hey, wake up. The cold sensation from her touch startled Long Xiaowu, who opened his eyes wide and reflexively jumped up. Rubbing his blurry eyes, he saw Scorpion Pearl smiling at him. That smile looked warm and friendly. But Long Xiaowu felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that there was a greater conspiracy behind that smile. He had been in the training team for almost a month and had come to a conclusion, as long as the instructor smiled at him. It was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 22, Long Zhu's Dilemma. Sister. Long Xiaowu felt as if he had been struck on the head. His mind buzzing as he stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His expression mixed anger, surprise, and grievance, with complex emotions intertwining. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to reunite with his sister one day. Would he rush over to hug her and tell her about the hardships of the past few years? Or would he angrily question her why she had heartlessly abandoned him for so many years, ignoring him? But he never expected that he would be surprisingly calm. So calm that he didn't shed a single tear. Long Zhu's eyes were red, staring intently at him. Xiaowu. Let sister take a good look. Just as she wanted to reach out and grab his arm, Long Xiaowu was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling an overwhelming chill. When he looked up at her, the corners of his eyes were reddened like embers under a raging fire, burning with intensity. You haven't come back for so many years. Why suddenly return to acknowledge me? Did your conscience awaken, and you suddenly remember you have a brother at home? Long Zhu felt as if her throat was constricted. And for a moment, she didn't know how to explain. She looked at her younger brother with a face full of guilt, meeting his hot and sorrowful gaze. Chapter 23, Team Competition. Upon hearing the words sniper game, everyone immediately sat up straight, their eyes burning with intensity as they looked at Zhong Guohui. Rumble. The next moment, 2 military vehicles drove over from a distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a sudden stop, they halted in front of them. Zhong Guohui's expression turned cold. And he waved his hand. Get in the car. Bang! The back doors of the vehicles were all opened. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Recalling their previous training on the snowy mountain, and a sense of unease washed over them. Just thinking about the little rabbits crawling all over them made them shudder involuntarily. It was still dark outside, and nighttime operations would increase the difficulty of sniping. No one could guess Zhong Guohui's thoughts. However, once he gave the order, even if there was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire ahead, they had to jump down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 18 people carrying their bags climbed onto the military vehicles one after another, quickly finding their seats. After training in the team for so long, their speed had visibly increased. Bang! The doors were all closed. Rumble! The vehicles sped away into the distance. Since Long Xiaowu and his companions went with Zhong Guohui to hunt in the wild last time, they had been doing 50 sit-ups every day. Chapter 24, The Trap. Rumble. 2 military vehicles plunged into the jungle shrouded in darkness like 2 black bullets. The wheels crushed the dry branches and leaves underfoot, making a crunching sound that startled a flock of night-dwelling birds. Half an hour later, the vehicles screeched to a halt nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hurry, hurry! Hurry! Get out, we're here! The driver shouted to them. To distinguish between the 2 groups, Zhong Guohui designated Long Xiaowu's group as Group A and Zhao Chunfeng's group as Group B. Long Xiaowu and his teammates cautiously glanced outside and were the first to jump out of the vehicle, carrying their luggage. What greeted their eyes was a gloomy forest, with towering trees blocking out the sun. Moonlight struggled to seep through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A damp mist enveloped the area, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and soil. Be careful. There might be traps hidden in this forest, Long Xiaowu warned in a low voice. his gaze scanning the surroundings like an eagle. This confrontation was not only a test of their sniping skills, but also a trial of teamwork and adaptability. It would determine who could emerge victorious in this perilous jungle. Chapter 25, Longyan visits Zhongguohui. The night was thick as ink, and the dim yellow lights in the camp swayed precariously, like a candle flickering in the wind. Instructor Zhongguohui sat alone, tightly gripping a sniper rifle, its body shining brightly. Even in the dim light, it still emitted a cold sheen. His gaze was focused, rhythmically rubbing sandpaper on the gun's body. The sound soft and rhythmic. After retiring from the battlefield for so many years, modifying sniper rifles had become his greatest hobby. He was already 35 years old. Yet he remained unmarried. Aside from not wanting to leave the army, he also couldn't let go of the gun in his hand. A sniper king on the battlefield. Once retired and returned to his hometown, needed 10 years or even longer to adapt to being an ordinary citizen. Once he returned to society, everything he learned in the army would be rendered useless, almost as if he had to start from zero. Even when returning to society, he found that he had become someone eliminated by it. Therefore, in order not to give up his favorite hobby, his favorite gun, he would rather stay in the army for a lifetime without getting married, and he was quite happy about it. At the same time, his gaze occasionally drifted to the surveillance screen beside him. Chapter 26, Since there is you, why is there Liang? However, Brother Chen and Zhongshan hesitated a bit. No more buts. This is an order. Zhao Chenfeng interrupted him. We can't waste too much time here. We must find a way to reach the finish line before them. Zhongshan and Li Lin exchanged glances and nodded helplessly. Understood. The two carefully detached from the team and stealthily moved towards their destination. Long Xiaowu keenly noticed the movements of Team B and smiled slightly. It seems Zhao Chenfeng is getting anxious. Xiaopang, take 2 people to continue holding them here, and I'll chase after Zhongshan and Li Lin with Fang Zheng. Understood. Zhu Yuanfu replied. Long Xiaowu and Fang Zheng quickly left the battlefield, pursuing the direction in which Zhongshan and Li Lin had gone. They moved through the jungle like ghosts, at an extremely fast pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Chenfeng continued searching for the whereabouts of Team A with the remaining team members. However, what they did not know was that Long Xiaowu had already set a trap on their path. On a narrow path, Long Xiaowu and Fang Zheng set up a snare trap with branches and vines. At the other end of the snare, several bamboo tubes filled with stones were connected. Chapter 27, The battle heats up. The two turned around simultaneously, but only saw a departing figure that quickly vanished into the darkness. Longyan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhongguohui, asking, Old Zhong, did you see who it was? It was a woman. He smiled slightly. It's been a few years since I last saw her. This woman is still as fierce as ever. Longyan teased, all right. You two will just argue when you meet, she's probably avoiding you now. Zhongguohui shrugged, forget it, she's probably just passing by. Let us continue watching the match. At this moment, Long Xiaowu led the members of Team A, hidden in the darkness, silently moving through the jungle. Their eyes were sharp and vigilant, like cold stars twinkling in the night sky, always alert to the movements around them. Each person's footsteps were light and steady, making almost no sound. Only the occasional crunch of a broken twig would break the silence, quickly swallowed by the endless stillness. At this moment, Zhongshan and Li Lin were crouching low, their expressions highly vigilant, as they cautiously tracked Long Xiaowu's trail in the jungle. Chapter 28, Place Your Bets. In the monitoring room, the lights emitted a soft yet somewhat stern glow. Longyan and Zhongguohui were focused intently on the screen before them. On the screen, the battle between Long Xiaowu and Zhao Chenfeng was in a heated stage, gripping and thrilling. Zhongguohui crossed his arms, a hint of pride in his eyes, and spoke first, Boss, Xiaowu is perfect in the sniping phase. His timing is impeccable, and his reaction speed and tactical thinking far exceed that of ordinary people. When he was evading the enemy's pursuit earlier, his use of the terrain was as if he had crafted this jungle himself. He knew every corner like the back of his hand. Longyan nodded slightly, adding, "That's right. However, this kid hasn't been in the army long. In terms of combat experience, he still has a gap compared to seasoned special forces like Zhao Chenfeng. Zhao Chenfeng had rich practical experience, and his combat skills were extremely proficient. His defensive counters displayed calmness and maturity." Zhong Guohui laughed heartily, "But the further this match goes, the more blood-boiling it becomes. Both of them are incredibly resilient, and the outcome remains uncertain." Longyan squinted slightly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. It all comes down to their combat levels in this final stage. Chapter 29, The Match Ends. Zhao Chenfeng rubbed his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gritted his teeth. "Fight. We have to fight. Unless you beat me to the ground so I can't move, otherwise. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will fight you to the end. Come again." Long Xiaowu frowned slightly, looking at the man in front of him, who was starting to go crazy with anger, and his heart trembled slightly. At that moment, he sensed a kinship in Zhao Chenfeng's face. The same madness, the same pride, the same unwillingness to yield. Long Xiaowu generously praised, "Not bad, you've got guts. No wonder you're the ace of our training team." Zhao Chenfeng glared at him, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth, "Same to you." The two confronted each other again, sweat sliding down their foreheads, soaking the fallen leaves beneath their feet. Long Xiaowu's gaze was like a torch as he shouted, delivering a powerful straight punch towards Zhao Chenfeng's chest. This force was unstoppable. Zhao Chenfeng's eyes widened in shock, sidestepping while his arm shot out like a python, aiming directly for Long Xiaowu's ribs. Just when Zhao Chenfeng thought he had the upper hand, Long Xiaowu reacted quickly, instantly tightening his abdomen, and his forearm blocked like a shield. Then, he leaped high, spinning in the air like a cannonball, delivering a kick toward Zhao Chenfeng's shoulder. Chapter 30, Are You Making a Wish to Jesus? The morning light streamed through the dense foliage of the jungle, casting a layer of golden silk over the land. Members of Team A and Team B were sprinting towards the finish line. Team A was getting more and more excited, while Team B's members looked increasingly disheveled, their faces red with embarrassment. As Li Lin ran, his underwear suddenly slipped down, and he fumbled to pull up his pants, almost falling flat on his face. Zhongshan saw this and laughed while running. "Old Li, are you planning to perform a striptease in public?" Li Lin blushed and retorted, "You still have the nerve to laugh at me when your own underwear is about to become open-crotch pants." 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Zhongshan was taken aback and quickly looked down, only to realize that his underwear had been snagged by a branch. Damn! It was coming apart. His face turned red, and he immediately squeezed his buttocks together, picking a bunch of leaves from the grass beside him to fashion a makeshift cover. Finally, he managed to conceal the hole. The dignity of a man was finally saved by this green stuff. The members of Team A saw this and all gave him a thumbs up. Zhu Yuanfu chuckled, "Zhongshan, you really are something, now a true cave dweller. Get lost. Don't look." Zhongshan glared at them, covering his crotch with his hands, and ran even faster. Chapter 31, Emergency Assembly, Disaster Relief. Long Xiaowu heard the voice, turned his head sharply, and saw her, slightly taken aback. He quickly stood at attention and saluted with a standard military salute, "Sir." This was the result of the entire team's cooperation. This time, Long Xiaowu no longer held the previous hostility towards Scorpion Pearl, but instead was filled with deep respect. He knew this competition was able to win, thanks to Scorpion Pearl's extraordinary contributions. Scorpion Pearl smiled slightly and nodded with approval in her eyes. "Don't be modest. I've seen the records. Your choice of sniper points and timing were commendable, especially when shooting at moving targets, from locking on to firing. It was all done in one go." This reaction speed and mental quality surpass even many seasoned veterans. She changed her tone, her expression becoming serious. But you also have shortcomings. During the reloading phase, your movements were a bit sluggish. On the battlefield, even a second of hesitation can determine life or death. Plus, your vigilance towards the surrounding environment while changing positions wasn't enough. If the enemy has scouts, it's easy to expose your position. Long Xiaowu listened carefully and nodded slightly. You're right. I will strengthen my training on these issues. Scorpion Pearl was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Long Xiaowu to be so polite this time, and she suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Chapter 32, A Child Swept Away by the Flood. Long Xiaowu risks his life to save. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound, only to see in the distance a muddy wall of water engulfing mud and debris, surging towards them like an unstoppable force. Boom! With a loud noise, the water wall crashed into a house, and it crumbled like fragile blocks in an instant. Roof beams and bricks were swept away in the raging flood. Seeing this scene, those who had already been rescued and were in a safe area were all stunned. They slightly opened their mouths, eyes wide in shock, their minds still reeling from the impact. An elderly man with grey hair stared wide-eyed, his face drained of colour. His lips trembled as he looked at his collapsed house, muttering to himself, "It's over, all over. Decades of hard work, just gone like that." Tears as big as beans mixed with rainwater rolled down his cheeks. Nearby, a young mother held her child tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as she sobbed softly, "What are we going to do? How are we going to live? Our home is gone, all gone." Young Brother Lee clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white, eyes red. Staring at the ruins, he gritted his teeth and said, "I've been working outside for so many years, saving every penny, just to renovate the house." Chapter 33, A Bumpy Road to Rescue. Mud and debris rolled around him, and he felt the air in his lungs dwindling. Just as he was about to suffocate, he kicked with all his might and finally broke through the surface. Just a meter away from the child, a thick tree branch came rushing with the current, slamming hard into Long Xiaowu's shoulder. An intense pain hit him instantly. But he couldn't afford to feel the pain. He lunged forward and finally grabbed the child's arm. The child clung to Long Xiaowu's clothes like it was a lifeline, softly crying, "Brother, I'm scared." Long Xiaowu held the child tightly, constantly reassuring, "Don't be afraid, I'll take you away right now." However, the rushing water made it difficult for them to move even an inch. Long Xiaowu felt his strength rapidly depleting, every movement becoming increasingly difficult. But he held on to one belief: no matter what, he had to bring the child back safely. Zhu Yuanfu and Fang Zheng struggled to drive the speedboat forward, the huge waves raised by the flood crashing against the hull repeatedly. A slight misstep could capsize them. "Hurry! Faster!" Zhu Yuanfu shouted anxiously at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng gripped the oars tightly, veins bulging, and shouted hoarsely at Zhu Yuanfu. Chapter 34, Not Good. The dike has broken. Huge raindrops fell, and in an instant, the earth was shrouded by the curtain of heavy rain. It felt as though a giant hand had turned open the water gate, with torrential rain pouring down, crazily hammering the ground. The entire world seemed to be engulfed by this endless downpour, plunging into chaos. The flood, aided by the raging wind, swept in with tremendous force. It roared deafeningly, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Long Xiaowu suddenly looked up at the increasingly dark sky, with large raindrops hitting his face, causing sharp pain. Fang Zheng wiped the rain from his face, his brow furrowed with worry. "This rain is falling too fast, the dike was just reinforced, I'm afraid it won't hold." Zhu Yuanfu looked at the pouring rain, stamping his foot in frustration. "It's over, all our previous efforts are going to waste. Just when we thought things were stable." The other soldiers also wore worried expressions. Just as they had managed to stabilize the situation, it seemed likely that nature would break through again. At this moment, Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom, while they were busy, their eyes fixed on the yellow river in front of them. Sure enough, the dike, which had just been reinforced with great difficulty, began to creak under the onslaught of the heavy rain and flood, unable to bear the pressure. Chapter 35, Never Abandon. Never give up. Long Xiaowu smiled wryly. I'm exhausted. My body feels like it's falling apart. Right now, don't even mention letting me lie in bed. I could sleep on the ground for 7 days and nights. Old class leader Wei held a thermos and took out a bowl, pouring the soup inside and handing it out one by one. Here, have some hot soup. Look at you all shivering from the cold. Long Xiaowu took it, smiling. Thank you, class leader. He drank a big bowl and took a bite of steamed bun, feeling a surge of strength. After swallowing the last bite of bread, Long Xiaowu looked at old class leader Wei and said, Class leader, I'm full, I'm going to get busy. Class leader, I'm good too. Zhu Yuanfu hurriedly followed. After eating and drinking, Long Xiaowu felt much more energetic, and he carried the sandbags with great speed. Zhao Chenfeng watched in shock. Wow! How did Long Xiaowu recover his stamina so quickly? He was carrying sandbags and running so steadily. No way, I definitely can't fall behind. Thinking this, he also quickened his pace. But because of this, his stamina was consumed early, and he was relying solely on willpower to hold on. Chapter 36, Deploying to Rescue Long Xiaowu. A huge wave suddenly crashed down, submerging Long Xiaowu and Zhao Chenfeng in an instant. The muddy flood engulfed them with mud and debris, rushing into their mouths and noses like a wild beast. Long Xiaowu felt the world spinning, his lungs feeling as if they were about to burst. His limbs flailed desperately in the rushing water. It felt like he was trapped in a massive whirlpool, sinking deeper the more he struggled. In the darkness, he clung fiercely to Zhao Chenfeng's arm, his nails almost embedding into the flesh. I absolutely cannot let go. Long Xiaowu screamed in his heart. Even though the icy water felt like countless sharp needles piercing every nerve in his body, making every movement incredibly difficult. The safety of his comrade was paramount. At this moment, the phrase never abandon, never give up was embodied in his actions. The sweat-drenched training sessions of the past and the life-or-death moments now were the same. He could never give up. Zhao Chenfeng's head felt heavy, his consciousness teetering on the edge of chaos, waves of murky floodwater pouring into his mouth. Choking, his chest ached, and his organs felt as if they had been smashed by a heavy hammer, leading to a violent cough. In the dark, cold torrent, the shadow of death clung to him like a parasite, filling him with despair, and his limbs gradually lost strength. Chapter 37, Disaster Relief Ends, The Enthusiasm of the Villagers. Long Xiaowu pushed Zhao Chenfeng hard and excitedly said, Zhao Chenfeng, do you see? Our brothers have come to save us. We are saved. Long Xiaowu was too weak to open his eyes, and his whole body began to sink. Long Xiaowu. Zhao Chenfeng pulled him with all his might, tears welling up in his eyes. He realized he couldn't swim, because he was injured. It was Long Xiaowu who had been holding him up. It could be said that Long Xiaowu had exhausted his physical limits, even draining all his potential. This time, Zhao Chenfeng held onto him tightly, just as Long Xiaowu had held onto him before. Fifth brother, I'm here to help you. Zhu Yuanfu, seeing this, was anxious and felt his heart in his throat. Without hesitation, he jumped into the water. With a splash, a large spray of water erupted. Although the flood had slightly receded, the undercurrents stirred, like invisible hands trying to drag him into the abyss. Zhu Yuanfu gritted his teeth, paddling with his arms and kicking his legs rapidly, sending up white splashes. He swam desperately towards Long Xiaowu and Zhao Chenfeng, each movement filled with strength and determination. Chapter 38, An Anonymous Thank You Letter. The vehicle moved slowly, and Long Xiaowu suddenly saw a villager behind dragging a heavy bag. Breathless, he chased after the car, his urgent appearance startling him. Stop! Hurry, stop! Long Xiaowu shouted anxiously to the driver. The driver, startled by the sudden shout, quickly reacted thanks to years of driving experience. He slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt. The driver turned back in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Long Xiaowu said directly, "A villager is chasing our car. I am going to check." He jumped out of the car and quickly walked towards the villager. At this moment, the villager was panting heavily, his face flushed. "Did you drop something?" Long Xiaowu asked with concern. "You dropped something. Here, take it." The villager suddenly threw the whole bag into Long Xiaowu's arms, saying, "Comrades, you've worked hard, I'm going back now." After that, he turned and ran away. The speed was so fast that it left Long Xiaowu momentarily stunned, watching the villager's retreating figure in a daze. "Villager!" Long Xiaowu called, and the villager seemed to run even faster. Chapter 39, Training Team Assessment. Class leader Lao Wei's expression darkened as he slowly said, "That's right. It was a very dangerous mission." As he recalled the past, his eyes sharpened, and his thoughts pulled him back to that bloody scene. At that time, we were to rescue hostages, and the enemy's firepower was too fierce. A comrade didn't pay attention, and a grenade was thrown over. Without thinking, I rushed forward and blocked it with my hand. After the grenade exploded, my hand, however, fortunately, I dodged in time. So I saved my life. Class leader Lao Wei looked at his empty sleeve with a hint of loneliness in his eyes, but more was determination and resilience. He tucked away his complex thoughts and smiled brightly, "But I don't regret it because I saved my comrade. One arm in exchange for my comrade's life is worth it." After hearing this, Long Xiaowu felt mixed emotions, and was full of admiration. "Class leader, you are amazing." Class leader Lao Wei chuckled, "I just did what a soldier should do. In this disaster relief, your willingness to risk your life to save Zhao Chenfeng shows that you are no longer an inexperienced soldier. You have grown up and understood the meaning of being a soldier, understanding true brotherhood." Chapter 40, Long Zan's old illness recurs. The team stepped into the dense jungle. The scorching sun filtering through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The humid air enveloped them, as if they were trapped in a giant steamer. The soldiers of the training team carried heavy 35-kilogram backpacks, each step becoming extremely difficult. Sweat flowed down their cheeks and necks like a flood, soaking their clothes and clinging tightly to their backs, outlining their exhausted forms. Heavy breathing intertwined, echoing in the jungle. Only when a gentle breeze blew by did they feel a slight coolness. Just before, they had been running, and everyone's speed was about the same. So the pace of the group wasn't very noticeable. After all, it was a long run. If they exhausted their strength too early, it would be hard to manage later. Suddenly, a figure darted forward like a black lightning bolt, standing out in the crowd. It was Long Xiaowu. He moved lightly and rhythmically, running as if he were strolling, without a hint of flushed cheeks or heavy breathing, his breath steady. Zhu Yuanfu and Fang Zheng were panting heavily behind him, and they instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 41, Why are you so outstanding as a man? Black Wolf, noticing this, quickly asked with concern, "Boss, what's wrong? Is your old illness acting up again?" Saying this, he hurried to get the medicine and poured a glass of water, handing it to him. "Here, I've kept this medicine in the drawer. Afraid to misplace it, hurry and take it." Long Zan took the medicine and swallowed it, taking a moment to ease his condition before saying, "It's nothing. Just my old problem, the doctor said I can manage it with medicine, no need to worry." Black Wolf looked unconvinced and said, "Boss, don't hide it from me. How's your illness really? Don't push yourself, the team needs you." Long Zan waved his hand, finding an excuse to dismiss him, "It's really nothing. Just a bit of discomfort after sitting for too long. I'm much better now. Don't worry about me, pay more attention to the assessment." Although Black Wolf still felt uneasy, he couldn't press further and turned his attention back to the screen. However, he felt a lingering unease. occasionally glancing at Long Zan's changing expression. His intuition told him that Long Zan's illness was definitely not simple. Long Zan endured the pain, patted Black Wolf's shoulder, and said, "You stay here and keep watch. I'm going to lie down outside." After saying that, he covered his chest and rushed out. Chapter 42, Long Zan's condition worsens. Not good, someone has heat stroke and dehydration. Someone shouted anxiously. A cry echoed like thunder through the team, instantly breaking the oppressive atmosphere of their difficult progress. The surrounding comrades, like a well-trained emergency response team, quickly and orderly gathered around, their eyes filled with anxiety and concern. One soldier was seen with a face that was originally dark and healthy, now reddened to the point of almost turning purple, resembling a ripe tomato scorched by the scorching sun. His lips were severely cracked, with layers of peeling skin curling up. He breathed heavily, as if he had just run a marathon, with each inhalation accompanied by violent movements of his chest. Exhaling produced a heavy and coarse sound, and he occasionally mumbled some indistinct words. The condition of another soldier was even worse. His eyes were tightly shut, his eye sockets deeply sunken, his complexion as pale as paper, and his body was uncontrollably twitching slightly. His limbs occasionally trembled, as if engaged in a silent yet fierce struggle against the discomfort within. Who knows first aid? Come and save them. Is there a doctor around? Just as the crowd was in disarray and at a loss, Long Xiaowu shot through the crowd like a bolt of black lightning, rushing to the side of the two soldiers suffering from heat stroke. Chapter 43, The First Assessment Ends. Long Zan waved his hand and said, "Doctor, I'm fine. I can endure this little pain." The doctor frowned and emphasized, "If you continue like this, with your current physical condition, your lifespan may not exceed 2 years. You need to think this through." Hearing this, Long Zan's heart jolted, but his face remained impassive. After a moment of silence, he said, "Doctor, I understand. I will be careful, but now is not the time to back down." The doctor shook his head helplessly, reminded him of some precautions, prescribed some medication, and then left. After resting for a while, Long Zan walked out of the medical room, only to bump into Black Wolf. The two exchanged a shocked glance. Seeing Long Zan's pale face, Black Wolf felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong with you? I heard what the doctor said. Why didn't you tell me about your condition?" Long Zan sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't want to worry everyone. The team is currently facing an important assessment, and I can't let my issues distract us." Black Wolf's eyes reddened, and he said anxiously, "But this is your life. You're still so young, how can you not have 2 years? Chapter 44, Dare to Bet Again. Upon hearing that the second assessment content was about to be announced, everyone's chests involuntarily puffed up, and their eyes burned with anticipation as they looked at Long Zan. For the soldiers who had just barely passed the first assessment, they were naturally very concerned about the content of the second assessment. Long Zan walked forward with a serious expression, the cool morning breeze fluttering his clothes. He cleared his throat, and his voice echoed loudly in the open training ground. "You will need to carry 30 kilograms of equipment and traverse a complex terrain of 20 kilometers. Upon reaching the designated shooting area, you will complete a precision shooting task. The shooting will consist of dynamic and static shooting, which will greatly test your shooting accuracy and psychological quality under extreme fatigue. The farthest shooting distance will be 1,000 meters, with both hostages and enemies on the target. The target will only stay for 2 seconds, and if you shoot a hostage, the mission will immediately fail. A total of 15 bullets will be given, and hitting 12 is considered passing." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The soldiers' faces were filled with shock, and whispers filled the air. At that moment, a breeze blew through, causing the flags at the edge of the training ground to flutter. Chapter 45, Xiao Jiao, call out Big Brother for me to hear. After a while, Zhao Chenfeng stammered, This is too exaggerated, right? We haven't encountered such a ridiculous venue in training before." His eyes widened in disbelief. Long Xiaowu furrowed his brows, scanning the obstacles back and forth, and said solemnly, "It's indeed tricky, but the harder it is, the more it proves our ability." That said, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes, clearly realizing the severity of this assessment. Zhao Chenfeng scratched his head and said worriedly, "The target moves fast. And the distance is far. With so many hostages interfering, any slight mistake could ruin everything. It seems our instructor really put a lot of effort into this." The breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering about the difficulty of this assessment. Following the local instructor's instructions, the soldiers entered the shooting range one by one. Upon seeing the targets, everyone's hearts raced. The figures of the hostages and enemies on the target were blurry and moved quickly, staying only for 2 seconds. Some soldiers who went up before clearly felt nervous, with some even accidentally hitting hostages due to panic. "Oh no, how did I hit a hostage? What should I do?" Chapter 46, The Third Assessment. After the assessment ended, the soldiers dispersed, returning to their respective posts, and the barracks were filled with lively discussions. "What do you think the next assessment will be?" one soldier asked curiously. "Maybe it's a nighttime raid. That's very important on the battlefield," speculated another soldier. Zhu Yuanfu scratched his head and said, "In my opinion, it might be a long-distance run with a load." They emphasized the importance of physical fitness before. Fang Zheng nodded in agreement. "That's reasonable. It could also be tactical coordination in complex terrain." Long Xiaowu and Zhao Chenfeng leaned against the wall, with Long Xiaowu stroking his chin, saying, "I guess the next assessment will likely involve outdoor environments, like jungles, deserts, or snowy fields." Zhao Chenfeng raised an eyebrow. "That makes sense. It might be about survival in the wild. We haven't covered much in training, but it's crucial on the battlefield." Long Xiaowu suddenly smirked. "Xiao Zhao, I am going to trouble you with my housekeeping duties this month." Hearing this, Zhao Chenfeng made a face of disdain and started to negotiate. "How about this? Let's have another bet. If you win me again in the next assessment, I'll wash for you for 2 months. Chapter 47, An old friend comes to the door. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, their footsteps hurried yet orderly as they arrived at the equipment distribution point. Long Xiaowu grabbed his weapon, a ruggedly designed assault rifle. He skillfully pulled the bolt, checked the chamber, and then removed the magazine, confirming the bullet count with each movement being clean and efficient. Next, he picked up his water bottle, shook it vigorously, listened to the not-so-full sound of water inside, and frowned slightly. He then checked the signal device, repeatedly adjusting it to ensure it had sufficient power and was functioning properly. Zhu Yuanfu was also busy, carefully examining the multifunctional tool in his hand. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he lightly tested its sharpness, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the small first aid kit, counting the medications and bandages inside one by one, mumbling to himself. Zhao Chenfeng was equally focused, spreading all his gear on the ground and checking each item carefully. He gently wiped the lenses of his binoculars to ensure clear visibility. He also repeatedly folded and unfolded the simple tent, checking for any damages. Soon, the entire team boarded the military vehicle. Long Zhan sat upright in the driver's seat, personally leading the team to set off. Chapter 48, Rubbing Stones for Fire. The night enveloped the jungle, shrouding everything in darkness. Only the faint moonlight occasionally seeped through the gaps in the branches, adding a touch of eeriness to this mysterious place. The group gathered around the wild boar, eagerly anticipating a warm barbecue to dispel the chill and unease of the cold night. Long Xiaowu was preparing the wild boar while instructing, "Xiaopang, Li Lin, go collect some dry wood, we need to start a fire." The two responded and quickly vanished into the darkness. Moments later, Zhu Yuanfu returned, panting and hugging a pile of branches. "Wuge, it's too damp in this forest. It's not easy to find dry wood. This is all I could find." Li Lin followed, holding a small amount of wood as well. Zhao Chenfeng began rummaging through his backpack. "Strange, why can't I find a lighter or matches?" Didn't the instructors give us any fire-starting tools? The group then realized and started searching through their gear, but found nothing. How can they not even give us fire-starting tools? What are we going to do? Zhongshan frowned, looking anxious. Long Xiaowu pondered for a moment, squatted down, and picked up 2 stones. Let's try to start a fire by rubbing stones together. It will be difficult, but it's not impossible. Chapter 49, Poisoned? Drink urine to induce vomiting. Why is it raining so heavily? Zhao Chenfeng was startled awake. Reaching out to fumble in the dark, trying to find something to shield from the rain. But apart from the wet ground, he found nothing. The group stood in disarray in the rain, completely exposed to the elements, as the ferocious wind whipped the rain towards them like a pack of wild beasts. Everyone could only instinctively cover their heads with their hands, futilely trying to fend off the sudden downpour. The large raindrops hit them painfully. In no time, everyone's clothes were clinging tightly to their bodies. Their shoes were filled with water, making a squelching sound with each step. In this tropical rainforest, being soaked by the rain brought not only physical coldness. The damp clothes clung to their bodies for an extended time, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Worse still, bacteria and viruses thrive easily in the tropical rainforest, with the rainwater washing them about. This caused a large number of germs to disperse in the surrounding air, entering their bodies with each hurried breath. Zhongshan sneezed several times, his voice particularly loud amid the rain. Achoo! Achoo! With this rain, I feel like I'm catching a cold. Chapter 50, Eating Raw Meat. Long Xiaowu heard the shouts and hurriedly walked over. The sight before them left everyone stunned. A small pond appeared in front of them, the water rippling under the rain's assault. Wow, there's a pond! Zhongshan exclaimed with wide eyes, full of excitement. There might be fish in there. Li Lin added, getting excited as well. Long Xiaowu looked at Zhu Yuanfu and said, Xiaopang, Fang Zeng. You two are in charge of catching fish. Got it? Zhu Yuanfu rubbed his hands together, eager to try. What are we waiting for? I am going to spear some fish. With that, he found a long branch, sharpened one end to use as a spear, and confidently walked to the pond's edge. Fang Zeng followed, keeping a close eye on the water's surface, not wanting to miss any movement. The two waited by the pond for most of the day, their eyes straining. Yet they didn't see a single fish. Zhu Yuanfu, looking dejected, threw the spear to the ground. What's going on? Not a single fish. Fang Zeng sighed. Could it be that there's no fish in this pond? What a wasted effort. Chapter 51, Captured. The group hesitated repeatedly, but eventually picked up the raw meat with trepidation, and brought it shakily to their mouths. Just as their teeth were about to touch the raw meat, an unbearable fishy smell surged into their nostrils, causing them to feel nauseous instantly. Zhongshan couldn't hold back any longer, turning sharply and running aside. He bent over, supporting himself on his knees, retching violently, but his stomach was already empty, only producing some sour water. Li Lin followed suit, bending over and heaving, his body shaking, his expression filled with pain. At first, everyone resisted swallowing the raw meat, relying on their last ounce of stubbornness, an instinctive aversion to it. This was a natural human tendency, after all, having never eaten raw meat. It was indeed very difficult to adapt, not out of pretentiousness, but a bodily instinct. Time slowly passed amidst the silence of the rainforest and the group's struggles. The sky gradually darkened, the night wrapping around the rainforest like a giant black satin cloth. Large raindrops continued to fall from the gaps in the leaves, hitting the group and bringing a chill. Chapter 52, Interrogation. In the dark room, the group's gasps echoed. Fang Zeng's eyes widened in terror as he looked around, his voice trembling. What kind of place is this? How did we end up here? Zhao Chenfeng also stood up, anxiously looking around while mumbling, we're in big trouble now. There's nothing here but this iron door, and that window letting in a bit of light. The dark room resembled a prison forgotten by time. with rough stone walls piled around. The cracks in the mud had long dried and fallen off, revealing jagged black fissures that looked like demonic mouths ready to devour them at any moment. The walls were stained with mottled watermarks, exuding a pungent moldy smell that made one want to vomit. The ground was uneven, puddled with murky water, with a few rats scurrying about. In the dim light filtering through the window, a chilling darkness flickered. It seemed that some unidentified objects were floating in the filthy water, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. All eyes fell on Long Xiaowu, filled with hope. Li Lin, with a tearful voice, said, "Wuge, please think of a way. What are we going to do?" Chapter 53, Next, it's your turn. Number 2 stepped forward and kicked Zhongshan, saying viciously, "You still have a tough mouth, let's see how long you can hold out." Each blow felt like it was igniting the unyielding spirit deep within them. This spirit surged through their bodies, making them forget the pain, leaving only a firm belief. The beating continued for a long time, leaving their bodies battered and bruised. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, mixing with blood, clinging tightly to their skin. The wound stung painfully under the irritation of sweat and blood. Yet, even so, they still gritted their teeth, their jaws clenching tightly, refusing to utter a single word. Number 2, seeing this, became enraged, his face twisted with anger. He commanded his men to repeatedly push their heads into the sewage pool with a fierce expression. Long Xiaowu struggled desperately in the water, his hands flailing in the air. His legs kicked out with all their might, his lungs felt like they were about to explode, desperately needing air. But at the moment he was pulled up, gasping for breath, he still used the last bit of his strength to curse. "You bunch of scumbags! Is this all you've got? You're just scratching our itches." Chapter 54, Dying is minor, losing one's integrity is major. Long Xiaowu was firmly held down by the henchmen of the man in black number 2, like a pair of pliers. However, the contempt in his eyes surged forth, and the fire in his gaze burned brighter and brighter, impossible to extinguish. He gathered all his strength and spat out a mouthful of saliva. That saliva, filled with rage, seemed to have eyes of its own, precisely landing on the face of the man in black number 2. "Pa! With your character, you dare to think you can make me submit? That's just a daydream, a foolish fantasy." Long Xiaowu shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with fury. At this moment, he was like a beast trapped in a cage, yet still majestic and ferocious. The face of the man in black number 2 instantly turned red, as if it were a ripe tomato about to burst. He trembled as he reached out, wiping the saliva off his face. "You ignorant fool! Today I will make you taste my power, so you know my methods." He clenched his teeth, forcing these words out, his voice carrying endless rage, as if it could shatter the surrounding air into pieces. "Beat him to death, keep beating until this kid softens and begs for mercy." Chapter 55, Awakening from a Nightmare. The long 3 days felt like 3 centuries of torment, finally slowly passing. They had been imprisoned in this cramped water prison for 3 days, without a single grain of rice, or a drop of water. Hunger gnawed at their bodies like a fierce beast. At this moment, they were already so weak that their bodies felt soft and powerless, their limbs heavy as if filled with lead. They were too weak to even stand up, only able to lean against the corners of the water prison, swaying. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly broke the dead silence of the water prison. The cell door was violently pushed open, and blinding light poured in, causing them to squint instinctively. Several men in black gradually walked in. They held bowls of enticing roast duck, tender and juicy chicken, and fatty yet not greasy pork belly, all emitting a rich aroma. Various delicious dishes that made one drool were laid out before everyone. In an instant, the rich, almost soul-stirring fragrance spread rapidly throughout the water prison like an invisible yet powerful wave. The originally dim and exhausted eyes of the crowd suddenly lit up like flames being ignited. Chapter 56, Passing the Final Assessment. The others felt as if their heads were being struck repeatedly by heavy hammers, a dull pain washing over them in waves. The world before them initially appeared chaotic, as if shrouded in thick fog. As their consciousness slowly gathered like a meandering stream, familiar outlines of the military dormitory began to emerge from the mist, gradually becoming clearer. Where is this place? Zhu Yuanfu's eyes widened in disbelief, his eyeballs almost popping out. Could it be that I starved too much in that water prison, hallucinated, and accidentally ended up in the military camp of the underworld? He muttered to himself, pinching himself hard. The pain twisted his face, and he gritted his teeth in realization that he was not dreaming. Soon after, Fang Zheng, Zhao Chenfeng, Zhong Shan, and Li Lin also gradually woke up from their stupor. The crowd's gaze swept over the surrounding snow-white walls and neatly arranged beds. For a moment, everyone seemed to be frozen in place as if under a spell. Then, one after another, exclamations of astonishment erupted from their mouths, breaking the original silence. Chapter 57, Farewell to the Cooking Class. Office. In the office of the Longyan Special Forces. Soft light spilled over the solid wood desk. Long Zhan sat in a chair, holding a document that recorded the data from the recent simulated anti-capture assessment. Black Wolf stood beside him, his posture straight. Although he had just finished a tense performance, his spirits remained high. Long Zhan put down the document, raised his head, and looked at Black Wolf with concern. How did those kids react when they found out you were faking your death? Black Wolf's mouth slightly curled up in a bitter smile as he shook his head. Boss, you still don't understand these hot-headed young guys. They must be furious. Probably even hate me now. He recalled the astonished and angry faces of the trainees and couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. Long Zhan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. It's okay, you're used to it anyway. Hatred is temporary, they'll forget it after some time. If you want to truly test their loyalty and willpower in extreme situations, you have to be tough. They'll understand it later. Black Wolf nodded, affirmatively saying, although they are angry now, I can see that they know being in Longyang makes them feel good. Chapter 58, Long Zhu visits Long Xiaowu an hour later. Steaming dishes filled the long table of the cooking class. The shiny sauce of the braised ribs coated the amber-colored meat, and the braised pork with preserved vegetables was layered with fat and lean. The shredded potatoes, spicy and sour, were crisp and glistening with red oil, along with a big pot of bubbling cabbage and tofu soup, the steam wafting with the fragrance of scallions. Old Wei's cooking skills are amazing. Just smelling it makes my stomach rumble. Zhu Yuanfu leaned toward the table, his nose almost touching the steaming ribs. Long Xiaowu took a deep breath, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Exactly, you can smell the aroma of these braised ribs from 3 streets away. Old Wei, the class leader, walked out from behind the stove, flour still dusting his apron. Once you're in Longyang, you won't get to eat my home-cooked meals anymore. A bun with pickles will be considered a luxury. Your training meals are all calculated by grams for nutritional ratios, so just wait to reminisce about the big pot meals from the cooking class. He glanced at the badges on their chests, his tone suddenly becoming serious. The training in Longyang is no joke. If you encounter difficulties, don't try to bear it alone. The cooking class will always be your support. Chapter 59, The First Mission. All right. Long Zhu smiled as she pulled out a stick. The two exchanged a glance, both wearing happy smiles. The night breeze suddenly turned a bit cooler, and a few locust tree leaves spiraled down onto Long Xiaowu's knees. He stared at the mud spots on his sister's tactical boots, his throat bobbing. Sister, how did Big Brother die? Who killed him? The moment the words fell, the chirping of insects in the grass suddenly ceased, and even the moonlight seemed to dim a little. The jelly packaging bag in Long Zhu's hand made a faint rustling sound as she lowered her gaze to her brother's tightly clenched fists, his nails nearly digging into his palm. The searchlight from the training ground swept through the clouds in the distance, casting flickering shadows across her face. She looked at Long Xiaowu and said softly, once I find out everything, I will definitely tell you the whole truth. Long Xiaowu sensed his sister's difficulty and stopped pressing for answers, tearing open another snack to eat. Eating too hastily, he choked and began to cough, prompting Long Zhu to quickly hand him water, saying with concern, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." The crispy potato chips made a crunching sound as Long Xiaowu bit down, yet he turned red from choking. Long Zhu hurriedly opened her water bottle, the metal still warm to the touch, patting her brother's back with a tone that mixed reproach with unshakable worry. Chapter 60, Combat. The vehicle was filled with the acrid smell of gun oil, sweat, and diesel fumes, like an invisible film clinging to everyone's nostrils. Black Wolf gripped the overhead handrail with one hand and slapped his bulletproof vest with the other, growling at the others. "Everyone, perk up your ears." His roar drowned out the groaning of the old engine. The bulletproof plates weren't nesting dolls. His finger suddenly jabbed at Zhu Yuanfu's ribcage, leaving a sweaty fingerprint on the camouflage uniform. "Leave 2 fingers worth of space here, unless you want to break your ribs on your own armor when rolling." Zhu Yuanfu had been secretly stuffing a 3rd ceramic plate into his vest and froze at the words. "This isn't just a game," Black Wolf suddenly shouted, his gaze burning fiercely at everyone. The new recruits instinctively straightened their backs and looked at him in unison. Black Wolf loosened his collar, the centipede-like scar glinting eerily in the dim light. Last year in northern Myanmar, a rookie stuffed 5 plates and ended up with shrapnel hitting his neck. He suddenly pinched his throat with 2 fingers, exaggeratingly sticking out his tongue, as the plate shifted and blocked his airway. Guess what happened? Chapter 61, We Were Hooked. Long Zhan immediately seized the opportunity and shouted into the earpiece, "Open fire." Bang bang bang. Da da da. The piercing gunfire shattered the tranquility of the jungle as bullets sprayed mercilessly from the barrels toward the drug traffickers. Long Xiaowu reflexively squeezed the trigger the moment the bullet left the chamber. Bang! The cigar in Laker's mouth exploded into a crimson flower. Decaying leaves flew chaotically under the bullet's tearing, mixed with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood that filled the air. The next second, Zhao Chenfeng's silenced pistol emitted a series of dull sounds. The drug trafficker hiding in the tree branch fell from 5 meters high like a marionette with its strings cut. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and bullets, with splattered dirt wrapping around the shell casings, drawing a silver arc of death under the moonlight. The moment Laker's cigar exploded, before the hot sparks even touched the ground, a bullet had already precisely penetrated his right shoulder. His massive body staggered back, as if struck by a giant hammer. "RF!" he screamed, immediately ducking behind a nearby tree trunk, gasping in pain, his body trembling from the cold. Chapter 62, Zhu Yuanfu is injured. All new recruits, retreat 20 meters. Long Zhan's command hit the earpiece like a heavy hammer, and Long Xiaowu's fingers instantly stiffened on the rifle. Zhao Chenfeng was jolted. "Retreat. The drug trafficker's den is only 200 meters away." The scope of the sniper rifle trembled slightly among the leaves, clearly just as incredulous as he was. Long Xiaowu's throat bobbed twice, and cold sweat had already formed on his back beneath the camouflage uniform. He fixed his gaze on the brush-covered slope ahead, where the sound of shell casings hitting the ground distinctly indicated that the drug traffickers were reloading. "Captain, we can flank them," he started to say, but was interrupted by Long Zhan. "Follow orders." Long Xiaowu gritted his teeth in frustration. As the first sniper among the new recruits to kill a drug dealer, now he had to watch helplessly as the attack distance was abandoned. This sense of defeat was more painful than being grazed by a stray bullet. But Long Zhan's orders were indisputable, and he could only wave his hand backward. Watching his comrades kneel and retreat, their guns still pointed forward, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, in less than half a second of hesitation, a bullet whizzed past Long Xiaowu's temple. The scorching airflow left a burning trace on his cheek. Chapter 63, Long Xiaowu and Black Crow clash in secret. Meanwhile, Long Zhan led Black Wolf and other veterans into the thorny underbrush ahead. Black Wolf suddenly raised his hand. 3 o'clock direction, Rottenwood Pile. Longyan's voice rang out just as the 79 micro-submachine gun spat fire. The drug dealer, who was changing magazines. Didn't he even have time to scream before a blood flower burst from his forehead, and he fell backward into the pile of decaying leaves. Another drug dealer had just raised a rocket launcher when a bullet pierced through his carotid artery, spraying a crimson column of blood onto the tree trunk. What the hell? How did they find us? Laker's voice trembled as he dragged his wounded comrade back. Blood seeping between his fingers stained the tactical gloves red. Shafia kicked aside a corpse and unleashed a furious barrage with her AK-47. They must have thermal imaging. Everyone scatter. Sheolang pressed his back against the rotting log. His neck veins bulging as he grabbed Black Crow by the collar. I'm not paying 3 million for you to be a turtle. Go kill all those special forces. The musty smell of decaying leaves mixed with the bloody scent he exhaled was nauseating in the cramped hiding spot. Black Crow remained motionless, staring into the other's bloodshot eyes. Suddenly gripping Sheoulang's wrist, he forcefully tore the other's hand away and pushed him to the ground, his movements fluid and sharp like a professional killer. Chapter 64. The enemy is forced to retreat. The humid jungle was thick with the acrid stench of humus. And the medic's tactical gloves had long been soaked with Zhu Yuanfu's blood. The bullet had penetrated his scapula, with severe arterial tearing. The military doctor tore off the blood-soaked gloves and said anxiously, "This is just a temporary stopgap. He must be sent back to the field hospital within 2 hours. Any delay could lead to infection and blood loss that will cost him his life." Long Xiaowu's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning pale as paper. He grabbed the doctor's tactical vest, his face filled with urgency. "Doctor, please, use the best medicine. You must save his life." Zhu Yuanfu's blood flower, which exploded when he was shot, kept flashing before his eyes at this moment. The doctor said solemnly, "Don't waste time. This injury can't withstand the slightest delay. If it drags on, even a deity can't save him." Long Xiaowu stared intently at Zhu Yuanfu's blood-stained profile, his eyes twitching violently. "Xiaopang, wait here for me. Once I take care of that Black Crow, I'll carry you back myself." He lowered his voice, his nails digging deep into his palm. The flames of revenge burning bright in his eyes. "Captain, let me deal with the Black Crow." Long Xiaowu tore open the scab on his neck, exposing a gruesome wound. Chapter 65. The battle intensifies. Before his words fell, a bullet whizzed past his ear, splintering wood from a tree trunk. Bang! Longyan was startled. If it weren't for his keen sense of danger, he would have been shot in the head just now. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the Black Crow's precise shooting skills. This was definitely a formidable opponent. On the opposite ridge, the Black Crow's silhouette flickered in the smoke. The anti-material rifle in his hand slowly adjusting its angle. Fuck, he actually dodged it. The Black Crow cursed inwardly, his gaze sharpening again, as he raised his pistol towards the opposite direction. At this moment, Long Xiaowu was hiding to the east, secretly observing everything, trying to find an effective opportunity to kill the Black Crow. He knew that as long as they took down this leader, their team would scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Only then could they completely defeat their combat power. Long Xiaowu stealthily approached the designated sniping point, resting a sniper rifle on a rotten tree trunk. In the scope, a bush 300 meters away slightly swayed. Target detected. Long Xiaowu's breath almost stopped, his index finger gently resting on the trigger. Sweat trickled down his temple as he heard Longyan's hoarse command in his earpiece, "Confirm identity." Chapter 66. Threatening with hostages. It was an old man in coarse cloth, leaning on a wooden stick as he groped his way through the bushes. The old man's wrinkled face showed no fear. He was deaf and mute, his murky eyes staring straight ahead. He couldn't hear the gunfire that was so close. Sheoulang's pupils suddenly constricted. He tensed up like a venomous snake that had spotted its prey, grabbing the tactical vest of the scorpion. "There's a hostage. There's an old man over there." Scorpion turned sharply, and when he saw the defenseless old man, a beast-like light burst forth from his bloodshot eyes. Heaven is helping me, Atai. Take 2 people and grab him. With this hostage, would those dogs from Long Country dare to lift a finger? 3 mercenaries immediately pounced out like hyenas. The old man hadn't reacted yet, when he was roughly pushed to the ground. He opened his mouth in terror, but could only produce hoarse sounds. His bony fingers frantically gesturing in sign language. Damn it, he's a mute. Atai yanked the old man's white hair, pressing the gun barrel hard against his temple. Tears rolled down the old man's wrinkled face, and his trembling hands kept bowing in a plea. Meanwhile, the gunfire between the Black Wolf squad and the remnants of Scorpion intensified. Chapter 67, Covering for Comrades with Life. At the same time, above the cave, the Black Crow stood still like a statue. His 98 sniper rifle was propped on a sturdy branch, the crosshairs firmly locking onto the cave entrance. Sweat slid down his temple, but he controlled his blinking frequency, closing his eyes for no more than 0.3 seconds each time. This was a skill he learned in war. The night breeze rustled the leaves, perfectly covering the slight movements, as he adjusted his position. His camouflage suit was adorned with local ferns, even the rhythm of his breathing synchronized with the sound of the wind. Scorpion, how's it going? He whispered into his earpiece. The gift is ready, Scorpion's voice came back, laced with bloodthirsty excitement, just waiting for the guests to arrive. In the background, the faint sound of an old man sobbing could be heard. Well done, stay vigilant at all times, this guy is not easy to deal with. The Black Crow reminded. He had just been in a standoff with Long Xiaowu for so long, whether it was marksmanship or intelligence, he had been left astonished by his opponent, who was indeed a very tough adversary. Just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted as a faint reflection flashed in the scope, like moonlight gliding across a metal surface. Chapter 68, The Battle Ends. At the moment when the rubble fell like a storm, Long Xiaowu felt a sharp pain in his back. He braced himself, forming a shield over Zhao Chenfeng and the old man. A fist-sized rock struck his shoulder blade, and he heard his bones crack under the burden. Xiaowu. Zhao Chenfeng's voice seemed to come from far away. Long Xiaowu wanted to respond, but found himself unable to make a sound. His vision began to blur, and the last thing he saw was a ray of sunlight breaking through the dust, shining on the old man's terrified face. He felt warm liquid flowing down his forehead, and then he fell into darkness. Xiaowu, wake up! Zhao Chenfeng screamed desperately. Dragon team! Zhao Chenfeng struggled to prop himself up, but was held down by Long Xiaowu with the little strength he had left. Tears welled up in the old man's murky eyes, and his frail hands trembled as he reached out to touch Long Xiaowu's blooded back, making indistinct whimpering sounds. Don't move. Long Xiaowu's voice was weak like a wisp of silk, blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. His right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, and every breath he took sent a tearing pain through his back. Zhao Chenfeng's eyes reddened as he opened the first aid kit. Trembling as he tried to stop the bleeding for Long Xiaowu, don't you dare sleep. Hold on. Chapter 69, Emergency Rescue. The cured meat had clearly been stored for a long time, its surface still glistening with oil, a treasure that the family had been reluctant to eat. She hurriedly stepped forward, forcing it into Zhao Chenfeng's hands, muttering in a dialect only locals understood, her eyes full of gratitude. Comrade, this cured meat was just made recently. It's fresh, take it back and eat. No, auntie. Zhao Chenfeng quickly took a step back, waving his hands in front of his chest. This is what we should do. You keep it for yourself. His tone was sincere and resolute, his eyes full of concern. Suddenly, the old man knelt down with a thud, startling Zhao Chenfeng. His nose tinged with a sourness, and his eyes instantly turned red. He squatted down, steadying the old man with both hands. The old man trembled as he pulled out a tattered handkerchief pouch from his chest, the edges of the handkerchief severely worn and patched. He shakily opened the handkerchief, revealing crumpled bills, the paper money worn out from handling, with curled edges. The old man stubbornly stuffed the money into Zhao Chunfeng's pocket, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. A whimper escaped from his mouth, seemingly expressing endless gratitude for Zhao Chunfeng's life-saving grace. Chapter 70, The Change in Longyan. Longyan comforted him, saying, "He is fine. The emergency treatment was timely, he is currently in the intensive care unit, and he can be transferred to a regular ward in a couple of days." Upon hearing the news of Zhu Yuanfu's safety, Long Xiaowu's tense shoulders finally relaxed. "That kid is tough," said Old Wei, the squad leader, while serving soup, "just like you. Both are born under the cat sign, 9 lives." The aroma of beef bone soup filled the ward, and Long Xiaowu's stomach unexpectedly growled. Old Wei laughed heartily. Scooping a spoonful and bringing it to his mouth, "Drink slowly, be careful not to burn yourself." "Squad leader, let me do it," Long Xiaowu said, somewhat flattered, as he reached out with his arms wrapped in white bandages. Old Wei moved the bowl back and shook his head. "No, look at you. All wrapped up like a mummy, let me do it, I have time anyway." "Thank you, squad leader." Long Xiaowu took a sip of the soup. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, and warmth immediately spread to his limbs. The heat made Long Xiaowu's eyes sting. And Old Wei started to chatter on, "You'll be recovering for 100 days, just say what you want to eat. The kitchen will always keep the fire ready for you." Suddenly lowering his voice and glancing back at Longyan, he leaned in mysteriously, "I even secretly saved you a jar of candied fruit, call me when you crave something sweet." Chapter 71, Discharge. "Brother." Zhao Chunfeng's voice was hoarse and cracked as he rushed forward in 3 steps, tightly gripping Long Xiaowu's arm. "Thank you, it was you who saved me last time. And now it's you again. This life of mine is given by you, so if anything happens in the future, just call out." He gulped. His voice suddenly choked up. Hey, don't cry, it's just a little thing, is it that moving?" Long Xiaowu looked at the reddened eyes of the other man and felt a pang in his heart, but he still smiled and joked. The wound under the bandages was faintly burning, yet it couldn't compare to this heavy bond of friendship. Zhao Chunfeng scrutinized him carefully and asked with concern, "How do you feel now?" Long Xiaowu chuckled, "I'm fine, don't worry, I won't die. The doctor said I'll have good fortune after surviving this." Zhao Chunfeng shot him an annoyed glare, "You brat, even in this condition. You're still so slick with words. All right, I'll stay here to watch over you tonight." Long Xiaowu shook his head, "No need. I can take care of myself now, I can eat, sleep, and jump. If you're here, I might not sleep well. You've seen enough, go back now. It's already so late, how could you sneak out without getting caught?" Chapter 72, Long Xiaowu takes the initiative to challenge Zhong Guohui. Longyan stood in the shadows at the edge of the training ground. He was just passing by when he was captivated by the 2 intersecting figures in the center of the field. Whoosh! The scorpion pearl's whip-like legs tore through the air, and the camouflage pants made a rustling sound as they moved rapidly. Long Xiaowu crouched low, his right hand clawing like a venomous snake's tongue, accurately gripping her ankle. This dragon-holding technique was so fast it almost left an afterimage, the knuckles of his fingers glinting pale in the sunlight. Longyan's pupils suddenly constricted. This move was something he had learned 10 years ago on the southwestern border, traded for 3 bottles of Moutai from an old scout. And no one in Longyang had ever seen it. This kid burned his fingers on a cigarette. Yet Longyan felt as if he had lost the sense of pain. He saw Long Xiaowu roll to the side to evade the scorpion pearl's elbow strike. And amidst the dust, he suddenly changed tactics, using his waist and hips to execute a standard bear hug throw. Unbeknownst to him, over 30 people had gathered around the training ground. Zhu Yuanfu looked shocked. "Wow, Brother Wu is awesome." Zhao Chunfeng stared at Long Xiaowu, equally astonished. "Scorpion instructor. That's the 7th move." Long Xiaowu gasped for breath and jumped. Do you want to continue? The Scorpion Pearl lowered her center of gravity and raised an eyebrow at him. What? Can't hold on. Chapter 73, Sending him to military school. I win. You teach me the most elegant rapid-fire method. Long Xiaowu smiled and said, You win, I'll take care of the equipment room's cleanliness for a month. Zhong Guohui suddenly laughed. His smile, sharp as a blade, changed to the training ground. Now? The sunset stained the 400-meter obstacle course blood red. The rules were simple, shooting while moving, 10 bullets. The one with more hits wins. Zhong Guohui asked him, Are you ready? Ready? Long Xiaowu nodded. Prepare. The Black Wolf's whistle shattered the silence. Long Xiaowu moved instantly. He sprinted from the starting line like a cheetah, the M24's sling digging into his shoulder. The first target appeared behind a low wall at a 60-degree angle. He didn't stop, dropping to his right knee and sliding 3 meters, pulling the rifle to his shoulder and pulling the trigger. Bang! The steel target fell at the moment of impact, and he had already rolled behind cover. Zhong Guohui's gunfire almost sounded simultaneously. But the bullet struck the ground where Long Xiaowu had been just a second ago. That old fox was predicting his movement. Damn! Long Xiaowu cursed as he jumped over the barbed wire. The second and third targets popped up 100 meters away, but he twisted in midair, turning his body, and shouldered his rifle with one hand. Chapter 74, Farewell Party. The sand on the training ground crunched under Long Xiaowu's combat boots. The sunset cast a long shadow behind him, projecting it onto the barbed wire of the 400-meter obstacle course. He had just finished a round of tactical training. Sweat dripping from his chin and leaving dark spots on the dry ground. Long Xiaowu. The Black Wolf's voice came from behind, sharp as a dagger cutting through the air. Instructor Long is looking for you, command building, immediately. Long Xiaowu turned sharply, instinctively wiping the sweat from his face with his right hand. Yes? He responded loudly, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Long Zhan rarely sought him out during training unless it was for a major task, or he had made a significant mistake. The corridor in the command building was long and quiet, and Long Xiaowu's footsteps echoed in the empty hall. He stopped in front of Long Zhan's office, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Long Zhan's voice came through the thick wooden door, deep and hoarse. Long Xiaowu pushed the door open and saw Long Zhan standing with his back to him at the window, the setting sun outlining his tall figure. There was another person in the office, Zhu Yuanfu, standing nervously at the desk. When he saw Long Xiaowu enter, he gave him a complex look. Chapter 75, Arrival at Military School. The next morning, on the helipad, the members of Longyang lined up to see them off. Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu stood by the helicopter with their backpacks. The rotor blades had started to spin, generating a strong airflow. The Black Wolf stepped forward and hugged the two tightly. Do well. Scorpion Pearl stood a little farther away, simply nodding, but the encouragement in her eyes was unmistakable. Zhao Chenfeng and Fang Zheng shouted farewell loudly. Long Xiaowu searched the crowd and finally spotted Long Zhan standing at the back. He was still wearing that crisp military training uniform, expressionless, but with complex eyes. Long Xiaowu suddenly ran over, stood at attention in front of Long Zhan, and saluted with the most standard military salute, Instructor. I will definitely live up to the name of Long Yang. Long Zhan returned the salute, his movements meticulous. At the moment he lowered his hand, he said softly, I'll wait for you to come back. These simple 5 words made Long Xiaowu's eyes instantly warm. He turned and ran toward the helicopter, not daring to look back, afraid he would lose control of his emotions. The helicopter slowly ascended, and Long Xiaowu looked down through the window as the Longyang base gradually shrank in his view. He saw Long Zhan still standing in place, looking up at the helicopter, until it became a small black dot and finally disappeared. Chapter 76, Studying in the Library. You two, since you're new here, please introduce yourselves. The white-haired professor pushed his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the two. Long Xiaowu snapped to attention, his voice loud. Report. Long Xiaowu. Former member of the 3rd Squad of the Longyan Special Forces. Zhu Yuanfu immediately stood up as well. Report, Zhu Yuanfu. Former member of the 3rd Squad of the Longyan Special Forces. Longyang. A low murmur of surprise erupted in the classroom. A few boys in the back unconsciously straightened their backs. The professor's left eyebrow twitched ever so slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, which was cut off at the wrist, leaving only a smooth hemispherical scar. He adjusted his glasses with his right hand. I am Zhong Jianjun, the head of the Special Operations Theory Research Department at the National Defense University. His voice was not loud, yet it scraped against everyone's eardrums like a blunt knife. Long Xiaowu's gaze involuntarily fell on Zhong Jianjun's severed wrist. The scar was irregularly serrated, with faint pink edges from shrapnel wounds. He had seen too many such scars at Longyang, but every time he saw them, a surge of heat would rise in his chest. How is the theoretical foundation of Longyang personnel? Zhong Jianjun suddenly asked. Chapter 77, Extreme Running. Under the moonlight, his expression was difficult to discern. Instructor. Long Xiaowu stood at attention and saluted. At ease. Chen Dao took a few steps closer. It's a rest day today, why are you still out training? Long Xiaowu's chest heaved. Report, Instructor. I haven't completed my training volume today. Daily training at Longyang includes 10 kilometers in the morning and evening, with additional training during the day based on mission requirements. Today, I only completed the basic amount. Chen Dao was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what is Longzhan to you? My instructor. Long Xiaowu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Do you know Instructor Long? He smiled enigmatically, avoiding the question. How much training volume do you have left? 10 kilometers. Long Xiaowu wiped the sweat rolling down his temple with his hand, his fingertips brushing over his sunburned skin. 10 kilometers. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Dao's eyes. I want you to run until you can't anymore. Do you dare to try? Long Xiaowu instantly became energized, his dark eyes shining brightly. Is it allowed by the school? I am the instructor. Chen Dao looked at his watch. It's not yet time for a break, so it's completely fine. Chapter 78, Shocking the Whole School. Is this true? The instructor asked in shock. Standing in front of the desk, Second Lieutenant Wang stood straight. Absolutely true, Instructor. Instructor Chen personally escorted him back to the dormitory. At that time Long Xiaowu was already unconscious. The medical room's examination report showed that he was severely dehydrated and had blood blisters all over his feet, but what? Li Mai's brow furrowed. But his core vital signs were remarkably stable. Wang handed over a health check report. The cardiopulmonary function assessment indicates that his recovery ability is more than 3 times that of ordinary students. The medical officer said it was almost inhuman. Li Mai took the report, her fingertips trembling slightly, her eyes filled with shock. This kid works too hard, she said softly, flipping through the pages of the report. What is the longest training record in our school since its establishment for 50 kilometers? 35 kilometers, maintained by the reconnaissance specialty 3 years ago. Wang hesitated. Instructor. Should I pay special attention to him? Absolutely. Li Mai closed the document, speaking with utmost seriousness. This reckless training method will lead to trouble sooner or later. You need to communicate with Instructor Chen. He cannot be allowed to do as he pleases. Chapter 79, Shooting Practice. Memories suddenly flashed back to that stormy night. Longzhan standing by his bed, earnestly telling him, you have to live to kill more enemies. Don't be a martyr for me. Long Xiaowu's throat tightened, his voice low. I will. Chen Dao's lips curled slightly. Looks like I haven't turned you into a complete madman. Go on, that is it for today. Yes? The two exchanged a glance and smiled slightly. In the following days, Long Xiaowu resumed a regular routine. He woke up at 5:30 in the morning, did a 10-kilometer weighted run, attended theory classes in the morning, specialized training in the afternoon, and spent the evenings in the library until lights out. Zhu Yuanfu watched Long Xiaowu's almost self-torturing training and study rhythm, unable to resist teasing him. Every day, you're either training or on your way to train. You're a complete masochist. But whenever Long Xiaowu broke through his limits in training or ranked high in assessments, the admiration in Zhu Yuanfu's eyes was hard to hide. And he would actively help him organize training gear, smiling. Hanging out with the big shots means there's meat to eat. Whenever fatigue struck, Long Xiaowu would think of Long Zan's hawk-like eyes. Chapter 80, Theory Exam. Report, Instructor, my sniper instructor is Zhong Guohui. Long Xiaowu's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in Liu Zhong's ears. That scarred face instantly froze. Zhong Guohui. Liu Zhong's voice suddenly became hoarse, the Hawkeye Zhong Guohui from the Longyan Special Forces. Yes, instructor. Long Xiaowu stood tall, keenly noticing a flicker of something unusual in Liu Zhong's eyes. Liu Zhong was silent for a moment, the scar on his face appearing particularly grim under the sunlight. No wonder, this soldier is so strong. He suddenly turned to look at the distant shooting range. His voice low. 10 years ago, he was my squad leader in the Border Reconnaissance Company. Long Xiaowu's breath hitched. He remembered that Instructor Zhong had occasionally mentioned that period, but had never gone into details. Go rest now. Liu Zhong waved his hand, his tone suddenly softening a bit. Remember to come find me on the weekend. Yes. Long Xiaowu saluted with a standard military salute, and as he turned to leave, he heard a barely audible sigh behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the theory assessment. Long Xiaowu stood by the window in the corridor, watching the teams doing morning exercises on the playground in the distance. Fifth brother, come in quickly. Zhu Yuanfu waved at the classroom door, his round face full of tension. Chapter 81, come over and spar with this classmate. Long Xiaowu hurriedly got up and walked closer, only to realize that every terrain feature on the sand table was recreated using real battlefield data, even with small flags marking the troop numbers. For the next 2 hours, Long Xiaowu felt as if he was in another world. Zhong Jianjun's fingers danced over the sand table, his index finger acting like a precise conductor's baton, transforming mountains and rivers into vivid battlefield elements. The little pieces on the board became thousands of troops in his mouth, and Long Xiaowu could even smell the scent of gunpowder. Suddenly, Zhong Jianjun pointed to a gorge, a crucial route for the enemy's mechanized forces, and asked, if it were you, how would you set an ambush? Long Xiaowu stared at the sand table, and images of Instructor Long Zan shouting classic cases in the pouring rain came to mind. He pointed to the seemingly flat riverbank on the sand table. I would abandon the traditional ambush point and choose this place. Oh? Zhong Jianjun raised an eyebrow. What's the reason? Long Xiaowu's fingertips gently traced the simulated riverbank area on the sand table. The riverbank seemed disadvantageous for concealment, but the loose soil would slow down the armored advance. His finger moved to the edge of the sand table. Moreover, the terrain here would create visual errors, causing the enemy to misjudge our fire coverage. Chapter 82, Combat Sparring to Build Rivalry. A robust trainee nearly 1.9 meters tall stepped out of the crowd, his muscles bulging under a camouflage tank top like small mountains. He looked down at Long Xiaowu with contempt and scoffed, is this little frame all you've got? I'm afraid a punch will send him back to the recruit company. Laughter erupted in the training hall, everyone waiting to see the show. Long Xiaowu calmly unbuttoned his collar, neatly folded his uniform, revealing a lean, but well-defined upper body. Chen Jiyuan was anxiously stomping his feet in the crowd, but was held back by Zhu Yuanfu. Don't worry, Zhu Yuanfu whispered, Brother Wu is not that simple. Zhu Hui cracked his neck and walked to the center of the arena, looking down at Long Xiaowu. Kid, It's not too late to admit defeat now. I don't want the medics saying I bullied a newcomer. Long Xiaowu put on his protective gear, his eyes fixed ahead. Please guide me, senior. Just playing pretend. Zhu Hui suddenly lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air directly towards Long Xiaowu's face. This punch was fast and fierce, clearly aiming to end the fight in one blow. Long Xiaowu slightly turned his body, narrowly avoiding the punch at the last moment, while his right hand shot out like a viper, grabbing Zhu Hui's wrist and pulling him in. Chapter 83, Scorpion Pearl visits Long Zan. In the cafeteria, Liu Zhong ordered a bowl of beef noodles for Long Xiaowu. Amid the steaming vapor, the instructor's expression softened considerably. Xiaowu, have you thought about where you want to go after graduation? Long Xiaowu stirred his noodles and said firmly, back to Longyang. Good answer, Liu Zhong smiled. But remember, a real soldier must not only have skills, but also take responsibility. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, instructor, Long Xiaowu smiled back. After finishing his late-night snack, he returned to the dormitory, now deep into the night. The dormitory returned to its usual tranquility. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. How is Instructor Long Zan doing now? Is my sister's mission going smoothly? For some reason, he felt an unusual longing for them tonight. A sense of unease lingering in his heart. Longyang Base Medical Room. The ward was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Under the stark white light, Long Zan lay on the hospital bed. His face was paler than the sheets, and fine cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes, usually sharp as a hawk, were now fixed on a certain spot on the ceiling. His brows furrowed deeply, and the line of his jaw was tense. With a click, the sound of the door lock turning broke the silence of the ward. Chapter 84, Special Operations Command Theory Competition. Early morning, the sharp emergency assembly whistle sounded. Long Xiaowu suddenly opened his eyes, performing a quick fish-like leap from the bed, swiftly putting on his uniform. Xiaopang, you tied the third shoelace wrong. Long Xiaowu reminded without looking up. Zhu Yuanfu only then realized, his flustered demeanor reminding Long Xiaowu of his own self during basic training. And a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. I knew it all along, I did it on purpose. Hurry up, we are going to be late. Chen Jiyuan patted him and rushed out. Once everyone was dressed, they hurried to the classroom. At that moment, the theory classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. Long Xiaowu sat in the center of the third row, his dark green notebook densely covered with tactical symbols. Ever since Long Xiaowu answered 2 high-scoring test papers, Zhong Jianjun's gaze would occasionally fall on him, sometimes even asking him some theoretical questions. What surprised him was that Long Xiaowu could always respond fluently, even more professionally than the textbooks. His behavior not only shocked Zhong Jianjun, but also astonished the entire class. In comparison, it made others feel quite useless. Chapter 85, Long Xiaowu competes in extreme running with top student Liu Ming. Whoosh! As the two shot out like arrows, a gust of wind stirred around them, causing the surrounding air to begin to flow. They galloped across the training ground like wild horses freed from their restraints. For the first 5 kilometers, they were bound by an invisible rope, maintaining an eerie synchronization. The white vapor they exhaled intertwined in the night sky, quickly torn apart by their speeding figures. I heard your sister is on a mission again. Liu Ming suddenly spoke, his voice steady as if he weren't running. Have you been trying to contact her? Liu Ming grew up in a military family, and had some knowledge about Long Xiaowu's background. Long Xiaowu was slightly taken aback, but maintained his breathing rhythm. Senior, you seem well informed. He deliberately raised his voice. Since you're so concerned about our Long family, you wouldn't want to change your surname, would you? It's just a casual chat. Don't overthink it. Liu Ming shot him a glance and then continued to pick up the pace, suddenly accelerating at the 8th kilometer. Is that all you've got? His voice was carried away by the wind, the Long family is nothing special. Each word was like a poisoned arrow, precisely aimed at Long Xiaowu's most sensitive spot. Chapter 86, A Failed Scheme. At 3 in the morning, the medical room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of dripping water. Yang Xiao stealthily entered the ward like a night-walking cat, tiptoeing. You wanted to steal Mingji's spot, Yang Xiao glared at Long Xiaowu's bandaged wrist. A cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He extended 2 fingers, pretending to pinch Long Xiaowu's nose. Just as his fingertips were 3 centimeters away from Long Xiaowu's nose, that bandaged hand suddenly shot up. Yang Xiao was taken by surprise. His wrist experiencing a sharp pain, as Long Xiaowu's thumb locked precisely onto the groove of his ulnar styloid. 4 fingers clamping down like iron pincers around his entire palm. Damn! Yang Xiao's exclamation was caught in his throat, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He stared wide-eyed at Long Xiaowu, who was still fast asleep, not even twitching his eyelashes. His breathing was steady like that of the deep sea. But the strength of that hand was frightening. Yang Xiao struggled to pull his hand back, his muscles tense to the point that the sleeves of his training uniform bulged. But Long Xiaowu's fingers did not budge, instead, they tightened further with his struggles. The bones in his wrist creaked under the unbearable strain, and Yang Xiao gasped in pain. Not daring to cry out loudly. Is this guy really unconscious? He roared in his heart. Chapter 87, Long Zhu meets Scorpion Pearl. Zhu Hui struck first, delivering a whip kick towards Long Xiaowu's injured ribs. The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing, just as it was about to hit. Long Xiaowu suddenly crouched down, his left hand clawing at Zhu Hui's ankle, pulling him diagonally backward with force. Zhu Hui's whole body lifted off the ground, but just as he was about to fall, he twisted his waist and changed direction, his right elbow smashing hard into Long Xiaowu's temple. Bang! Long Xiaowu raised his arm to block, and the 2 forearms collided with a muffled sound. Zhu Hui seized the opportunity to break free, jumping back 2 steps. His eyes flashing with astonishment at how this looked nothing like someone just out of the hospital. The force was so great that his whole arm was tingling. Is this all he can do? Long Xiaowu suddenly smiled, revealing his tiger teeth. He deliberately used Zhu Hui's usual mocking tone, while suddenly changing tactics, delivering a Thai-style sweeping kick targeting his opponent's supporting leg. Zhu Hui hurriedly dodged, but the toe of his shoe still grazed his training pants, tearing a hole. The onlookers gasped, and his face burned with embarrassment. Suddenly, he shouted and lunged forward, executing his killer move, the cross lock. Long Xiaowu's vision went dark, as his right arm was locked at an odd angle. Zhu Hui's sweat dripped onto his face, carrying a sour, salty taste. In his ear, Zhu Hui's lowered breath came, "Give up, patient." Chapter 88, You did that on purpose, didn't you? The greenery outside the hospital was bathed in a golden hue by the afternoon sun. Several magnolia trees had already budded, their white petals tightly wrapped, like hopes waiting to bloom. Long Zhu and Scorpion Pearl walked side by side along the gravel path. They had once fought alongside each other, and Long Zhu had even taken a bullet for her, so she had always remembered this bond. How have you been lately? Long Zhu broke the silence first. Scorpion Pearl's gaze followed a sparrow that landed on a magnolia tree, same as always, training, missions, then more training. She paused. How did your Special Forces team do on this mission? Not bad, just that a rookie almost stepped on an IED, and I pulled him back. Long Zhu said casually. But her eyes were constantly observing Scorpion Pearl's expression. What about you? I heard you trained a few good recruits. Scorpion Pearl's lips curved slightly. A few have potential, but they are too arrogant. Long Zhu suddenly stopped in her tracks, staring directly into Scorpion Pearl's eyes. Why teach Xiaowu martial arts? Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on Scorpion Pearl's face. She took a deep breath. At first, it was because of you, and later. Chapter 89, Provocation. Long Xiaowu scratched his head awkwardly, that last tactical analysis question. He picked up a pen and gestured on the table. The ambush point for the Blue Army in the valley, if we switch to a 3-3 system for alternating cover during retreat. The casualty rate could be reduced by another 2. Suddenly, Zhong Jianjun raised his hand to interrupt him. He gestured for Long Xiaowu to follow. And the two of them went to the adjacent sand table room. The miniature terrain map was filled with various colored flags. And Zhong Jianjun casually set up a complex battlefield situation. Look here, the Blue Army has set up a mortar position on this 142 high ground. With a coverage radius of 800 meters. His finger traced the red area marked on the sand table. Your assault team only has a 20-minute window of artillery fire. How do you plan to attack? Long Xiaowu placed his hands on the edge of the sand table, his eyes slightly squinted. He pondered for a moment. Then suddenly reached out to move several blue flags. First, send a 3-man reconnaissance team to feign an attack from the east to create the illusion of a main assault. His finger drew a graceful arc on the sand table. The main force will maneuver from the west using this dried riverbed. Although it will take an extra 300 meters. It's just within the mortar's blind spot. He picked up a small flag and planted it behind the high ground. 20 minutes is enough to complete the flank encirclement. Chapter 90, the competition begins. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the main teaching building of the Army Command College was already bustling with people. Long Xiaowu followed behind Zhong Jianjun as they walked into the school. This is it. Zhong Jianjun stopped, pointing to the grey-white building ahead. A bright red banner hung in front of the teaching building, the 17th All-Army Special Forces Theoretical Command Competition. Long Xiaowu unconsciously swallowed. He noticed that many competitors had already gathered around, wearing different colored training uniforms, with the insignias of various military branches embroidered on their sleeves. The most eye-catching was a tall boy, the Marine Corps insignia shining in the morning light. That's Octopus, Zhong Jianjun said quietly, following Long Xiaowu's gaze. He was first in the theoretical exam last year, and also took second place in the practical exercises. Long Xiaowu nodded, but his gaze inadvertently met Octopus's. The other raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and turned to say something to his companion wearing a blue beret. The two laughed simultaneously. Their eyes full of disdain. Don't mind them, Zhong Jianjun patted Long Xiaowu's shoulder. Remember, in battle, strength is the best language. Chapter 91, Octopus initiates provocation. Eagle Eye narrowed his eyes, noticing that Long Xiaowu's answering pace was unusually steady. There were no pauses for thought, no revisions. As if he was reciting something he had already memorized. This thought made him tense up, and he quickly lowered his head to continue reviewing the questions. Long Xiaowu was completely immersed in answering, ignoring them entirely. His world consisted only of the exam paper and the tip of his pen. The tactical points repeatedly emphasized by Zhong Jianjun during training and every classic battle case demonstrated by Long Zhan floated in his mind. When he saw the urban warfare case analysis question, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Wasn't this just a variant of the red-blue confrontation simulated during last week's special training? Long Xiaowu's mind worked like a precise tactical computer, quickly breaking down each question. His right wrist moved skillfully, but his handwriting remained neat. When writing down key tactical points, he would even unconsciously gesture, with his left hand on the table to outline the attack routes. The clock's hands pointed to 10:30. And the exam had only been going on for an hour. Long Xiaowu put down his pen, carefully checked his answer sheet, and then submitted it. All the eyes in the exam room instantly focused on him. Octopus suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 92, If you gamble, you must accept defeat. Octopus raised his chin at him. You say. What other conditions should we add? Long Xiaowu said straightforwardly, from now on, whenever you see the other party, you must greet them with utmost respect. Remember, it must be with utmost respect. All right. No problem. The octopus replied without hesitation. The confrontation between Long Xiaowu and the octopus quickly attracted the attention of all the trainees around, like a magnet. Look! The octopus from the Marine Corps is going to challenge that guy from the National Defense University. A trainee wearing glasses pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The octopus? Is that the one who knocked Liu Ming down last year? The nearby trainee in grey training gear gasped. I heard he can take down an adult man in 3 moves. The crowd gathered more and more, soon forming a circle with a 10-meter diameter. Whispers rose and fell like the rustling of wheat in the wind. I bet the octopus will win. He's the fighting champion of the Marine Corps for 2 consecutive years. Not necessarily, his companion hesitated, glancing at Long Xiaowu. That guy from the National Defense University clearly has trained. The octopus listened to the discussions around him, a cold smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. Chapter 93, A Robbery at the Gold Store. Eagle Eye's hand trembled, nearly dropping the camera. At this moment, a thunderous cheer suddenly erupted from the sidelines. Long Xiaowu executed a beautiful shoulder throw, and the octopus crashed to the ground like a heavy sack, unable to get up. Chen Ju's fists crackled with tension, and Liu Wei hurriedly pressed down on his shoulder. The big picture is important. The official match starts the day after tomorrow. Zhong Jianjun adjusted his collar and nodded to his 2 colleagues. I concede. After saying that, he strode toward the center of the arena. Eagle Eye seized the opportunity to slip away, but was deliberately blocked by several trainees from the Army Command College. He clutched his camera tightly, his face dark as he cursed under his breath, disappearing at the edge of the crowd. In a corner by the sidelines, Liang Mingzhuan from the Taekwondo department of the Army Command College witnessed everything. He rubbed the scar on his chin, murmuring thoughtfully, Long Xiaowu is interesting. Suddenly, Long Xiaowu sensed the incoming killing intent, his eyes narrowing. He took a deep breath, suddenly changing his stance, spreading his feet in an 8-character formation, lowering his center of gravity, and assuming a strange starting posture. Is this a stance from ancient martial arts? Liang Mingxuan's pupils constricted. How many martial arts does he know? Chapter 94, Stalling with the Robbers. Step back. Everyone step back. The police captain Yang Zhong's shout instantly pierced through the crowd. We can negotiate. He held a megaphone and shouted loudly toward the gold store, deliberately slowing his speech. As long as the hostages are safe, all conditions are negotiable. Don't act impulsively. If you harm the hostages, the situation will be different. Ha ha ha. A sudden burst of mad laughter erupted from inside the gold store. Immediately after, a deafening gunshot rang out, and the bulletproof glass instantly shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The crowd erupted in terrified screams, with several children diving directly into their parents' arms. Long Xiaowu stood outside the cordon, his fists cracking with tension. He turned to Zhong Jianjun and requested, Teacher, let me help. Zhong Jianjun grabbed him, frowning as he glanced toward the gold store. You aren't armed, and they have 5 fully armed men. Going over there is just asking for death. The police have weapons. Long Xiaowu's gaze was sharp. I can cooperate with their actions. At that moment, the sound of a child crying echoed from inside the store. Through the glass, they could see a thug using a gun, but to hit a boy wearing a Mickey Mouse watch. Chapter 95, Intense Combat. He deliberately let the thug hear his command, Little Liu, contact the Traffic Management Bureau to clear all routes from Yang'an Road to the highway entrance. Upon hearing this, the gold store erupted with the thug's triumphant laughter and his subordinates' cheers. Taking the opportunity, Yang Zhong retreated behind a police car, wiping the sweat from his face. His gaze met that of Long Xiaowu, who had just arrived, and the burning fighting spirit in the young man's eyes reminded him of himself 20 years ago. Captain, Long Xiaowu said in a low voice, the fire escape in the back alley leads directly to the storage room on the 2nd floor of the gold store. Yang Zhong, received. Everyone pay attention, Yang Zhong pressed the intercom button, execute Plan B. Yes? Everyone responded. At this moment, Sniper 1 frowned and said, Position 1 is ready. But the angle is too poor to ensure a one-shot kill. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhong's heart trembled. He knew this position was crucial. And losing the initiative could lead to failure. Suddenly, he remembered Long Xiaowu and quickly called him, Long Xiaowu. Go to the rooftop of Building A at the back and assist Sniper 1 with a complete shot. Yes? As soon as Yang Zhong's command was given, Long Xiaowu dashed toward Building A like a cheetah. Chapter 96. All the robbers are captured. There's one more. Everyone hide. Yang Zhong's shout exploded through the radio. And all the police officers instantly dove for cover like startled birds. In that frozen moment, a shadow suddenly flashed at the side door of the gold store. A robber wearing a monstrous mask was pressing a gun against a woman's temple. Ha ha ha. The thug suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter. His bloodshot eyes spun wildly, and his gaping mouth revealed uneven yellow teeth. A ghost, good job. I haven't wasted these years raising you. He turned to Yang Zhong. His face full of pride, Captain Yang, it seems this game has just begun. The cashier being held hostage looked ashen, her cracked lips trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat pouring down her face, her expression vacant. Mom? A girl with a ponytail suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. She frantically rushed toward the cordon. Two female police officers gripping her frail shoulders tightly. Please save her. Save my mom. The girl's voice suddenly caught in her throat, and she collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. Yang Zhong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he gave Long Xiaowu a barely perceptible glance. Chapter 97. I will remember this, instructor. Do you have anything special you like, little friend? Long Xiaowu squatted down next to the boy's mother and asked softly. The mother wiped her tears, her voice choked. He loves the excavator on the construction site, and watches it for half an hour every day after school. Officer. The child has been. Before she could finish, Long Xiaowu was already up and rushing across the street. 5 minutes later, he returned with 3 packaged boxes. He carefully opened the smallest excavator model and displayed it in front of the little boy. Look, Long Xiaowu knelt down 2 meters away from the boy, letting the toy car slowly move across the concrete ground. This is a backhoe that can dig so deep. His fingertips traced arcs in the air, the sound carrying a magician's allure. When the shadow of the excavator finally touched the boy's shoe tip, Long Xiaowu suddenly pressed a switch, and the toy let out a beeping sound. The boy's eyelashes fluttered. 20 minutes later, when the boy finally grasped the yellow excavator, Long Xiaowu gently pulled him into his arms. Tong Tong, Mom is here. Chapter 98. Sand Table Simulation. In the Tactical Simulation Hall of the Army Command College, the practical session of the 17th All-Army Special Forces Theoretical Command Competition was about to begin. Long Xiaowu sat upright in the formation of the National Defense University, his gaze sweeping across the entire camp like an eagle. Attention! Liu Yonghan's booming voice suddenly echoed, shaking the entire hall. This instructor, with 2 bars and 3 stars, strode toward the central sand table. The scar on his face appeared particularly menacing under the spotlight. It was a badge earned on the battlefield in the southern frontier. Today, you will write the glory that belongs to the soldiers of the new era here. The hall fell silent, even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Liu Yonghan placed his hands on the edge of the sand table, his gaze sharp as he scanned the entire room. Comrades, this is not an ordinary competition. This is a battlefield without smoke. Here, you must replace bullets with wisdom and strategies with artillery. His voice echoed under the dome. Remember the mission on your shoulders for the future battlefield. Every decision relates to the lives of your comrades, and every strategy determines the outcome of the battle. Long Xiaowu felt his heart pounding violently in his chest, blood surging through his veins. Chapter 99, The Battle Intensifies. The electronics and table displayed changing lights and shadows. The simulated waves gradually receded, replaced by dense tropical jungle terrain. The tall canopy blocked most of the sunlight, vines entwined, and the terrain was uneven, with several murky rivers winding through. Liu Yong'an placed his hands on the edge of the sand table, his gaze sharp, as he scanned the whole area. The Red Special Forces team, while executing a reconnaissance mission behind enemy lines, encountered an encirclement by the Blue Mechanized Infantry Company. The terrain was complex, vegetation dense. The Red side had no heavy weapon support, while the Blue had armored vehicles and drone reconnaissance. How would the Red side break through and complete their mission? As soon as the question was posed, the students on site began to discuss in low voices. Jungle warfare was already one of the most challenging subjects for special forces. And with the enemy outnumbering them and equipment disadvantages, the difficulty of breaking through was immense. Octopus and Eagle Eye exchanged glances, a cold smile appearing on both their lips. The Marine Corps requests to answer first. Octopus suddenly stood up, his tone full of confidence. Liu Yong'an nodded in agreement. The core of jungle warfare is concealment and mobility. Octopus walked briskly toward the sand table, picked up the blue marker representing the Red side, and drew a route deep into the jungle. I suggest the Red side abandon the frontal breakthrough, use the dense vegetation for cover, and maneuver along this river valley to the Blue side's flank. Chapter 100, Electronic Warfare Competition. Liu Yong'an placed his hands on the central control panel, the scar on his face standing out prominently under the lights. He surveyed the room and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. As the chief judge of this competition, I will briefly summarize the morning's simulations. He pulled up the replay footage of the 3 simulations. In the first round of mountain encounters, the standard answer was a frontal breakthrough. But Comrade Long Xiaowu proposed a creative plan of reverse infiltration. In the second round of urban counterterrorism, while most considered a strong attack, he thought of psychological warfare and fake explosions. In the third round of jungle warfare, he boldly employed the strategy of disguised infiltration. The electronic screen simultaneously displayed the details of Long Xiaowu's 3 plans. And Liu Yong'an's finger highlighted several key points on it. The common feature of these 3 plans is breaking conventional thinking and fully utilizing environmental conditions and the enemy's psychological weaknesses. This is exactly the quality needed by modern special operations commanders. On the judging panel, 12 elite instructors from various military academies nodded in agreement. Instructor Zhao from the Western Theater Special Operations Academy took off his glasses and wiped them, whispering to a colleague beside him, "I've taught at military academies for 15 years. And this is the first time I've seen a student with such flexible thinking." Chapter 101, This Doesn't Count. Long Xiaowu is violating the rules. The big screen lit up, displaying the competition rules. The competition is divided into 3 rounds, each simulating different electronic warfare scenarios. Contestants must complete designated tasks within a limited time. Scoring criteria include task completion time, resource utilization, and tactical innovation. Any form of external assistance is prohibited. Liu Yong'an walked to the center of the venue. Modern warfare has entered the information age, and electronic countermeasure capabilities directly determine battlefield initiative. Your performance here today will demonstrate the electronic warfare proficiency of future commanders of our military. His gaze swept across the room, briefly resting on Long Xiaowu. The first round's task is to break through the enemy's encrypted communication network and obtain designated intelligence. You have 10 minutes to prepare. After the competition begins, the system will display each contestant's progress in real time. Long Xiaowu took a deep breath, his fingers gently tapping the keyboard, bringing up the system interface to familiarize himself with the operations. In his peripheral vision, he saw Octopus staring at him intently, flames of competition burning in his eyes. Zhong Jianjun's voice echoed in his ear, "Remember, the most important thing in electronic warfare is to stay calm. No matter what situation you encounter. Don't let emotions affect your judgment." Chapter 102, Long Xiaowu wins the championship. After a quick check, the technicians reported. It's Long Xiaowu's dormant virus implanted in the second round. It just automatically deleted itself without causing any damage. Everyone's gaze focused on Long Xiaowu. He calmly explained, "This is my last insurance in case Octopus wins the third round. This virus will reduce his system performance by 30 in the final round." The hall fell into dead silence. Octopus suddenly stood up. His face twisted with rage. "You dare, but you didn't give me a chance to use it." Long Xiaowu looked him straight in the eye. "Because you didn't even have the chance to win 2 rounds. Liu Yonghan suddenly burst into laughter. "This is true electronic warfare thinking. Always leave a backup." He turned to the audience. "Remember, comrades, future wars will not only occur between guns and artillery, but also in codes and chips." On the judging panel, 12 instructors from various military branches whispered to each other, their discussions rising and falling. That last dormant virus move from this kid was simply brilliant. Instructor Zhao from the Western Theater Special Operations Academy took off his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I've been in the electronic warfare field for 10 years. And this is the first time I've seen someone take psychological warfare to the code level." Chapter 103. I want to experience your marksmanship. He pointed to the soldiers training outside the window. Every drop of sweat they shed is one less drop of blood shed on the future battlefield. The entire audience stood up in unison, and thunderous applause echoed for a long time. Zhong Jianjun noticed that Long Xiaowu's salute had a subtle change. The always calm young man was now trembling slightly with his right hand. Meanwhile, Octopus and Eagle Eye had straightened their backs at some point. Their defiance transformed into a more complex light in their eyes. Liu Yonghan finally looked around the audience, the light casting a long shadow behind him. The 17th Military Special Forces Theoretical Command Competition concluded perfectly. After the disbandment, each participating team submitted 3 documents: experiences of victory and lessons of failure. Clap, clap, clap. The enthusiastic applause rang out again, affirming the competition and the award recipients. After the event, instructors from various military academies surrounded Zhong Jianjun, praising him in unison. "Old Zhong, where did you find such a treasure?" Officer Qian from the Navy Engineering University clapped Zhong Jianjun on the shoulder. "You managed to train him like this in just 4 months. Any secrets to share?" Zhong Jianjun grinned widely. "There are no secrets. It's all Long Xiaowu's exceptional talent." Chapter 104. The competition ends. Time to part. Long Xiaowu followed Liu Yonghan across the training ground, subconsciously lightening his breath. The report was well written. Liu Yonghan suddenly spoke. His voice softer than it had been in the auditorium, but some tactical details still need improvement. "Yes. I will revise it as soon as possible." Long Xiaowu instinctively stood at attention in response. He secretly speculated about the purpose of the general's private meeting. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was he going to criticize him for the overly risky tactics during the competition? Or had he discovered some of his shortcomings? After turning a vine-covered wall, they arrived in front of a small red brick building. The guard at the door immediately saluted upon seeing Liu Yonghan. But his gaze flickered with curiosity as it passed over Long Xiaowu. Long Xiaowu noticed the Special Forces badge on the guard's collar and straightened his back. The office was simpler than he had imagined, with a large solid wood desk, 2 leather armchairs, and walls filled with military maps and black and white old photos. Liu Yonghan gestured for Long Xiaowu to sit down. "Do you know why I called you?" Liu Yonghan turned around, his gaze piercing. Long Xiaowu swallowed. "Report, sir." "I don't know." "Relax, soldier." Liu Yonghan's lips curled slightly as he took out a folder from the drawer. Chapter 105. Awarded 3rd Class Merit. He handed Long Xiaowu a package, training manuals from various countries' special forces. "I hope they will be useful to you. And I hope we can meet again when we return to the troops." "Thank you." Long Xiaowu accepted it with both hands, feeling its weight. Eagle Eye walked over and handed him a badge. "This is from the Ground Crew Brothers. wear it, and you can drink coffee freely at the Air Force Base. Long Xiaowu accepted it, feeling warmth spread in his palm, a rush of warmth surging up inside him. He scanned the crowd with eager eyes and said solemnly, "Thank you. Thank you all." The crowd suddenly stirred. As Liang Mingzhuan squeezed through the crowd, he looked at him sincerely and said earnestly, "Instructor, thank you. Even though you haven't formally taught us, those 2 hours gave me a different mindset in combat and opened up a new world for me. I hope we can meet again someday." Long Xiaowu patted his shoulder. "We will, take care." He stepped back, raised his right hand vigorously, saluting them. His gaze sweeping over everyone, as if he wanted to imprint their faces in his memory. Everyone returned his salute with enthusiasm. Chapter 106: Selecting Military Academy Students to Participate in Troop Exercises. "Good. I'm coming." Long Xiaowu responded and rushed over. He took 3 steps into and grabbed the receiver. "Hello, Xiaowu." A familiar voice came from the other end of the line, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the gloom, instantly illuminating the entire room. "It's me, sister." Long Xiaowu's eyes lit up, and he felt invigorated. "You're back from your mission. Were you hurt? Where are you now?" His tone was filled with anxiety and concern. Long Zhu's laughter was as clear as a bell, resonating through the receiver. "Slow down, my ears are about to explode." She paused, her voice suddenly softening. Filled with undisguised pride, "I watched the competition report. You performed very well. I never realized you had such a high talent in military affairs." Long Xiaowu felt something swell in his chest, warm and making his ears blush. "I did all right, just lucky." "Cut that out," Long Zhu teased, her voice full of affection. "General Liu Yong'an personally awarded you, that's not just luck. By the way, I sent you a gift, it should arrive in a couple of days." Chapter 107: Long Zhu's Gift. Wang Zhengguo's pupils constricted. This was the first time since the school was founded that they were participating in a large-scale exercise with frontline troops. 30 spots were to be selected from the top-performing students. This was both an opportunity and a challenge for the students. "You immediately send down the notice," Zhu Weiguo said as he turned, the gold stars on his shoulder boards reflecting a sharp glint. "Let them step up their training." The old general's gaze became particularly stern. "Remember, this concerns our military academy's reputation." And then, Zhu Weiguo suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes becoming profound. "Give Long Xiaowu a clear goal." He paused meaningfully, gently tapping the desk with his finger. "If he can lead his team to excel in the exercise, then the matter of staying at the school." The old general didn't finish, but Wang Zhenguo understood. He brought his heels together and saluted sharply. "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Longyang Base Hospital. In the ward. The white walls reflected a glaring light under the noon sun. Long Zhan was half reclining against the head of the bed, and 4 drip in his hand. His face terrifyingly pale. Suddenly, the ward door was pushed open with a bang. Chapter 108: He is still waiting for me to return. "Office. Come in." Wang Zhenguo turned back to say to Long Xiaowu, his tone a bit gentler than usual. As he pushed the door open, sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting diamond-shaped light spots on the hardwood floor. Long Xiaowu squinted. Several potted green vines on the windowsill hung down like a green waterfall. And the calligraphy banner on the wall read "Virtue and Knowledge" with powerful strokes. "Have a seat." Wang Zhenguo returned to his position. "Yes." Long Xiaowu sat up straight, his hands properly placed on his knees. "Have a cup of tea." Wang Zhenguo suddenly pushed over a white porcelain teacup. Long Xiaowu felt a bit flattered. The instructor was personally pouring tea. He didn't think much and reflexively took the file from the instructor with both hands. Wang Zhenguo's lips curled slightly. "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to chat." As he spoke, he took out a brown paper file from the drawer. Long Xiaowu caught a glimpse of a corner of his award photo peeking out of the bag. "How's the training going recently?" Wang Zhenguo opened a notebook with a gold-embossed cover. I heard you motivated the whole dorm to practice more. Reporting to the instructor. Long Xiaowu put down his teacup and replied, we just want to improve our grades. Wang Zhenguo smiled and suddenly took off his glasses, slowly wiping the lenses with his shirt hem. Chapter 109, Little One is Sick. In a backward little mountain village. The sun in the mountains had already begun to set. An Aunt Seven was walking on the ridge with a heavy bamboo basket on her back. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and habitually called out, Little One, Mommy's back. The little figure that used to jump out to greet her was nowhere to be seen today. The house was terrifyingly quiet, with only the ticking of an old clock echoing in the empty hall. Aunt Seven's heart suddenly sank. She set down the bamboo basket, rubbed her muddy cloth shoes on the threshold, and quickly walked toward the inner room. Pushing open the half-closed door, she saw Little One curled up in bed, his small body wrapped in a blanket, revealing only a flushed little face. Oh no! How can the fever be this serious? Aunt Seven rushed to the bedside in 3 steps, her rough palm pressed against the child's forehead, the scorching temperature making her gasp. Little One's eyelashes fluttered but did not open, his cracked lips were slightly parted, and his breath was terrifyingly hot. Aunt Seven's hands trembled violently as she frantically rummaged through the drawers. Finally, she found the blue cloth-wrapped bankbook in the bottom drawer. She directly picked up Little One and carried him on her back. The village doctor said his condition was serious and he had to be hospitalized, so she could only rush to the town's hospital with him. Chapter 110, The Selection Begins. As the sun rose, golden rays spilled onto the military academy's playground, stretching the silhouettes of 100 tall figures. On the podium, Principal Zhu Weiguo, dressed in a sharp military uniform, scanned each young face with eagle-like eyes. Attention! With a command from instructor Wang Zhenguo, 100 pairs of military boots came together simultaneously, creating a synchronized sound. Zhu Weiguo took a step forward. His voice was not loud but struck like a hammer in everyone's hearts. Today marks a memorable day in the history of the National Defense University. Comrades, our school will select 30 cadets to participate in the Southeast Military Region's confrontation exercise next month. Zhu Weiguo paused, his gaze lingering on Long Xiaowu's face for half a second. This is the first time our military academy will compete alongside field troops. You represent not only personal honor, but also the 70-year legacy of the National Defense University. The playground fell silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the flags. Long Xiaowu felt a warmth in his chest, his blood beginning to boil. This exercise, Zhu Weiguo suddenly raised his voice, will use the latest information-based combat system, with each side deploying a mechanized infantry brigade. There will be tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters, a true modern warfare drill. Chapter 111, Because You Are My Comrade. Zhu Hui heard his teeth chattering, while that crazy Long Xiaowu was actually laughing. Stupid. Liu Ming coldly commented, this is a selection, not a charity. Long Xiaowu did not respond. He recalled what Long Zan said when he fell in a pool of blood, no matter what, you can never abandon your comrades. Long Xiaowu's breathing was terrifyingly steady. A rhythm of 3 short breaths, followed by 1 long. Are you on drugs? Zhu Hui gasped, unable to help but ask. Long Xiaowu exhaled, coldly snorting, save your strength. Talk less. This sentence felt like a slap in the face to Zhu Hui. He suddenly remembered last month's combat competition, when he used underhanded tactics to trip Long Xiaowu. And the latter looked at him with a strange expression, not anger, not disdain, but a chilling pity. Breathing became erratic. Long Xiaowu suddenly tightened his grip on his arm, inhaling for 2 steps and exhaling for 2 steps. Zhu Hui instinctively adjusted to match. They were closing in on Liu Ming at an astonishing speed. And for the first time, the usually composed top student showed signs of panic. Why are you helping me? Zhu Hui finally asked the question that had been swirling in his mind. Chapter 112, The Last Barrier. Long Xiaowu turned his head. The pair of scorching eyes that had been staring at him had disappeared, leaving only a slender and graceful silhouette. He stared for a moment, didn't he think much, and shifted his gaze back to the competition field. At this moment, Long Xiaowu's breathing remained steady, but the back of his training uniform was already soaked through. He noticed Liu Ming's lips starting to turn pale, a sign that his stamina was nearing its limit. Zhu Hui was worse. The guy's right leg trembled slightly every time he landed, and his face was turning blue. Seeing Long Xiaowu's abnormal recovery speed left the others stunned, filled with envy and jealousy. They couldn't find any words to describe him other than freak. The first round went relatively smoothly. By the second round, many cadets were walking slowly rather than running. However, Long Xiaowu's breathing was very steady, and his pace was still vigorous, creating a gust of wind around him. He handled every obstacle with ease, like a cheetah racing across the battlefield. So domineering, so crazy, so passionate. Crazy Zhu Hui looked at Long Xiaowu's back, for the first time showing a look of respect. As the cadets moved with their exhausted bodies, Long Xiaowu noticed Liu Ming's steps starting to falter. This detail made his eyes light up. Chapter 113, The Selection Ends. The 100 cadets were like tightly strung bowstrings, and the air was filled with the rusty smell of tension. Long Xiaowu slightly bent his knees, leaning forward, his muscles taut. Bang! The moment the gun fired, Long Xiaowu shot out like an arrow released from a bow. His explosive power was terrifyingly irrational, as he left the majority of the group behind by 3 positions within the first 30 meters. Wow! Look at Long Xiaowu's start. In the crowd of onlookers, a bespectacled cadet suddenly grabbed his companion's arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't that the speed of a 100-meter sprint? The tall cadet beside him stood with his mouth agape, completely stunned. After running 20 kilometers with a 25-kilogram load, and having done 2 rounds of 400-meter obstacles, how can he still have this explosive power? Is this beast raised on gunpowder? A sudden gasp erupted from the female soldier squad on the sidelines. Long Xiaowu, while running toward the flagpole area, suddenly changed direction. He moved like a cheetah across the lawn, with dust rising behind him, creating a clear trail. Oh my God! A girl cadet with a ponytail covered her mouth. The impact on his knees from that sudden turn must have been tremendous. The short-haired female soldier beside her was staring intently at Long Xiaowu's tense calf muscles. Chapter 114, The Beacon Fire Club. Thank you. Long Xiaowu paused and slowly took the water. She had a strikingly exquisite face, her skin as white and translucent as fresh snow, with faint blue veins almost visible in the sunlight. Her almond-shaped eyes were distinct in black and white, slightly upturned at the corners, carrying an innate sense of aloofness. Most striking was the high-cold aura she exuded, as if an invisible ice shield separated her from the outside world. Hello, I'm Shu Wan, the president of the Beacon Fire Club. Her voice was like a clear mountain spring, crisp and pleasant but with an unapproachable coldness. See you at the library entrance at 8 p.m. tonight. Long Xiaowu was taken aback, noticing that Shu Wan's eyelashes didn't even flutter when she spoke. Her gaze seemed to regard him as an object rather than a living person. This feeling of being completely scrutinized sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Before he could respond, Shu Wan had already turned and left. Wait, I haven't. He instinctively called out, but the words stuck in his throat. Who was this girl named Shu Wan? Why did she approach him? What kind of organization was the Beacon Fire Club? Countless questions exploded in Long Xiaowu's mind. What confused him even more was Shu Wan's confident demeanor as she left, as if she already anticipated that he wouldn't refuse. Chapter 115, The Official Meeting. In the principal's office. 10 kilograms. Are you sure? Zhu Weiguo suddenly looked up. His face filled with shock. Wang Zhenguo straightened his back unconsciously. Absolutely true. Even more unusual was the speed at which his muscle fibers recovered, like a 20-year-old young man. Not only that, his muscle endurance metrics even exceed those of the Tibetan soldier king we specially recruited 3 years ago. A series of statements fell like bombs exploding in his ears. He Zhu Weiguo suddenly chuckled lightly, recalling the past. 20 years ago, I led a reconnaissance company behind enemy lines, and there was an old soldier from Shandong who carried a 62-style heavy machine gun over 3 mountains. Wang Zhenguo listened with bated breath. When we reached our destination, we found that the bastard had stuffed an extra 20 kilograms of explosives in his backpack, Zhu Weiguo continued. But that was a 38-year-old veteran, covered in shrapnel wounds. The office suddenly fell silent, with only the ticking of the clock echoing. This kid is only 17. And he dares to treat himself like this. Damn it. Zhu Weiguo suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Wang Zhenguo was startled, looking at him in surprise. But the next moment, a strange smile appeared on Zhu Weiguo's face. Good. Very good. This kind of madness. Chapter 116, The Purpose of the Exercise. Long Xiaowu looked at her in surprise and asked, What? Xu Wan opened her mouth, thought for a moment, and suddenly teased, I'll tell you after you join us. After saying that, she turned and walked away with ease. This time, she didn't look back, but walked straight ahead. After Xu Wan left the library, she had just turned the corner of the teaching building when a tall figure emerged from behind the phoenix tree, blocking her path. President, still busy this late? Liu Ming's voice was deliberately casual. Xu Wan's footsteps showed no sign of stopping, as if she had anticipated his appearance. Is there something? Her voice was colder than the night breeze. I heard you invited Long Xiaowu to join the association. Liu Ming caught up with her. Xu Wan stopped and glanced at him. You're well informed. As the vice president, shouldn't we discuss this kind of matter first? Liu Ming's tone turned serious. Liu Ming. Xu Wan stared at him, enunciating each word. I am the president. Recruiting new members is within my authority. Or do you think I'm not qualified to make this decision? Liu Ming swallowed hard, hurriedly explaining. Chapter 117, Heading to the Southeast Military Region. At 3 in the afternoon, 30 selected trainees lined up neatly on the playground. Wang Zhenguo stood straight in front of them. Congratulations on standing out, his gaze swept over each young face. Next month, you will represent the school in the annual exercise of the Southeast Military Region. A wave of suppressed cheers erupted from the group. Wang Zhenguo raised his hand for silence. From today on, after your daily basic training, you will also undergo 2 hours of special training to refine tactics and build rapport. He paused for a moment. Now, we need to select a team leader. I nominate Long Xiaowu. Zhu Yuanfu immediately shouted. I also choose Brother Wu. Chen Jiyuan echoed. Soon, cheers for Long Xiaowu arose from the ranks. Wang Zhenguo looked at Liu Ming, who was the only one not expressing an opinion. Do you have any objections? Liu Ming stepped forward expressionlessly. Report, instructor. I respect everyone's decision. His voice was steady without a hint of fluctuation. Long Xiaowu is indeed very outstanding. Wang Zhenguo nodded. All right. It's settled then. Long Xiaowu, from today on, you are responsible for formulating the special training plan. Submit it for my review tomorrow. Dismissed? After the team dispersed, Liu Ming stood still in place. Chapter 118, The exercise begins. Zhu Hong'er turned to the silent chief of staff. Arrange these kids to logistics. Don't let them cause trouble. Isn't the cooking team short on hands? The chief of staff smiled wryly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Headquarters specifically instructed that they must participate in the combat assessment. What? Can't the cooking team fight? Zhu Hong'er was fuming. How many soldiers from the cooking team played crucial roles in the exercise? Without their support from behind, Could the front line fight so confidently? If we assign this group of high achievers to the front line, what if one of them gets hurt? I'll have to write a self-criticism. But the chief of staff still wanted to say something. That settled. Zhu Hongli interrupted with a cold face. I am the highest commander of the exercise, so everything must listen to me. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The exercise starts tomorrow. We don't have time to assign them any important positions. Seeing him so resolute, the chief of staff could only nod helplessly, yes. I'll have someone arrange it right away. The morning at the Southeast Military Region Exercise Base was shrouded in a thin mist. Chapter 119, Being Treated Differently. Long Xiaowu shook his head, adjusting the shoulder straps of his tactical vest. He focused on his breathing. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds. This wasn't his first time experiencing such a scene. During the border drug enforcement operation, they had been hidden in the rainforest for 3 days and nights. The scorching sensation of bullets grazing his scalp during the final gunfight was 100 times more real than any exercise. He certainly wasn't nervous. Zhu Yuanfu interjected, trying to ease his anxiety with a joke. Last year, Fifth Brother personally took out a few mercenaries at the border, and even helped the police capture a robber. Little fatty. Long Xiaowu interrupted softly, your shoelaces are untied. He didn't like to bring up those things, especially not now. Reminiscing could cloud his judgment. Everyone secretly gave Long Xiaowu a thumbs up, their eyes filled with deep respect. This was a man who had truly killed, a brave soldier. Not just a mere student soldier, completely different from them. Liu Ming's chopping suddenly stopped, and he glanced at Long Xiaowu with a complex expression. He had only known that Long Xiaowu had assisted the SWAT team in completing a mission, but he hadn't realized he had also killed mercenaries at the border. No wonder this guy looked so relaxed. Chapter 120, This kid is cut out to be a leader. Damn it. Liu Ming almost shouted those 2 words, slamming the kitchen knife down on the cutting board. He had been holding it in all night, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast trapped in a cage. Now he finally had the chance to leave this damn cooking class, even if it was just to deliver food. It was better than peeling potatoes here. I'm going to. Zhu Yuanfu raised his flour-coated hand, squeezing a smile onto his chubby face. My driving skills are decent. Liu Rui looked at Long Xiaowu. And after receiving a slight nod from the captain, he also stood up, saying, count me in. Zhong Dazhuang squinted, sizing up the 3 students. Finally settling his gaze on Long Xiaowu, aren't you going? Long Xiaowu was busy stacking the cut potato strips into a stainless steel basin. His knife skills so fast that it seemed to leave an afterimage. Since they wanted to go, let them go. After getting permission, Liu Ming snorted coldly, grabbed his tactical vest, and rushed out the door. Zhu Yuanfu hurriedly followed, not forgetting to grab 2 buns from the steamer, and stuff them into his pockets. Be careful on the way. Long Xiaowu suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife. Loaded with ammunition. This food was as important as the lives of soldiers on the front lines. Got it? Liu Ming waved his hand impatiently, his back already disappearing into the morning mist. Chapter 121, The Blade Special Forces are unleashed. Gao Shan Feng strode out of the command tent, where 30 fully armed Special Forces soldiers were already lined up, waiting. Their faces were smeared with camouflage paint, their eyes cold and sharp as knives, their camouflage uniforms covered in dirt and grass clippings. Clearly having been lurking in the field for a long time. Attention! Gao Shan Feng's voice was low and sharp, like a military dagger being drawn. 30 pairs of military boots instantly came together, producing a uniform sound of impact. The Red Army's defense line seems tight, but the weakness lies in logistics. Gao Shan Feng said seriously, their ammunition depot and supply base are our targets. He stabbed the ground with his knife, pointing at 2 marked locations. The first group, led by Black Panther, is responsible for scouting the frontline movements and finding the gaps in the Red Army's main force deployment. He looked at a scar-faced strong man on the left. Remember, your task is to confuse them and create chaos. Black Panther grinned, revealing his white teeth. Understood, Captain. The second group, led by Night Owl, will infiltrate the Red Army's rear and find their ammunition depot. Gao Shan Feng's gaze shifted to a lean soldier on the right. Do not disturb the grass and alert the snakes. Confirm the coordinates and report immediately. Night Owl nodded silently, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Chapter 122, The Student Soldiers Take the Initiative. An hour later. The truck turned around the last bend, and hill number 3 finally came into view. Everyone got off the vehicle one after another. Liu Ming saw the scene before him and suddenly grabbed the door, as if he had opened up a new world. My God! Zhu Yuanfu couldn't help but widen his eyes and open his mouth. The entire high ground looked like a sleeping steel giant. The anti-tank missile positions were arranged in a fan shape, with dark launch tubes peeking out from under camouflage nets. Trenches crisscrossed, and machine gun nests were arranged in an orderly manner. Behind the sandbag barricades, soldiers were checking ammunition. In the distance, 2 tanks draped in camouflage nets crouched like lurking beasts, their cannon barrels pointing straight at the valley. The flat layout from the textbook had come to life. Liu Rui's voice trembled, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the gun stock. Liu Ming stood by the truck, his chest burning. He looked at the dark, rough faces of those soldiers, listening to their carefree laughter, and his throat tightened. This was the real battlefield, not the tactical diagrams from textbooks, not the simulated confrontations in training grounds. This was the living breath of war. The truck stopped at the supply point, and a dozen heads popped up from the trenches. Soldiers came over, laughing. Their camouflage uniforms covered in dirt, sweat marks from their helmets creating comical lines on their faces. Chapter 123, Long Xiaowu, The Game of Cat and Mouse. Damn it! He suddenly slammed the file shut, looking up at Liu Ming with unprecedented shock in his eyes. They plan to plant remote-controlled bombs on our high ground and detonate them when our armored unit passes. The surrounding Red Army soldiers instantly fell silent, the air seeming to freeze. An old soldier with a face full of stubble swallowed hard. If they succeed, half of our mechanized battalion will be wiped out. Ma Yong stood up, looking gratefully at them. You student soldiers saved at least a company. Liu Ming's lips curled up slightly, but before he could speak, a Red Army sniper next to him couldn't help but interject, Lieutenant, you haven't seen it. Their shooting skills are simply amazing. He pointed at Zhu Yuanfu. A headshot from 400 meters away. Those Blue Army bastards didn't even see a shadow before they went down. Ma Yong's gaze swept back and forth over the 3 students, finally settling on Zhu Yuanfu. Are those trained by the National Defense University all this abnormal? Zhu Yuanfu shrugged. Speaking casually, it's okay, our captain is much better than I am. Ma Yong raised an eyebrow, your captain? That's right. Zhu Yuanfu said excitedly. He's helping out in the cooking class. If he were here, the Blue Army's reconnaissance unit might not even get a chance to fire a shot. Chapter 124, Here Comes the Little Brother. Inside the cooking class tent, 2 Special Forces soldiers, tied up like dumplings, sat back to back on the ground, looking miserable and on the verge of tears. Their faces still bore the marks of a shoulder throw from Long Xiaowu. The soldiers from the cooking class who heard the news hurried in to see the commotion. Wow, so this is what the legendary Blade Special Forces look like. A soldier named Li Erhu squatted down, grinning lewdly as he approached. I heard Special Forces have 8-pack abs, let's see if it's true. Saying this, he immediately reached out. Hey, what are you doing? Yelao was startled, quickly shifting his body and scolding angrily, is this how you treat prisoners? Be careful, or I'll report you. Exactly. Hui Lao raised his head, huffing dramatically, if you dare touch us, I'll die right in front of you. The old soldiers from the cooking class burst into laughter. TCH. If you don't want to see, then don't look, as if you're a big deal, who would want to see? Li Erhu stubbornly reached out to touch, even grabbing a few times, which scared the wolf into howling, its entire face turning dark. Chapter 125, Shock at the Red Army Command. No. Long Xiaowu shook his head. Explaining, squad leader, the game of cat and mouse I just mentioned has just begun. The old veterans left us a lot of combat experience. He paused, saying meaningfully. There's a tactic called surrounding the corpse to attack reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dazhuang suddenly realized, slapping his thigh, you rascal, good, let us do it that way. Long Xiaowu said seriously, squad leader, our cooking team's position has been exposed, and moving temporarily will be very troublesome, so we need to implement some security measures. We must ensure the safety of our cooking team and the logistics. Zhong Dazhuang nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do? Long Xiaowu said directly, I will take my soldiers to set up some traps to create obstacles for the enemy. Zhong Dazhuang's eyes lit up, nodding without hesitation, good. I'm all in. I fully support you. Outside the cooking team, Long Xiaowu led the National Defense University trainees, crouching as they moved through the woods surrounding the cooking team. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. And the surroundings were quiet except for the chirping of insects and the occasional sound of distant artillery fire. Chapter 126, Shout Grandpa, let you go. Gao Shanfeng stood in the temporary command post, his fingers incessantly tapping on the table. The red numbers on the electronic clock blinked in the dark, indicating that his 4 team members had been missing for 2 hours and 17 minutes. The communication device only emitted monotonous static, cutting into his nerves like a dull knife. This is impossible. He clenched his jaw, his temples throbbing, and the veins on his forehead appeared particularly grotesque under the tactical headlamp. Boss, could it be communication interference? Asked Falcon cautiously beside him. Bang! Gao Shanfeng slammed his hand on the metal table, causing the models on the tactical sand table to tremble slightly. The equipment of the Blade team can withstand nuclear electromagnetic pulses. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together, as if the air in the tent had been sucked out. The Wolf Squad was the first in the infiltration assessment. The Grey Wolf's combat results broke the base record. Now you tell me they would stumble in the cooking team. At this moment, the communication soldier suddenly looked up. Captain, there's a signal from the Wolf channel. Gao Shanfeng snatched the earpiece. Wolf? Report the situation immediately. He shouted, his neck veins bulging, and all the staff in the command post held their breath. A strange voice came through the earpiece, tinged with mockery. Sorry, Captain Gao. Your soldiers are my guests right now. Chapter 127, you call this a cooking team? Holographic camouflage. Black Tiger gritted his teeth, using a dagger to lift a fallen leaf. It turned out to be a replica made of some kind of polymer material, with even the leaf veins clearly visible. They mixed fake leaves with real ones. Even more terrifying, this trap was set up on a necessary route, avoiding all conventional inspection points. There were no metal components, no electronic signals, and it relied purely on mechanical triggers. As an explosives expert, Black Tiger knew all too well that disarming such a trap would require at least 20 minutes of precise work. Go save them. Black Tiger took off his helmet, his voice hoarse, telling the boss, these cooks are not simple. Eagle nodded, almost tripping over another tripwire that was disguised as spider silk, nearly invisible in the moonlight. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This was no ordinary defensive structure, but a meticulously calculated killing maze. 300 meters away, Lone Wolf heard the report over the radio and punched the tree trunk. Bark fragments fell, leaving a few blood streaks on his camouflaged face. Bobcat silently checked his magazine, his fingers trembling slightly. These traps are not the tactics of field units. Chapter 128, if I can't catch him, I'll write Gao upside down. Crash! Li Jiandong's ceramic teacup shattered against the bulletproof glass of the operations room. The brown tea slowly flowed down the electronic sand table, blurring the blue mark representing the cooking team area. 6. His voice suddenly dropped to a terrifying level, and the staff retreated a half step in unison. Say that again. How many Special Forces soldiers have we captured? Training Officer Wang Lei's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Report, sir, 6. 6 members of the Blade team, including Lone Wolf and Eagle from the 2 tactical groups, the cooking team." Li Jiandong suddenly roared. Drawing his command knife with a clang, the cooking team from the Red 3rd Regiment that makes braised pork every day. The entire Blue Army command post instantly fell into dead silence. Amid the buzzing of electronic equipment, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of more than a dozen officers. The banner of the Blade Special Forces hanging on the wall fluttered without wind, the bullet hole in the flag particularly glaring under the light. Operations Officer Liu Jiming quickly walked over, handing a real-time report. "Sir, this is the detailed report just sent from the front line. The Red Cooking Team has set up a series of high-difficulty traps, including Chapter 129, Long Xiaowu goes out to deliver goods." The cooking team's tent was steaming, with the braised pork bubbling in the big pot, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Li Erhu wielded a big ladle, humming a little tune, occasionally sprinkling some seasoning into the pot, his movements even more nimble than usual. "Hey, old Jew, peel the potatoes faster." Zhong Dazhuang squatted beside him, his kitchen knife flying. The slices of radish on the cutting board neatly arranged, as if measured with a ruler. "Today, we made a great contribution, we deserve a bigger meal." "Ha ha ha. Those 6 special forces are still tied up in the warehouse." Zhu Yuanfu grinned. The peeler in his hand spun quickly, potato skins falling like snowflakes. "Do you think they are still questioning life right now?" "Of course." Li Erhu proudly swung the ladle. The Blade Special Forces, usually so arrogant, ended up being taken down by our cooking team in one fell swoop. The cooks burst into laughter, their work becoming even more vigorous. The new recruits, usually slow at peeling potatoes, today managed to reach the level of the cooking team competition. Zhong Dazhuang wiped his hands, walked over to Long Xiaowu, and patted his shoulder. "Xiaowu, your skills are truly underappreciated in the cooking team." Chapter 130, Little Wife, it's finally time to put it to use. Zhu Yuanfu slammed on the brakes, the tires crushing a few pebbles. "What's wrong, 5th brother?" He followed Long Xiaowu's gaze and only saw a patch of ordinary bushes. Long Xiaowu did not answer immediately. He squinted, locking his gaze on a high ground 300 meters away. It seemed calm there, but in his eyes, it was filled with invisible markings. The angle of the sandbags at the eastern sentry position exposed a dead angle in the firing range, and the camouflage net in the northwest corner swayed abnormally in the morning breeze, indicating that there were too few fixed points. "Do you see that circular fortification?" Long Xiaowu pointed to the high ground, where the machine gun position and sniper point formed a crossfire. However, his fingertips traced 2 virtual lines in the air, with a 75-meter safe passage in the middle, enough for a tactical team to infiltrate. Zhu Yuanfu opened his mouth, his eyes gradually becoming confused. "Huh? What passage?" "All I see are a few mounds and an observation post at 3 o'clock. Long Xiaowu continued, "The sentry turns to check the south every 2 minutes. But there's no one guarding the northern cliff. If we approach from there with climbing ropes, wait. Zhu Yuanfu rubbed his eyes hard. "5th brother, slow down. What 3 o'clock, south, north?" Chapter 131, The Combat Plan of the Sharp Blade. Long Xiaowu's index finger suddenly stopped in mid-air, just inches above the bent ferns on the ground. Zhu Yuanfu and Chen Jiyuan held their breath, watching this younger comrade move along the ground like a hunting dog. 7 people. Long Xiaowu's voice was as light as leaves brushing against a gun barrel. 3 o'clock direction, fan-shaped distribution. Chen Jiyuan's eyes widened. He couldn't even detect abnormal leaves, yet Long Xiaowu had already assessed the number. Just as Zhu Yuanfu was about to speak, Long Xiaowu's gestures suddenly became sharp. The three of them simultaneously lay down into the humus layer, the smell of decaying pine needles instantly filling their nostrils. 30 meters away. A communication line disguised as a vine trembled slightly in the dusk. No. There are more than 7 people. Long Xiaowu's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He gently pushed aside the dead branches in front of him, revealing fresh soil below. Someone had covered the excavation marks with dead leaves. His fingertips traced 3 arcs along the ground. This is the standard formation of the demolition team, probably about 20 people. Chen Jiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He suddenly realized that this boy, who always silently chopped vegetables, had eyes that contained the entire battlefield dynamic perception system. Chapter 132, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. The yellow bird is behind. Squad leader, I can't hold on any longer. Zhong Meng leaned against the tree trunk, his eyelids heavy. Just let me squint for 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. No. All of you, wake up. Chen Zhong scolded in a low voice, but he couldn't help yawning himself. Squad leader. Are we too nervous? Wang Hao rubbed his swollen temples. Even if the sharp blade is powerful, they can't leave no traces at all, right? Let's wait another half hour. Chen Zhong gritted his teeth. If there's still no movement, we'll change shifts. What they didn't know was that less than 10 meters behind them, pairs of cold eyes were watching them. The sharp blade special forces, Night Owl, crawled on the ground like a ghost, controlling even his breathing to be nearly inaudible. His dagger was wrapped in cloth strips to ensure it wouldn't reflect a trace of moonlight. Night Owl's hand shot out like a venomous snake, suddenly covering Zhong Meng's mouth, while the training dagger lightly grazed his neck. The exercise rules determined instant death. Zhong Meng's eyes widened, just as he was about to struggle. A cold whisper reached his ear, "Don't move, dead man." He froze, helplessly watching as his comrades were taken down one by one. Chapter 133, Who on earth is he? Chen Zhong's eyes widened. Is it one of us? The sniper from the second squad? Impossible. Zhong Meng struggled to sit up. The second squad doesn't have this kind of marksmanship. Wang Lei said in shock, then who is helping us? Has our leader sent someone else to defend? No one answered because they didn't know either. Zhu Yong's pupils suddenly constricted. We've been ambushed. And the opponent was able to take down 3 elite members of the Sharp Blade without us noticing. This is definitely not an ordinary Red Army scout. Zhu Yong pressed against the tree trunk, his breathing starting to become erratic. The Sharp Blade Special Forces had been established for 12 years, and had never suffered such a loss outside of international competitions. Even in the Special Forces competition, there couldn't be more than 3 people who could silently assassinate them like this. But now, the opponent was able to take down 3 elites without them noticing. Captain. Lei Ying lowered his voice, disbelief filling his eyes. The Red Army can't have snipers of this caliber. Zhu Yong didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on the direction from which the gunfire came. There was only a dark jungle there, without a trace of a figure. Chapter 134, Returning the Favor with Their Own Methods. Long Xiaowu dashed forward, his right leg whipping out like a whip, accurately kicking Zhu Yong's wrist. Crack! The sound echoed, and the handgun spiraled into the air. In the moment that Zhu Yong had yet to react, Long Xiaowu had already completed a perfect turn and restraint, bending his arm behind his back, his knee pressing heavily against his spine. You're dead. Long Xiaowu's voice was chillingly calm, as his left hand picked up Zhu Yong's fallen handgun, and fired a shot at the back of his head. Bang! Blue smoke rose from behind Zhu Yong, marking this Sharp Blade vice captain as deceased. Zhu Yong's face was buried in the decaying leaves, his nostrils filled with the smell of earth and rotting plants. His mind was blank, from the moment Long Xiaowu launched his attack to its conclusion. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. This speed and precision, he had only seen in the top combat instructors of the military region. Who on earth are you? Zhu Yong managed to turn his head with great difficulty, his voice hoarse. Long Xiaowu released his hold, stood up, and dusted off his camouflage uniform. From the cooking team. The cooking team. Zhu Yong's voice suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 135. Zhu Yuanfu's grandfather Zhu Yuanfu sneered and walked over, grabbing his tactical vest. Give it here, the equipment of the deceased belongs to the victor. Didn't you just strip our scout brothers of their clothes? This is called tit for tat. Damn. Lei Ying struggled symbolically a couple of times. He had already been declared dead, and couldn't resist, only watching helplessly, as Zhu Yuanfu forcibly tore his tactical vest off. Don't touch me. I'll do it myself. Dusi roared. But Chen Jiyuan had already pressed down on his shoulder, swiftly unbuckling his gear. Wow, these tactical boots are nice. Zhu Yuanfu mocked while stripping. No wonder they are special forces, their gear is so much better than ours. The Sharp Blade members turned pale with anger, but had no choice but to let them strip off their clothes one by one. The Red Army scouts watched in disbelief. Then erupted into laughter. Wow, this night vision device is the latest model. Look at this tactical vest, it's so damn light. Ha ha ha. These boots are way more comfortable than my old pair. Zhu Yong squatted on the ground with his arms crossed, his teeth chattering, don't get smug. Our squad leader is still outside. Wait for him. Chapter 136. The hunt has just begun. Li Jiandong turned to the chief of staff beside him, old Zhao. It seems this exercise is going much smoother than we expected. That's right. Chief of Staff Zhao Zhiming nodded with a smile. If we can destroy their weapons and ammunition in one go, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. They rely too much on electronic reconnaissance. The intelligence officer interjected, thinking that a few drones could control the situation, but in the end, our special forces got close enough without them noticing. Ha ha ha. Li Jiandong laughed heartily. When their arsenal blows up, I wonder where Zhu Hongyi will hide that old face of his. That old man Zhu Hongyi has been fighting against me for so many years. Yet he still can't turn the tables. The officers in the command post also laughed. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. The logistics director jokingly asked, I reckon by the day after tomorrow at the latest, the Red Army's various strongholds will start to collapse. Without guns and cannons, let us see how they fight. This time, our Blue Army is sure to win. All right, we can't celebrate too early. Li Jiandong waved his hand. But the smile on his face did not fade. No rush, let's wait for the good news from Gauss Hanfeng. Chapter 137. It's our foolishness, we've been betrayed. Long Xiaowu floated to 3 meters behind the sentinel like a fallen leaf. Under the night vision goggles, he could clearly see the beads of sweat sliding down the other's neck. The sentry, codenamed Amber, stood still like a statue, completely unaware that death had descended. Millimeter-level precision. Long Xiaowu silently recited the key points taught by team leader Wei. His right hand wielding a dagger traced a silver arc in the moonlight. The back of the knife struck precisely at the sentinel's carotid artery, while his left hand covered the other's mouth and nose. Huh? Amber's pupils constricted sharply. He felt as if all the blood in his body had instantly frozen, just as the muscle memory under his tactical vest was about to resist. A cold sensation came from his temple. It was the muzzle of a Type 92 pistol. You're dead. Long Xiaowu's voice was colder than the jungle night wind. Corpses aren't allowed to talk. Amber's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. As a top observer of the Sharp Blade, he actually didn't notice when someone approached him from behind. What was even more terrifying was that the opponent could have sliced his throat with the dagger, but chose the more difficult precise strike. This required a surgical-level mastery of human anatomy and force control. In the green light of the night vision goggles, Amber saw the attacker's arm patch, the grease-stained first cooking class of the Red Army. Chapter 138. The Red Army commander summons Long Xiaowu. White Wolf's face was grim. The butt of his gun struck heavily against the tree trunk. I've been a soldier for 5 years, And this is the first time I've died so disgracefully. Being betrayed is one thing, but I don't even know who sold me out. Damn! These bastards are too unethical. Hummingbird angrily kicked a dead branch away. Running off after the fight. Not even giving us a chance to taunt. Exactly. Another team member gritted his teeth. At least let us see who did it. Forget it, let us just accept it. White Wolf sighed, they never intended to confront us head-on. No way. Wind Wolf suddenly stood up, I can't swallow this. What can you do? Another team member raised his hands in helplessness, we're all dead now, can't even use the communicator, just staring at each other. Everyone fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly spoke in unison, that's so damn unethical. At that moment, they felt like women who had been ravaged. Not even seeing their assailants, waking up to find themselves attacked. This feeling was worse than being gored by 10 sows. Chapter 139, The Prisoners Prepare to Break Out. In the depths of the dense forest, Long Xiaowu and the others ran off right after the fight, without a moment's pause. For them, it was better to not see the bodies, otherwise, they might provoke trouble and get beaten up. Zhu Yuanfu was so excited he was dancing. Fifth brother. We really pulled off a big one this time. 20 Special Forces soldiers. Chen Jiyuan also rarely showed a smile. Following fifth brother, we definitely have meat to eat. Zhu Yuanfu rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. Why don't we set up an ambush again? We might catch a few big fish. Long Xiaowu shook his head, casually plucking a leaf to wipe the barrel of his gun. No need. Reconnaissance Team 2 has already sent the news back to the command post. Now the Blue Army must be in chaos, and won't dare to send people to die recklessly. Huh? We're going back just like that. Zhu Yuanfu suddenly wilted. Like a big dog that didn't get the bone, I wanted to do a few more. Long Xiaowu patted his shoulder, what is the rush? There are still battles to fight. Now he glanced at the darkening sky. Let us head back to the cooking team, I'm hungry. And I want to check on those prisoners too. Although Zhu Yuanfu hadn't had enough, he usually listened to Long Xiaowu, so he could only hurry to catch up. Chapter 140, The Blue Army Commander is Furious, Capturing Long Xiaowu Alive. Zhong Dazhuang's rough hand rested on Long Xiaowu's shoulder, neither too heavy nor too light. The commander specifically asked to see you, that's a huge honor. He lowered his voice, but his eyes shone with excitement. Remember, when you get over there, don't act like a rookie and tremble, your current achievements are enough to boast for 10 years. Long Xiaowu swallowed, the spoon in his hand unintentionally tapping out tiny sounds against the bowl's edge. Squad leader, I'm not nervous, just a bit unaccustomed to seeing high-ranking officials. Nonsense. Zhong Dazhuang slapped him on the back, nearly choking Long Xiaowu. When you single-handedly took on 20 Special Forces soldiers, didn't you say you were unaccustomed? Remember, stand tall. Answer whatever you're asked, be practical, and don't talk nonsense. Leaders dislike those who aren't pragmatic, understand? Yes? I understand, squad leader. Long Xiaowu finished his meal in a couple of bites, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Zhong Dazhuang suddenly grabbed his arm and stuffed something into his pocket, half a box of Chinese cigarettes. When you see those old soldiers, handing them a smoke at a critical moment is more effective than a salute. The old squad leader winked and patted his shoulder, giving our cooking team leader some face. Chapter 141, Cast a long line, catch big fish. Gao Shanfeng's fingers trembled slightly, then tightened firmly again. He knew that going over now was no different from heading to the gallows. Standing outside the Blue Army command post, Gao Shanfeng took a deep breath before lifting the tent flap and walking in. As soon as he entered, he felt the low pressure hitting him. All the staff in the command post had their heads down, not daring to breathe. The whole tent was terrifyingly quiet. Li Jiandong had his back to the door. Standing in front of the electronics end table, his shoulders tightly wound, clearly trying to suppress his anger. Gao Shanfeng's heels clicked together as he saluted, report, Commander. This is Gao Shanfeng, Captain of the Sharp Blade Special Forces, reporting as ordered. Li Jiandong did not turn around, only coldly laughed. Captain Gao. You really did a great job. Gao Shanfeng's throat tightened. Report, Commander, it was my negligence. Negligence? Li Jiandong suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. You call this negligence? His voice suddenly rose, shaking the entire command post, 20 special forces. All damn it taken out by the cooking class. Gao Shanfeng gritted his teeth, his jawline taut, but he didn't dare to retort. Li Jiandong sneered, stepping closer to him, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Gao Shanfeng. Are your soldiers made of paper? Huh? Last time 6 were captured. Chapter 142, Long Xiaowu meets with the Red Army commander. Long Xiaowu continued, once they escape, their first reaction will definitely be to return to the command post to call for reinforcements or report the situation. We just need to follow them to find the location of the Blue Army command post. Liu Ming was stunned, his mouth slightly open, momentarily unable to speak. He stared at Long Xiaowu, his expression shifting from shock to complexity. He had never considered this layer. Captives are not just captives, they can also be bait. You? Liu Ming's throat moved, his voice lowered a few notches. You planned this all along. That's right. Long Xiaowu nodded, turning to walk towards the tent entrance, then looked back to add, remember, let 2 or 3 go. Don't make too much noise, let them think they escaped by luck. Liu Ming said in surprise, but what if they launch a full-scale attack on our cooking team? Long Xiaowu explained. We are only about 3 kilometers away from the command post. I will be back in at most an hour, and I will keep watch outside. At this point, Liu Ming understood his meaning. Got it. He finally replied in a low voice, lacking the previous intensity. Chapter 143, Long Xiaowu's Unique Tactics. Inside the command tent. The blue light projected by the electronic sand table illuminated General Zhu Hong's stern face. When Long Xiaowu lifted the curtain and walked in, the air in the entire command post seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhu Hong looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the young man like a searchlight. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, with a chiseled face still showing traces of youth, yet his eyes were as calm as a deep pool. Zhu Hong noticed the exchanged glances among several aides nearby. Some of them had watched the video of the Special Forces Command Theory competition at the National Defense University, where this young man had won the championship with overwhelming advantage. But seeing it in person was still hard to believe. A soldier who had only been in the army for a year and a half could have such a steady presence. They had naturally investigated Long Xiaowu's background, but seeing the person was a different experience. Zhu Hong raised an eyebrow and asked, You are Long Xiaowu? Long Xiaowu stood at attention and replied, Report, Commander. Yes? Did you learn all this knowledge in the army? Zhu Hong suddenly asked, lightly tapping the edge of the sand table with his fingers. His eyes fixed on Long Xiaowu's expression. Chapter 144, Waiting for the Rabbit. Zhu Hong suddenly straightened up, the sweat stains seeping through the back of his camouflage uniform glistening deep green under the light. 3 days. His voice sounded like it was squeezed from deep within his chest, rough like sandpaper. Our operations office has 6 aides, and we have been simulating for a full 3 days. He suddenly grabbed a broken stick from the sand table, still stained with blood. And you found the breakthrough in just 3 minutes. The air in the tent seemed to freeze. Several aides instinctively lowered their heads. The operations director's pen fell onto the operations map with a thud, the ink spreading into a blue blot of shame. The old reconnaissance company commander took off his military cap to wipe his sweat. This kid has figured out the Blue Army commander's thoughts. Not figured out. Zhu Hongli threw the blooded stick onto the sand table, calculated. Using their minefields as a passage, using their psychological tendencies as weapons, even calculating the noise of tank engines. He suddenly laughed, his laughter shaking the small flags on the sand table. What a clever strategy, openly repairing the road while secretly crossing the stockade. The aides exchanged glances. And an old colonel with graying hair couldn't help but exclaim, "Genius. This is completely reverse thinking in special operations." Chapter 145, The Escape Plan. 2 a.m. Cooking team. The moonlight was fragmented by the clouds, patchily sprinkling over the barbed wire of the prisoner camp. 6 camouflaged figures crouched at the edge of the warning line. Their wrist restraints already frayed. The eagle suddenly spat out a half-segment of a steel saw blade. The metal reflecting a ghostly blue under the moonlight. "It's from that foolish kid in the cooking team." The mountain leopard nudged the wild wolf beside him, his lowered voice carrying a bloody scent. "That brat Long Xiaowu went to the command post. Tonight is a chance given by heaven." The wind wolf was scratching at the decayed wood behind the tree trunk when he suddenly stopped. The bark was covered with the timing symbols they had carved with their nails over the past few days, the latest one still oozing green sap. "Those useless guys in the cooking team," the mountain leopard's canine teeth shone white under the moonlight. "Should we leave them a little souvenir before we go?" He moved his recently freed right hand, his knuckles cracking like popping beans. "Are you crazy?" The wild wolf grabbed the mountain leopard's wrist, the veins under the camouflage paint bulging. Long Xiaowu could come back at any moment. He pointed at the cooking team tent where a shadow, seemingly snoring thunderously, faintly reflected the cold light of a gun barrel. Chapter 146, You Run, I Chase. Long Xiaowu, holding night vision goggles, closely observed everything happening before him. He remained motionless, his body completely hidden in the darkness, like a lurking wolf, quietly waiting for the moment the prey would let its guard down. Not far away, the wind wolf, a close combat specialist from the blade team, was weaving through grapples like an eel. Suddenly, he executed a special wrestling technique, locking his right leg around his opponent's ankle while striking the opponent's collarbone with his elbow. The finishing move that should have caused a fracture was reduced in force at the moment of contact. The hit student soldier staggered back dramatically, colliding with another comrade. The battle was fiercest on the wild wolf's side. He leaned back to dodge a straight punch, quickly locking the opponent's wrist with a sambo joint technique. "Ah!" A student soldier cried out in pain as he was pinned to the ground, just as the wild wolf's knee was about to crush his ribs. A strong wind suddenly struck from behind. He had to abandon the hold and roll aside to avoid the sneak attack. The eagle seized the opportunity to step forward, executing the flying cross-hold from combat techniques. 2 student soldiers immediately clumsily piled on top of him like stacking a tower. But they intentionally left a gap for him to turn around. "Mountain leopard, wind wolf, let's go." The eagle's forehead veins bulged as he tightly held onto the legs of the 2 cooking soldiers, his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 147, Luring the Wolf into the House. Inside the cooking team. The wild wolf and his 2 companions were once again tied up on the rack, but their expressions were unusually calm. He squinted at Liu Ming, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the prisoner camp, a barely noticeable cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I said, Class Leader Liu." The wild wolf deliberately elongated his tone, dragging his tired legs through the mud to leave several marks. "Is your cooking team only capable of cooking large pots of food? Even a prisoner can't keep an eye on." "Shut up." Liu Ming suddenly turned around, slamming the butt of his gun heavily against the nearby ammunition box, producing a loud bang. His face flushed red, the collar of his training uniform was unbuttoned by 2 buttons. "If it weren't for the exercise regulations requiring us to treat prisoners well, I would have tied you to a tree to feed the mosquitoes." The grey wolf leaned against the iron cage, snickering, deliberately shaking the already half-loosened leg shackles. "Treat well. Stuffing stinky socks in your mouth is called treating well." He spat on the ground and said, "When our people return from killing, the first thing they'll do is stuff your stinky socks in your mouth." The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. "Phut, let's see if you can escape first." Liu Ming suddenly kicked over a nearby bucket, splashing murky water on the pants of the 3 captives. Chapter 148, Timing, Location, and People. Gao Shanfeng was taken aback, his face darkened with an awful expression. He signaled the guards to bring water and a first aid kit, while his sharp gaze swept over the three. Do you have a tail? Absolutely not. The grey wolf pounded his chest to assure him. We circled around 3 mountain tops and soaked in the river for half an hour. Those student soldiers can't keep up with the pace of special forces. Even if they had dogs, they wouldn't catch our scent. The grey wolf quickly added. We were on counter-surveillance the whole way, confirming no one was following us. Gao Shanfeng's eyes were sharp as knives, scanning the faces of the three, seemingly judging whether they had been used. He fell silent for a few seconds, recalling the advanced counter-surveillance capabilities they displayed on the battlefield. And finally relaxed his grip slightly. What about the wild wolves? Still in the cooking team's hands, Feng Lang whispered. The situation was too chaotic at the time. We only managed to escape 3 of us. They were captured again. Gao Shanfeng's fingers tapped on the edge of the sand table as he suddenly asked. How did you escape? What about Long Xiaowu? The 3 exchanged glances. Feng Lang licked his cracked lips. When we escaped, that kid just happened to be absent. The cooking team was disorganized without a leader, and their defenses were full of holes. Chapter 149, Take Down the Blade Command. Long Xiaowu said nothing more. Just held up 3 fingers, then folded them one by one. When the last finger was retracted, a pale flash of lightning ripped through the night sky, followed closely by a thunderclap that shook the ground. Zhu Yuanfu threw a pebble with all his might. The huge thunder sound, accompanied by the sound of the stone hitting the ground, quickly drew the attention of the blade. What sound? The sentry at the door was startled, immediately adjusting his gun to look in that direction. Go! The 2 dashed towards the generator like arrows released from a bow. Long Xiaowu's movements were incredibly fast, his camouflage almost invisible in the rainy night, with only his eyes shining like bright lights. Zhu Yuanfu followed closely, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. 3, 2, 1. Long Xiaowu's dagger precisely stabbed through the cable's outer skin, while Zhu Yuanfu affixed the modified electromagnetic jammer to the generator's casing. The entire command post was plunged into darkness, with only a few backup devices emitting faint red light. Damn! What's going on? The Blade's communication soldier emerged from the tent, the beam of his flashlight sweeping wildly in the rain. Long Xiaowu appeared behind him like a ghost, delivering a precise strike to his carotid artery. Chapter 150, Blue Army Commander in Despair. Inside the tent, the Blade's team members paced back and forth like caged beasts. Liu Zheng rushed to the computer to check the situation, but all he could hear was a piercing electrical noise. The jammer is still working, the communications soldier said dejectedly, shaking his head. It'll take at least 20 more minutes to recover. Wang Meng kicked the generator hard. Damn it. We've been played around by 2 cooks. Not just 2, at all. Skinny guy in the corner suddenly said. Don't forget, the cooking team also captured the wild wolves. This statement further darkened the atmosphere in the tent. Xiao Zhao squatted on the ground, holding his head. The squad leader definitely still doesn't know. If he finds out we lost the command post. Shut up. Liu Zheng shouted sharply, but his voice trembled. They can't find the main command post. Even if they did, they definitely wouldn't break through the defense. He said this with evident lack of confidence, because he had just fought with Long Xiaowu, and that skill, that speed, was not something ordinary people possessed. So even he didn't believe his own words. The only sounds left in the tent were the rain hitting the canvas, and the heavy breathing of the team members. Chapter 151, Long Xiaowu, I'm playing this to the end. The communications soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 201 high ground has been captured by the Red Army. Impossible. Li Jiandong roared, grabbing the communications soldier by the collar. There's a whole reinforced company there. Minefields, machine gun positions, and mortar support, what do they use to attack? The communication soldier's forehead broke out in cold sweat, stuttering. The Red Army, they didn't leave the valley. Then where did they go? Fly up. They? The communication soldier struggled to speak. They climbed up from the west side cliff. The cliff? Zhao Zhigang suddenly stood up, his face changing dramatically. That place is almost vertical. How could they possibly? Using climbing ropes and pitons, the communication soldier said softly, at the same time. They sent an armored company to circle around from the South Birch Forest. After our reserve troops were drawn away by a feigned attack on the minefield, they directly flanked the rear of the high ground. The tent fell into dead silence in an instant. Li Jiandong slowly released his grip on the communication soldier's collar. Feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body, staggering back 2 steps and bumping into the edge of the sand table. Pulling the rug out from under us, he muttered, the Red Army actually dared to use such a risky strategy. Chapter 152, Gao Shanfeng, we've all been played. Gao Shanfeng stood in the pouring rain like an ice statue, raindrops flowing down his tactical mask, forming a small waterfall at his chin. His fingers still held the radio tightly, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force. The surrounding Blade team members exchanged glances. They had never seen the squad leader show such an expression. That face, always resolute and cold, was now frozen with all emotion, leaving only his pupils violently contracting. Squad leader. Shanbao tentatively waved his hand in front of him, his voice involuntarily dropping an octave. What did the command center say? Gao Shanfeng's eyes mechanically turned. And after 3 swallows, he managed to squeeze out a voice. Our home has been stolen. This sentence seemed to be forced out from between his teeth, carrying a hoarse, metallic rasp. Long Xiaowu took our command post. What? Feng Lang's exclamation nearly drowned out the thunder, as he ripped off his soaked tactical gloves. This is impossible. Long Xiaowu is clearly still. We've all been played. Gao Shanfeng suddenly exploded, grabbing Shanbao's tactical vest like an injured beast. Chapter 153, Are you interested in a big score? He squatted beside the generator, his fingertips brushing over the cut cable. The cut was as clean as if it had been made with a surgical knife, clearly a single strike severing it. His pupils constricted sharply. To accurately find the main cable amidst the heavy rain and engine noise requires a terrifying battlefield instinct. There was a muddy footprint at the edge of the sand table, size 44 combat boots. The pressure point on the forefoot was 3 mm deeper than average, indicating that the opponent had leaped over the 2-meter wide sand table while carrying someone. Gao Shanfeng's temples throbbed. This explosive power had already exceeded the standards for Special Forces selection. When he lifted the dust cover of the communication terminal, cold sweat streamed down his spine. The screensaver was still looping through the list of files that had been accessed. Gao Shanfeng furrowed his brow and suddenly let out a cold laugh. The last access point was unexpectedly the encrypted coordinates of the Blue Army's command. So that's how it is. He rubbed the warmth left on the keyboard, as if touching the thought patterns of his opponent. Taking out the outpost was just an appetizer, the real target was. Shanbao looked at the suddenly brightened eyes of the squad leader, feeling a chill down his back. Captain, what have you thought of? Gao Shanfeng grabbed the radio. His voice filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Notify the command not to change positions, switch the security company to plainclothes, and let the kitchen team continue to send meals in and out as usual. Chapter 154, Fifth Brother, we all listen to you. Liu Ming squinted his eyes and turned back cautiously. What do you mean? Long Xiaowu lowered his voice, determined. Take out the Blue Army's command post. Decapitate the highest commander. What? Are you crazy? Liu Ming's eyes widened. There was at least one reinforced company defending it. Various advanced electronic devices. With just a few of us. I'll ask. Long Xiaowu stared directly into Liu Ming's eyes. Are we doing it or not? Liu Ming and Long Xiaowu locked eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. Let us do it. The two boys exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with a strong sense of battle. In the kitchen tent late at night, only the steam rising from the steamer remained. Long Xiao was squatted by the stove, holding a bowl of freshly heated braised pork rice, the mist blurring his features. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Zhong Diezhuang added a piece of fatty pork to his bowl, his rough fingers still dusted with flour. Look at how you're eating. Like you haven't eaten for 3 days. Long Xiaowu paused in his action of scooping rice, swallowing the food in his mouth with difficulty. Squad leader, I. His chopsticks unconsciously traced circles in the bowl. Starting tomorrow, we student soldiers might not be able to come help in the kitchen on time. Chapter 155, Shocking the Command Department. On the big screen of the Command Department, the footage of Long Xiaowu leading Zhu Yuan Fu to take out the Blade command post was replayed repeatedly. Chief Director Chen Zhiyuan tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He paused the footage, pointing to the segment where Long Xiaowu released the captives, intentionally letting 3 Special Forces soldiers go, using their homing instinct to find the command post's location. This is a textbook-level reverse tracking tactic. Colonel Zhao Likun, the operations officer, leaned closer to the screen. What is even more astonishing is the timing he chose. The main force of Blade was diverted to chase him, launching the raid when the command post's defense was at its weakest. This grasp of the enemy's psychological rhythm is almost like being able to predict the future. Not only that, this kid also provided them with a plan that was a bit unconventional. Chen Zhiyuan pressed the pause button. The red dot of the laser pointer stopping on a 3-dimensional model of a cliff. Nearly a 90-degree vertical cliff. Conventional thinking wouldn't even consider it as an attack route. This suggestion is radical and bold, but the odds of success are very high. Colonel Zhao Likun quickly walked to the screen. What is even more amazing is the tactical thinking behind this suggestion. The time he chose coincides with the fog in the valley, but the visibility in the cliff area is good. Chapter 156, Gao Shan Feng's Scheme. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Chief of Staff Zhong suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The Blue Army Command Post has a reinforced company of guards, plus 3 electronic defense lines, and 12 fixed fire points. Major General Ma Weiguo from the Electronic Warfare Brigade counted on his fingers. 30 inexperienced student soldiers against over 200 professional soldiers. This is less reliable than poking a tank with chopsticks. I don't think so. Political Commissar Li squinted his eyes. This kid took out the Blade command post using the kitchen team, and now he's with serious military academy students, maybe. Old Li, wake up. Colonel Zhao from the training department interrupted directly. That was a diversion. The Blue Army Command is definitely on high alert now. Going there is just asking for death. Ma Weiguo suddenly pulled out a soft cigarette from his briefcase. I bet this kid will fail. I'm in. Colonel Zhao immediately took out his wallet and added 2 packs of Huang Hilu. Wait. Political Commissar Li leisurely took off his glasses and wiped them. I think it can work. I'll bet a pack of Yushi. Chief of Staff Zhong's eyes widened. Old Li, are you serious? That's the Blue Army Command. Chapter 157, Long Xiaowu's Counter-Strategy. After quite a while, Li Jiandong suddenly grabbed his military cap and slammed it on the table. Last chance. If you mess up again, you'll go to the kitchen to peel potatoes. Gao Shan Feng snapped to attention, his camouflage uniform completely soaked with sweat. Rest assured, Commander. This time I'll personally lead the ambush. I guarantee Long Xiaowu will. Li Jiandong kicked open the command room door. I want to see actual results, not hear your guarantees. Yes? Gao Shan Feng stood at attention. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. As Gao Shan Feng rushed into the rain, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. This cat-and-mouse game was about to see the hunter take the stage. He wiped the rain off his face and made a tactical gesture to the assembled Blade team members. Listen up, withdraw 2/3 of the bright sentries, leaving a few rookies to maintain appearances. He kicked open an ammo box at his feet, revealing a concealed sensor underneath. All dark sentries activate thermal imaging, and every tree should be wrapped with vibration sensors. Especially along the kitchen team's delivery route, bury 20 laser triggers. Here. Gao Shan Feng knelt on one knee, plunged his dagger into the muddy ground to draw a circle, and dug a 2-meter deep pit to lay down cushioning pads. Chapter 158, Every Tree is a Soldier. On the first morning, the jungle steamed with damp heat after the heavy rain. Gao Shan Feng squatted in the camouflage position outside the Blue Army command post, a cold smile of certainty playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his tactical mask. He squatted there, lightly using his tactical dagger to push aside the bushes in front of him. With a piece of dry grass stem in his mouth, he leisurely checked the sensitivity of the third laser tripwire. Shan Bao, is the thermal imaging calibrated? He pressed down on his earpiece and whispered. Report, Captain. All 6 probes in the canopy are online. A hoarse voice responded in his earpiece. Not even a squirrel can escape our eyes. Gao Shan Feng adjusted the support of his sniper rifle, scanning the path they must take through the scope. On that muddy path, he personally buried 20 laser triggers, with a nearly invisible Kevlar tripwire every 10 meters. Wind Wolf, what is the coverage area of the signal jammer? 300 meters radius, all around shielding. Wind Wolf's voice carried the unique buzzing of electronic devices. If that kid dares to use electronic reconnaissance, he'll definitely end up blind and deaf. Gao Shan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Captain, are we underestimating those student kids? Shan Bao's voice came through the earpiece. Chapter 159, War of Attrition. Just as the Chief of Staff was about to answer, the curtain of the command department was suddenly yanked open. A flushed second lieutenant nearly stumbled in. His training uniform splattered with mud, and the tablet he clutched was still dripping with water. Commander! The kitchen team! The second lieutenant gasped, his chest heaving violently. Zhu Hong'e frowned, catch your breath before speaking. The second lieutenant swallowed hard, his voice suddenly rising. Long Xiaowu has gathered 30 National Defense University cadets to prepare for a surprise attack on the Blue Army's command post. The target is... He struggled to swallow again. The target is to decapitate the Blue Army commander, Li Jiandong. Boom! The command post fell silent in an instant. The sound of the coffee machine completing its brew seemed particularly jarring. The cup Zhu Hong'e held in midair froze. Has he gone mad? Zhao Zhiguo was the first to break the silence, his voice pitchy. The Blue Army command post has at least 2 armored company guards. There are 3 electronic defense lines. 30 cadets going to attack a place like this. The Chief of Staff quickly walked to the electronic map, his fingers trembling as he zoomed in on the Blue Army command area. Wait, how did he find the command location? Our reconnaissance battalion took a week and still couldn't. Chapter 160, Long Xiaowu begins action. Commander, this is definitely Long Xiaowu's tactic. Gao Shan Feng licked his cracked lips, he's draining our resources. Nonsense. Li Jiandong grabbed a stack of battle reports and slammed them on the table. The Red Army's main force has opened a hole on the eastern front. My reserves have been completely diverted to plug the leak. And you let the most elite special forces sit in the bushes counting ants. Gao Shan Feng's temples throbbed, and a blood-red haze appeared at the edge of his vision. Commander, Gao Shan Feng forced his voice to steady. Long Xiaowu will definitely come, just give me. Enough! Li Jiandong slammed his fist on the control panel, the send table lights flashing violently. I see you are obsessed with capturing Long Xiaowu. The exercise is not about your personal cat-and-mouse game, nor is it about your personal performance, it's about the overall change of the situation. The staff exchanged glances, some shaking their heads secretly. Gao Shan Feng felt countless gazes piercing his back like needles. He took a deep breath and stiffly explained, Commander. The whole situation has already been turned upside down by Long Xiaowu. The high ground has been lost, and the Blade Command Post has been taken. It's all his doing. Chapter 161, Positions. The moonlight was shattered by clouds, casting mottled shadows in the jungle. 30 dark figures slipped silently into their designated positions like melted ink. Of course, their current distance was beyond the monitoring range of the Blade Special Forces. The elite cadets from the National Defense University remained still in the shadows. Even their breathing adjusted to match the frequency of the night wind. Zhu Yuanfu lay in a depression, his combat uniform adorned with ferns gathered from the surroundings. The dewy leaves formed a perfect three-dimensional camouflage on him, even the infrared characteristics were perfectly concealed by the special fabric. He gently pressed his cheek to the ground. This was their learned method of ground perception, judging footsteps within 100 meters through vibrations transmitted by the soil. 50 meters away, Liu Ming clung to the trunk of a banyan tree like a gecko. His camouflage uniform employed the latest optical camouflage technology, automatically adjusting color temperature based on the background color. Even more impressive was his way of adjusting his posture. Each movement was timed with the rustling of leaves in the night wind, perfectly masking the negligible sound of friction. Long Xiaowu's pupils slightly dilated in the darkness, taking in the defensive layout of the Blue Army Command Post. Chapter 162, Psychological Warfare. Several operations staff members were slumped over. Some propped their chins up while dozing off, their heads bobbing. Others simply lay on the tactical map, their breathing gradually evening out. Even the usually energetic communications soldier was now leaning against the radio, fingers resting on the keyboard, but his eyes were already closed. All right. Li Jiandong finally exhaled. His voice low, take turns resting, half an hour each. Old Wang, you keep watch, wake everyone up immediately if anything happens. Old Wang straightened up and wiped his face, understood. Li Jiandong trudged heavily towards the corner army cot, not even bothering to take off his combat boots before collapsing onto his back. The bed creaked under the strain, but he could no longer care about that. The moment his head hit the pillow, his brain began to sink, consciousness rapidly blurring. Just before falling asleep, he vaguely heard Wang Hong quietly instructing over the communicator, increase vigilance, report any anomalies immediately. The breathing in the command post became more and more even, leaving only the hum of electronic devices and the occasional footsteps of changing guards. In the jungle, Chen Jiyuan noticed. Long Xiaowu suddenly spoke, and 30 headsets simultaneously transmitted a faint current sound, recording the patrol patterns of the Blue Army's T3 post. Chapter 163, Fainting East and Attacking West. Captain, Shanbao growled again. These wild rabbits are constantly interfering with us. If this continues, we won't be able to distinguish between the real and the false. Gao Shanfeng took a deep breath. Reason told him not to act rashly, but fatigue and anger had already eroded his judgment. No, he finally gritted his teeth, if we go after the wild rabbits now, it'll make too much noise and might expose our position. Besides, wild rabbits are very sensitive creatures, catching them isn't easy. But execute the order. Gao Shanfeng's voice was low and dangerous, stay alert. The team members fell silent, but the anger and frustration in their eyes could not be concealed. Their morale had hit rock bottom, and they were so mentally drained they could barely concentrate. Wind Wolf even began to doubt his ears, feeling that any sound coming from afar was a wild rabbit. Gao Shanfeng gritted his teeth, his temples throbbing. This was already the third false alarm tonight. He forced himself to take a deep breath, but he could smell the sweat and fatigue emanating from his teammates. The team members nodded reluctantly, but the disappointment and exhaustion in their eyes were unmistakable. Shanbao even yawned secretly, only to receive a fierce glare from Gao Shanfeng. Chapter 164, You chase, I flee. Finally. Here it comes. Gao Shanfeng's pupils suddenly contracted under the night vision goggles, 5 days, and nights of accumulated fatigue vanished like being hit by a high-voltage current. His fingers pressed against the earpiece trembled slightly with excitement. Everyone pay attention, 2 o'clock direction, let's take them down. The Blade Special Forces instantly awakened from their numb state. Like a pack of starving wolves finally catching the scent of blood. Shanbao suddenly leaped out from the lurking bushes, his sniper rifle raised, clearly capturing the distant moving shadow in the night vision scope. Damn it, it's finally here. Wind Wolf spat fiercely, his finger already on the trigger. I've been waiting for this moment so long my bones are rusting. Gao Shanfeng's mouth curled into a sinister smile, as he quickly issued orders, Team A encircle from the left, Team B seal off the escape route. Drive them towards the minefield. His voice carried a long-suppressed ferocity, as if he could already see Long Xiaowu cornered. At this moment, Long Xiaowu's 2 groups of cadets scattered like dandelions, their movements light and swift. They did not flee blindly but followed the planned route, fighting while retreating. Always maintaining tactical formation. Bang! Bang! Chapter 165, Confusing Military Dogs. The special forces of the Sharp Blade chased the shadow all the way, only to find that they had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Windwolf stared at the thermal imager, the screen showing a deep green. Could they be burrowing underground? Mountain Leopard angrily took off his night vision goggles. These student brats are tougher to handle than border insurgents. He turned to Gao Shanfeng, his voice incredulous, Captain. Every tactical move they make is textbook level. That flank maneuver just now avoided at least 3 sensors. Gao Shanfeng suddenly grabbed Mountain Leopard by the collar, the veins on his camouflaged skin bulging. Are you sure they are really Long Xiaowu's student soldiers? Not the Red Army's Special Operations Brigade come to crash the party? Absolutely. Windwolf interjected. A kid showed half his face while climbing over a cliff, and he looked like a scholar. Gao Shanfeng released his grip, and suddenly chuckled. The laughter sounded particularly eerie in the dark jungle. Good, very good. He slowly drew his military knife, the moonlight reflecting cold glints off the blade. So they are soldiers brought out by Long Xiaowu, huh? Not a single one is getting away today. Report, Captain, the thermal imager completely fails to capture the target. Windwolf slammed the device in his hand, the screen showing only a cold blue-green. Chapter 166, Infiltrating the Blue Army Command. The barking of military dogs suddenly grew intense. Thunder even stood upright, its front paws frantically digging in the air. Windwolf's fingers trembled with excitement. This was the standard alert action for discovering high-risk targets. All tactical formations were thrown aside, as this group of special forces, pent up for 5 days and nights, resembled hungry wolves pouncing on prey. Lightning, who was at the forefront, suddenly came to a screeching halt, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing rapidly. Windwolf had just arrived and caught a peculiar scent of meat. He saw 5 military dogs fighting fiercely over several pieces of dark red jerky, their saliva soaking the fallen leaves. Damn! Windwolf's curse startled the night owls in the trees. He watched as Thunder swallowed the last piece of jerky, still licking the instructor's tactical boots in satisfaction. Windwolf yanked on Lightning's collar, the military dog whimpered in grievance, its mouth still hanging with meat scraps. Don't eat. Work. He slapped the dog's head roughly, and only then did Lightning reluctantly perk up its ears again, its moist nose twitching as it resumed tracking. At first, the military dogs managed to maintain formation. But after running 500 meters, Thunder's pace noticeably slowed down. Chapter 167, Starting to Close the Net. Inside the Blue Army Command. The dim emergency lights flickered slightly at the top of the tent, casting mottled shadows. Bang! Bang! The distant gunfire jolted Li Jiandong awake from his military cot, his bloodshot eyes suddenly wide open in the dark. He instinctively reached for the handgun beside his pillow, the knuckles of his fingers pale from holding the gun for too long. A rustling noise immediately filled the tent. Chief of Staff Zhao Zhigua rubbed his temples and straightened up from his folding chair, his military uniform collar still damp with saliva. Several operational staff members, like puppets being pulled at the same time, got up one after another from their makeshift beds, each face showing a similar weariness. "What time is it?" Li Jiandong asked hoarsely. 3:40 in the morning, Chief." Zhao Zhigua glanced at his watch, his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead. He tried to splash cold water on his face, but as the droplets dripped down his chin, the blood vessels in his eyes showed no signs of fading. Li Jiandong moved his stiff neck, producing cracking sounds. This hour of sleep didn't restore his energy, instead, he felt as if he had struggled in a quagmire. His whole body aching. The tent was filled with the strong smell of coffee and sweat, with 7 or 8 empty teacups piled in the corner. Chapter 168. Where did Long Xiaowu go? When they swaggered into tent number 3 in Area B, several logistics soldiers were yawning and organizing supplies. Too lazy to even lift their heads. Supplementary equipment for the 3rd patrol team. Long Xiaowu's voice was steady and powerful, even carrying a hint of the Special Forces' characteristic impatience. The logistics soldier lazily pointed to a wooden crate in the corner, over there. The 3 quickly loaded their gear. And Zhu Yuanfu even casually grabbed 2 extra boxes of bullets. As they turned to leave, Liu Ming noticed that his back was completely soaked. His camouflage uniform sticking to his skin, feeling chilly. Stepping out of the tent, the night breeze brushed against his heated cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Long Xiaowu led the way out of the camp, his pace unhurried. The guard at the sentry post glanced at their armbands and waved casually. It wasn't until they completely exited the camp and dove into the dense underbrush, evading the Blue Army Command's line of sight, that the 3 let out a collective sigh of relief. Liu Ming collapsed onto the ground, covering his mouth and laughing silently, his shoulders shaking violently. Zhu Yuanfu kept patting his chest, as if to confirm his heart was still in place. "Exciting, huh?" Long Xiaowu grinned, his teeth shining bright in the moonlight. Chapter 169. The Blue Army Commander Forced to Relocate. Gao Shan Feng's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. The students looked at each other, suddenly breaking into strange smiles simultaneously. A bespectacled student pointed to the smoking laser sensor on his chest, indicating he had fallen. "Report, sir, the dead don't talk," the bespectacled student said seriously, though his eyes were filled with mockery. Other fallen students nodded in agreement, some even exaggeratedly mimicking zipping their lips. Gao Shan Feng's temples throbbed, despite being declared dead. The mocking smiles on the young faces were more piercing than any provocation. His fists cracked as he clenched them, veins bulging on the back of his hands. But he had to admit that according to the exercise rules, these dead did indeed have the right to remain silent. "Good, very good." Gao Shan Feng squeezed these words through clenched teeth, his voice low like thunder rumbling. He suddenly turned around, his tactical boots crushing the dry branches on the ground. "Continue the search," he suddenly shouted, startling the night birds from the treetops. "Turn this forest upside down if you have to, and drag out the remaining 10 rats." Chapter 170. Decapitation Successful. Blue Army Command. The aftermath of the explosion still trembled in the air, the acrid smell of gunpowder choking the throat. Zhong Cheng grabbed Li Jiandong's arm and shouted in a low voice, "Chief! The car is at the back door, hurry!" Li Jiandong's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. His military cap was askew, his collar soaked with sweat, and he looked like a beast cornered. The 2 wiped their sweat and rushed toward the tent entrance. As they just lifted the curtain, both were instantly stunned, their heads buzzing. Looking around, the entire Blue Army camp was in disarray. The armored vehicles and tanks all emitted white smoke, like elderly men quietly collapsing there. 200 fallen Blue Army soldiers sat on the ground, white smoke representing elimination rising from their heads, their faces filled with frustration and anger. Some pounded the ground violently. Some cursed while kicking their helmets away. Others stared blankly at the smoky command post, their eyes filled with horror. "Long Xiaowu! Long Xiaowu!" Li Jiandong gritted his teeth to squeeze out this name, his voice hoarse, as if it came from deep within his throat. I must personally blow you up. Chapter 171, Gao Shanfeng Goes Crazy. Zhong Cheng looked at Li Jiandong's gloomy face, hesitated for a moment, and still mustered the courage to speak. Chief, don't be so angry. This is just an exercise. Shut the hell up. Li Jiandong suddenly turned his head, the fury in his eyes almost bursting forth. My command post has been bombed. I've been sniped. You call this just an exercise? Zhong Cheng was stunned by the scolding and instinctively took half a step back. Do you know what this means? Li Jiandong stepped closer, his voice low yet more terrifying. This means I, Li Jiandong, led my troops ineffectively. It means the Blue Army lost utterly. He suddenly choked up, unable to continue. Zhong Cheng opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only lowered his head, silently enduring the chief's wrath. He felt aggrieved too. He had risked his life to cover the chief's retreat, but now he had become a punching bag. But what could he say? Would he reason with an enraged Li Jiandong? In the distance, the remnants of the Blue Army were still struggling in chaos, while their highest commander had already fallen. Li Jiandong kicked the tire of an off-road vehicle hard, producing a muffled thud. Chapter 172, The Blade Team is Annihilated. Long Xiaowu made a baiting gesture, the old rule. I'll count to 3. Liu Ming immediately understood, patting the landmine at his waist, if we're going to play, let us play big. Should I create some noise to the east? No, Long Xiaowu shook his head, all 3 of us together, let them see enough. Remember, just show a shadow. Don't get into a fight. It's time to use your physical abilities. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Long Xiaowu raised 3 fingers and pulled them back one by one. 3, 2, 1, go. 3 figures darted out like arrows released from a bow. Zhu Yuanfu deliberately stepped on a dry branch. The crisp sound was especially jarring in the silent jungle. Liu Ming swept the bushes with the butt of his gun, producing a rustling sound. Over there. Long Xiaowu whispered, just loud enough for the pursuers to hear, run that way. The mountain leopard's ears twitched sharply, he suddenly looked up. His keen eyes locking onto the shaking bushes. Captain. 11 o'clock. There's a shadow. Gao Shanfeng charged over like a shark sensing blood. How many people? 3. The mountain leopard pointed at the fresh footprints on the ground. They just ran past less than 20 seconds ago. Chapter 173, Regroup. In the smoke-filled jungle. Long Xiaowu brushed off the fallen leaves from the camouflage net and stood up. The moment he made eye contact with Gao Shanfeng, the air seemed to crackle with high voltage. Yes, I am Long Xiaowu. This sentence pierced the hearts of the Blade team members like a bayonet. The veins on the mountain leopard's neck suddenly bulged, the muscles wrapped in combat gear rippling, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. I say you. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers, with white smoke rising from them, surged forward like a pack of enraged wolves. Some kicked away the gravel at their feet, and some pulled their gun slings, causing them to creak. The wind wolf's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his Adam's apple rolling as he let out a beastly growl. In recent days, they had been toyed with by Long Xiaowu. Even the command post they had guarded most diligently had been blown up. And now they were being lured into traps here by all sorts of tricks. Their anger had been pent up for several days. Every cell in their bodies was roaring and protesting, wishing they could swarm in and beat him up. Enough! Gao Shanfeng suddenly shouted. But the blood vessels on his temples were throbbing. He stared at the young soldier in front of him, the camouflage paint couldn't conceal that overly youthful face. But those eyes were as cold as the black ice of Siberian permafrost. Chapter 174, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, Long Xiaowu and his team were quickly returning to the Red Army's position along a forest path. Zhu Yuanfu suddenly jogged a couple of steps to catch up with Long Xiaowu, his face still flushed with excitement. Fifth brother, what are we doing next? He said while making a charging gesture, the spoils hanging from his tactical vest clinking. Liu Ming also leaned in, his eyes shining brightly. How about we take out their logistics supply station? Or assist our Red Army on the front lines? Long Xiaowu stopped, reached out to straighten Zhu Yuanfu's askew helmet, back to the cooking class. Huh? The two exclaimed in unison, like two cats whose tails had been stepped on. Just like that. Zhu Yuanfu stammered, his fingers unconsciously twisting the seized tactical belt. We worked so hard to. Long Xiaowu pulled out half a compressed biscuit from his pocket and took a bite. The blade is the right arm of the Blue Army. The command post is the brain. He made a breaking gesture. Now the right arm is broken, and the brain is paralyzed. Our mission is complete. The next matters will be left to the command post. Liu Ming kicked a stone on the ground unwillingly, but we clearly can still. Chapter 175. A strong youth means a strong nation. Zhu Hong stood with his hands behind his back in front of the sand table, his gaze slowly sweeping over the entire battlefield situation map. 3 days ago, the Red Army was still being suppressed at the second defense line, struggling to hold on. But now, the core hub of the Blue Army had been pierced through by Long Xiaowu, turning the entire battle situation upside down. He suddenly recalled when he had stuffed this group of student soldiers into the cooking class, he had complained to the Chief of Staff. 30 dead weight. It's good if they don't cause trouble. Yet it was precisely this group of deadweight that had rewritten the outcome of the exercise. Order. Zhu Hong's voice suddenly rose, and all the officers in the operations room instantly stood at attention. The armored regiment will advance across the board, tearing through the Blue Army's central defense line. The artillery group will concentrate fire to cover the southern passage of Hill 201. A series of commands shot out like bullets from a gun towards various combat units. The communication officer's fingers flew over the keyboard, and the radio immediately echoed with a chorus of confirmation sounds. Outside the command tent, the Red Army's artillery suddenly let out a deafening roar. Zhu Hong lifted the curtain and stepped outside, the morning sunlight refracting dazzling rays. In the distance, an armored torrent was kicking up clouds of dust as it advanced. Chapter 176. Go to the director's office for a review. Li Erhu was so frightened that he dropped the apple in his hand, stepping back 2 paces and raising a kitchen knife for self-defense. I am just a messenger. You can go back and check for yourselves. Several Blade team members exchanged glances. In the distance, the faint cheers of the Red Army celebrating could be heard, and further away in the sky, there were still remnants of the smoke from the signal flares marking the end of the exercises. Suddenly, the mountain eagle's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Did we really lose? The wild wolf's temples throbbed. Long Xiaowu. The wild wolf gritted his teeth as he squeezed out this name, only to find his voice hoarse and terrifying. He suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with anger. Let's go. We need to go back and ask the captain for clarification. He had just taken 2 steps when his knees suddenly buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Several members of the Blade team behind him were not much better off. Some leaned against the wall to avoid falling, while others, just as they stood up, felt their vision go dark and saw stars. 5 days. They had been trapped in the prisoner camp for a full 5 days, with only a bowl of watery rice soup that was thin enough to see their reflection in, and occasionally a few cold buns as hard as stones were thrown in. Their hands and feet had been bound for a long time, causing poor blood circulation and painful muscles, all to prevent them from escaping again. Chapter 177. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Outside the cooking team's tent, the setting sun stretched the shadows of 30 student soldiers long. Zhong Dazhuang's rough hands patted each person's shoulder, finally stopping in front of Long Xiaowu, his eyes surprisingly red. The soldiers from the cooking team looked at them with burning gazes, filled with deep reluctance. It was Long Xiaowu who had allowed them to experience the true battles of the exercises, to feel a different atmosphere of the battlefield. and to sense a different kind of passionate blood. He made them feel that besides wielding a spoon, they could still pick up a gun and charge into battle. This exercise would become an unforgettable military experience for them. You little brats, who knows when we'll see each other again after this? Zhong Dazhuang's voice was hoarse, as he pulled out a bulging canvas bag from behind him. Take this, eat on the road. Zhu Yuanfu opened the bag. And the steamy aroma of buns immediately wafted out, along with a dozen hard-boiled eggs wrapped in oiled paper, which were still hot to the touch. Squad leader. Zhu Yuanfu's nose turned sour. We don't want any crying and whining. Zhong Dazhuang glared, but wiped his own face first. Especially you, Long Xiaowu. He pulled the young man in front of him and firmly grasped his shoulder. Chapter 178, Long Xiaowu joins the review meeting. Damn it. The wild wolf's face turned ashen. His fists cracking ominously. What are those Red Army brats so smug about? Exactly. The mountain leopard sneered. If that kid hadn't used tricks, could we have lost? The wind wolf stared fiercely at Long Xiaowu, who was being adored by everyone, his teeth nearly grinding down. Damn it. I really want to go up and beat him. Gao Shanfeng's eyes were cold, his voice extremely low. Everyone shut up. The members of the Blade team instantly fell silent. But the unwillingness and anger on their faces could not be hidden. Gao Shanfeng swept a glance at them, his tone chilling. Losing is losing, don't embarrass yourselves here. The wild wolf glared at Long Xiaowu's figure, which was being adored, his fists cracking as he lowered his voice. Captain, are we just going to let this go? What can we do if we don't let it go? Gao Shanfeng coldly scolded. The mountain leopard also leaned over. His eyes sinister. That kid just got lucky and used some tricks. If it came to a real confrontation, any one of us could pin him to the ground. The wind wolf licked his back teeth, sneering. How about after the review, we invite him to practice? Gao Shanfeng's originally gloomy face suddenly shifted. The corners of his mouth slowly curling into a cold arc. Chapter 179, Review meeting concludes. The chief director knocked on the tactical board. I want to see how the mind that came up with the hair tactic works. Zhu Hongyi immediately revealed a sly smile. Turning to the guard at the door, did you hear that? Hurry up. After finishing, he glanced meaningfully at Li Jiandong. Just to show some people what a true tactical genius looks like. Li Jiandong snorted through his nose, but his eyes unconsciously darted towards the conference room door. His fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of soldier this student was who had caused him such a big fall. Long Xiaowu was just resting in the corridor review area with his comrades when he suddenly heard a loud voice calling him. Long Xiaowu. Come here. The chief director wants to see you. Me? Long Xiaowu pointed at his own nose, with droplets still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Are they calling me in? As a private, he never expected to be called into such a high-level meeting. Zhu Yuanfu suddenly patted him on the back, his voice excited and high-pitched. Fifth brother. They must be awarding you a prize. He hurriedly helped Long Xiaowu brush off non-existent dust. Hurry, hurry, we can't keep the leaders waiting. Chapter 180, Sugar-Coated Cannonballs. As soon as Long Xiaowu stepped out of the conference room, he heard a familiar voice calling him from behind. Little Wu. He turned around abruptly and saw Wang Zhengguo, the instructor from the National Defense University, striding towards him with an unmistakable smile on his face. In that moment, Long Xiaowu felt like a wandering child who suddenly saw his family. A warm current surged in his chest. Instructor. Long Xiaowu stood at attention and saluted. His voice filled with uncontainable joy. After returning the salute, Wang Zhengguo grabbed his shoulders and looked him up and down, his eyes shining with pride. Good kid. This time you've brought honor to our National Defense University. Who in the entire military region doesn't know that our school has produced a tactical genius? Long Xiaowu's ears turned red, and he awkwardly lowered his head. Instructor, you flatter me. This is the result of everyone's hard work together. Stop with that. Wang Zhenguo laughed and punched him lightly. I've heard about your special tactics. Using hairs to lure the enemy, disguise infiltration. Long-range sniping, every step hits the enemy's weak spot. Especially your ability to adapt on the spot as a captain, even someone like Zhu Honghe praises you endlessly. Long Xiaowu scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, a lot of it was improvised. Chapter 181, A Truly Good Soldier. Further away. The soldiers of the Blade Special Forces all stopped their tasks at the same time. Gao Shanfeng slowly straightened up, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Wind Wolf nudged his comrade with his elbow, whispering, "Look at that kid, he's in for it now, let's see how he handles this." Several special forces exchanged gleeful glances, and the Wild Wolf even pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Leisurely leaning against the wall, as if waiting for a good show to start. Long Xiaowu swallowed hard, his heart sinking. Could it be that this officer was here to hold him accountable? He forced himself to suppress his inner anxiety, raised his right hand firmly, and shouted loudly, "Good day, sir." This report was crisp and clear, echoing in the silent corridor. 30 student soldiers collectively gasped, and Zhu Yuanfu's face turned pale. Gao Shanfeng squinted, the cigarette rolling between his fingers. Didn't he expect this kid to still dare to speak so loudly? Li Jiandong's gaze swept over Long Xiaowu like a searchlight. From the mud-stained combat boots to the slightly faded shoulder insignia, finally resting on that still boyish face. His eye twitched slightly, and a blue vein bulged at his temple. Chapter 182, Gao Shanfeng mainly provokes Long Xiaowu. A look appeared on Li Jiandong's face that was almost identical to the one Zhu Hongyi had when he heard this sentence. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed, revealing an expression of understanding that said, "I get you. Good. It should be like this." Li Jiandong patted Long Xiaowu's back hard, almost causing him to stagger. Military school should be finished well. Only with a solid foundation can one soar higher in the future. He squinted his eyes, like a cunning old fox. Think it through and give me a call. On the day you graduate, I'll send a special car to pick you up. Kid, remember what you said today. Li Jiandong suddenly leaned in close. His warm breath hitting Long Xiaowu's ear. A soldier should have the appearance of a soldier, never lose this spirit. The battlefield instinct is innate. But a true soldier needs to be tempered through 1,000 trials. He paused and added meaningfully, "I have reserved a spot for you at the Blade, whenever you come. My door will always be open for you." He looked at Long Xiaowu meaningfully, then turned and strode away. "Is this it?" Long Xiaowu muttered in his heart, his eyes blinking involuntarily. As Li Jiandong turned to leave, his gaze swept like a blade over the shadowy figure of Gao Shanfeng. Chapter 183, Long Xiaowu accepts the challenge. Long Xiaowu's pupils suddenly contracted, staring in disbelief at the Gao Shanfeng stepping out from the shadows. Gao Shanfeng had already removed his tactical gloves, and his calloused hands shone coldly under the streetlight. "Damn! Can't take a loss, huh?" Zhu Yuanfu rushed forward, his face red and neck thick, shouting, "The exercises are over, and you're still looking for trouble. Is this the extent of your blade's courage?" Liu Rui stood in front of Long Xiaowu and disdainfully said, "Fifth brother, don't mind them, let's go back to the dormitory. Won the exercises and got cocky. Dare to come at us for real." A Blade team member with camouflage paint on his face stepped out from behind Gao Shanfeng. The sound of his tactical boots crushing the dry branches on the ground was ear-piercing. "What?" A tall Special Forces soldier in the Blade team sneered. "Won the exercises by using underhanded tricks, and now you're afraid to face us head-on." "Exactly." Another Blade team member scoffed. "If it weren't for using those lowly tactics like hunting rabbits, could you have won? Have the guts to fight for real." Zhu Yuanfu trembled with anger. His training uniform soaked with sweat on his back. "Damn you." Long Xiaowu suddenly crossed his arms to block him, his fingertips touching Zhu Yuanfu's rapidly rising chest. feeling the other's quickening heartbeat. Chapter 184, Experts Clash. Start. Someone shouted, and the noise instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath. And the training ground was so silent that one could hear the rustle of the night wind blowing through the camouflage uniforms. Suddenly, the Red Army side erupted in a synchronized stomping sound, 3 short and 1 long, the rhythm getting faster. The Blue Army refused to back down. Someone led a round of applause, which quickly developed into thunderous clapping. The two kinds of cheers intertwined in the night sky, startling the night birds in the distant woods. Gao Shan Feng suddenly moved. He darted forward, his right fist shooting like a cannonball straight for Long Xiaowu's face. This punch was so fast it left an afterimage. And the Blade team members had already revealed victorious smiles. They were too familiar with this move, the breaking army straight punch. No one had ever escaped unscathed. Bang! With a muffled sound, everyone widened their eyes. Long Xiaowu actually did not dodge or evade, at the moment of blocking with his left arm. His right elbow struck like a venomous snake, hitting Gao Shan Feng's throat. Good. The Red Army erupted in thunderous cheers. A few soldiers jumped up excitedly, nearly knocking over their comrades behind them. Gao Shan Feng staggered back 2 steps, his Adam's apple rolling violently. The smiles on the faces of the Blade team members froze. And the Lynx dagger clattered to the ground. Chapter 185, This is not a competition, this is showing off. Gao Shan Feng took a deep breath, suddenly changing tactics. Starting to use close combat techniques from Special Forces. Long Xiaowu was momentarily unprepared, and was taken down by a scissor kick. Gao Shan Feng seized the opportunity to lock his arm, sneering, admit defeat. Long Xiaowu's forehead bulged with veins, and suddenly, with an incredible twist, he broke free from the predicament. He used the momentum to chop at Gao Shan Feng's neck, followed by a sweeping kick. Gao Shan Feng crashed heavily to the ground. Dust flying. The Red Army camp erupted in deafening cheers, the sound waves nearly toppling the training ground's roof. Zhu Fu tore off his training cap and threw it into the air, his voice changing pitch with excitement. 5th brother is awesome. National Defense University is awesome. Other student soldiers rushed forward, lifting Long Xiaowu above their heads, tossing him into the air like a triumphant hero. Did you see? This is the power of our Red Army. A freckled Red Army soldier jumped onto an ammo crate, shouting towards the Blue Army direction. We won the exercises. And we won the fight too. In the distance, the Red Army officers watching exchanged high fives, and a few staff members even excitedly took out cigarettes to light up. Meanwhile, the Blue Army camp fell into a dead silence. Chapter 186, Someone Wants to See You. The red cloth 1,000 meters away was just 2 blurred red dots under the moonlight, the night wind brushing over the treetops, the branches swaying unsteadily. At this distance, a bullet would take nearly 2 seconds to fly through the air. During that time, even the slightest breeze could deflect its trajectory by several meters. How about it? Gao Shan Feng's voice was provocative. If you think it's too difficult, use the same gun. Long Xiaowu suddenly spoke, your gun has been calibrated, fair. This request stunned Gao Shan Feng for a moment, then he sneered, fine. He took off his 88 sniper rifle, and tossed it to Long Xiaowu for inspection. Long Xiaowu ignored the surrounding voices. The moment he took the gun, his fingers naturally found the balance point, checking the rifling with fluid movements. Gao Shan Feng's expression sharpened. This was not the level of a novice. I'll go first. Gao Shan Feng set up the sniper rifle. And the moment his cheek pressed against the stock, his whole demeanor changed, as if he had merged with the weapon. At a distance of 973 meters. Wind speed 4 meters per second, southeast. The gunshot rang out, and the red cloth on a distant tree flew in response. The observation scope clearly showed that the bullet had grazed the trunk, leaving only a 2-centimeter strip of red cloth on the bark. Chapter 187, Meeting Zhu Fu's grandpa. Long Xiaowu felt a chill sliding down his spine. Being summoned alone by a senior officer in the middle of the night was definitely not normal. He instinctively touched the pocket of his training uniform, where the name tag of the Blue Army commander he had killed during the exercise was still tucked away. "Excuse me. Sir," Long Xiaowu's throat tightened, "who wants to see us?" Zhu Yuanfu looked at him with a puzzled expression, and the other student soldiers were equally bewildered. The major's sharp gaze swept over them like a beam of light. "You'll find out when you go." As he turned, the holster on his armed belt gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The student soldiers exchanged glances. Liu Rui's unease flashed behind his glasses. "Fifth brother. Could it be the Blue Army? You all go back first." Long Xiaowu interrupted him, deliberately lowering his voice. "Xiaopang and I will be back soon." Zhu Yuanfu suddenly grabbed Zhong Qiju's arm. "Old Zhong, if we don't return in an hour, remember to hurry up. Execute the order." The major said coldly without looking back. The authority in his voice immediately made Zhu Yuanfu release his grip. The comrades exchanged worried glances, only able to watch them leave with concern. The night wind whipped sand grains against their faces, as Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu followed behind the major, their shadows elongated and distorted by the moonlight. Chapter 188. The beast should be released back to the mountains. Despite being over 60, the old general's aura remained as heavy as a mountain. Long Xiaowu felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, but he did not back down. Instead, calmly meeting the old general's gaze. The wrinkles at the corners of the old general's eyes suddenly deepened, a micro-expression formed from years of assessing battlefield situations. He was evaluating the young man before him, as if he were examining a tactical plan. "Young man," Zhu Jianhong suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a metallic hardness. He stepped forward, and the air inside the tent instantly thickened. Long Xiaowu could even smell the distinct mixture of gunpowder and leather on the old general. "You are younger than I imagined." The old general's voice was steady, but waves of turmoil surged within him. "But your eyes do not look like those of a rookie." Zhu Jianhong nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The tactical thinking during the exercise was unique, understanding reverse thinking and effectively employing psychological warfare. Long Xiaowu humbly replied, "Sir, you flatter me. I just adapted to the situation as it came." Assessing the situation and adapting. Zhu Jianhong suddenly turned around and picked up a document from the operations table. A defense line that 8 reconnaissance companies couldn't breach was torn open by a student soldier like you. Chapter 189, Returning to School. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the gravel path back to the camp. Zhu Yuanfu's steps slowed down, eventually stopping under a white poplar tree. He looked up at the mottled moonlight filtering through the tree crown, his chest heaving violently. "Fifth brother," his voice trembled, "my grandfather just called my name." Long Xiaowu stood 2 steps away, seeing the flickering shadows of moonlight on Zhu Yuanfu's face. The face that usually wore a playful smile was now tightly drawn, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. He used to call me turtle grandson. Zhu Yuanfu suddenly squatted down, scooping up a handful of sand and letting it flow through his fingers. "Since I started elementary school, his gaze towards me has always been like looking at a pile of useless mud." The night wind rustled the leaves, making a soft sound. Long Xiaowu stood silently, not interrupting. But just now, Zhu Yuanfu's voice suddenly choked. "He called me little brat, and even pinched my muscles." He suddenly stood up, wiping his eyes roughly with the cuff of his uniform. "Fifth brother, did you see that? That was appreciation, right? I didn't see it wrong, did I?" Long Xiaowu watched this brother, who had shared life and death with him, babble like a child, and something soft in his heart was gently touched. Chapter 190, Military School International Exchange Week. "I used to." Liu Ming's fingers unconsciously rubbed the tactical pants on his knee, indeed feeling petty. "But this time, thank you for taking me to do those." He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "Those things I wanted to do, but didn't dare to do." These things completely shattered my understanding. You made me realize that there are no rules on the battlefield, only the determination to defeat the enemy. Long Xiaowu smiled comfortably and patted his shoulder. This time he felt much closer to Liu Ming. Zhu Yuanfu exaggeratedly dug at his ears. I didn't hear that wrong. Did I? Liu will also yield. Surprisingly, Liu Ming did not retort, only giving a bitter smile. You can't not yield, some people are just born to be leaders. Wang Zhenguo sat at the front of the cabin, listening to the students' conversation, a slight smile on his lips. He cleared his throat. You all did indeed perform excellently in this exercise. Especially. His gaze swept over Liu Ming, not letting personal grudges affect the mission. I am very pleased with that. Liu Ming's ears turned slightly red, and he lowered his head to tidy up his already neat gear. Wang Zhenguo said seriously, all right. Everyone sit tight and rest. I know you fed mosquitoes all night there and didn't sleep well. Chapter 191, Finalizing Personnel. This annual routine exchange activity has always been a stage for military academies to showcase their strength, and Wang Zhenguo was already accustomed to it. He took a sip of tea, waiting for the principal to continue. Long Xiaowu must go. Zhu Weiguo's tone was unquestionable, and Liu Ming. The teacup in Wang Zhenguo's hand trembled slightly. He looked up at the principal. Liu Ming has gone twice, which is indeed suitable. But Long Xiaowu just arrived not long ago. Could it be, not having gone before might lead to more innovation? Zhu Weiguo suddenly stood up and walked to the world map on the wall. Do you know what this year's exchange theme is? Asymmetric warfare and battlefield innovation. The sunlight suddenly became glaring, and Wang Zhenguo recalled the various peculiar tactics Long Xiaowu had used during the exercise. That kid has indeed brought asymmetry and innovation to new heights. Have Liu Ming share some experiences with him? As the principal turned, the map behind him was densely marked with the locations of various military academies. That kid suffered last year, he knows which pits to avoid. Wang Zhenguo nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that after Liu Ming returned last year, he had spent an entire month intensively training in close combat. Chapter 192, 7 People, 1 Heart. The office door gently closed behind him, and the touch of the document paper lingered on Long Xiaowu's fingertips. He looked down at the golden-edged invitation for the International Exchange Week in his hand, his heart pounding violently in his chest. International Military Exchange Week. Long Xiaowu's voice was a bit tight. Instructor, isn't this usually for senior students? Wang Zhenguo picked up his teacup, the steam making his gaze particularly sharp. The principal specifically named you. The teacup made a soft sound as it landed on the table. Your performance in the exercise has shown the school leadership a different potential. Long Xiaowu's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the document. He had heard of this annual exchange activity, a stage for the elites of military academies from various countries, a contest of tactics and wisdom. He had heard that when Liu Ming returned last year, he still had lingering bruises on his arm. How's your English foundation? Wang Zhenguo suddenly asked. Long Xiaowu came back to his senses. Report, instructor, no problem with daily conversations, but for professional terms, the school will provide translation. Wang Zhenguo interrupted him. But you also need to prepare yourself. He pulled out a book titled Military English Quick Mastery from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Long Xiaowu. Make sure to learn it during these 2 weeks, at least to understand basic commands. Chapter 193, Long Zan's Relief. After the dismissal, Long Xiaowu turned to face his teammates. From today onwards, after the basic training every day, we will add 2 hours of extra training. Combat, tactical sign language, physical fitness. English conversation, not a single one can be missed. He turned to Liu Ming. Brother Ming, please get the information as soon as possible. Don't worry. Liu Ming patted his chest. I'll note down all the tricks those guys from the beautiful country like to use. The crowd laughed and dispersed, leaving only Xu Wan standing in place. The shadow of the phoenix tree cast mottled light on her face through the window. making the emotions in her eyes even harder to grasp. Do you have something else? Long Xiaowu asked in surprise. Xu Wan suddenly looked up and said loudly. The invitation from last time is still valid. The Fire Club needs a tactical mind like yours. Long Xiaowu thought carefully, and then remembered what she was referring to. Let's talk about it after the exchange week. He paused and, almost unconsciously, added, but for the camouflage reconnaissance course. I would like to ask you to give us a few lessons. Xu Wan's eyes suddenly brightened, like a star suddenly lit up in the night sky. She stepped forward, her combat boots making a slight sound against the ground. No problem. Chapter 194, Overturning World Rankings. Scorpion Pearl's fingers trembled slightly, and a tiny bubble formed in the foretube. This Special Forces female soldier, who could remain as steady as a rock amidst gunfire, was now struggling to control her breathing because of a date. Oh, when did our Captain Long become so good at remembering? Long Zhan smiled bitterly, his gaze falling on the date circled in red on the bedside calendar. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a fine beam of light on that red circle, resembling a ring. What gift do you want? This question was asked lightly, but it made Scorpion Pearl pause her pen while recording her temperature, causing a small blue ink blot to spread on the paper. Scorpion Pearl turned around, and the setting sun outside perfectly illuminated her profile, giving her usually stern outline a layer of soft warm light. She bit her lower lip. This warrior, who wouldn't even frown in front of an enemy, had her eyelashes trembling slightly at this moment. With flushed cheeks, she stared at Long Zhan and asked, Can I ask for anything? As long as I can do it. Long Zhan's voice was filled with unprecedented determination. Chapter 195, Long Zhu is missing. At 5 in the morning, just as the sky was lightening, Long Xiaowu was already standing in the center of the training ground. His legs were strapped with 10-kilogram lead weights, and the back of his combat uniform was dampened by the morning dew. 6 figures rushed in from different directions, their footsteps particularly clear in the quiet dawn. Zhu Yuanfu was the last to arrive, his round face still carrying sleepiness, but his gaze was already sharp as a knife. Today's training plan. Long Xiaowu's voice was as sharp as ice. Morning, 15 kilometers weighted run, 400-meter obstacle course for 10 sets. Afternoon, combat skills and tactical sign language. Evening, military English and camouflage theory. No one complained, no one frowned. For half a month, this had become their daily routine. The countdown to the International Exchange Week hung over them like the sword of Damocles, forcing them to break through one limit after another. As the weighted run began, the 7 of them lined up. Long Xiaowu led the way. Zhu Yuanfu's breathing grew heavier, sweat dripped from his chin onto his camouflage uniform. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Chen Jiyuan's glasses fogged up into beads of water, so he simply took them off and stuffed them into his pocket, squinting to follow the blurry figure ahead. Last kilometer. Speed up. Long Xiaowu's voice pierced through the morning mist. Chapter 196, Camouflage Class. Zhu Yuanfu's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an apple. Long Xiaowu's attention was drawn to the combat area. A petite girl was striking a sandbag, each punch producing a terrifying whoosh. Her movements appeared casual, but Long Xiaowu noticed the angles of her punches were extremely tricky, targeting the most vulnerable parts of the human body. That's Henzhu, a junior, Liu Ming explained, last year's National Military Academy Combat Competition Women's Group runner-up. Just as he was speaking, Henzhu delivered a spinning kick, sending the sandbag flying almost horizontally, the chain groaning under the strain. Zhu Yuanfu instinctively touched his ribs, as if he could already feel that pain. Gunfire erupted from the shooting range. A boy was undergoing rapid-fire training, hitting the bullseye with all 10 shots. Zhong Hao, our military academy shooting record holder, Liu Ming spoke with pride. He can hit a coin from 50 meters with a pistol. Long Xiaowu squinted. The skill level of these individuals was indeed far beyond that of ordinary trainees, their actions clean and efficient, without a hint of excess. What was even more surprising was the intensity of the training. It was already 7 p.m., and there were still over 20 people training in the club. Chapter 197, Call Long Zhu. Zhu Yuanfu even unconsciously straightened his back, while Chen Jiyuan quietly adjusted his collar. She smiled slightly, her red lips parting. Hello everyone. I am Liu Feng, a junior in the electronic warfare major. The deep male voice struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Zhu Yuanfu's expression instantly froze. His face shifting from red to white to green, as if he had been punched in the chest. Chen Jiyuan suddenly took off his glasses, wiped the lenses vigorously, and put them back on, as if doubting his own perception. What the hell? A guy? Zhong Taizu cursed directly, his eyes wide in disbelief. Xu Wan began to help Liu Feng remove his disguise. She took off the silicone padding from his chest, wiped away the contouring powder from his face, and let down his hair to reveal the original short hairstyle. In less than 5 minutes, standing before everyone was a handsome boy, with only a hint of softness remaining at the corners of his eyes and brows. This is unscientific. Zhu Yuanfu's voice sounded as if someone had choked him. I clearly saw a beauty. Liu Feng mischievously winked. I never said I was a girl. Chen Jiyuan's face turned pale, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Liu Feng. I was thinking of getting contact information after class. Chapter 198, Instructor Scorpion. Are you in a relationship? Long Xiaowu had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, feeling the last pack of Hongta Mountain in his pocket. He turned and jogged back to the sentry box. Brother Li, can I borrow a phone again? Long Xiaowu handed over the last pack of Hongta Mountain. The sentry soldier took the cigarette, laughing so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled. Are you on the phone all night? He skillfully stuffed the cigarette into his uniform pocket and pushed out the black landline again. Go ahead, just don't take too long. Long Xiaowu picked up the receiver, his finger hesitating above the dial pad for a moment. The night breeze swept through the sentry box, carrying the chill of early autumn. In the end, he took a deep breath and dialed Long Zan's office number. Beep, beep. The sound of the call connecting was particularly clear in the quiet night. Hello. Longyang Special Operations Team. A cold female voice suddenly came from the receiver. Long Xiaowu's fingers tightened sharply, almost crushing the microphone. He was too familiar with this voice, Scorpion Pearl, the infamous iron-blooded instructor Longyang. The female devil who once tortured him, a new recruit. To the brink of death on the training ground. Instructor Scorpion. Long Xiaowu's voice involuntarily lowered a few degrees, and his back straightened automatically. This had become a conditioned reflex. Chapter 199, The Mysterious Senior Sister. In the following days, Long Xiaowu and the others completed their basic training every day, then practiced completing the day's tasks. And in the evening went to Xu Wan for disguise lessons. The smell of foundation and hair gel filled the camouflage tent. And the 6 big men sat around the makeup mirror, their expressions tenser than when they first disassembled firearms. Little fatty, are you putting foundation or putty on your face? Zhong Taizu stared at Zhu Yuanfu's pale face, which was whiter than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Zhu Yuanfu looked left and right in the mirror, his fingers dabbing foundation on his face again. Didn't Instructor Xu say to darken the skin tone? Dark, not dead ash. Chen Jiyuan pushed up his glasses, the lenses smeared with mascara. According to color theory, you should first use a foundation 2 shades darker as a base, then use shadow powder. Before he finished speaking, the eyeliner pencil in his hand suddenly drew a black line, directly from the temple to the ear. The tent erupted in laughter. Liu Rui laughed so hard that the wig he was holding fell to the ground, revealing his freshly glued grey hair, looking like a Santa Claus struck by lightning. Xu Wan stood by with her arms crossed, her lips twitching slightly. Chapter 200, Sound Positioning Shooting. The car drove out of the campus and headed towards the suburbs. The road became narrower, and the trees on both sides grew denser, the moonlight sliced into fragments by the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the car windows. Instructor. You're not planning to sell me, are you? Long Xiaowu joked half-heartedly. Liu Zhong snorted, that would require someone to buy, I'm afraid I de-sell you. And you'd take down their nest right after. Long Xiaowu chuckled, but didn't he reply. The jeep rolled over the last stretch of asphalt road and turned into a firebreak covered with fallen leaves. After the engine was turned off, silence pressed down like a thick blanket. The sound of Liu Zhong kicking open the car door startled some animals, causing rustling sounds from the bushes. Long Xiaowu jumped out of the car, his combat boots sinking into half an inch of pine needles, the smell of decay immediately rushing into his nostrils. In the distance, a crow cawed, 3 short sounds followed by 2 long ones, particularly harsh in the jungle. Keep up. Liu Zhong turned on the tactical flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal numerous bullet holes on the tree trunks. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet, only the occasional crow cawing broke the silence. Long Xiaowu followed Liu Zhong up the mountain, the night wind howling, making their clothes rustle. Chapter 201, Departure for the Exchange Conference. In the early morning mist enveloping the military academy airport, 7 trainees in military training uniforms stood in neat rows, their backpacks placed orderly at their feet. Next to them stood a translator assigned by Zhu Weiguo, named Zhong Rui. Principal Zhu Weiguo walked over, stepping through the morning dew, his shoulder insignia gleaming golden in the rising sunlight. Attention! Long Xiaowu commanded, and the 7 straightened their backs simultaneously, their military boots colliding with a crisp sound. Zhu Weiguo's gaze was piercing as he slowly scanned each young face. This international military exchange is your first time representing the country without a supervising instructor. His voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. The journey is long, you will have to rely on yourselves to solve any difficulties you encounter. Zhong Taizu swallowed, and Zhu Yuanfu unconsciously rubbed the hem of his uniform. Only Long Xiaowu and Liu Ming maintained their composure, gazing steadily ahead. Long Xiaowu. Zhu Weiguo suddenly called out. Here. Long Xiaowu stepped forward, saluting with a clean and brisk motion. You are the team leader this time. And what you carry on your shoulders is not only personal honor, but also the image of a soldier from Long Country. Zhu Weiguo raised his hand in return. Chapter 202, Soldiers of Long Country, Not to be Provoked. Long Xiaowu stepped forward and extended his hand. I am Long Xiaowu, the team leader of this delegation from Long National Defense University. Alex shook Long Xiaowu's hand, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. This boy from the east, who looks like a high school student, is actually the team leader. You are the team leader. He couldn't help but confirm. Is there a problem? Long Xiaowu narrowed his eyes slightly, increasing the pressure in his grip just right. Alex felt the pressure in his palm, and his smile faltered, no problem. Please follow me. On the way to the dormitory, Alex continuously boasted about the school's facilities. Our shooting range is fully digitalized, upgraded with $2 million last year. The Combat Training Center is equipped with the most advanced shock-absorbing floors. Oh, over there is our simulated battlefield, which can realistically recreate various combat environments. Walking along the wide plain tree-lined avenue, Alex's tone began to become exaggerated, and his demeanor took on a hint of superiority. Zhu Yuanfu and the others initially observed with curiosity, but soon detected the tone of boasting, yet they tactfully remained silent. Do you see that grey building? Our indoor shooting range is equipped with the latest smart target machines. Chapter 203, The Exchange Conference begins. Xu Wan slightly raised the corners of her lips, her slender right hand extending. I am Xu Wan, a student from Long Country University, nice to meet you. The moment their hands clasped, Jin Minhui's fingers suddenly tightened. In the distance, the male soldiers from the Korean team had already started to snicker. They understood all too well the worth of their female teammate. Those muscles didn't come from casual training. As they laughed, their expressions gradually froze. Xu Wan's hand did not budge. Jin Minhui's forehead beaded with sweat, her knuckles turning white from exertion. She looked incredulously at the seemingly frail female soldier from Long Country. It was as if there was rebar hidden in that slender wrist. No matter how hard she pressed, it remained unmoved. Even more terrifying was the faint smile still lingering on the other's lips. Not far away. Damn! A male soldier from the Korean team couldn't help but curse, "Is that Long Country woman a robot?" "Shut up!" A soldier from the Korean team snorted coldly. "Our teammate will never lose." Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanfu nervously bit his nails. "Will Instructor Xu be at a disadvantage? That Korean female muscle's hand is thicker than my thigh. Just watch." Long Xiaowu chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 204, The Debate Competition. On the podium, a tall, robust man walked to the center of the stage, his military boots clacking a steady rhythm on the floor. The 4 stars on his shoulder shone under the lights, and the grey-white at his temples exuded an imposing aura without anger. "Ladies and gentlemen, elite students from military academies around the world." His voice was rough like sandpaper, but filled with power. "I am Lake, the host of this exchange meeting, and I welcome you all. The core of this military academic exchange." He paused, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over every young face in the audience. "It mainly concerns military tactics, cooperation, and mutual exploration and communication. The clash of ideas is more valuable than bullets, and I hope you can showcase your best side." Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in polite applause. Long Xiaowu noticed that Marcus casually clapped twice, wearing a condescending smile. When the team from the beautiful country looked towards the dragon countryside, their contempt seemed to materialize and shoot out from their eyes. The first activity was a military academic debate. Lake pressed the remote, and the large screen lit up with the schedule. There would be 6 debates today, each limited to 30 minutes. Chapter 205, A Battle of Wits. A buzz of agreement rose from the audience. Jin Minhui even deliberately said loudly to her companion, "This is like a debate between college students and elementary school students." Lake looked at the Dragon Country team, opposing side. "Your response?" Xu Wan stood up gracefully. "The affirmative side has made a fundamental error by confusing the tools with the users of the tools." Her voice flowed like a clear spring. "May I ask, who wrote those algorithms? Who formulated the strategies for drone strikes? No matter how advanced the technology, it is still backed by human decision-making." She pulled up a set of data. "The most effective counterinsurgency operations are completed by small special forces with high levels of professionalism, rather than purely technological strikes." Why? Because only humans can understand the complexities of cultural environments. Exactly. Liu Ming immediately stood up, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. "High technology needs humans to operate it, and machines require humans to maintain them. Relying too much on technology means that once your so-called high-tech is infiltrated and destroyed by the enemy, you won't even know how to fight. This shows that the advantage of technology has never been absolute. Adaptability and creativity are what truly matter." Long Xiaowu was the last to stand up. Chapter 206, Debate concluded. The Dragon Country won, with an overwhelming advantage of 72. When Lake announced the result, the entire auditorium fell silent for a moment, then erupted into warm applause. Those representatives, who had originally been waiting to see the Dragon Country make a fool of themselves, now looked at this team from the east with new eyes. Marcus's face turned extremely dark as he roughly pushed his chair away and left, not even bothering with basic etiquette. Meanwhile, Liu Ming's eyes turned red. He had finally washed away the shame of last year. Colonel Lake stood at the judges' table, maintaining a professional calm on the surface. But the scoring sheet in his hand was unconsciously crumpled. His sharp grey eyes were fixed on Long Xiaowu, waves of shock surging within him. Every rebuttal from Long Xiaowu struck at the vulnerable points of the beautiful country. What kind of monster has the dragon country sent this year? Moments later, he stood back at the podium, saying meaningfully during the summary, "Today's debate proves one point: there are no absolute rights and wrongs in military thought. Only continuous communication and collision can drive progress. The performance of the Dragon Country team is impressive and worth learning from." Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into warm applause once again. Chapter 207, 400-meter obstacle relay race. Under the blazing sun, the training ground was filled with the dry scent of dust. Students from various countries lined up in neat formations, their training uniforms soaked with sweat and then dried, leaving white salt stains on their backs. Attention! With the instructor's command, dozens of pairs of military boots came together, producing a synchronized clashing sound. Long Xiaowu stood at the forefront of the Dragon Country team, sweat beads running down his neck and into his collar. He could feel the scorching gazes from the beautiful country team on his right. Colonel Lake walked up to the command platform with his signature steady stride, the sound of his military boots echoing on the steel steps. "Cadets, we will now conduct a 400-meter obstacle relay race." Lake's voice was rough and powerful, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. The 400-meter obstacle is not only a test of physical fitness and endurance, but also an opportunity for you to observe and learn. His eagle-like gaze swept over every young face, watching how others cross obstacles with the most effortless movements. That is the essence of communication. To save time and costs, 2 different military academies will compete simultaneously. A commotion erupted from the audience. Marcus suddenly exaggeratedly yawned, prompting the beautiful country team to emit a deliberately suppressed laugh. Chapter 208, Undercurrents Swirling. The beautiful country now sees us as a thorn in their side. Long Xiaowu's voice was kept very low. The victory in the debate left them with a belly full of anger. Liu Ming wiped the sweat from his palms. The look in Marcus's eyes is like he wants to swallow us whole. "What are you afraid of?" Zhong Taizu flexed his muscles. "We can always fight." Xu Wan gently shook her head. "They won't come at us directly. I've noticed that Tom has been secretly watching our warm-up movements. He must be analyzing our weaknesses." Long Xiaowu's gaze scanned every team member. "The beautiful country has a physical advantage, but what is our advantage?" "Teamwork," Xu Wan said softly. "Resilience," Liu Ming added. "Wisdom." Zhu Yuanfu adjusted his glasses. Long Xiaowu nodded with satisfaction. "Remember, this is not a competition of 7 individuals, but a battle of one team." Beep. Colonel Lake's whistle pierced the tense air of the training ground. "The draw results are out. 5 minutes for tactical discussion." He tapped the timer. The metal shell reflecting dazzling light in the sun. "Remember, the order of the relay is also one of the keys to victory." Teams from various countries immediately formed a tight circle. Chapter 209, The rest, leave to me. The entire venue instantly fell silent, and one could hear the flags rustling in the wind. All eyes were fixed on the 2 teams. Even the celebrating team from the Stick Country stopped their movements. The spectators buzzed with discussion. A student from the Stick Country shook his head. "The beautiful country has an average height of 185 centimeters. And that female team member from the Dragon Country looks like she weighs less than 100 pounds. I bet the beautiful country will win." Someone took out a pack of cigarettes and slapped it on the ground, at least a 20-second lead. However, Jin Minhui was staring at Xu Wan's slender back and suddenly said, "I bet on the Dragon Country." Amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, she added, "That female soldier's eyes are like the snow leopards in our mountains." At this moment, the beautiful country team was arrogantly showing off their muscles in the warm-up area. Marcus patted Tom's back. "You go deal with that little girl, don't hold back." Tom grinned, revealing his canine teeth. "Leave it to me. Look at the lineup of the Dragon Country." A red-haired student said deliberately loudly, one girl, one fat guy. And a nerd. Marcus feigned seriousness. Keep your voice down, or you'll scare the little girl to tears. This drew a burst of laughter from the beautiful country team. Shu Wan seemed not to hear, focusing intently on adjusting her wrist guard. Chapter 2:10, shocking the entire venue. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. Tom with red hair shouted in unison with the players from Beautiful Country. They high-fived each other, their muscular arms bulging with veins like twisting earthworms. Marcus stood at the front of the line, deliberately tearing the sleeves off his training uniform, revealing biceps comparable to a bodybuilder's. 5 seconds difference. Marcus waved 5 fingers in front of the Dragon Country team. Do you know what this concept means? He turned to his teammates and exaggeratedly gestured, saying it was equivalent to these yellow-skinned boys sleeping 5 hours less every day and training for 2 years to catch up. The Beautiful Country team burst into laughter. Long Xiaowu said nothing, merely squinting his eyes and glancing at them. In an instant, a strong murderous aura, as if to devour them with his gaze, erupted from the eyes of this young man. The soldiers from Beautiful Country, who were still enjoying themselves, froze on the spot when they saw Long Xiaowu's bloodthirsty gaze. It felt like being targeted by a cold venomous snake, ready to pounce and tear them to shreds at any moment. With just one glance, they dared not look directly and hurriedly shifted their gaze. Chapter 2:11, turning the tide. This speed, this strength, incredible. Oh my God, he is so brave. As Marcus trudged through, the mud was already up to his knees. Yet Long Xiaowu seemed to be performing a death ballet. Each time precisely hitting the protruding rocks in the mud, his body maintaining an incredible balance. Twice, the stones clearly shifted, about to fall into the mud. But he managed to adjust his center of gravity in an instant, skimming over the danger zone like a dragonfly touching the water. Crazy. He is definitely a madman. Marcus roared in his heart. The distance between those stones was at least 2 meters, and a normal person would never dare to attempt such a reckless way of running. But Long Xiaowu not only did it, but his speed was even faster than running on flat ground. The most breathtaking part was yet to come. The 10-meter-long single-log bridge was only 20 centimeters wide, but Long Xiaowu showed no signs of slowing down. His combat boots made a dull thud on the log. His arms spread wide like an eagle soaring. In the 3rd second of crossing the bridge, his right foot suddenly slipped. Be careful! Zhu Yuanfu exclaimed in surprise. At that critical moment, Long Xiaowu's body twisted sharply, as if it had springs, his left hand grasping the edge of the log, his whole body swinging in midair. Chapter 2:12, Who Can Compete? Whoosh! Long Xiaowu shot through like an arrow, the timer's numbers instantly froze, 1 minute 31 seconds. A new legend was born. The training ground fell silent for half a second, then erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Students from various countries stood up to applaud in unison. Even Colonel Lake at the judges' table stood up instinctively. When Marcus staggered across the finish line, his face was as pale as paper. The record he set was completely shattered. Long Xiaowu slowly knelt on the ground, but his back remained straight. The sunlight shone on his scarred palms, those calluses and scars now turned into the brightest medals. 1 minute 31 seconds. A new event record. The trembling voice of the judge came through the broadcast, and the entire training ground exploded with excitement. Holy shit! Jacques from the Sun Never Sets Country tore off his glasses. He broke the record held by Marcus for 3 years. Pierre from Country F frantically clutched his blonde hair. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one has ever come close to Marcus's 1 minute 36 seconds. Jin Minutui from the Stick Country suddenly stood up, her movement too quick causing her chair to topple over. Chapter 2:13, Experience can be accumulated, explosive power is innate. Marcus stood before them at some point, his tall figure casting a shadow over Long Xiaowu. He looked down at Long Xiaowu, with a complex mix of emotions swirling in his blue eyes. How did you do it? His voice was hoarse and frightening. Long Xiaowu calmly met his gaze. I ran with all my might, putting my life on the line. The corner of Marcus's eye twitched. He suddenly grabbed Long Xiaowu by the collar. Stop with the pretty words. You must have used something, Marcus. Colonel Lake's voice of admonition came from a distance. Marcus gritted his teeth, reluctantly releasing his grip, his facial muscles contorting. He leaned down to Long Xiaowu's ear, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Listen. Yellow-skinned monkey, the debate competition was an accident, today is also an accident. His breath was heavy like a wounded beast, but next, I will make you cry, I swear. After saying that, he turned and strode away, his combat boots leaving deep footprints on the ground. Ha, a sore loser. Liu Ming spat at Marcus's back. Having lost 2 consecutive matches, he must be fuming. Zhong Taizu cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Let them come. I'm full of energy right now. Chapter 214, Dragon Country vs. Japan. The next morning. The morning dew still rolled on the blades of grass, and Long Xiaowu had already completed warm-ups with his teammates. As they lined up, their training uniforms still carried the sweat of their morning run, forming a faint white mist in the cool air. Students from various countries gathered in small groups around, but the glances cast today were clearly different. Those once disdainful sidelong glances had turned into wary scrutiny. Pierre from Country F even raised his chin towards Long Xiaowu, his blonde hair particularly striking in the morning light. Captain, those people from Japan are giving me the creeps. Zhu Yuanfu rubbed his arms, speaking in a low voice. Sato was indeed coldly staring at the Dragon Country team, his arms crossed. His black combat boots impatiently tapping the ground. When Long Xiaowu looked over, he intentionally spoke to his teammate in Japanese. The Dragon Country people were just lucky yesterday. Long Xiaowu's knuckles made a slight cracking sound, but his expression remained calm. He reached out to stop Zhong Taizu, who was about to rush out. No rush. There will be plenty of chances to counterattack. Zhong Taizu angrily cursed under his breath, giving them the middle finger. HMPH, little Japanese. A whistle blew. Chapter 215, Fight however you want, just leave some breath. Not far away, in the Japanese team, Sato was coldly glaring this way. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, the scar on his left cheek looking particularly menacing in the sunlight. So pleased with himself. Sato quietly said to his teammates in Japanese, his voice like a snake hissing, we must show them some color today. His deputy Yamamoto immediately echoed, especially that female trainee. His lewd gaze lingered on Shu Wan's slender waist. Unlike Kim Minatui from the Stick Country, this little girl is delicate and tender. I can take her down with just one finger. Another Japanese team member, Oshima, grinned, revealing his uneven yellow teeth, making her kneel and beg for mercy. The Japanese team erupted into a burst of piercing laughter. Long Xiaowu's gaze instantly turned cold. He slowly turned around, his eyes like knives piercing towards the Japanese team. Zhu Yuanfu's chubby face turned crimson, his fists cracking ominously. Liu Ming had already taken a step forward, but was stopped by Long Xiaowu raising his hand. Let them talk. Long Xiaowu's voice was very soft, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The more they talked, the more they would fall hard later. Shu Wan still stood quietly. But her eyes had turned as cold as ice, her 5 fingers instantly clenched tight. Chapter 216, A Good Beating. Start. With Colonel Lake's command. The Dragon and Japanese team members jumped into the mud pit simultaneously, the murky mud exploded instantly, splashing water everywhere. Sato grinned viciously, rushing towards Long Xiaowu first. Cursing in Japanese, today, I will break your bones. I will prove to you with my fists that decades later, you will still be our defeated opponents. Long Xiaowu's eyes turned cold, his body suddenly lowered. At the moment Sato's fist was about to hit his face, he suddenly sidestepped. His right hand darting out like a poisonous snake, grabbing Sato's wrist and twisting it. Crack! Ah! Sato let out a miserable scream. His entire arm locked in a reverse joint hold, his face twisted in pain. He never expected Long Xiaowu's grappling techniques to be so tricky. It was not at all like military combat skills, but more like some ancient joint techniques. Baker! Sato roared, the other hand lunging towards Long Xiaowu's throat. Long Xiaowu sneered, his knee suddenly lifting and crashing into Sato's abdomen. Ooh! Sato let out a muffled groan, almost vomiting gastric juice, his whole body staggering back, mud splattering his face. Is this all you've got? Long Xiaowu shook off the mud from his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Your Japanese fighting skills only rely on sneak attacks and tough talk. Chapter 217, The Dragon Country's Kung Fu. I. The opponent blinked blankly with swollen eyes, seemingly unaware of what went wrong. You don't even know where you went wrong. Zhu Yuanfu's smile suddenly vanished, and he raised his fist again. It's time to hit. More violent punches and kicks rained down like a storm. For the next 3 minutes, the mud pit echoed with bone-chilling sounds of strikes and screams. Sato lay in the mud like a dead dog, watching his teammates getting beaten one by one, crying for their mothers. Blood mixed with mud smeared his face, yet he still shouted, "Baker! You traitors!" before he could finish. Long Xiaowu grabbed his collar and lifted him up, launching a combination of punches to his face. The thudding sounds made everyone around feel their teeth ache. And Sato's nose visibly bent to one side. Cough! Spit! Sato spat out a bloody tooth, just as he opened his mouth to continue cursing. Suddenly, a foreign object flew into his throat, choking back his last words. Sato's expression froze. He mechanically rolled his throat, feeling very sticky, suddenly realizing what he had just swallowed. Ooh! Baker Yuru! You dare, cough cough! Sato frantically clawed at his throat, tears and snot covering his face. Chapter 218, Long Xiaowu, you have a call. Marcus walked straight up to Colonel Laker, his voice booming, "Colonel, I request a one-on-one match with Long Xiaowu." The entire training ground fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Colonel Laker raised an eyebrow and turned to Long Xiaowu, "What is your opinion?" Long Xiaowu leisurely unwrapped the bandage on his wrist, a slight smile on his lips, "No problem." "Captain." Liu Ming hurriedly grabbed Long Xiaowu's arm. "This guy used dirty tricks last year, ha." Marcus suddenly laughed loudly, dismissively gesturing. "Liu Ming, last year you couldn't even last 2 moves under me. Do you remember how you lay on the ground like a dead fish, unable to move?" Liu Ming's forehead bulged with veins, his fists cracking ominously. Long Xiaowu pulled him behind him, staring directly at Marcus. "Let us make a bet. If I win, you will apologize to Liu Ming respectfully. What if you lose?" Marcus exaggeratedly spread his hands. "I will apologize to you," Long Xiaowu said calmly. A glint flashed in Marcus's eyes, his smile growing brighter. "Deal." He was already imagining the scene of Long Xiaowu bowing his head in apology. The two stepped into the mud pit, the murky water covering their ankles. Chapter 219, The event paused for a week. Long Xiaowu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly ran towards the communication room. He took a deep breath, adjusted his military posture, and then solemnly answered the phone. "Hello, this is Long Xiaowu." A hearty laugh came from the other end, and that familiar voice instantly relaxed Long Xiaowu. "Ha ha ha, good boy. I just saw the report, you did really well." Long Xiaowu's heart tightened, and he instinctively straightened his back. He thought the principal was going to scold him for being too harsh. After all, those Japanese scoundrels were all lying in the medical room, groaning. Hardly different from dead fish, the scene was indeed very brutal. He awkwardly explained, "Principal, what is there to explain?" Zhu Weiguo directly interrupted, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Well done. That was so satisfying. Those little devils should be dealt with like this." Long Xiaowu blinked, his mouth involuntarily curling up. He could almost see the principal on the other end of the line, slapping the table in approval. "Remember, as long as no one dies, you can go all out." Zhu Weiguo's voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of mystery. If anything happens, I will take the blame. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 220. Look at the good things your brother did. Colonel Laker stared at the surveillance replay, the image frozen at the moment Long Xiaowu countered Marcus. Incredibly. He pointed at the screen and said to Jack, "This kid's explosive power is like that of a young cheetah. Look at this turning motion. A perfect combination of strength and technique." Jack frowned. What is even more terrifying is his fighting system, which has the shadow of traditional martial arts and incorporates the essence of modern military combat. Laker nodded. With over 1 billion people in Dragon Country, it truly is a hidden gem. He took a sip of coffee. I have hosted 7 international military exchange competitions and seen many geniuses, but no one has developed as comprehensively as Long Xiaowu. Jack suddenly lowered his voice. Aren't you worried at all? At this rate, this year's champion is likely. Laker chuckled lightly, his gaze profound. Jack, true brilliance cannot be concealed. Like a luminous pearl, the darker the environment, the more it shines. Noticing Jack wanting to say something else, Laker patted his shoulder. Let us go, it's time to eat. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to think about how to enhance our own strength. As the two walked towards the officers' mess, Jack couldn't help but glance back at the frozen image of Long Xiaowu on the screen, ultimately falling silent and following Lake's footsteps. Chapter 221. Resuming the schedule. Before pushing the door open, she took a deep breath, meticulously hiding the playful smile from earlier. The office was filled with the mixed scent of disinfectant and coffee. The attending physician was flipping through a thick stack of examination reports and looked up upon hearing the noise. Scorpion Pearl straightforwardly asked, "Doctor, how is Long Zan's recovery?" His indicators. The doctor took off his glasses and rubbed his tired brow, more stable than expected. He tapped his pen on a certain data point. Without high-intensity training and task consumption, plus. He gave a meaningful glance at the still healing burn on Scorpion Pearl's hand. Someone is watching him take his medicine and rehabilitate every day. Scorpion Pearl's fingertips gently brushed the edge of the medical record book. Can he fully recover? Her voice was soft, as if asking a question she already knew the answer to. The pen paused on the paper for a long moment. The doctor removed his glasses, and the lenses reflected the swaying shadows of the trees outside. We are just. He carefully considered his words, trying to prolong this delay. Scorpion Pearl stood still. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow on her face. The wall clock in the office ticked regularly, and after the second hand made 3 full circles, she suddenly turned and left. Chapter 222. Special Shooting and Tactical Coordination. The next morning, the training ground was filled with a tense atmosphere in the morning mist, with participants from various countries lined up neatly. Colonel Lake's military boots made a crisp sound as they struck the metal podium, and all eyes focused on the chief judge. Today's exchange event was Special Shooting and Tactical Coordination. Lake's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. It is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is moving target shooting. A commotion erupted in the crowd below. Marcus wore a smug smile, unconsciously rubbing the gun holster at his waist with his fingers. The other country's participants exchanged glances, revealing expressions of confidence. Each group will release 60 homing pigeons, 20 each of red, white, and black. Lake's words instantly silenced the scene. Only hitting the red pigeons counts for points. Hitting other colors deducts a point. After the rules were announced, the training ground erupted into chaos. What? Hitting the wrong color deducts points. Kim Minute-hui from the Korean team widened his eyes, his expression instantly turning grim. His teammates exchanged glances, quickly whispering in Korean. Clearly caught off guard by the rule, Sato from the Japanese team snorted coldly and turned to Yamamoto, saying, "You have to distinguish colors and shoot in 1 minute." Chapter 223. CQB Competition. Kim Minute-hui held his head high and marched with his 5 teammates towards the shooting area. He turned back to his team with a grin. Giving a thumbs up, Aria'sWhisper. Let's show them our strength. The teammates responded in unison, fiercely taking their rifles. A South Vietnamese participant watching from the sidelines couldn't help but mutter, "The Koreans are so confident." Ready? Lake raised the signal gun, start. Bang! The moment the flare shot up, 60 pigeons burst from their cages, flapping their wings like a sudden downpour. Kim Minute-Hui's pupils dilated as he hurriedly raised his gun to shoot. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted chaotically, startling the pigeons to fly everywhere, white feathers filling the air. Aria'sWhisper. They are flying so fast, that's white. Kim Minute-Hui's forehead bulged with veins as he hurriedly adjusted his aim. His teammates were even worse off, with some missing 3 consecutive shots on the black pigeons. Long Xiaowu's gaze sharpened as he quietly said, "Pay attention, the flock will circle clockwise for the first 15 seconds. The shooting from the Korean team was nothing short of a disaster. Some lost their targets due to excessive recoil, while others panicked and fired multiple shots, but hit nothing. When the last second ended, the scoreboard displayed 7 red pigeons, 11 misfires, total score 4. Chapter 224, Our Soldiers from Long Country All Sharpshooters. Marcus held his gun in his right hand and quickly signaled with his left hand, dividing the 6 teammates into 2 groups of 3, flanking the building. Group A breach. Group B cover. Marcus shouted, kicking open the rusty iron door. The moment the door opened, a blank round whizzed past his cheek, splattering lime on the wall. Contact front. Marcus rolled to take cover, raising his hand to fire 2 shots accurately. In the monitoring room, Colonel Lake saw the 2 red dots representing terrorists on the screen immediately turn grey, indicating they were down. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the second-floor corridor. Tom had just peeked out when he was forced back by a barrage of gunfire. Sniper point. 3 o'clock. Marcus quickly pulled a flashbang from his tactical vest and accurately threw it into the second-floor window. With a loud bang, he led his team up the stairs. As they turned a corner, a terrorist wielding an axe suddenly appeared. Marcus instinctively side-kicked him down and followed up with a shot to eliminate the target. Clear. Continue advancing. The team members covered each other as they moved forward. Chapter 225, The Ironclad Defense. 20 red pigeons. 0 mistakes. Colonel Lake's announcement exploded like a shockwave on the training ground, instantly igniting excitement among the participating teams. Do they have some special training methods? This score is something even our top snipers might not achieve. Furthermore, they had to distinguish colors while moving, which is several times more difficult than shooting at fixed targets. It seems the strength of the Long Country's special forces has been seriously underestimated. HMPH. Sato from the Japanese team sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was just luck. The wind was almost still when they shot, and the light was just right for shooting. If it were us, we could do it too. Yamamoto nodded, his expression sinister. That's right, the Long Country people are best at exploiting loopholes in the rules. They might have trained for this mode in advance. Marcus stood motionless, his knuckles turning white from gripping his fists too tightly. Tom cautiously approached. Captain, shut up. Marcus squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, his blue eyes fixed on Long Xiaowu in the distance. That guy shot at least 10 pigeons by himself. Did you see his reload speed? Under 15 seconds. Chapter 226, Colonel, I request a review. After moving to a safe area, the female hostage suddenly stopped, turning her head sharply. She stared blankly at the dust rising from the building, her eyes reddening as if sand had gotten into them. She looked at the 2 soldiers who had formed the last line of defense with their bodies, her throat feeling choked. If this were a real battlefield, Long Xiaowu and Zhu Yuanfu would have already died for her sake. Their resolute expressions as they rushed towards the grenades, their unwavering actions left her deeply shocked. This was not a display of bravado, but instinctive behavior. In the monitoring room, Colonel Lake slowly removed his military cap. Several referees stood up in unison, the cold light of the monitor reflecting their astonished faces. "This is what real soldiers look like." Richard's voice trembled slightly. Shu Wan knelt on one knee, her long fingers gently brushing over the hostage's wrist to check for injuries, her voice carrying a rare softness for a battlefield. "Are you hurt? Can you stand up?" Her eyelashes were still dusted with colored powder, shimmering with fine golden light under the sun. The hostage shook her head, her golden hair swaying gently with the motion. "I'm fine." Her voice was a bit choked, "but you guys." Chapter 227, The exchange match has ended. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanfu crushed the mineral water bottle in his hand with a snap, the plastic groaning under the pressure of his calloused palm. "Damn it!" The veins on his forehead bulged, muscles rippling under the sleeves of his combat uniform. "This bunch of white-skinned pigs can't take a loss, can they?" Zhong Taizu directly picked up a tactical bench, anger surging on his dark face. "Captain, let me teach them what sportsmanship is." The veins on his thick arms bulged, and the legs of the bench creaked ominously in his hands. Long Xiaowu placed a hand on Zhong Qiju's bulging arm, his 5 long fingers like iron pincers, unmoving. "Taizu." His voice was soft, but made the enraged man freeze instantly, looking at the referee's table. Everyone followed his gaze. Colonel Lake was slowly rising, his eagle-like eyes scanning the entire venue. Long Xiaowu released his grip and patted Zhu Yuanfu's shoulder. "Little fatty, do you remember what the 9th chapter of The Art of War says?" Zhu Yuanfu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly grinned, anger and scratch, humble and proud. He released the already deformed plastic bottle and exhaled heavily. Chapter 228, In the future, if you're in trouble, I, Zhu Yuanfu, will be the first to take a bullet for you. Just as the dismissal whistle sounded, Japan's Sato slammed his tactical gloves on the ground with a loud clap. The veins on his forehead bulged, his face changing from blue to red, looking like a fox whose tail had been stepped on. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, glaring at Long Xiaowu's back, his voice low. "These bastards from Long Country must have used some despicable means." Yamamoto tugged at his sleeve. "Captain, the referees are watching." Sato shook off his hand, but had to restrain himself a bit. He shot one last venomous glance at the Long Country team, his eyes seeming to want to tear Long Xiaowu apart, before leaving with his team in a dejected manner. Their walking posture was stiff like marionettes, clearly still immersed in the shame of their defeat. On the side of Beautiful Country, Marcus's gaze was fixed on Long Xiaowu. He stared at the score of Long Country on the scoreboard, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very interesting." Just as Tom was about to say something, Marcus raised a hand to stop him. "Go." He adjusted his collar, and as he turned, his military boots left deep marks on the ground, as if trying to crush the victory of Long Country. Chapter 229, The Conspiracy of a Small Day. When the door to Lake's office was gently knocked, he was staring blankly at the final rankings displayed on the electronic screen on the wall. The flag of Long Country prominently topped the list. "Come in." Major Jack pushed the door open, holding a thick stack of analysis reports. He noticed that half of the whiskey bottle in front of Lake was already empty and raised an eyebrow. "It seems I'm not the only one who can't sleep." Lake gestured for him to sit down, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. "I have presided over 7 exchange matches, and the team from Beautiful Country has never let the championship slip away." He shook his head with a bitter smile. "Yet today, we were completely crushed by a Long Country team we had never taken seriously." Jack placed the report on the table and pulled out the top page. "Look at this data comparison. Their team's cooperation score is 987. Setting a new record for the event." Lake gasped. "I had anticipated this result long ago." The office fell silent. Outside, the searchlights of the military base swept across, casting flickering shadows on Lake's face. The most terrifying aspect of the Long Country people is not their individual combat quality. Lake tapped his temple. "It's here. They always manage to account for all possibilities." Chapter 230, The Good Show is just beginning. Zhu Yuanfu was startled, asking in surprise, "Huh? Fifth brother, what's wrong?" Long Xiaowu gestured subtly towards the back of the attendant. "The food is problematic." Everyone's heart sank, following his gaze to instantly understand. Zhong Taizu clenched his fist. Gritting his teeth, could it be that those bastards from Japan drugged the food? Liu Rui adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing, "It's very likely. They want to embarrass us in public." Xu Wan's eyes flashed coldly, immediately getting up. "I'll go find Colonel Lake." Long Xiaowu raised a hand to stop her. "It's useless." "Why?" Zhu Yuanfu's eyes widened. "Let the referees check." Long Xiaowu shook his head. "That attendant is from Japan. Since they dared to do it, they will definitely cover their tracks perfectly. We currently have no evidence. Reporting rashly would only alert the enemy, and might even backfire on us. Then what should we do?" Zhu Yuanfu was anxious. "We can't just sit here hungry while they flaunt their victory, right?" Long Xiaowu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. "No rush. The banquet will officially start soon. I have my ways." Seeing him so calm, everyone exchanged glances, knowing in their hearts that fifth brother must have already thought of a countermeasure. Chapter 231, Eating the Bitter Fruit of One's Own Actions. Zhu Yuanfu poked at the sashimi in front of him with chopsticks, his nose wrinkling in disgust. This can be called food? A pile of bloody raw meat slices. Not even a drop of hot oil. Exactly. Zhong Taizu jabbed at the sushi, the rice immediately scattering. This broken rice ball. The stuff our village dogs eat is 100 times better than this. Liu Rui pushed up his glasses, staring at the bowl of miso soup and shaking his head. A bowl of pot washing water with a few pieces of seaweed. Do the Japanese eat this every day? Long Xiaowu picked up a piece of sushi covered in wasabi and swallowed it without changing his expression. No matter how bad it tastes, we have to swallow it. He lowered his voice, glancing at the Japanese team members nearby, who were secretly watching this side. Those bastards Sato are waiting to see us not eat. So they have an excuse to not touch our food. Everyone exchanged glances and agreed, immediately digging in. 10 minutes later, the food in the Japanese dining area was completely wiped out. Long Xiaowu wiped his mouth and led the team towards the Long Country dining area, only to find that Sato and his teammates had barely touched their braised pork, only symbolically picking a few pieces of leafy greens. "Captain Sato," Long Xiaowu called out loudly with a smile, "we've cleaned up your delicacies." Chapter 232, Collective Food Poisoning. Immediately, there were chaotic sounds of running and the thud of falls. "Damn it! Don't push. I can't hold it in anymore." Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanfu crouched at the corner of the corridor, laughing so hard he was slapping his thigh. "Oh my god. You guys, look at this bunch of idiots. They look like ducks being chased by dogs. Make them take the medicine," Zhong Taizu said angrily. "Now they know what it means to suffer the consequences of their own actions, right?" Long Xiaowu leaned against the wall, a cold smile on his lips, slowly lighting a cigarette and blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, feeling extremely pleased. The Japanese team members were running in the corridor with their legs crossed, in extremely comical postures. Sato was running at the front, with yellow stains already faintly visible on the back of his military pants. Yamamoto was worse off, making a puff-puff sound as he ran, his face looking worse than a dead person. "Ha ha ha. Serves them right." Zhong Taizu laughed until he was wiping tears. "If it weren't for Brother Wu being smart, it would be us setting off fireworks in the bathroom right now." The entrance to the bathroom quickly turned chaotic. More than a dozen Japanese team members were scrambling for 5 stalls, and in the pushing, some didn't even have time to pull down their pants before sitting down, immediately letting out a desperate wail. "Baker! Get out of the way. I was here first." Chapter 233, Return Home. Long Xiaowu pushed open the dormitory door, with the team members following him in, still wearing smiles on their faces. Zhu Yuanfu plopped down on the bed and grinned, "Brother Wu." You should have seen the look on Sato's face. It was like he swallowed 10 pounds of bitter herbs. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuanfu slapped his thigh. I hope they have to pull all the way back to their country, let the whole world see the style of Japanese special forces. Long Xiaowu leaned against the window, tapping the window frame lightly with his fingertips, his gaze sweeping over everyone. All right, stop just laughing. He spoke calmly, but with an undeniable authority. Did you guys figure out anything from what happened tonight? The dormitory fell silent for a moment. Liu Ming was the first to speak. Sato and the others were too eager for quick success, trying to win with underhanded tricks, but ended up being outsmarted. Exactly. Long Xiaowu nodded. On the battlefield, the worst thing is to let emotions cloud your judgment. Sato couldn't afford to lose, which is why he acted so recklessly. Zhu Yuanfu scratched his head. Brother Wu, did you realize there was something wrong with the food all along? Long Xiaowu's lips curled slightly. That attendant pouring the wine had a tattoo of the Japanese special forces on his wrist. Liu Rui suddenly understood, so they had planned this from the very beginning. Chapter 234, Recognition. Night fell over the airport of the National Defense University, and several searchlights pierced through the darkness, illuminating the runway. In the distance, a helicopter slowly descended, the roar of the engine gradually fading. The cabin door opened, and Long Xiaowu was the first to step out, followed by Zhu Yuanfu, Zhong Taizu, Liu Rui, and others. Although they looked tired, their eyes were still sharp as knives. Their military uniforms crisp, and their steps steady. On the helipad, two familiar figures had been waiting for a long time, Principal Zhu Weiguo and Instructor Wang Zhenguo. Both wore smiles of satisfaction, their eyes gleaming as they looked at them. Seeing this, Long Xiaowu immediately straightened his back and shouted, "Attention!" The 7 of them stood in unison, raising their hands in salute, their movements clean and brisk, without a hint of hesitation. Report to the principal. Long Xiaowu led the team to complete the international military exchange mission, and requests to return to the unit. Long Xiaowu's voice was powerful, particularly clear in the night wind. Zhu Weiguo laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Long Xiaowu heavily on the shoulder. Good. Good kid. Well done. Wang Zhenguo also nodded with a smile. This mission was completed excellently, especially the part about dealing with the Japanese. It was truly satisfying. Chapter 235, A letter from the little one. Everyone straightened their backs, their expressions solemn, ears perked up to listen intently. Zhu Weiguo's voice suddenly rose. The 7-member team, led by Long Xiaowu, representing our school and the country in the international military exchange mission, has achieved a historic breakthrough. A suppressed gasp of amazement erupted from the audience. Zhu Weiguo continued, "This is not the first time our school has participated in international exchanges, but this year's achievements." He deliberately paused, his right hand waving vigorously. It's a world-changing transformation. They crushed the strong teams from various countries with their strength. Zhu Weiguo excitedly pounded the podium. They made the strongest competitors eat dirt. With one fell swoop, they won the overall championship. The sunlight reflected off the golden stars on Zhu Weiguo's epaulets, shining brightly. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. They showed the world what true Dragon Country soldiers are. On the playground, thousands of teachers and students straightened their backs in unison, their eyes sparkling with pride. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the coolness of early autumn. But it could not disperse the boiling blood in everyone's chest. In the distance, on the training grounds, red flags fluttered vibrantly in the morning sun, as if silently paying tribute to this glorious moment. Chapter 236, Cooking a Meal for You in the Afternoon, on the training field. Long Xiaowu was leading his team in tactical drills. Passing students unconsciously slowed their pace, their eyes seemingly magnetically glued to him. "Did you see? That's Long Xiaowu," a freshman whispered, pointing discreetly at the center of the training field. "He hasn't even been here a year, and he's already racking up military achievements. He's not only handsome, but he's also so skilled. I heard at the international exchange, he single-handedly took down 3 special forces from beautiful country." The companions' eyes lit up. That last move, the cross-lock, even the referee was stunned. The crowd shook their heads in admiration. Real life is even more impressive. It's infuriating. Long Xiaowu became a sensational figure at the military academy. After witnessing his wisdom and incredible combat power displayed at the exchange, this fierce military aura attracted them like a magnet. Many female students at the military academy even developed secret crushes on him, often asking him about military knowledge, both intentionally and unintentionally. This made Zhu Yuanfu and the others envious and jealous, wishing they could help him share some of the attention. In the cafeteria, Zhu Yuanfu angrily poked at the braised pork. "You guys, we all went to the international exchange with Brother Wu. Why did they only notice him, and not us six?" Chapter 237. A warm birthday dinner. Long Zhan stood in the kitchen, the sleeves of his army green t-shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. He rarely cooked. Most of the time he ate at the cafeteria, or had simple field rations. But today was different. Today was Zi Zhenju's birthday, and he wanted to personally cook a meal for her. The pot on the stove was already heated, and he stared at the oil temperature, somewhat awkwardly holding the knife to cut the beef. The knife made a thunk-thunk sound on the cutting board. His movements weren't fast, but each cut was steady, as if he were defusing a bomb, afraid of making a mistake. As soon as the beef hit the pan, the oil splattered, causing him to flinch his hand back. But he only frowned and continued to stir-fry. "How much salt should I add? Light soy sauce or dark soy sauce?" He hesitated for a moment, finally deciding to add a little of both. "Should I add a bit of sugar?" he muttered to himself, picking up the sugar jar and carefully shaking a little into the pan. Steam was rising from the pot, and a fine layer of sweat formed on his forehead. He tasted the soup, frowned slightly, added a bit of water, and continued to simmer. The Special Forces commander, usually strategizing on the battlefield, now resembled a novice cook, focused to the point of being a little nervous. Chapter 238. I hope to leave something for you. Scorpion Pearl suddenly stood up, and before Long Zhan could react, dove into his arms. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his chest, breathing in the faint scent of pine from him. Long Zhan was momentarily stunned, then wrapped his arms around her, the fragrance of gardenias wafting from her hair. He lowered his head, resting his chin gently on her head, taking a deep breath, as if to engrave this moment into his memory. It was late, and his voice was deep, tinged with reluctance. "I'll take you back." Scorpion Pearl didn't respond, just gently pushed him away. She took a half step back, looked directly into his eyes, and her fingers slowly caressed the buttons of her chapao, unfastening them one by one. "Pearl?" Long Zhan's pupils constricted as he suddenly grabbed her wrist. "What are you doing?" Her fingertips had already undone the first button, revealing a small patch of fair skin. Her gaze was firm yet soft, her voice barely audible. "Tonight, I want to give myself to you." Long Zhan's breath suddenly hitched, his heart feeling as if it had been tightly squeezed. He didn't expect her to be willing to take this step for him. Chapter 239. Graduating early. Military Academy. As the morning wake-up call rang out, Long Xiaowu sprang up from bed like a carp leaping from water. He ruffled his messy short hair and suddenly sighed. "What's wrong, fifth brother?" Zhu Yuanfu asked, looking up while tying his shoelaces. Long Xiaowu scratched his head and sighed. "Yesterday was Instructor Scorpion's birthday. I wanted to call her to say happy birthday, but no one answered when I called her, and I couldn't find anyone in Long Zhan's office. It's strange. It's like they both agreed to go off the grid." Zhu Yuanfu finished tying his last shoelace and smiled broadly. "What are you worrying about? With Instructor Scorpion's skills and Captain Long's abilities, what could happen to them? They might just be sparring." "That's true," Long Xiaowu nodded. But suddenly his left eyelid started twitching violently. He rubbed his eyes, feeling something strange. His left eye kept twitching. Zhu Yuanfu hooked his arm around Long Xiaowu's neck. "What does the old saying go? Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye for disaster. Who knows? Maybe something good is happening between Instructor Long and Instructor Scorpion. Shut up. Long Xiaowu laughed and punched him, but the strange feeling in his heart lingered. Chapter 240. I want to go back with you to Longyang. The running track at the training ground glowed orange-red under the sunlight. Long Xiaowu suddenly accelerated and dashed over to Zhu Yuanfu's side, the sound of his camouflage combat boots crisp on the plastic track. Little fatty. His voice carried a familiar teasing tone. Catch up with me, and I'll treat you to a month of braised pig trotters. He paused deliberately. Seeing Zhu Yuanfu's eyes light up, and added, plus, I'll call you big brother. Zhu Yuanfu's pupils dilated instantly. Braised pig trotters were certainly tempting. But having Long Xiaowu call him big brother. That thought shot through his spine like electricity. He could almost hear that big brother ringing in his ears, and his blood boiled. Adrenaline surged, making him feel lighter by a few pounds. Fifth brother, just wait. Zhu Yuanfu shouted, his voice cracking, his legs moving like they were spring-loaded. He fixed his gaze on the figure ahead. At that moment, Long Xiaowu seemed even more enticing than the freshly cooked braised meat from the kitchen. The spring breeze carried the willow fluff from the side of the track, and he didn't even bother to wipe the fluff off his eyelashes. Long Xiaowu deliberately maintained a teasing distance. Chapter 241, Long Zhu discharged. Long Xiaowu snapped awake, jumping out of bed without even tightening his combat boots. He searched every corner, hallways, bathrooms, study rooms, cold sweat trickling down his back. Finally, he rushed into the pouring rain. The searchlights on the training ground casting blurred light through the rain curtain. A swaying figure was struggling to move along the track. Zhu Yuanfu's training uniform was already soaked. Each step splashing water everywhere. His movements were completely distorted, yet he stubbornly pushed forward, like an old machine about to break down. Zhu Yuanfu, are you crazy? Long Xiaowu rushed over to support his slipping body, his touch meeting hot skin. Zhu Yuanfu's lips were tinged with blue, raindrops hanging from his eyelashes. Yet he continued to move his arms mechanically. Fifth brother, I must catch up to you. Zhu Yuanfu's voice was hoarse, rainwater forming a small stream along his chin. 3 months. I can do it. Long Xiaowu felt like a dull knife was stirring in his insides. He gripped Zhu Yuanfu's wrist tightly. His pulse racing frighteningly fast. You're going to collapse like this. His shout was drowned out by the thunder. Chapter 242, 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremony. The air conditioning in the office emitted a faint hum, and Long Zhan made a cup of chrysanthemum tea for his sister. The steam blurring the dark circles under his eyes. Long Zhu stared at his sunken cheeks. You've lost weight again. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Long Zhan lifted the teacup, looking at her with concern. How have you been lately? Have you been injured? I haven't heard from you in a month. Long Zhu shook her head. I'm fine. I just got back from a mission yesterday. By the way, how have you and Pearl been lately? Long Zhan's hand holding the teacup paused, and he evasively replied, same as usual. Long Zhu suddenly leaned forward. Brother, when are you two getting married? Cough. Long Zhan spat tea all over the documents on the table, choking and coughing. What nonsense. He hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe it up, his ears turning red. When did she start meddling in her brother's private affairs? I can tell, Long Zhu pressed on. Pearl likes you, and now that you're sick. She's been making you medicinal meals every day. Her voice softened suddenly. Brother, I know you like her too. Long Zhan stood up abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. He walked to the window, his back taut like a drawn bow. You don't need to worry about my matters. Chapter 243, Mysterious Woman. On the Sycamore Avenue of the Military Academy. Leaves were neatly swept to the sides as a new batch of returning students dragged their suitcases back to school. These young people, tempered by grassroots military training, had shed their youthful innocence, their eyes now filled with determination and composure. The frayed cuffs of their uniforms and their tanned skin silently narrated their growth over the past year. Ju Weiguo stood by the office window, the steam from his tea creating a white mist on the glass. He looked down at the groups of students walking by, and an involuntary smile appeared on his lips. Wang Zhenguo walked up to him with a teacup in hand, also gazing out the window. This batch of kids seemed more spirited than last year's. Ju Weiguo nodded, lightly tapping the teacup with his fingers. The grassroots troops are the best at tempering people. Look at that tall guy. He was just a naive kid when he left school last year, and now he walks with a certain swagger. There was a gentle knock on the office door, and a young instructor walked in, holding a stack of folders. Principal, instructor, here are the preliminary results for this year's outstanding graduation theses. The instructor neatly placed the folders on the desk. As per your request, we have selected the top 10. Chapter 244, The Duel of Experts. Long Xiaowu looked up. 20 meters away, in front of an easel, the girl in white was still painting with her back to him, the pencil in her hair glinting like ebony in the sunlight. If it weren't for the slight dust on her right pinky finger, one wouldn't have guessed that the stone that could shatter bones had come from this delicate hand. Likewise, Long Xiaowu gritted his teeth and stood up, a sharp pain shooting through his knee. You are the first person to succeed while I was aware. The brush paused on the palette. The girl suddenly laughed lightly. Her laughter as clear as ice shards clinking together, yet sweet like honey, a lost little wolf dog. She still didn't turn around, the tip of her brush outlining the distant mountains on the canvas. Are you here to steal techniques from a fellow artist? Long Xiaowu didn't respond. He held his breath and focused, his combat boots crunching over the gravel as he moved closer. When the distance shrank to 15 meters, he finally saw the girl's profile clearly. From afar, she was breathtaking. Up close, she was even more stunning. Her eyelashes shimmered like golden threads against the backlight, and the line from her nose to her lips was as if a master sculptor had carved it effortlessly from jade. Most captivating was the tear mole at the corner of her eye, appearing and disappearing like a star in the dark night, as she squinted to mix colors. Chapter 245, The Final Battle of Longzhan. Long Xiaowu grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it into the air while simultaneously wrapping his legs around Su Jinru's waist, using the momentum to bring her down to the ground. The two rolled about 7 or 8 meters on the gravel beach, finally coming to a stop with Long Xiaowu pinning Su Jinru's hands above her head. Do you admit defeat? Long Xiaowu panted, beads of sweat dripping down his jawline onto Su Jinru's face like a light rain. Su Jinru suddenly started coughing violently, her face pale as paper, speaking softly, my ribs hurt so much. Her voice was as thin as a thread, and there was even a suspicious sheen in her eyelashes. Long Xiaowu was startled and immediately panicked. He hastily released his hold to reach for the first aid kit, but saw Su Jinru's eyes shining with a fierce light. Her knee thrust up at an awkward angle into Long Xiaowu's abdomen, while her freed right hand, with fingers pointed like a sword, struck at his neck's vagus nerve. On the battlefield, Su Jinru's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, her warm breath carrying a hint of mint, you can't feel sympathy for your prey. A searing pain coursed through his body like lightning. Long Xiaowu's vision darkened, but he relied on muscle memory to retaliate. Using the momentum of his fall, he grabbed Su Jinru's collar, forming a triangle choke from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, his legs clamping down like steel pincers around her carotid artery. Chapter 246, Our child Long Zhan stood on the playground of Longyang Base, the night as dark as ink and the cold wind biting. He looked up at the sky. There were no stars, only heavy clouds hanging low, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. All personnel assemble. His voice echoed through the silent base, strong and powerful, showing no signs of a patient nearing the end of life. The team quickly lined up, the sound of their synchronized footsteps reverberating across the playground. Each person was fully armed, their faces filled with determination. They knew this mission was extraordinary. The very fact that Long Zhan was personally leading it indicated its danger. Black Wolf stood at the front of the line, looking at Long Zhan with a complex expression. He knew this leader too well. Once Long Zhan made a decision, it was as if a nine-headed bull couldn't pull him back. Yet he couldn't help but speak again. "Boss, your health." "Shut up," Long Zhan coldly interrupted. "This is an order, not a discussion." Black Wolf gritted his teeth and ultimately fell silent. But seeing Long Zhan's pale complexion and emaciated body, his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Long Zhan briefly explained the mission's content, then ordered the team members to board the military vehicles one by one, the roar of the engine breaking the night silence. Chapter 247, Military Academy Graduation. Long Zhan's jaw was tightly clenched, his Adam's apple rolling violently a few times. He nodded heavily, his rough hands enveloping her slender fingers. In the distance, the headlights swept by, illuminating his reddened eye sockets, yet not a single tear fell. Suddenly, he pulled Zizhenju into his embrace, a hot kiss landing on her forehead with a slight tremor, and then he knelt on one knee, reverently kissing her protruding abdomen. "Daddy hopes you," his voice muffled in her fabric, carrying an unprecedented softness, "can safely accompany your mom." Long Zhan suddenly stood up, pulling out a severely worn military dog tag from his combat uniform pocket and solemnly placing it in her hand, "For the child." It was the first identity tag he received upon enlisting, accompanying him through countless storms of gunfire. When the final assembly whistle blew, Zizhenju suddenly grabbed his collar, imprinting a bloody kiss on his lips. "Remember, I and Longyan are waiting for you to come back." Long Zhan finally touched her abdomen one last time, turning to walk toward the waiting military vehicle. His back was straight, like a military knife that would never bend. Only Zizhenju knew that at the moment he turned, a single tear fell into the dust. Chapter 248. A visit home. Long Xiaowu opened his mouth, but then closed it, ultimately just gently pushing the documents back. "Principal, I'm sorry, Zhu Weiguo wasn't surprised, only sighing. "I knew you would say that." He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the trainees training on the playground. Longyang indeed needed soldiers like you, but the military academy also needed instructors like you. Long Xiaowu stood up, his tone firm. "Principal, I'm more suited for the battlefield." Zhu Weiguo turned back to look at him, his gaze profound. "I respect your choice." He paused, suddenly smiling. "However, if you change your mind in the future, the doors of the military academy will always be open for you." Long Xiaowu's lips curled slightly, a rare smile appearing. "Yes, Principal." Zhu Weiguo patted his shoulder, earnestly saying, after returning to Longyang, "Keep up this spirit. Remember, no matter where you are the pride of our military academy." Long Xiaowu stood at attention and saluted, his voice strong and powerful. "I will never disappoint the principal's expectations." Zhu Weiguo nodded in satisfaction, watching him leave. After the office door closed, Zhu Weiguo shook his head and chuckled. "This kid really can't be kept." Chapter 249. The enthusiasm of the hometown neighbors. The long-distance bus jostled along the rugged mountain road for a full 8 hours, yet Long Xiaowu had no desire to sleep. He pressed against the window, gazing at the gradually familiar scenery outside. That crooked old locust tree, that golden rice field, and the winding little river in the distance. It's been 2 years, and every blade of grass and tree in my hometown is still etched in his memory. Seeing it again, at this moment brings an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Liu Shugo Station has arrived. The ticket collector shouted hoarsely. Long Xiaowu picked up his luggage and jumped off the train in a few quick steps. The cold air was mixed with the smell of earth and firewood. He took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. This is the smell of home. The town's market was bustling, with the sounds of shouting, bargaining, and children's laughter intertwining. Long Xiaowu didn't go straight home. Instead, he turned and blended into the throngs of people. He wanted to bring some gifts for his sister and Aunt Chi's family, and he wanted to linger a little longer in this familiar liveliness, allowing his heart, which had been tense in the military camp for 2 years, to slowly relax. Freshly baked pancakes, Homegrown oranges, sweeter than first love. Don't miss out. Chapter 250. Long Zhu knows the truth. Aunt Chi wiped her hands with an apron and then wiped the corner of her eyes. It's good to be back. Good to be back. Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. Little one, go bring out the pickled spicy cabbage. The dinner table was filled to the brim, golden scrambled eggs, shiny braised pork, crisp stir-fried vegetables, and oddly shaped dumplings made by the little one. As soon as Long Xiaowu sat down, Aunt Chi piled food into his bowl like a small mountain. Eat more, you didn't eat well in the army, right? Aunt Chi added a piece of meat to his bowl. It's good, just missing Aunt Chi's cooking, Long Xiaowu said with a mouthful of rice, his words unclear. The little one knelt on the chair, struggling to pick up a dumpling, and shakily placed it into Long Xiaowu's bowl. Brother Xiaowu. This one is made by me, it has the most filling. Our little one is so thoughtful. Long Xiaowu smiled and ruffled her hair. She has been thinking about you. Aunt Chi served a bowl of soup, asking every month when Brother Xiaowu would come back, even circling the days on the calendar. Suddenly, the little one put down her chopsticks, slid down from the chair, and ran to the inner room. In a moment, she returned, holding a tin box and mysteriously handed it to Long Xiaowu. This is for you. Chapter 251. Thank you for everything you have done for the Long family. When Long Zhu kicked open the door to the clinic, the metal frame slammed against the wall with a deafening bang. Dr. Liu, who was writing a medical record, dropped his pen in shock, and ink splattered across the tiles, forming a grotesque spider web. Dr. Liu. Long Zhu's voice sounded as if pulled from an ice cave. She slammed the CT scan onto the treatment table, making the glass surface hum. How is Long Zhan's condition? I want the truth. The sky outside suddenly darkened, and dark clouds rapidly swallowed the last rays of sunlight. Dr. Liu's throat bobbed a few times, the reflection of the shocking shadows from the CT scan glinting on his glasses. He knew this could no longer be hidden. His lung lesions have spread to the pleura. His trembling fingers traced the image. Long Zhu interrupted directly. How long does he have left? A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the clinic in a ghostly white. Dr. Liu jumped at the thunder. If palliative care is accepted. I want a definite number. Long Zhu slammed her fist on the table, causing a glass bottle containing medical alcohol to topple, the pungent liquid soaking the test sheets. Chapter 252. Long Zhu's final stubbornness. 2 hours later, the vehicle stopped at the military hospital. Rainwater poured down like beads from a broken string, splattering on the hospital steps. Long Zhu rushed into the hall, completely soaked, leaving a trail of water marks from her military boots on the tiled floor. Her hair clung to her pale cheeks. Her eyelashes hung with droplets, and her vision was blurred, but her steps did not falter. Major Long. The duty nurse stood up in surprise. But Long Zhu had already swept past the front desk like a gust of wind, heading straight for the office of the internal medicine director, at the end of the corridor. Chen Mufeng was studying a complicated case under the light. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper echoed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was violently pushed open, startling him so much that the pen left a long ink mark on the medical record. Standing at the door was a dripping wet female officer. Her camouflage uniform darkened with moisture, her lips blue from the cold. Chen Mufeng was stunned for 2 seconds before recognizing it was Long Zhu. Heavens! He quickly grabbed a towel hanging by his lab coat and rushed over. What happened to you? Long Zhu mechanically pushed him aside and pulled out a stack of soaked reports and CT scans from her waterproof backpack. The edges of the papers crumpled and curled. Her fingers trembled, but she stubbornly held the medical records up in front of Chen Mufeng's eyes. Chapter 253. Dog thieves must be punished. Old Wang looked up, and seeing Long Xiaowu, his anger slightly eased. Hey, Xiaowu, you just came back and don't know. In the past half-month, 7 or 8 dogs have gone missing in the village. All at night, without a sound. Aunt Zhong interjected, her eyes red. My dog, Da Huang, is very sensible. Barks at strangers, but that night, not a peep. Long Xiaowu's expression darkened. Did you report it to the police? Yes. Old Wang shook his head. The police came and stayed for a few days, but those thieves are very cunning. It's like they know the situation. As soon as the police come, they don't show up. It's almost New Year, and these thieves are getting more and more rampant. Aunt Zhong gritted her teeth. Dogs guard the home. Without them, thieves are even bolder. Long Xiaowu listened in silence, unconsciously rubbing the handle of the bamboo basket. He remembered that when he was young, his family also had a big yellow dog named Lai Fu. Every time he came home from school, Lai Fu would run up wagging its tail to greet him. Later, Lai Fu grew old and passed away quietly, and Long Xiaowu even dug a grave for it on the back mountain. Dogs are not only guardians, they are family. Long Xiaowu's expression gradually turned cold. Chapter 254, Sister, you finally came back. Look, the scar-faced man swallowed hard, his eyes darting. This is our first time doing this. Really? Please show mercy, we are willing to compensate. Nonsense. Long Xiaowu sneered, pulling a stack of delivery slips from the fat man's pocket. Last month, 12 dogs went missing in Li family village, and 9 dogs went missing in Wang family village the day before yesterday. It was all you, wasn't it? The tall, thin guy suddenly struggled to kneel, banging his forehead on the ground. Big brother, we were wrong. Please let us go. Here. Take this 500 yuan to drink some tea, he said, struggling to pull out a crumpled stack of bills from his inner pocket with his tied hands. Long Xiaowu didn't even look at the money, but instead pulled out several sacks from their van. When he opened them, inside were unconscious street dogs. Some still twitching weakly. Using too much medication could cost these dogs their lives. Long Xiaowu's voice was as cold as ice, just to earn a few dirty bucks. No. We really didn't know. The fat man argued with a mournful face, snot and tears smeared all over. How about this, as long as you don't report it? We will compensate. Every family, every dog, 100. No, 200. Chapter 255, The Warm New Year's Eve Dinner. As Long Zhu turned around, Long Xiaowu had already rushed to her side in just a few steps. He was wearing an old military green sweater, his cheeks flushed red from the cold wind. And he was carrying 2 bags of New Year's goods he had just bought. On New Year's Eve, every household in Liu Shugo had red lanterns hanging in front of their doors. In the dusk, strings of warm yellow lights swayed gently in the cold wind, like stars scattered on earth. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few children were covering their ears while lighting firecrackers. The popping sounds echoing back and forth, filling the air with the scent of sulfur and New Year's dinner. Sis, why aren't you coming in? Long Xiaowu hurried over and took Long Zhu's luggage. I figured you should be here by now, and was just about to go to the village entrance to pick you up. The courtyard door creaked open. The yard was spotless, and a few red paper cutouts of the character Fu were hanging from the old pear tree, gently swaying in the wind. The kitchen window was fogged up, revealing busy figures inside. I bought your favorite food, Long Xiaowu said as he led the way, braised beef, marinated duck wings, and sesame candy from old Liu's shop in town. He pushed open the door to the main hall, and warmth mixed with the aroma of food rushed over. Chapter 256, Do You Hate Big Brother? After dinner, Long Zhu had just rolled up her sleeves to clean the dishes after sending Aunt Chi and Little Dot away when Long Xiaowu blocked her in front of the sink. Sis, I've got this. You've been on the road all day. Go take a hot shower and rest. Long Zhu opened her mouth, but ultimately stepped aside in silence. Leaning against the door frame, she watched her brother skillfully wash the dishes and scrub the pots, the moonlight filtering in through the window, casting dappled shadows on Long Xiaowu's profile. Her brother had grown up. Suddenly feeling lightheaded, Long Zhu hurriedly held onto the edge of the sofa to sit down. Drowsily lying back, the living room was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the running tap water. After 10 minutes, Long Xiaowu finished washing the dishes and peeked over, only to see Long Zhu curled up on the sofa, her face as pale as the snow outside. His heart raced with alarm, and he rushed over in a few steps, the back of his hand pressed to her forehead, which felt frighteningly hot. Long Xiaowu's voice trembled, "Sis? Sis? Wake up." He gently patted Long Zhu's cheek, but her eyelids only quivered slightly without opening. Her breathing was rapid and weak, her cheeks burning red, and her lips cracked and pale. With no time to think, he scooped Long Zhu up in his arms. Her body was as hot as an iron and surprisingly light, making his heart race. Chapter 257, Longyang. "I'm back." Long Zhu looked at the flickering light in her brother's eyes, and her throat tightened. The snow outside had stopped, and the moonlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on his face. "Yes," she heard her voice tremble, "he's not dead." Long Xiaowu suddenly stood up, knocking the four-stand, causing it to wobble. He grabbed Long Zhu's wrist with enough force to make her gasp, "Where is he? Where is he now?" Long Zhu looked at her brother's expectant eyes, her chest feeling heavy as if a boulder was pressing down. She gently withdrew her hand and adjusted the blanket. "He went on a mission. I'll bring him to see you as soon as he returns." Long Xiaowu's eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if he wanted to light up the darkness of the past 10 years. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. The sound seemed to tear from the depths of his chest, exploding in the silent hospital room. He tilted his head back, his throat bobbing violently, laughter mingled with sobs, like a wounded wolf howling under the moonlight. "He's not dead. Ha ha. He's actually not dead." Long Xiaowu abruptly stood up, his military boots thudding heavily on the floor. His expression twisted, his mouth curling into a nearly ferocious arc, while tears streamed from his eyes. Chapter 258. Home is indeed the best. Long Xiaowu stood in front of the gate of Longyang's Special Forces base, taking a deep breath. The cold wind whipped small snowflakes against his face, yet it felt strangely familiar. He took out his officer's ID and handed it to the sentinel at the booth, where the words Lieutenant Long Xiaowu shimmered slightly in the morning light. "Welcome back to the team, Comrade Lieutenant." The sentinel gave a standard military salute, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. When Long Xiaowu returned the salute, his fingers trembled unconsciously. "It's been a year, I'm finally back." The moment he stepped into the base, familiar scenes surged back like a tide. The sounds of shouts and combat from the training ground echoed, and the distant gunfire from the shooting range was as rhythmic as a metronome. Even the scent of machine oil and earth in the air was nostalgic. Long Xiaowu couldn't help but smile, memories of his honors from the military academy flashing in his mind. But nothing compared to the sense of groundedness this land gave him. "Home is indeed the best," he murmured softly, his military boots crunching on the thin layer of snow. Passing by the kitchen, the aroma of braised pork made his stomach grumble. But the person he wanted to see most was Long Zhan. Chapter 259. The mission returns. The training grounds, equipment areas, and tactical obstacles on both sides all carried memories. He seemed to see himself from 2 years ago. That young man full of aggression, whose eyes only held hatred, had just entered Longyang, refusing to obey and frequently getting into fights, even daring to challenge Long Zhan. Long Xiaowu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I was really foolish and stubborn back then. But now it was different." The tempering in the military and the baptism of the battlefield had taught him to rein in his sharpness and truly understand the weight of being a soldier. The hatred that once suffocated him had long since transformed into motivation to move forward. He took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. Yet it felt incredibly refreshing. His mind cleared, and even his vision became sharper. The kitchen's chimney was emitting white smoke, and the rich aroma of food wafted through the air. Long Xiaowu stood at the door, momentarily transported back to his first day at Longyang. The steaming heat and rich food aroma hit him. The beef soup bubbling in a large iron pot made gurgling sounds, and the thudding of meat being chopped on the cutting board was deafening, while several veterans busily kneaded dough, chopped vegetables, and stir-fried dishes. Their voices constantly calling out to each other. Chapter 260, Long Zhan has not returned. Long Zhu suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. I am going to check. She pressed down on the scorpion pearl, who was about to get up. You stay lying down. The doctor said you need to stay in bed, and can't be stimulated. The scorpion pearl's hand hovered in the air before slowly falling back to her rounded abdomen. The moonlight shone on her trembling eyelashes, forming tiny ice crystals. She suddenly grasped Long Zhu's hand, almost pleadingly saying, no matter what news it is, you must tell me. Okay, don't worry, Long Zhu patted her hand. The corridor lights were pale, and Long Zhu ran faster and faster. Around the corner. She bumped into several nurses rushing a stretcher towards the emergency room, the night wind blowing in through the open door, carrying the metallic scent of snow and blood. Scorpion Pearl watched Long Zhu leave with a burning sensation in her heart, feeling anxious. The roar of engines in the distance shattered the silence of the night. Long Xiaowu was crouched at the shooting range, the crosshair of his sniper scope steadily locking onto the target 300 meters away. Just as the gunshot rang out, headlights suddenly illuminated his profile. He looked up sharply to see several military trucks driving into the base, their canvas covers stained with muddy blood. Chapter 261, Long Zhan is your elder brother. Long Zhu's gaze pierced through him like a knife. She took a step forward, her military boots crunching the thin ice beneath her, creating a piercing sound. Long Xiaowu instinctively stepped back, his back hitting the cold wall. He suddenly realized that there was something terrifying in Long Zhu's eyes, a determination that only appears when one is pushed to the brink. Don't you always want to know who your elder brother is? Long Zhu's voice was soft, but thundered in Long Xiaowu's ears. His pupils suddenly constricted. He felt as if a wet hemp rope was tightening around his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. A wave of inexplicable fear gripped his heart. And he suddenly didn't want to know anymore, not at all. I don't want to hear it now. He shook his head and stepped back, the hem of his military uniform brushing against the ice on the wall. Sister, let's talk about it later. The cold wind whipped the snowflakes against Long Xiaowu's face. But he felt no chill. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, each beat causing pain in his eardrums. He stared into Long Zhu's reddened eyes, and suddenly noticed his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Long Zhu suddenly grabbed his arm, her grip so strong it hurt him. Chapter 262, The Collapsing Truth. He threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching howl, the sound echoing over the empty base. The ecstatic joy of learning yesterday that his elder brother was alive was crushed into a deeper despair today. The most ironic part was that the elder brother he had longed for was actually Long Zhan, the stern yet gentle instructor he desperately sought recognition from. The footsteps behind him grew closer, and Long Zhu's tearful shout pierced his eardrums. Xiaowu. Let me explain. Long Xiaowu turned sharply, the bloodshot veins in his eyes visible in the moonlight. Explain what? His voice was hoarse and terrifying. Explain how you all teamed up to deceive me. Explain how my most respected sister helped others act. Long Zhu's lips trembled, tears freezing into streaks on her face. It was brother's order. Order? Long Xiaowu suddenly laughed coldly, that laughter more chilling than the wind. So you'd rather see me live like a fool? Watching me struggle in hatred and pain every day? His gaze suddenly became extremely unfamiliar. Do you know how I've been living these years? Chapter 263. I want to find him. Long Zhu seized the opportunity to catch up, her chest heaving violently. The white breath in front of her condensing. It's been 7 months. Brother only found out before he left. Long Xiaowu suddenly erupted in a fit of hysterical laughter, his voice echoing across the empty snowy field. Ha ha ha. What day is it today? A truth revelation. He slapped his temples forcefully, his voice hoarse. I'm about to explode with all this news. Long Zhu grabbed his arm with a strength that made him ache. Her tears formed ice crystals on her face. Let me finish. Brother didn't mean to deceive you. The doctor diagnosed him. Her voice suddenly choked, burdened by years of accumulated scars. At most, only 3 years. The wind and snow seemed to freeze at that moment. Long Xiaowu's pupils constricted violently. Memories flashing like lanterns, occasional pauses and frowns on the training grounds, the light in the office that was always on late at night. High-intensity missions had shortened that timeline to 1 year. Long Zhu's voice grew lower, almost to herself, now, even if he can come back alive. Chapter 264, Long Zhu's burden. The infirmary. Long Zhu's eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead, as her consciousness slowly surfaced from the depths of darkness. The first thing she noticed was the pungent smell of disinfectant. She suddenly opened her eyes, the pale ceiling swaying in her sight. "Sister, you're awake." Zhao Qinfeng's face suddenly appeared in her field of vision, his chin still sporting unshaven stubble, bloodshot eyes. Long Zhu grabbed the edge of the bed, trying to sit up, but was hit by a wave of dizziness. She then realized her combat uniform had been replaced with a hospital gown. An N4 needle was inserted into her right arm. "Where's Xiaowu?" she asked anxiously, her voice hoarse and unfamiliar. Zhao Qinfeng's expression froze. He instinctively glanced out the window. Dusk had engulfed the entire base, and the searchlights in the distance cast a pale beam across the snow. "He's gone," he said softly, couldn't stop him. "For how long?" Long Zhu ripped off the needle, blood oozing from the puncture on her hand. "An hour." Zhao Qinfeng pressed down on her shoulder, his tone serious. Long Zhu's nails dug into her palm, the scabbed wounds reopening. "I want to find him." She threw off the blanket and tried to get out of bed, but Zhao Qinfeng stopped her. Chapter 265. Arriving at the combat zone, a sweaty second lieutenant rushed in. His combat uniform collar askew, and a fresh bruise on his right cheek. "Report." The second lieutenant's voice was unnaturally sharp. "Lieutenant Long Xiaowu, he stole military vehicle number 3. There's also." Black Wolf suddenly stood up, the chair crashing to the ground. He felt a wave of dizziness, and had to brace himself against the table to steady himself. "Speak clearly." His voice was hoarse and terrifying. The second lieutenant's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He knocked out 4 guards, took the operation plan and the reservoir defense map. The young officer's voice grew lower. "We couldn't stop him. Really couldn't stop him." Black Wolf's fist slammed down on the metal table, producing a muffled sound. The water cup on the table jumped, splashing water onto the operation map, landing precisely on the red circle marking the reservoir. "Useless!" Black Wolf roared, veins bulging on his neck. "You couldn't even stop a freshly graduated cadet." He suddenly stopped, realizing what he had said. Long Xiaowu was no longer the rookie needing protection. The one who had broken all records in military school was the sharp blade honed by Long Zhan himself. Chapter 266, Brother Didn't Die. Long Xiaowu gently pushed open the car door, his combat boots sinking into the half-melted snow and mud, producing a grating sound. He bent low, sneaking behind a collapsed shelter, and suddenly froze. 5 meters away, a body in a Longyan combat uniform lay twisted in a strange position. The upper part of the person was unrecognizable. "Damn!" he growled, his fist smashing against a nearby tree trunk. Snow from the tree branches fell, some landing on the face of that body, as if the heavens granted a final bit of dignity. Long Xiaowu forced himself to observe the battlefield. The scattered shell casings formed a clear fan shape, indicating a standard 3-3 defense formation. 7 different types of bullet marks suggested that the enemy had used at least 3 types of automatic weapons. What shocked him the most were the dense bullet holes on the rock wall, which perfectly displayed the alternating cover and advanced trajectory. A signature tactic of the Dragon Flame Special Forces. One team held the enemy back while the second team flanked. He murmured to himself, envisioning Dragon battle explaining tactics in front of a sand table. That man, who always stood tall like a pine tree, might be lying somewhere in a cold snowfield right now, just like the one before him. Chapter 267, making deceptive minds. Long Xiaowu's knuckles turned pale as he looked through the binoculars, the lens reflecting the scarred face of the poison bee, who was spitting curses at Dragon Battle. Dog bastard! Long Xiaowu silently cursed, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. Behind the snow slope, at least 100 armed men were moving in a faint outline, spreading out in a fan shape. The tripod of a heavy machine gun dragging deep grooves in the snow. Long Xiaowu's pupils contracted sharply. How did his elder brother manage to break out of such an encirclement while heavily injured? At this moment, his admiration for Dragon Battle had reached an almost worshipful level. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the bullet holes on the tree trunk, which bore the unique rhythm of Dragon Battle's precise shooting. With the 3 bullet marks positioned perfectly in a triangular formation. Long Xiaowu suddenly remembered what Dragon Battle had said during their graduation assessment: special forces are not superhumans. The secret to survival is to make the enemy never guess where you are. Now, this statement had taken on a new meaning on the bloody battlefield. The footsteps of the poison bee and the cougar grew closer, the crunch of snow under military boots sounding like a death knell. Long Xiaowu slowly put away the binoculars, gripping the military knife in his right hand. Chapter 268, You Are the Prey. The warning from the scarred face was cut off by the second wave of explosions. A hidden mine under a corpse shot into the air, perfectly detonating at a height of 15 meters, steel rain enveloping the remaining 6 men. In a moment, Long Xiaowu saw an armed man raise his arm to block, and the next second, that arm was reduced to a chunk of flesh hanging from a birch tree. Boom! In the snow mist raised by the shockwave, severed limbs were thrown high into the air, followed by a second and third explosion. A hapless soul was turned into a sieve by steel pellets, his scream abruptly cut off like a tape recording. Bang bang bang, da. Long Xiaowu raised his head from the snow pile, seeing enemies at 12 o'clock frantically firing. Bullets plowing dozens of charred trenches into the snow. In the snow, smoke mixed with the smell of blood, severed limbs scattered around the explosion's epicenter. And melted snow water was stained dark red. Surviving armed men hid behind cover, looking fearfully at the death zone, no one daring to advance recklessly. Team 7. Report the situation. The commander's furious roar came through the intercom. A lucky armed man, who had not been blown up, trembled as he pressed the communication button, his voice hoarse. Report, report. It's a deceptive mine, a professional deceptive mine. We are ambushed. Chapter 269, Come on, I'll play with you to the end. On the silent snowfield, the ring of a satellite phone was piercing like a death knell. Blood Spider's knuckles turned white, the satellite phone nearly crushed in his grip. The words vulture flashing on the screen made his throat tighten. He looked at the incoming call, frowned, steadied his emotions, and finally slid to answer. What's going on? Why hasn't the battle been resolved yet? The vulture coldly snorted into the phone. Sir, we are indeed being targeted, he replied hoarsely, as if the words were squeezed out from between his teeth. In just 15 minutes, over 30 brothers have fallen. The other end of the communication suddenly fell silent. And then, trash. The vulture's roar nearly shattered his eardrums. The mountain eagle is already half dead. More than 100 of you are pointing guns at him. And he still manages to bite back. Cold sweat broke out on Blood Spider's forehead. Sir, the traps, he said, are too professional. Bullshit. The vulture interrupted sharply. How many traps can an injured person set? Are you guys possessed by ghosts? Heavy breathing came from the communicator, like a beast suppressing its killing intent. Last half hour. The vulture's voice was as cold as ice. Alive, we want to see people. Dead, we want to see corpses. If you can't bring back results. Chapter 270, He will die, but not now. The cold wind howled through the canyon, the swirling snowflakes stinging like shards of glass against the skin. The armed men led by Blood Spider advanced in a fan shape, each step taken with great caution. They moved cautiously, the sound of their boots crushing the snow particularly jarring in the dead of night. Damn it, where the hell is that guy? A mercenary cursed quietly, scanning the surroundings with his gun, his pupils shrinking with tension behind the night vision goggles. Shh. Keep it down. An old soldier pressed down on his shoulder, his voice extremely low. That bastard can hear us. No one dared to speak again. Their biggest target now was not the heavily injured mountain eagle, dragon battle, but the ghost who was elusive in the darkness, the madman who struck like lightning, killing as if mowing grass. They hadn't even seen his face clearly. They only knew that every time he appeared, someone was bound to die. Damn, $500,000. A mercenary with a face full of flesh swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You can earn a life, but you can't spend it. Shut up. Blood Spider growled, his eyes scanning the team with a fierce glare. If you disturb the morale again, I'll take you down first. Chapter 271, The Sniper's Stage Bang. The bullet tore through the air, accurately penetrating the temple of a muscular man. His head jerked violently to the side, blood and brain matter splattering onto the snow, his massive body crashing to the ground. Sniper! 10 o'clock. Someone screamed. Long Xiaowu had already rolled to another cover, simultaneously tossing out a smoke grenade. Hiss, thick smoke quickly enveloped the area. There! Chase! Don't let him get away! Blood Spider roared, his voice filled with frenzied excitement. $500,000 is mine. A mercenary howled as he charged into the smoke, followed closely by others, their guns crazily sweeping, bullets blasting the snow into clouds of white mist. Kill him! Kill him! They surged like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, crazily rushing into the depths of the smoke, unaware they were running into a death trap. Long Xiaowu lay low behind a snow pile, coldly watching them rush into the minefield. Crack! The faint sound of a tripwire snapping. Boom! The instant the grenade exploded, steel pellets fanned out, tearing the first 3 mercenaries into pieces. Trip mine! Down! Someone screamed as they dove down, but they happened to land on the second fishing line. Boom! Chapter 272, Long Xiaowu is the devil. He fished out the last smoke grenade from his tactical pack, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The smoke grenade was not just a cover, it was also a psychological weapon, the final straw that would completely break that group of startled birds. In the distance, armed men moved slowly in groups of 3, backs against each other, their gun muzzles constantly sweeping through every shadow. Their nerves were stretched to the limit, and any slight rustle would send them into a frenzy of gunfire. Perfect prey. Long Xiaowu slowly raised his sniper rifle, the crosshairs of the scope steady on the observer at the front. Bang! The moment the bullet pierced through the skull, he simultaneously threw out a smoke grenade. Hiss! The thick smoke exploded, obscuring the entire area. He's over there. Shoot! Shoot! Dozens of guns spat fire simultaneously, bullets pouring into the smoke like a torrential rain. But Long Xiaowu had already used the cover to move to the flank. He glided across the snow like a ghost, each pause accompanied by a gunshot. Each gunshot inevitably taking a life. Long Xiaowu swung the sniper rifle onto his back, drawing out a Type 95 automatic rifle with a swift motion, the stock resting against his shoulder. His gaze locked onto the targets, those heavy gunners carrying PKM and M249. Chapter 273, Ghost Killer. The wind howled through the canyon like a ghostly wail, the swirling snowflakes scraping against Long Zan's exposed skin like shards of glass. The moonlight was swallowed by thick clouds, leaving only the faint glow reflected off the snow, stretching and shortening his shadow, like a ghost lingering on the edge of life and death. Long Zan dragged his injured left leg forward, each step leaving deep red trails in the snow. 5 stab wounds felt like 5 mouths biting into his flesh, tearing deeper with each breath. The stab wound in his right abdomen had already frozen. The bandages and flesh congealed into ice, and each step would rip open new wounds. He felt no pain, or rather, all his pain receptors had gone numb. leaving only the mechanical instinct to move. He didn't know how long he had been walking, maybe an hour, maybe an entire night. Blood loss began to blur his consciousness. The snowy ground before him sometimes clear, sometimes distorted. Strangely, the sounds of pursuing footsteps and the buzzing of drones had disappeared, and the entire snowfield was terrifyingly quiet. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat, only the wind howling through the canyon. His legs had lost all sensation, and he was dragging his body forward solely by willpower. Each step feeling like stepping on a blade. Chapter 274, Threat Counterattack. All together. Otherwise, we'll all die. The remaining few desperate men were finally forced to a dead end, roaring in anger. They charged out from different directions, gun muzzles spewing flames. Bullets exploding into clouds of white mist on the snow. Long Xiaowu remained hidden behind cover, not revealing himself. He ghosted to another piece of cover, raising his gun slightly. Bang! 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 3 gunshots, 3 lives taken. The last mercenary charging up circled around to Long Xiaowu's back, raising his combat knife high. A vicious killing intent flashing in his eyes. Die! Long Xiaowu didn't even turn his head, his wrist flipped, and a tactical dagger flew out. Thud! The blade precisely cut open the man's throat. The mercenary staggered 2 steps, clutching his bleeding neck with both hands, his eyes bulging, making a choking sound from his throat. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his fingers, staining the snow beneath him. Seconds later, he fell down and could no longer get up. Long Xiaowu coldly glanced at the corpse, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. More than 100 people couldn't kill me. And now these few worthless ones think they can turn the tide. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 275, Bombed by Helicopter Report. Report. The voice of Blood Spider was hoarse and barely human. The target has been captured. Mountain Eagle. Mountain Eagle has been caught. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Vulture's cold voice. So soon. Blood Spider's cold sweat mixed with blood. He stared intently at the gun barrel pressed against his temple, gritting his teeth and continuing, that monster was also killed by a rocket launcher. We are on our way back. Requesting to cancel reinforcements. Another suffocating silence followed. Blood Spider Vulture's voice suddenly carried a dangerous tone. You'd better not play tricks. Blood Spider's breathing nearly stopped. He hurriedly assured, absolutely true. We'll bring people back immediately. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. A cold snort came from the other end of the phone, finally saying, good. I want to see Mountain Eagle's head within 2 hours, otherwise. You can rest assured. The task will definitely be completed. Blood Spider nearly yelled as he hung up the phone, then collapsed in the snow like a dead dog. Gasping for breath. In the command room, Vulture slowly put down the satellite phone, his brow furrowed. Chapter 276. Searching for Long Zan's whereabouts. The alarm in the helicopter was deafening enough to almost tear through eardrums. All the indicator lights on the dashboard were flashing wildly. Pilot Jack gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white, his arm muscles trembling from overexertion. Damn it! The hydraulic system has failed. Jack yelled into the communicator. His voice filled with unprecedented panic. The tail rotor is damaged, we are losing control. Co-pilot Mark frantically pounded the dashboard. As if that could make the machine return to normal. Try to restart the system. Hurry. It's no use. Jack suddenly yanked the stick to the left. The aircraft tilting at a dangerous angle. We've been hit by a rocket. That bunch of Blood Spider's idiots are all dead. The communicator suddenly transmitted Vulture's cold voice. Report the situation. Sir. We were attacked. Mark's voice was almost breaking. It's that Dragon Country bastard. He used a rocket launcher. A deafening explosion interrupted the call. Thick smoke poured from the rear of the cabin, flames quickly consuming the door. Jack felt the control stick suddenly become as heavy as a lead block. The helicopter began to spin uncontrollably as it descended. Mayday! Mayday. Chapter 277, the last 5 days deadline. The two enemy squads cautiously advanced over the snow. They had just arrived at the helicopter crash site, when they saw bodies strewn everywhere, blood spiders, men, all dead. Damn it! Captain Charlan spat, tightening his grip on his rifle. Where the hell is that bastard? Don't scatter. Shark growled, that guy must still be nearby, watch out for booby traps. Just as the words left his mouth, boom. The lead scout stepped into the snow, instantly triggering a landmine. The shockwave from the explosion threw 3 men away, severed limbs mixed with blood splattering onto the snow. Sniper! Take cover! Hammer yelled as he dove for cover, but the next second, a branch overhead suddenly snapped, crack. A sharpened stake plunged down like a spear, piercing a team member's chest and nailing him to the snow. What the hell is this? Shark's face turned pale, his voice trembling. This is not an ordinary landmine. We've been set up. A mercenary shouted in despair, that guy is a devil. He had long calculated our route. Shut up. The vulture roared, but his hands were trembling slightly as he continued forward. The vulture said, if we can't catch him, we all die. Chapter 278 Return to Longyang Base. Scorpion Pearl leaned against the head of the bed, her face still pale. But her eyes were much clearer than in the past few days. She was gently stroking her slightly bulging belly with her fingertips, her lips moving silently, as if she were saying something to the unborn child. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she immediately looked up. A flash of anticipation crossed her eyes, but quickly faded when she recognized the visitor. How are you feeling today? Long Zhu walked to the side of the bed and casually pulled the curtains open a bit to let the winter sunlight in. Scorpion Pearl forced a smile, much better. Her voice was soft but carried an undeniable firmness. The baby was very quiet today, and didn't disturb her. Long Zhu noticed the plate on the bedside table. The food barely touched, only half of the milk was drunk. She frowned slightly, and before she could speak, Scorpion Pearl spoke first. I couldn't eat. But I forced myself to. She pointed to the empty milk cup. At least I finished the calcium. The room fell silent for a moment. Neither of them mentioned that name, but the presence of that person filled the entire space. No news is the best news, this was their unspoken understanding. Every day. The first thing Scorpion Pearl did upon waking was check the communicator, and the last thing before sleeping was also that. Chapter 279 Brother. I'll take you home. In the command room, the vulture was comfortably leaning on a leather sofa, a blonde beauty sitting on his lap. The woman was wearing a tight red dress that outlined her graceful curves, the V-neck exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Her long fingers were holding a grape, playfully feeding it to the vulture's mouth. Commander, have another one. The woman's voice was sweet as honey, her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, drawing circles on the vulture's chest. Just as the vulture opened his mouth, the door was suddenly pushed open. The aide rushed in, his eyes uncontrollably lingering on the woman for a second, his Adam's apple bobbing, then quickly lowering his head. What is it? The vulture frowned in displeasure, his big hand pinching the woman's waist, causing her to let out a soft cry. The aide's forehead was sweating. Commander, the mission failed, only one assassin returned injured. The smile on the vulture's face froze instantly. He violently pushed the woman off his lap and slammed his hand on the coffee table. The wine glass jumped up from the impact, the scarlet liquid splattering on the white tablecloth, glaring like blood. Get out, the vulture said coldly to the woman. The blonde beauty turned pale, hurriedly adjusting her dress, as she left the room. Chapter 280 His gaze changed on the snowfield before dawn, the engine of vehicle No. 2 roared, dragging a thick cloud of black smoke as it charged over the last hill. Long Xiaowu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes bloodshot. The vehicle was riddled with bullet holes, the windshield cracked like a spider web, and the tires screeched against the snow. The sentry at the base checkpoint was changing shifts when he was suddenly blinded by the glaring headlights. When he recognized the battered military vehicle, The sentry's eyes widened in disbelief. It's vehicle number 2. The sentry's voice trembled as he immediately pressed the gate switch and grabbed the intercom to shout. Command! Long Xiaowu is back. Repeat, Long Xiaowu is back. The military vehicle had just stopped in the center of the square when Long Xiaowu decisively opened the door and got out. 2 figures rushed over like a gust of wind. The Black Wolf was the fastest, almost instantaneously reaching Long Xiaowu's side, and without a word, he punched him hard on the shoulder. Bang! Long Xiaowu let out a grunt, stumbling back a step, but did not dodge. The second punch grazed his cheek, finally stopping just before his nose, the wind from the punch ruffling his bangs. Do you have any idea what the hell you were doing? The Black Wolf roared, his voice making the surrounding soldiers turn to look. Chapter 281 Visiting Instructor Scorpion. The moment the dormitory door was pushed open, Zhao Chenfeng's water cup fell to the ground with a crash. What the hell? Long Xiaowu. He rushed forward in a flash, gripping Long Xiaowu's shoulders tightly, his eyes wide in disbelief. You finally came back. Zhongshan jumped up from his bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes as he rushed over. Medic. Call the medic. His fingers trembled as he tried to lift Long Xiaowu's shirt. Where are you hurt? Let me see. Li Lin directly punched Long Xiaowu's chest, but his voice was choked. Do you have any idea how we've been these past 10 days? The command said you probably wouldn't come back. Long Xiaowu was surrounded by the 3, a weary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I'm fine, just some surface wounds. Bullshit. Zhao Chenfeng cursed with red eyes, tearing open his combat uniform. This is called surface wounds. Long Xiaowu's body was wrapped in bandages that had already soaked through with blood, a gruesome wound visible on his right shoulder. Zhongshan gasped, frantically rummaging through the medical kit. You call this fine? How many stitches will this need? Li Lin suddenly lowered his voice. Does Long have any news? Chapter 282 Martyrs Cemetery. The iron door of the command room closed behind him, and Long Xiaowu stood in the corridor, sunlight slanting through the high windows onto his combat boots. The life and death struggles of the past 10 days had sharpened his gaze like a knife, yet concealed an indescribable fatigue. Follow me. Long Zhu's voice came from ahead. She didn't look back, but her footsteps noticeably slowed. Long Xiaowu mechanically followed, passing through several corridors before the familiar scent of food wafted into his nostrils. Only then did he realize that Long Zhu had brought him to the kitchen. Didn't you say you were taking me somewhere? Long Xiaowu asked hoarsely. Long Zhu finally turned around, brushing the snowflakes that had unknowingly settled on his shoulder. You need to fill your stomach first to have the strength to go. Old Wei. The squad leader in the kitchen heard the commotion and poked his head out, his eyes lighting up immediately. Xiaowu. Old Wei rushed over in 2 steps, grabbing Long Xiaowu's shoulder with his rough hand. You finally came back. Where are you hurt? Let me see. Before Long Xiaowu could answer, Old Wei was already inspecting him up and down like a father checking on his son, and when he saw the bandage peeking out from his wrist, his brow furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Sit still. Old Wei commanded, turning back to the kitchen. I made bone soup, just right for you to replenish. Chapter 283 1 month in solitary confinement. Xiaowu raised his right hand, stained with liquor, abruptly, his fingers together like a knife, pressing heavily against his temple. This military salute was so standard it seemed measured, even the tremors of his fingertips controlled to the smallest range. I, Long Xiaowu. His voice erupted in the silent cemetery, startling a few resting crows into flight, swearing by the Long family bloodline. His Adam's apple rolled violently, the bulging veins in his neck like entwined chains. The smoke-burned vocal cords tore out a powerful declaration. I will firmly take the battle flag from my father's hands. The pentagram on the tombstone reflected the last rays of sunset, igniting a golden flame in his eyes. His right arm muscles twitched slightly from overexertion, but his military posture remained unwavering. The sound of pine trees swaying in the distance resembled the response of countless heroic souls. Suddenly, he choked on the words Dragon Flame Military Soul, but immediately bit down harder on the words, I will carry it on. Each sentence was almost shouted from his throat, resonating powerfully and silently in the martyr cemetery. He maintained the salute until his arm felt as rigid as iron, until the sun completely sank behind the ridge. On the way back, the alcohol finally took effect. Long Xiaowu leaned back in his seat and fell into a deep sleep. 10 days of exhaustion and the emotional release just experienced draining his last bit of strength. Long Zhu glanced at him and gently raised the temperature inside the car. Chapter 284, Taking Over Dragon Flame. Long Xiaowu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The conference room was brightly lit. And outside the floor-to-ceiling windows were soldiers running on the training ground. In front of the window stood a figure as straight as a pine tree. With his back to him, the star on the shoulder of that person shone brightly in the sunlight, and the military uniform was impeccably ironed. The broad shoulders exuding the calmness and authority unique to iron-blooded soldiers. Just standing there, he seemed like an unshakable mountain. The sharp aura making the air in the entire room feel stagnant. Long Xiaowu clicked his heels together, straightened his back, and reported loudly, Report, Chief. Long Xiaowu is here to report as ordered. The Major General at the window heard the voice and slowly turned around. His movements were not hurried, but carried a calmness that came from being in a high position for a long time, as if every subtle action had been tempered through countless trials. When he fully turned around, a pair of sharp eyes like a hawk locked onto Long Xiaowu, the gaze cutting like a knife, seeming to peel away a person's disguise and reach the essence instantly. The Major General's gaze lingered on Long Xiaowu for a few seconds, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. The young soldier in front of him stood straight, shoulders squared, chest slightly out, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. Its sharpness contained yet unmistakably powerful. Chapter 285, Appointing Squadron Leader, Promoting to Captain. Lin Zhongwo stared at the young man, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. In that era, the Army, Navy, and Air Force were entirely different branches, each fulfilling its own role, and no one had ever proposed the idea of integrating their training. Are you saying? Lin Zhongwo slowly set down his teacup and furrowed his brows to look at him. To let the Army Special Forces learn the combat skills of the Navy and Air Force. Long Xiaowu's military posture remained unyielding, sweat trickling down his temples. Report, Chief. It's not about becoming an all-purpose force, but about breaking through the limitations of a single combat environment. He raised his right hand and drew 3 parallel lines in the air, explaining that the Army excels in mountain assaults, the Navy is skilled in maritime combat, and the Air Force controls air superiority. Suddenly, he gathered his 5 fingers, pinching the 3 lines into one, but on the modern battlefield, these boundaries were disappearing. Modern warfare is complex and ever-changing. In the future, we may fight in any terrain, rainforests, deserts, snowy fields, at sea, or even in the air. If we only excel in land combat, once we encounter other environments, we will be at an absolute disadvantage. His voice was steady and powerful, his eyes shining with determination. Lin Zhongwo stood up and walked to the window. Chapter 286, The Birth of Longyan. The moment he pushed the door open, the familiar scent of tobacco mixed with leather rushed in, as if his elder brother had just left. He paused at the doorway, his heart suddenly tightening. On the desk lay the enamel mug commonly used by Long Zhan, with dried tea stains at the bottom. Long Xiaowu gently caressed the desk surface, feeling a slight chill at his fingertips. He remembered that on his 17th birthday, Long Zhan had prepared a bowl of longevity noodles for him in this office, and had secretly made a small cake. At that time, he thought it was a rare moment of warmth from his elder brother. Looking back now, he realized that care had always been there. The watchful eyes during training, the ointment placed by his bedside when he was injured, were merely his youthful obsession with resentment that blinded him to that silent love. Long Xiaowu began to tidy up the office. When he pulled open the bottom drawer, A brown paper envelope caught his eye. The envelope was neatly addressed to Long Xiaowu. And the strong handwriting was unmistakably Long Zan's. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing quickened. The edges of the envelope were worn, clearly having been kept for a long time. Long Xiaowu carefully opened the envelope, and inside was a letter of farewell, dated from last year. Chapter 287, Taking Scorpion Pearl Back Home. After being discharged from the hospital, the house allocated by the military district became a warm harbor. Long Zhu took a month off to care for Scorpion Pearl during her confinement, busying herself day and night. She changed diapers in the middle of the night, made confinement meals in the early morning, and took care of Scorpion Pearl meticulously. "Xia Xue, you've worked hard," Scorpion Pearl said softly one night while watching Long Zhu hang up the diapers. Long Zhu continued her work without looking back. "What are you saying, sister-in-law? We're family." The sound of the faucet splashing suddenly stopped, and the moonlight shone through the window onto her reddened eyes. If elder brother were here, they would be such a happy family of three. "Xia Xue, take a break." Scorpion Pearl leaned against the headboard, holding the sleeping baby in her arms, her voice full of concern. Long Zhu shook the water droplets off her hands and smiled. "Sister-in-law, why are you being polite with me?" Saying this, she turned again to check on the pig trotter soup simmering in the kitchen. The doorbell suddenly rang. Long Xiaowu stood at the door with bags in hand. 2 cans of imported milk powder, and a pile of baby clothes and toys with tags still attached. Unsure of what was appropriate to buy, he scratched his head. With mud from the training ground still on his combat boots, and just bought a bit of everything. Chapter 288, Arriving at the Marine Corps. The military truck jolted along the coastal highway, the salty sea breeze pouring in from the open truck canopy, carrying the heat of midsummer. Inside the truck, 30 Dragon Flame commandos squeezed onto the long bench, their camouflage uniforms soaked through with sweat. "Oh my gosh!" Zhao Chenfeng suddenly jumped up from his seat, nearly hitting his head on the canopy. "Look over there." He pointed tremblingly at the distant, hazy blue sea. Zhong Shan yanked him back into his seat. "Calm down. You look like you've never seen the world." "I really haven't seen the sea." Zhao Chenfeng's eyes sparkled, like 2 little light bulbs. "I'm from Inner Mongolia. And the biggest body of water I've seen before joining the army was the fish pond at the village entrance." Laughter erupted in the truck. Li Lin poked him with the butt of his gun. "Then you better be careful. I heard the sea water is super salty. And a gulp can make you throw up last night's dinner." "What is there to be afraid of?" Zhao Chenfeng patted his chest. "I excel in the armed swimming assessment." "A swimming pool is not the same as the ocean," a hoarse voice came from the corner. This 30-year-old veteran, Wang Taizu, leisurely rolled a cigarette, saying, "There are undercurrents and whirlpools in the sea, if a wave hits you." Chapter 289, Are you the squad leader of Dragon Flame? "Oh, sorry. The second lieutenant gave a perfunctory salute, a fake smile on his face. He had been delayed by something earlier and momentarily lost track of time. In Longyang's team, a few veterans instantly clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking. This was clearly intentional, making them wait under the sun for 20 minutes and then casually saying he forgot. Zhao Chenfeng gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. He's trying to assert dominance over us." Zhong Shan squinted his eyes. "These Navy guys sure have a big attitude." The Black Wolf instructor's expression was frighteningly dark. But he didn't speak, only looked at Long Xiaowu. Long Xiaowu's expression remained calm, even with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The second lieutenant led Longyang and his group into the base, suddenly stopping, turning back to scan everyone with a tone tinged with impatience. "Which one of you is the captain?" Long Xiaowu stepped forward and calmly said, "I am." The second lieutenant's expression instantly froze, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Long Xiaowu from head to toe. This kid looked at most 20, with a baby face and a strong build. But among this group of seasoned soldiers, he looked just like a fresh recruit. You are Longyang's squad leader. The second lieutenant's tone was filled with doubt. Chapter 290. A match against your frogman Captain Long. Liu Hongyi sat back in his chair, his tone softening slightly but still carrying an undeniable authority. I've heard of Longyang's reputation on land. But out at sea. He tapped the table. It's a completely different world from the battlefield you are familiar with. He stood up, walked to the sea area map on the wall, and traced the complex ocean current lines with his finger. Tides, undercurrents, offshore currents, any of them could spell disaster for a landlubber. Not to mention the use of underwater combat equipment and tactical coordination. He turned around, looking directly at Long Xiaowu. Every field has its expertise. This isn't about being strong. Long Xiaowu listened quietly, showing no sign of emotion on his face. I believe in my soldiers. Liu Hongyi's eyebrows twitched. After saying all that, this kid only responded with 6 words. You're risking the lives of soldiers. Liu Hongyi's voice suddenly rose. Sir. Long Xiaowu countered. Do you think that once the army is at sea, they are just a bunch of helpless rookies? Liu Hongyi was taken aback, then sneered, otherwise. You haven't even systematically learned the basics of amphibious combat theory, what else would you be? Long Xiaowu stood up straight, his gaze unwavering. I heard the Navy Reconnaissance Battalion has a frogman team, equivalent to the Navy's Special Forces. Chapter 291. A free meal for the first time in life. When Long Xiaowu pushed open the dormitory door, the Black Wolf instructor was sitting on the bed, cleaning his pistol. Seeing him enter, Black Wolf immediately put down the gun and stood up. What does the captain want with you? I made a bet. Long Xiaowu hung up his coat. Black Wolf frowned. What bet? Long Xiaowu briefly recounted his agreement with Liu Hongyi. Black Wolf's eyes widened with disbelief, nearly popping out. Are you crazy? What if you lose? Will you just pack up and leave? Long Xiaowu patted Black Wolf's shoulder and began to tidy his bed. Don't worry. I won't lose. Black Wolf's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. He watched Long Xiaowu's back and suddenly felt his age. Everyone said he was the craftiest prairie wolf, but now he couldn't even guess what this young kid would do next. I'm getting old. Can't keep up with your young people's thoughts. Black Wolf shook his head and turned to leave the dormitory. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. The Navy second lieutenant from this morning, with his nose in the air, stood at the door with a cordial smile. Looking like a different person. Fellow comrades of Longyang, the second lieutenant said amiably, dinner is ready, please follow me. Chapter 292, Good kid, quite arrogant. 30 members of the Longyang team raised their hands in unison, their movements so synchronized it was chilling. The frogman team looked momentarily stunned. Then returned the gesture under Zhong Chong's lead. The 2 elite units greeted each other from a distance of 5 meters. And the air was thick with a gunpowder scent saltier than the sea. After the formalities, Zhong Chong stepped forward. His gaze sweeping like a spotlight. Which one is Long Xiaowu? Long Xiaowu stepped forward. I am. Zhong Chong's pupils suddenly constricted. He scrutinized the young man before him, who looked like a college student, with stubble on his chin still showing youthful traces. The only thing that proved his military identity was those calm, deep-set eyes. This is the successor of Long Zan. Zhong Chong's heart surged with waves of shock. The Long Zan who made pirates tremble in the South China Sea actually passed his position to such a greenhorn. Just as tensions rose between the two sides, steady footsteps approached from the training field's end. Liu Hongyi, draped in a Navy officer's coat, strode forward, flanked by Major Zhu and a group of staff officers. Is everyone here? Liu Hongyi's voice scraped across everyone's eardrums like a dull knife. He positioned himself between the two teams, his gaze lingering on Long Xiaowu for a moment before he subtly frowned. This kid looked even more seasoned than yesterday. Chapter 293. The first time in life to get a free meal in the distance, an unusually tall wave was slowly rising. The sea water was waist deep for the two, and the waves crashed between them, white foam boiling like combat intent. Zhong Chong stood like an iron tower amid the waves, water droplets rolling down his bronze muscles. Every tendon taut like a steel cable. His eyes were as fierce as a shark, his chest rising and falling with the unique steadiness and brutality of a Navy frogman. He slightly bent forward, arms spread wide like a whale poised to pounce, ready to tear apart its prey. "Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now." Zhong Chong grinned, his teeth glinting like blades in the sunlight. "The rules at sea are not as gentle as on land." Long Xiaowu did not respond. Merely standing quietly opposite him, his figure gently rising and falling with the waves. His muscle definition was not as exaggerated as Zhong Chong's, but was as solid as forged steel, every inch containing terrifying explosive power. His gaze was eerily calm, as inscrutable as the deep sea, with only the slightest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth revealing absolute confidence. "Enough with the nonsense." Long Xiaowu finally spoke, his voice deep and clear. "Let me see how strong the best of the Navy really is." Chapter 294, The Navy got set up. Make way. Everyone make way. The voice of the Navy medical officer pierced through the sea breeze as 4 medics rushed into the knee-deep water with a stretcher. "Team Zhong! Team Zhong!" The Frogman team members gathered around, their voices trembling with disbelief. Long Xiaowu reassured them, "Don't worry, he's not in serious trouble." The medical officer bent down to check, his fingers pressing against Zhong Chong's carotid artery, finding a normal pulse. He should just be temporarily unconscious. However, several ribs were likely broken, requiring immediate treatment. Back at the medical room. "What are you all standing there for?" A scarred Frogman veteran suddenly shouted, "Help the medics carry him." A few Frogman team members, awakened from their stupor, hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Be gentle," someone whispered anxiously. On the shore, the Navy personnel stood frozen, as if under a spell. "This is impossible," a young Frogman murmured, unconsciously tugging at the collar of his wetsuit. "How could Team Zhong lose? That army kid must have used some trick," another Frogman said through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on Long Xiaowu in the sea. "He definitely used some underhanded tactic." Chapter 295, Starting Sea Training. Long Xiaowu did not pay attention to their gazes, but stood straight on the beach, the sea breeze lifting the hem of his clothes and revealing his toned waistline. His gaze swept over the 30 members of the Longyan team. His voice deep and powerful. "Sea training is different from land training." His eyes were sharp as knives, seemingly capable of piercing through everyone's hesitation. "Waves, undercurrents, salinity, water pressure, each one can cost you your life." He paused. "I know many of you have never even seen the ocean, let alone know its depths." The sea wind howled, and the waves crashed against the shore, as if echoing his words. "But the more you understand the ocean, the more you will respect it." Long Xiaowu's voice was steady and firm. "But since we are here, we must conquer it. Because one day, this sea may become our battlefield. The more familiar we are, the more assurance we have for survival." The team members looked solemn, but their eyes burned with fighting spirit. Zhao Chenfeng grinned, "Captain, don't worry. Our Longyang soldiers aren't afraid." Zhong Shan clenched his fists. "It's just the sea, right? We'll just swim." Li Lin said nothing, but his eyes were resolute, clearly ready to fight. Chapter 296, The Armor's movements. The lifeboat tore through the sea and sped towards the Longyang team. But unexpectedly, the army did not panic. Instead, under Long Xiaowu's command, they adjusted their formation and arranged themselves in a wedge shape, like a flock of geese. "Are they breaking the waves?" Major Zhu was stunned. Liu Hong, his pupils contracted. The young army officer was leading the charge at the front, using his body to break the waves for his teammates. This tactic was clearly standard for the Marine Corps. "Captain, should we forcibly stop this?" Major Zhu's voice tightened. "What if?" Liu Hong's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. He knew that forcibly interrupting the training now would be tantamount to slapping Longyan's face. But if something really happened, wait a bit longer, he gritted his teeth. The red flag signal hasn't appeared yet. The Navy personnel on the lifeboat were already prepared to jump into the sea at any moment. This is how the soldiers of Long Country are. When competing, they will do everything to win, but when danger rises, they are the first to rush forward. Even if they are from different branches, they will not hesitate to shield each other from bullets. Looking at the world, no other country's soldiers can be as pure as those of Long Country. This is the greatest charm of Long Country's soldiers. Chapter 297. The frogmen go crazy after a day's training. The sunset dyed the sea red. The Longyang team members dragged their leaden legs, moving slowly towards the dormitory. Water dripped continuously from their training uniforms, leaving a trail of damp marks on the beach. My legs. Zhao Chenfeng gritted his teeth, hanging on Zhongshan's shoulder. Feeling like they weren't even his own anymore. Zhongshan's lips were pale from the seawater. How can you still say that? If it weren't for your cramping, would our team have been the last ashore? The tall Li Lin, walking in front, suddenly stumbled and knelt on one knee. Damn it! He looked down at his trembling legs. This is tougher than hiking 30 kilometers with a heavy load. Long Xiaowu quickly walked up from the back of the team and helped Li Lin up. Although his breathing was heavier than usual, his steps remained steady. Walk slowly. Muscle fatigue can easily lead to cramps. Captain Zhao Chenfeng had a mournful face. We've never been this exhausted after a month of training on land. The resistance of seawater is 800 times that of air. Long Xiaowu wiped the salt off his face. And you guys are still not used to the underwater breathing rhythm. So the consumption is naturally high. Chapter 298. Sweet-coated cannonballs. Captain, are we training too hard? The deputy asked cautiously. Zhong Chong snorted coldly. Hard. The army is 10 times tougher than us. He slammed the table. From tomorrow, we start extra night swimming training at 4 in the morning. A collective wail erupted from the frogmen in the cafeteria. But strangely, amidst the complaints, there was a hint of unyielding spirit. Old Ju finished his last bite of food and suddenly stood up. Brothers, how about we do a set of push-ups after this? We can't let the army look down on us. Several frogmen exchanged glances and then stood up in unison. Let us go. The moonlight spilled over the sea. The silver waves gently lapping at the shore. The Longyang team members lay sprawled on the beach like shrimp with their bones pulled out, letting the sea water wash over their exhausted bodies. I can't move anymore. Zhao Chenfeng lay on his back, his chest heaving heavily. Zhongshan was face down in the wet sand, half of his face buried, mumbling indistinctly, someone pull me. I'm going to be swept away by the waves. Li Lin closed his eyes, too lazy to move a finger. Now I understand why fish get tired too. Chapter 299. First time at sea. Zhong Chong took the can, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. The sweet taste made him frown, but the cool sensation did alleviate the heat after night training. To be honest. Long Xiaowu looked at the distant sea, his tone sincere. I thought about the last competition for a long time, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt that Team Zhong, you were holding back. Zhong Chong's back tensed slightly, his eyes alert. What do you mean? Long Xiaowu turned his head, his gaze calm. That side kick of yours, if it had been angled just a bit more, I would have at least broken 3 ribs. He pointed to his own side, but you held back at the last moment, right? Zhong Chong was taken aback. Then the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. You're quite discerning. Long Xiaowu seized the moment. Not just that. Your underwater breath holding time was actually 10 seconds longer than I expected. If you hadn't intentionally shown a flaw at the end, I wouldn't have caught the opportunity at all. Zhong Chong's chest puffed out slightly, the hostility in his gaze fading a bit. HMPH, at least you have some discernment. Long Xiaowu eagerly opened the can. I heard that back in the day, you single-handedly took out 3 pirates while escorting. Is that true? Zhong Chong raised his eyebrows. How do you know that? He took a sip of the drink, unconsciously puffing out his chest. It was just that. Chapter 300. The bigger the waves, the harder the training in the morning. The sea breeze was cool, and the waves lightly lapped at the dock. The soldiers of the Longyang Special Forces stood on the deck, their eyes fixed on the naval patrol boat moored at the shore. Wow! This boat is much bigger than I expected. Zhao Chenfeng excitedly patted the hull, the metal shell producing a dull echo. Zhong Shan grinned. Reaching out to touch the boat's side, this is way better than the shabby fishing boat we trained on in the river. Li Lin stood with his hands on his hips, gazing out at the endless horizon, taking a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, refreshing. Much more comfortable than soaking in the sea all day. Exactly. Zhao Chenfeng jumped onto the deck in one swift motion, poking around like a monkey. After training in the sea and being exhausted like a dog, he could finally enjoy himself. The old sailors stood aside, with a slight smile on their lips. Secretly amused, go ahead, laugh as much as you want, soon you'll have your share of suffering. Long Xiaowu was the last to board the ship. He glanced at the excited team members and gave a faint smile. Steady now, the ship is about to set sail. With the roar of the engine, the patrol boat slowly departed from the dock, heading towards the azure sea. At first, the sea was as calm as a mirror, with sunlight spilling onto the deck. Warm and inviting. Chapter 301, Did Longyan go missing? The patrol boat changed course, heading towards the rolling dark green waves in the distance. Black Wolf stared at the back of the young Captain Long Xiaowu. In a daze, he seemed to see the shadow of Long Zan, the iron-blooded commander, who always prioritized the survival rate of his soldiers. A wave crashed in, and the soldiers of Longyan got back up one by one, tightly gripping the ship's railing, collectively vomiting into the sea. 800 meters away, Zhong Chong put down his binoculars. His mouth twitching. What's wrong with this bunch of lunatics? What happened, Captain? The scarred veteran leaned in. Are they really daring to venture into the strong current zone on their first outing? Zhong Chong handed over the binoculars, watching Zhao Chenfeng, whose face had turned green from vomiting. A few frogmen took turns observing and laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, the army brothers are really giving it their all. Look at that tall guy, he just got flipped over by a wave. Damn, their captain is still organizing training. What a tough guy. The scarred veteran suddenly frowned. Wait a minute, Captain, the forecast said the waves there would exceed 4 meters. Zhong Chong waved his hand. Don't worry. They won't last long. Before he finished speaking, a scene that appeared in the binoculars froze him in place. Chapter 302, Pirates are out. Liu Hong's face instantly turned pale. What? Who approved them to go there? He grabbed Zhong Chong by the collar. Didn't I say the army can only train in the near sea? How the hell was I supposed to know they would dare to venture into the typhoon zone? Zhong Chong shook off Liu Hong's hand. That kid Long Xiaowu doesn't play by the rules. All channels have been tried, and the communications soldier's forehead was sweating cold. Their last reported position was at the edge of C11, and now even the radar signal has disappeared. Zhong Chong grabbed the radio and called again. Sea Wolf. This is the base, please respond if you receive. Static noise hissed through the speaker. Could it be, a staff officer whispered, that they ran aground? C11 is full of reefs. Nonsense. Liu Hong shouted, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He remembered Long Xiaowu's stubborn eyes, which were just like Long Zan's. Liu Hong forced himself to calm down. Wait another half an hour. He stared at the electronic clock on the wall. Each tick of the second hand felt like a knife cutting through him. Long Xiaowu is not reckless, and Old Chen is a captain with 20 years of experience. Zhong Chong paced back and forth in the command room, his combat boots tapping out a frantic rhythm on the floor. Chapter 303, Split Operations. The alarm pierced through the foggy morning, and the dock instantly boiled over. Zhong Chong had just opened his mouth to refuse when Longyang's soldiers dashed towards the naval patrol boat like arrows released from a bow. Zhao Chenfeng was the first to leap onto the deck, his combat boots thudding against the metal deck with a dull sound. Following him were Zhong Shan, Li Lin, and 30 camouflaged figures who boarded the ship within 10 seconds. Long team. Zhong Chong grabbed Long Xiaowu's tactical vest. This is a naval mission. Long Xiaowu countered, locking his wrist with surprising strength that shocked Zhong Chong. I only know this is a mission for the Dragon Country's soldiers. His eagle-like eyes shone fiercely in the morning light. We will make up for the manpower shortage. The deck suddenly fell silent. The two teams stood 3 steps apart. One side dressed in black diving suits, the other in camouflaged combat uniforms still wet with morning dew. The sea breeze swept past, carrying the salty smell. But it couldn't budge their steel-straight spines. Zhong Chong's gaze swept over the Longyang team's equipment: 88 sniper rifles, 95 assault rifles, tactical daggers. He suddenly remembered how last week this group of soldiers had still managed to score 95 rings in sea conditions with waves of 4 meters. Chapter 304, First time leading a battle. Zhong Chong frowned at the nautical chart, tapping his finger on the red dot marking the pirate's ship position. This is too risky. They are seasoned criminals, very clever. Precisely because they are seasoned criminals, Long Xiaowu's dagger struck the nautical chart with a clang. The tip precisely stabbing into the blank space between the two ships' roots. They are definitely waiting for our main force to launch a frontal assault. He rotated the blade, drawing an arc, suggesting the small boats take the reef area and exploit the time difference. In the torrential rain, their eyes met. Boat number 2 is ready to support. Zhong Chong finally shouted into the communicator, and as he turned, rainwater dripped down his chin. But you only have a 30-minute window. In the instant the 2 speedboats drew closer in the troughs of the waves, Long Xiaowu had already leaped onto the ship's railing, with his team boarding one after another. Come back alive. Zhong Chong's voice was shattered by the thunder, but Long Xiaowu clearly saw his lips move. You too, Long Xiaowu replied similarly. The 2 teams saluted silently on the swaying deck, camo and diving suits soaked through by the rain. Just a week ago, they had been bruising each other in combat training, but now only the purest trust remained in their eyes. No one knew if someone would sacrifice this time. Perhaps this would be the last time they met, or perhaps tomorrow they could drink and celebrate together. Chapter 305, Long Xiaowu's decision. Inside the cabin, under dim lighting. 2 pirate leaders sat at a rickety wooden table, half a bottle of cheap whiskey, and a few dirty glasses laid out before them. Boss. This time it's a big haul. One pirate leader with a face full of flesh, codenamed Shark, grinned, revealing a few gold teeth. He tilted his head back and took a swig of the drink. The cargo on this merchant ship, plus the ransom from the extortion, is worth at least several tens of millions of dollars. Sitting opposite him was a thin man with a sinister gaze, codenamed Scorpion. He slowly swirled his drink and sneered, Shark, don't celebrate too early. The maritime police of the Dragon Country are not to be trifled with. What are you afraid of? Shark waved dismissively, we've done this many times before, and it's never gone wrong. As long as we stick to the plan. Once we reach international waters, they won't dare to make a sound. HMPH, let's hope it stays that way. Scorpion squinted his eyes. But once this job is done, we can indeed take a break for a while. Shark grinned greedily, once the money is in hand. I'm going to buy a small island in Southeast Asia, sunbathe every day, and find a few blonde girls to serve me, hee. Chapter 306, Infiltration. Onto the merchant ship. The waves crashed against the Frogman's speedboat like moving grey walls, relentlessly pounding it. Zhong Chong clung tightly to the ship's railing, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Another giant wave hit, throwing the speedboat into the air before it crashed back into the sea with a painful metallic groan. Old Chen. Faster! Zhong Chong shouted at the cockpit, his voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the engine and the howling waves. The old captain gripped the steering wheel with both hands, the veins on his forehead bulging. Team leader Zhong, this is already the limit. The waves are too strong. Accelerating the ship will break it apart. Zhong Chong punched the cabin wall, causing a dent in the metal shell. Longyang's side has already set off. The hostages are in immediate danger. We don't have time to waste with this terrible weather. He turned to the fully armed frogmen behind him, rainwater flowing down their cheeks. yet unable to extinguish the fighting spirit in their eyes. Check your gear. Prepare for battle. Once we get close to the target, launch the operation immediately. Yes. On the merchant ship held hostage by pirates. The cockpit of the merchant ship was filled with the murky smell of cheap tobacco and alcohol. Scorpion poured the last sip of whiskey down his throat. The fiery liquid slid down, yet there was no feeling of intoxication. Chapter 307. Deep behind enemy lines, Long Xiaowu approached the pirate on the left from behind. His left hand clamping down on the pirate's mouth and nose like an iron claw, while his right hand's tactical dagger accurately pierced the nerve cluster at the back of the neck. The pirate's body instantly went limp, not even a muffled groan escaping. At the same time, Zhao Chenfeng dealt with another one by directly twisting the target's cervical spine, his movements clean and quick, as if he were merely breaking a twig. The two exchanged a glance and tacitly dragged the bodies into the shadows between the containers, quickly stripping off their coats and hats to wear themselves. Long Xiaowu lowered the brim of his hat, slinging the pirate's AK-47 over his shoulder, disguising himself flawlessly. Zhao Chenfeng hid the dagger in his sleeve, casually grabbing a pack of cigarettes from the corpse, sticking one in his mouth to look more like a lazy pirate lackey. The merchant ship was large, with plenty of space, and they had only infiltrated the tip of the iceberg. On the deck, the attention of other pirates was focused on the sea, wary of any potential Coast Guard vessels. No one noticed that two of their own had switched souls. Long Xiaowu lowered his voice and spoke into the mini-communicator. Outposts cleared, infiltration successful, continue with the plan. The response from Black Wolf came through the earpiece, received. Team B is in position, ready to support at any time. Chapter 308. All teams in position. Shark pondered for a moment, then sneered, pointing his chin at the pirate by the door. Take him. If he dares to play tricks, break his legs and drag him back. Yes? The pirate snorted coldly, escorting the old captain toward the restroom. Meanwhile, Zhao Chenfeng moved quickly through the lower deck, avoiding patrolling pirates. He had searched the cargo hold, storage room, and even the fuel tank, but still found no trace of the hostages. Captain, no one is here, he said in a low voice into the communicator. I've checked every possible place, the defenses are too tight, we can't force our way in. Long Xiaowu, hiding behind a thick pipe, furrowed his brow at this. Time was slipping away, and the ship was speeding toward the high seas. If they couldn't find the hostages before crossing the border, the mission would fail. Continue monitoring, he replied in a deep voice. I'll think of a way. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a hunched figure, the old captain, being escorted by a pirate toward the restroom. The old man's left foot seemed a bit unnatural as he walked, as if he were deliberately dragging his steps. Long Xiaowu's eyes narrowed slightly. The opportunity has come. The old captain dragged his feet toward the restroom, followed by an impatient pirate. Chapter 309. Locking in on the hostage location. Black Wolf pressed against the damp metal wall, like a silent ghost, slowly approaching the two pirate guards at the door of the secret room. They were lazily leaning against the wall, one with a cigarette in his mouth, while the other fiddled with a folding knife, cursing and complaining about the boring guard duty. They had attempted to raid 3 times, and no one had ever infiltrated the ship, so their internal vigilance was very lax. It was precisely this laxity that allowed Longyang's tactically trained special forces to penetrate inside. Additionally, the merchant ship was large, with many loopholes to exploit, inadvertently providing Longyang with several favorable conditions. Black Wolf's eyes glinted coldly under the night vision goggles, moving closer like a black panther before the hunt. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Move. He clamped his left hand like an iron claw around the throat of the smoking pirate, while his right hand military knife accurately stabbed into the nerve cluster at the back of the neck. The pirate's body went limp instantly, not even a muffled groan escaping. The other pirate, sensing something was off, had just raised his head when Black Wolf already lunged forward. He covered the pirate's mouth with his left hand, while his right hand's blade sliced horizontally, severing the pirate's trachea. Blood sprayed across the wall, the sound of cracking bones perfectly masked by the noise of the machinery. Chapter 310, The Pirates Went Crazy, Why Are the Army Here? Long Xiaowu held down the old captain's shoulder, his voice low and firm, Don't worry. Our people have already taken control of the entire ship. The old captain swallowed hard, his eyes struggling. Long Xiaowu stared into his eyes, enunciating each word, Trust me. The old captain took a deep breath, and finally nodded heavily. He turned around, his bony fingers quickly operating the controls on the console. Pushing the engine throttle down, the ship's speed began to decrease. On the deck, the sea breeze rushed in, carrying the salty spray. Shark tilted his head back and took a big gulp of cheap whiskey, the alcohol burned his throat. He grinned, his gold tooth shining with a disgusting gleam in the sunlight. In another 20 minutes, they would reach the high seas. He proudly patted the rocket launcher beside him. That bunch of Dragon Country's soft-footed Coast Guard wouldn't dare to make a peep. Scorpion said nothing, his one eye fixed on the sea. His fingers unconsciously tapping against the ship's railing, the rhythm growing faster. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. The ship's speed has slowed down, he said coldly. Shark was taken aback. Then scoffed, Old Scorpion, you're too nervous, this broken ship wasn't fast to begin with. Before he finished speaking, the merchant ship suddenly shook violently. The roar of the engine significantly weakened, and the ship's speed visibly decreased. Chapter 311, CQB Real Combat Confrontation. The leading pirate's head snapped back violently. A blood hole exploding in his forehead, brain matter and shattered bones splattering against the wall. Enemy attack. Scorpion roared, instantly rolling to take cover, while raising his PKM to wildly fire at the source of the gunfire. The bullet storm swept through the corridor, sparks flying as the metal wall was riddled with bullets. But Longyang's soldiers had already shifted positions. Bang! The second shot. Another pirate's throat was pierced by a bullet, blood gushing out like a fountain. He clutched his neck and fell to his knees, eyes wide open, mouth bubbling with blood. Bang! The third shot. This shot directly blew apart a pirate's knee. He screamed as he fell, and before he could get back up, the fourth shot accurately hit his temple. Damn! 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 Scorpion roared. He had never seen such terrifying marksmanship, one shot, one life, every bullet hit. Fire! Fire! He bellowed, pulling the trigger, the PKM spewing flames, bullets sparking against the metal wall. In the darkness, there were a few muffled groans, but Scorpion was horrified to discover that all the fallen were his own men. The elusive enemies seemed to see through the darkness, each bullet hitting the pirate's vital points with precision. Chapter 312, Capturing the Scorpion Alive. The pirates had long been accustomed to life at sea, each of them skilled in water, and at this moment, they erupted with astonishing speed to save their lives. A cold gleam flashed in Long Xiaowu's eyes, block them. He dashed out from cover in a swift motion, shouldering his Type 95 rifle to shoot. Bang! 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 3 rounds hit the 3 leading pirates accurately. The bullets pierced through their backs and exploded in a spray of blood from their chests, their bodies falling into the sea like broken sacks. Zhao Chenfeng and his B team quickly formed a crossfire network, bullets sparking around the pirates' feet. 2 pirates, in a panic, crashed directly into the barrage, their bodies torn apart by 58mm bullets. But the Scorpion seized this fleeting gap. Like a black eel, he darted to the edge of the ship, a sinister grin flashing from his golden teeth in the sunlight. Dragon Country's bastard, we'll meet again. With that, he dove into the waves, his black leather jacket vanishing in the surf. The Scorpion jumped into the sea. Zhongshan shouted anxiously, rushing to the ship's edge to shoot at the surface of the water. Bullets kicked up a series of water columns among the waves, but no blood appeared. Long Xiaowu's pupils constricted. This pirate leader, who had roamed the South China Sea for over a decade, would surely return if he escaped to the open sea. Chapter 313, Zhong Chong unable to contact. Long Xiaowu stepped onto the metal ladder and approached the cockpit, tapping 3 times on the cabin door, their agreed-upon signal. The door clicked open a crack, and the old captain, his eyes bloodshot with vigilance, peered out. Upon recognizing Long Xiaowu, the old man suddenly flung the door wide open. His lips trembled, and the 92 Type pistol in his hand shook slightly. "Have you dealt with them all?" The old captain's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from his lungs. "Yes," Long Xiaowu nodded, reaching out to help the old man disengage the safety on his pistol. "All the pirates have been eliminated. You can set sail now. Follow the original course, the Coast Guard will meet you halfway." The old captain suddenly grabbed Long Xiaowu's hand. Tears rolled down his face, etched with deep lines, soaking into the oil-stained work uniform. "I thought I was going to die here. My daughter just got into teacher training college, and my twin grandsons were just born." Long Xiaowu quickly steadied him. "No. We are soldiers of the people, this is our duty." Chapter 3:14, Supporting the Frogmen. Liu Honghe forced himself to calm down. Zhong Chong and the others had been driven to a small island on the northeast side by the pirates. The last communication was an hour ago, after which the radio fell silent. The phone crackled with metallic distortion as Long Xiaowu unconsciously crumpled the plastic water bottle in his hand. "What's the situation on the island?" His voice suddenly sharpened. "Tropical rainforest terrain, approximately 12 square kilometers." Major Zhu leaned closer to the microphone to add, "The pirates have taken 2 hostages and fled. It's a mother and son." The sound of Long Xiaowu's rapid breathing came through the communicator, followed by a decisive request, "Sir, please approve my unit to provide support. Jungle warfare is not the Navy's strong suit." Liu Honghe exchanged a glance with Major Zhu. On the wall, the electronic map showed that Ship B, where Longyang was located, was only 37 nautical miles from that small island. Liu Honghe pondered for a moment. Land combat was precisely Longyang's forte, and they had performed exceptionally well just now. He had been worried about the frogmen's safety, but ultimately agreed to Long Xiaowu's request, granting approval. "Be careful. I'll wait for your return," Liu Honghe said, his voice suddenly sounding much older. Chapter 3:15, The Frogmen's Jungle Warfare. On the island, the humid and oppressive air felt like a wet towel pressed against their faces. Zhong Chong wiped the mixture of camouflage oil and sweat from his face and raised his right hand sharply. 20 fully armed frogmen immediately froze, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. 9 o'clock, Zhong Chong signaled using tactical hand gestures, lifting a broken branch with his knife. The sap oozing from the break had not yet oxidized, leaving a sticky sensation on his fingertips. Li Rui crouched down, the beam of his tactical flashlight revealing a blurry half-print of a shoe in the moss. This was the jungle boots commonly worn by pirates. "This path is correct. They must have run this way," he concluded. Suddenly, Wang Lei felt a sharp pain in his neck and instinctively tensed his body. He then discovered a mosquito, the size of a coin, perched on the shoulder of his combat uniform, its abdomen visibly swelling to a dark red. Seeing this, Zhong Chong reacted in a flash, slapping it down with a loud smack, a fresh red stain appearing in his palm. "Damn, that's the 3rd one already," Wang Lei scratched his neck, angrily stating. This was not their familiar battlefield. There were no metal hulls of ships to touch, no sea breeze to provide a sense of direction, only an endless green maze. Chapter 3:16, Longyang's Rapid Pursuit. Inside the cave, the air was damp and cold, and Miss Lin's shirt was already soaked with cold sweat, clinging to her body. As the local mouse described the terrifying traps, her pupils suddenly constricted, her chest rising and falling violently. The gruesome images of landmine victims from the television news flashed uncontrollably in her mind, severed limbs, blood, and cries. And now, those young naval soldiers were stepping into such deadly traps, one step at a time, to save her and her daughter. She suddenly struggled violently, the hemp rope digging deeply into her flesh without her noticing. Tears mixed with cold sweat rolled down her face, leaving 2 white streaks on her dirty skin. Xiaoyu sensed her mother's trembling and shivered in response. The child desperately tried to snuggle closer to her mother, her ankle chafed by fishing line, leaving faint blood marks on the rocks. Suppressed sobs leaked from her small mouth, like a wounded little beast. "Oh, this woman has a nice figure." A pirate nicknamed Yellow Tooth suddenly squinted, his gaze wandering over Ms. Lin's soaked shirt. He licked his lips and approached, his dirty hand reaching for her collar. "Since you're going to die anyway, why not let me go first?" Chapter 317, Pirates Threatening with Hostages. Zhong Chong's Type 95 rifle spat fire. Bang! The pirate running at the front had his skull explode in a spray of blood, his body continuing forward for 3 meters due to inertia before collapsing. Li Rui's bullet accurately pierced through the second pirate's forehead. That guy's eyes remained wide open in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that his proud S-shaped maneuver had been useless. His last thought was, "Is this the damn Navy?" Wang Lei's shot was slightly delayed, but the bullet still drilled into the lungs of the third pirate. That guy knelt on the ground, staring at the gaping wound on his chest, blood gushing forth. As the bullet penetrated his lung, Yellow Tooth's last thought was, "Impossible." His body still maintained the textbook Z-shaped evasion movement, changing direction every 0.5 seconds. In the jungles of Southeast Asia, this move had allowed him to escape countless times from government troops' gunfire. But this time, the 58mm bullet seemed to predict his trajectory and precisely found the gap between his third and fourth ribs, coughing up fresh blood from the corner of his yellowed teeth. He knelt on the ground, incredulously looking down at the bullet hole gushing blood on his chest. How could that naval sniper, clearly firing while on the move, have hit him? Chapter 318, The frogman approached the trap. Zhong Chong's tactical gloves sank into the mud, his knees cut deeply by sharp stones. He crawled slowly through the mud like an injured python, with every inch forward making the frogmen behind him grit their teeth. Captain Wang Lei's knuckles turned white as he gripped the stock of his Type 95 rifle, sweating. He saw Zhong Chong's combat uniform soaked in mud, his usually upright spine now humbly pressed against the ground. The frogman captain, who had single-handedly taken down the Blue Army Command during the drill and made pirates tremble in Yading Bay, was now crawling towards the enemy like a dog. "Ha ha ha! Is this the special forces of Dragon Country?" Tiger jabbed Zhong Chong's temple with the muzzle of his gun, his boot pressing down on the back of his mud-caked neck. "Crawl faster. Haven't you eaten?" He deliberately ground his heel, causing mud to immediately pour into Zhong Chong's collar. Xiaoyu lay limp on the ground, her tear-blurred vision seeing the soldier covered in camouflage paint inching towards her. She recognized this uncle from the cargo ship's deck. He was the first to rush in and rescue them. Now this mountain-like uncle was being threatened by bad guys with a gun pointed at his head. Chapter 319, Longyan arrives just in time. The footsteps of the Navy grew faster. They were unfamiliar with the jungle terrain, and the anger of revenge made them lose their calm judgment. They just wanted to catch up with these beasts, rescue the last hostage, and avenge their injured captain. Chase. Keep chasing, fight to the end. There were only 100 meters left to the trap area. At that moment, bang bang bang, a burst of bullets suddenly hit the ground beneath the Navy, sending dirt flying. "Get down!" Li Rui instinctively shouted, and everyone instantly dropped their bodies low. Their guns quickly aimed at the direction the bullets came from. Immediately, a heart-wrenching roar came from the side, "Don't move! There's a trap ahead!" It was Long Xiaowu. He had brought the Longyang Special Forces to the battlefield at last. The earlier volley of bullets was intentionally fired at the Navy's feet. He knew that in the heat of pursuit, it was impossible to stop the enraged frogmen with mere shouting. Therefore, he had to use gunfire to force them to halt. There are booby traps 100 meters ahead. Long Xiaowu rushed over, his voice cold and stern. "One more step forward, and you all will die." The Navy finally realized, collectively gasping in shock. They were only 100 meters away from death. Chapter 320. The Navy follows Long Xiaowu's command. Wang Lei suddenly came to his senses. Pointing to a nearby banyan tree, the captain is over there. He's been shot in the shoulder. Long Xiaowu dashed over like a gust of wind. Medical personnel were injecting painkillers into Zhong Chong, the blood-stained bandage glaring under the strong light. Old Zhong. Long Xiaowu knelt, holding down his comrade who was trying to get up. Don't move. Is it a bone injury? Zhong Chong managed a smile on his pale face. Just a flesh wound. How is the B ship? All the pirates have been taken down. The hostages were handed over to the Coast Guard half an hour ago. Long Xiaowu said while checking the wound. And he sighed in relief upon seeing it was a through-and-through injury. Hearing this, the surrounding frogmen collectively gasped in shock. In less than 5 hours since receiving the mission, Longyang not only annihilated the pirates of B ship, but also crossed the entire sea area to provide support. Such operational efficiency completely overturned their perception of conventional forces. Zhong Chong suddenly grabbed Long Xiaowu's wrist. The tough man's eyes were red, his voice hoarse. If it weren't for your timely arrival, my brothers would be gone. Thank you. Long Xiaowu patted his uninjured right shoulder with the back of his hand, camouflage paint and blood mixing where they touched. The Army and Navy are one family, we are all brothers, comrades. Chapter 321. All pirates captured. Mountain Leopard's gaze quickly scanned the jungle, finally locking onto a narrow path covered by weeds. It was dense with vegetation, almost showing no signs of human passage, making it an excellent hidden route. Go that way. Hurry. He growled, hoisting Miss Lin onto his shoulder like a sack and leading the charge into the thicket. The instinct to survive propelled them at astonishing speeds, with the pirates closely following, fleeing madly through the bushes. Sharp thorns tore through their combat uniforms, and thorny vines lashed against exposed skin, leaving trails of blood. Mountain Leopard's tactical boots snapped dry branches, mud splattering, but he couldn't pay attention to that. He was focused on running. Miss Lin was jolted, nearly breathless. Her face pressed against Mountain Leopard's back. Each leap caused her ribs to crash against his hard shoulder blades, making her gasp in pain. Her clothes had long been torn to shreds by thorns, the fabric getting caught on sharp branches and being violently ripped apart with a tearing sound. Her arms, calves, and back were all marked with numerous fine wounds, blood oozing out. The mixture of mud and sweat stained the tattered fabric red. Chapter 322. Back to the Marine Corps. Zhao Chenfeng quickly stepped forward, swiftly cutting the ropes from Miss Lin's wrists and supporting her swaying body. It's okay now. You're safe. Miss Lin's legs went weak, nearly unable to stand, gasping heavily while tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She trembled as she grabbed Zhao Chenfeng's arm, her voice hoarse. Comrade, how is my daughter Xiaoyu? Zhao Chenfeng displayed a reassuring smile. Don't worry. The child is very safe. Our people have been protecting her. Miss Lin could no longer control her emotions, covering her face and crying out loud, thank you, thank you. Her knees buckled, almost collapsing to the ground, and Zhao Chenfeng quickly supported her. Please don't be agitated, we'll take you to see your child right away. Ms. Lin nodded vigorously, tears mixed with dirt running down, but her eyes were no longer full of despair. Instead, they were filled with gratitude and relief at having survived. Long Xiaowu slid down the tree trunk from the sniper point, striding towards the subdued mountain leopard. He crouched down, checking Mountain Leopard's carotid artery, confirming he was merely unconscious before turning to Black Wolf. Search the battlefield, finish off any who aren't dead. Leave no survivors. Black Wolf nodded, quickly dispersing with a few teammates, checking the downed pirates one by one with their guns. Chapter 323. The training ends as the speedboat reached the shore. Long Xiaowu was the first to leap onto the dock. The special forces behind him jumped ashore like dumplings, but within 10 seconds, they automatically formed into a square formation. Zhong Chong walked last with his left arm hanging, the bloodstains on his camouflage uniform already darkening. "Report to the commander." The two saluted simultaneously, Long Xiaowu's voice like tempered steel. "Mission accomplished, 52 pirates killed, 1 leader captured." Zhong Chong added, "All hostages have been rescued. Our troops suffered 5 minor injuries, with no casualties." Liu Hong's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Long Xiaowu's combat boots splattered with mud, then at Zhong Chong's bandages soaked in blood, and suddenly pulled both of them into an embrace. The shoulder insignia pressed painfully against him, but no one moved. "Good. Good. Good." Liu Hong repeated the word good 3 times, turning to face the lined-up soldiers. In the morning light, these young men, covered in gunpowder, stood straighter than the flagpole. His gaze swept over everyone's combat uniforms, crusted with salt frost, and he suddenly raised his voice. "The cooking team has prepared braised pork. Everyone gets a 2-day holiday." Someone in the ranks let out a loud cheer, and then suppressed laughter erupted. Long Xiaowu's mouth twitched as he looked at these guys whose eyes were green with hunger. Chapter 324, One last trick before leaving. As the sun set, a brilliant sunset spread across the horizon where the sea met the sky. The waves gently lapped at the beach, leaving trails of wet marks before quickly retreating. On the open ground next to the naval base, several long tables were lined up, covered with white tablecloths, standing out vividly in the twilight. The tables were filled with seafood, steamed grouper glistened with oil, bright red lobsters were neatly arranged. Garlic vermicelli steamed scallops were steaming, and there were bowls of spicy crabs and pepper-salted shrimp. Ice-cold beer and drinks piled up like small mountains, with water droplets sliding off the bottles and pooling on the table. "Come on. Cheers." Zhong Chong raised a beer bottle, the bandage on his left arm still hanging in front of his chest, but it did not diminish his boldness at all. "Thanks to Longyang's brothers for this mission." "Cheers." Everyone responded in unison. The bottles clinked, making a crisp sound. Longyang's team members and the frogmen sat together, their camouflage uniforms still bearing the salt and sweat from training. Black Wolf was arm wrestling with a frogman, surrounded by a circle of cheering comrades. Zhao Chenfeng stuffed crab meat into his mouth, mumbling to a nearby Navy soldier about the thrilling moments of their mission. Zhong Shan was blushing, sipping beer in small gulps, being alternately forced to drink by several frogmen. Chapter 325, Heading to Long Zhu's base. Zhong Chong looked confused. "You approved it?" "No one told me." Liu Hong sighed while holding his forehead. "That brat Long Xiaowu is really wasting his talent not becoming a businessman, his cunning at such a young age, playing both sides." "Then what about our backup equipment?" Zhong Chong suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. "You made your own mess, clean it up yourself." Liu Hong waved his hand and left, leaving Zhong Chong standing there, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "By the time we go to Longyang for training." Zhong Chong gritted his teeth, shaking his fist at the departing helicopter. "I must make Long Xiaowu pay double." But he never expected that the next time they met, he would be completely taken in by Long Xiaowu again. After several twists and turns, he finally returned to the Longyang base. The helicopter landed on the helipad of the Longyang base, the wind from the rotor blades blowing through the surrounding grass. Long Xiaowu was the first to jump off the plane, taking a deep breath of the familiar jungle air. "There's no place like home." Zhao Chenfeng stretched lazily, greedily looking at the lush trees around. The soldiers stationed at the base had already lined up to welcome them, and many were surprised, their eyes wide open upon seeing their returning comrades. Chapter 326, What is your relationship with my sister? The jeep bumped along the rugged mountain road for 3 hours. Long Xiaowu's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, the pine trees outside blurred into shadows in the dusk. In the rearview mirror, the last ray of sunset was being swallowed by the continuous mountains. Nightingale Base. He softly read the weathered letters on the sign, as the tires rolled over the last stretch of gravel road before the warning line. Suddenly, searchlights lit up in the distant valley. illuminating the barbed wire hidden in the pine forest. This base was more concealed than Long Xiaowu had imagined, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With 2 concrete watchtowers standing at the only entrance, the reflection of the sniper scope flashing by. Military restricted area, stop immediately. Suddenly, 2 fully armed female soldiers appeared from the shadows, their tactical flashlights shining directly into the driver's seat. Long Xiaowu squinted, slightly stunned, not expecting that it was female soldiers guarding the area. He didn't think much and directly showed them his identification. When one of the female soldiers took the ID, he saw the Nightingale badge on her collar. Captain Long is in Building 3 of Area C. When the female soldier returned the ID, she suddenly lowered her voice. She didn't know you were coming. Long Xiaowu shook his head, noticing the surprise that flashed in her eyes. Chapter 327, Long Xiaowu's duel with Chen Mufeng. The white coat in the twilight was lifted by the mountain wind. And Chen Mufeng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth into a sharp arc. Those eyes that always contained a healer's gentleness were now astonishingly bright. He took a step forward, shortening the distance between him and Long Xiaowu, his voice deep and clear. I'm pursuing your sister. Long Xiaowu's finger holding the cigarette froze in midair. Chen Mufeng was staring directly into Long Xiaowu's eyes, the white coat fluttering in the mountain wind. I will be your brother-in-law in the future. The words brother-in-law hit Long Xiaowu's chest like a bullet, catching him off guard and choking on the smoke. Bending down and coughing violently, the spiciness in his throat surged to his head, making his eyes warm. He had imagined various indirect probing scenarios, even prepared for responses if the other party denied it, but he never expected Chen Mufeng to be so straightforward. Chen Mufeng watched him cough with amusement, pulling a handkerchief from his coat pocket and handing it over. When Long Xiaowu looked up, he collided with the other party's unabashed gaze, which held neither guilt nor deliberate flattery, only an almost naive openness. Direct enough. Long Xiaowu finally calmed his breathing, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. I like straightforward people. Chapter 328, Urgent Mission. Long Zhu stood 5 meters away, still holding her military bag. Sister Long Xiaowu was the first to release his grip, springing up with a fish-like motion, his tactical boots leaving 2 marks in the sand. He instinctively patted off the dust on his body, but only made the bloodstains more obvious. Chen Mufeng's movements were a beat slower. He slowly stood up, his white shirt no longer showing its original color, and his tie hanging crookedly around his neck. The most striking thing was the blood at the corner of his mouth, particularly glaring against his pale face. Long Zhu's gaze darted between the two, finally landing on Chen Mufeng's injury. She quickly stepped forward, her military bag thudding to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What are you doing? Her voice was low. Long Xiaowu scratched his nose, just sparring a bit. Yes, Chen Mufeng suddenly forced a smile, but the movement pulled at his injured mouth, causing him to gasp in pain. We were exchanging combat techniques. No fractures, you're lucky. She carefully checked both of them, letting out a long sigh, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. Xiaowu, why did you suddenly come over? Long Xiaowu scratched his head, the fierce wolf-like gaze from earlier now somewhat shy. I wanted to give you a surprise. Sister, didn't you say you would be back next week? Chapter 329, Su Jinru in trouble. Long Xiaowu immediately straightened his back, his eyes sharp as knives. Please instruct, sir. Lin Jiongwo signaled the chief of staff to close the door, then took out an encrypted document from his briefcase. A female intelligence agent codenamed Bloodthorn had her identity exposed while carrying out a mission in Country A, and was now being hunted by multiple forces. According to the last information received, she was trapped in an abandoned factory area near the border of Country A. Since this was overseas, the operation had to be discreet, with a maximum team size of 10. Long Xiaowu frowned. Are there specific details about the target? Lin Jiongwo nodded to the chief of staff. The chief of staff immediately took out a stack of documents and a photo from the folder and handed them to Long Xiaowu. This is her file. Real name, Sujinru, 21 years old, fluent in 6 languages, close combat rating A, one of the best female agents in recent years. When the photo was presented, Long Xiaowu's fingers suddenly stiffened, as if struck by lightning. The woman in the photo had short hair to her ears, with picturesque features and a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Those clear, water-like eyes instantly brought him back to memories. Sujinru. Long Xiaowu's voice was almost squeezed out through his teeth. Chapter 330, This woman is too strong. Get the signal. Immediately. Long Xiaowu's voice was low, but as sharp as a drawn military knife. Zhongshan quickly adjusted the radio receiver, his fingers spinning the knob rapidly. And the headset pressed tightly against his ears, holding his breath. Amid the static, a familiar yet strange female voice suddenly emerged. Coordinates ambush. The signal was abruptly cut off. Like a snapped piano string. It was disconnected again. Zhongshan took off his headset, his voice filled with frustration, only these few words. Long Xiaowu's fist clenched tightly, the fibers of his tactical gloves making a faint rubbing sound. He closed his eyes, his throat moving slightly. Sujinru had actively turned off the radio. This realization hit him like a bullet to the chest. She was right. His voice was hoarse as he coldly stated. Turning on the signal is like being a live target. Zhongshan hesitated to speak, ultimately just nodding. Everyone understood what turning on the radio meant. It had opened the most suspicious channel for the enemy. Long Xiaowu suddenly opened his eyes, a determined fire burning in his gaze. Continue moving forward. Be aware of all suspicious traces. The team dispersed in tactical formation, the world in their night vision goggles glowing with a ghostly green. Chapter 331, Sujinru's comrades 2 kilometers away, the abandoned factory loomed like a dormant giant beast, silently squatting in the night. The broken chimney pierced the sky, and the shattered glass windows looked like the fangs of a beast, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Faker led over 20 armed men, conducting a thorough search around the factory. The beams of flashlights crisscrossed in the darkness, occasionally illuminating the mottled bloodstains on the walls, remnants left by previous waves of pursuers. Search carefully. Faker's voice echoed in the empty factory. That woman is definitely hiding in some rat hole. His men held their guns, nervously checking every corner. No one dared to be careless. In the past 24 hours, 3 armed organizations had been wiped out here. It was said that they were all taken down by the same woman. Damn! It's those Viper people again. The scar-faced man poked a corpse with the barrel of his gun. The dead man's wide-open eyes were frozen in terror. Did you see that? The carotid artery cut is as neat as if it was done with a scalpel. A metallic cracking sound came from a distance, and everyone instantly raised their guns to aim. A startled rat darted out from under a collapsed conveyor belt, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 332, Settling old and new accounts together. The snowball rubbed against her wrist in understanding, and when it turned, a glint of sharpness flashed in its cat eyes. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and it silently merged into the night, with only the gently swaying bushes indicating its path. The dizziness from blood loss made Sujinru's vision somewhat blurry. She leaned against the cold rock wall, feeling the dull pain radiating from her left shoulder wound. Her previously keen perception, sharp as an eagle's, was now weakened by blood loss. The snowball's light figure flashed at the cave entrance, its emerald-like eyes particularly striking in the dark. Now this little wildcat had become her only eyes and ears. She dared not turn on the radio to call for help, as it would be like lighting a signal flare in the night. Her ammunition bag had only 7 handgun bullets and 2 smoke bombs left. If she encountered Faker's main squad again. Sujinru closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing this terrifying assumption. She forced herself to swallow a few high-energy compressed biscuits. The sweet taste melted in her mouth, injecting a bit of warmth into her weakened body. Once the dizziness subsided slightly, Sujinru took the last of her belongings from her tactical belt, a fragmentary grenade, 3 fishing lines, and 2 improvised detonation devices. Chapter 333, Kill. Avenge Team Long, all attention. Long Xiaowu's voice was like an ice-hardened blade, punctuating each team member's earpiece. Confirm the target. This is the main squad of the vultures that hunted Team Long months ago. They are all from the same organization. What? Zhong Shan's breath suddenly stopped. The crosshairs of his sniper rifle wobbling. Li Lin also jerked his head up, his eyes behind the night vision goggles wide with shock. It's them. A veteran's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. He was a soldier personally trained by Long Zhan, with scars on his left arm from blocking a bullet for the captain. He had also participated in that operation. The man who always said, "The battlefield doesn't nurture cowards," the hard man who secretly gave injured soldiers candy, was actually forced into a corner by this group of scum in front of them. The veterans' faces instantly turned fierce, their eyes bursting with intense murderous intent. Those nights when they were punished by Long Zhan to run 50 kilometers. Being yelled at for being useless while he pointed a blank rifle at them, all of that now surged like molten lava through their veins. Long Zhan was their former leader. Although he was strict and harsh in training, it did not diminish their respect and affection for him. Chapter 334, Can't Escape. More than 30 armed men immediately fanned out in a semicircle, their guns pointed towards the direction where the bloodstains extended. They moved like hyenas smelling blood, their pace quickening until they were almost running. The bushes were roughly pushed aside, dry branches snapping under military boots. And everyone's eyes were red, the million-dollar prey was just ahead. As the gunfire tore through the night sky, Su Jinru suddenly opened her eyes. Water droplets from the cave wall fell onto her tense neck, icy and piercing. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the canyon, indistinguishable between friend and foe. But she knew that regardless of which side, the ultimate target was herself. From the gaps in the vines, a shadow silently slipped in. The snowball's fur was damp with dew, and its emerald eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. It wagged its tail anxiously, the tuft of white fur at the tip acting like a warning light, creating a fading shadow in the dark. What now? Su Jinru whispered softly, her fingers skillfully scratching the chin of the black cat. Shueqiu's eyes were somewhat fiery and anxious, its tail wagging incessantly. Su Jinru immediately understood, her fingertips trembling slightly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. It had been 8 years since Shueqiu was just a kitten. They had been inseparable amidst gunfire and chaos. Chapter 335, Vulture, encountering Long Xiaowu so soon again. Impossible. The cat's eye slapped out, only to find it was also trembling. How could they be so quick? The cat's eye spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, and pressed down on the radio to roar. All units, attention. Unidentified armed forces have appeared on the mountainside. Kill anyone you see. He added viciously, don't let them touch our goods. Before the cat's eye finished speaking, precise bursts of gunfire suddenly erupted from deep within the jungle. Bang! 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 The heads of 3 mercenaries, who were reloading simultaneously, exploded. The one on the far right had his skull blown off, brain matter splattering radially on the tree trunk. The middle mercenary had his jaw shattered, half his face a bloody mess hanging on his skull. The unfortunate one on the left had a bloody hole in the center of his forehead, the mist of blood spraying from the back of his head appearing oddly silver-pink under the moonlight. Conceal! Conceal! The remaining mercenaries frantically dove for cover, bullets chasing after their heels and burying themselves in the ground. In the chaos, someone threw a grenade, but, due to trembling hands, it was thrown too close, blowing up their own men into a bloody mess. It's the Long Kingdom people. An observer suddenly screamed, his voice trembling out of tune. He had just caught a glimpse through the night vision goggles of an eastern face flashing between the treetops 30 meters away. That sniper even smiled at him before firing. Chapter 336, This woman is too sinister. In the cave, a drop of cold water slid down the stalactite. Her ears suddenly twitched violently. the sensitive nerves in her ear capturing vibrations hard for ordinary people to perceive. The crisp sound of boots crushing dry branches, the slight clinking of metal firearm parts, and the suppressed panting of military dogs. They are coming. She abruptly opened her eyes, pressing her left hand against the bleeding wound on her shoulder, and slowly drew out a Type 92 pistol with her right hand. The rocky wall of the cave pressed against her back, the damp mossy smell mingling with the scent of blood filling her nostrils. Every movement tugged at her wound, but she didn't even furrow her brow. Sujinru pressed her body against the inner wall of the cave entrance, listening intently. The night breeze brought fragmented voices, heavily accented English. She squinted, her pupils slightly dilating. Those people were no more than 50 meters from the cave entrance. She had to hold on until rescue arrived. Death wasn't terrifying for her, but the encrypted chip hidden in her pocket had to be delivered to her comrades. Thinking of this, she instinctively touched the pocket on her left chest, feeling the cool hardness of the chip's edge through the fabric. Shuecho, she silently called out, feeling both comforted and guilty. Chapter 337, Follow Me. The scar-faced man suddenly raised his head in realization, the boss is right. This woman must be nearly out of breath. Shut up. Faker slapped him but lowered his voice. Second team, spread out and advance, 5 meters apart. The 6 mercenaries of the second reconnaissance team moved forward slowly, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. They bent down, their gun muzzles sweeping across every shadow, their eyes glowing with a ghostly green light under night vision. Although some were reluctant to move forward, seeing Faker's predatory gaze made them cautiously comply. 50 meters. No traps. 60 meters. Still no movement. The leading mercenary swallowed hard, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He glanced back at his companions, forcing a grim smile. Looks like she really, bang. A blood flower suddenly erupted from his forehead. The rest of his sentence forever stuck in his throat. Sujinru's figure flashed past the cave entrance, the gun muzzle still emitting faint smoke. Bang! The second shot followed. Another mercenary's head snapping back violently, the bullet piercing through his forehead, the back of his head exploding. A mix of red and white splattering on the faces of his companions behind him. Enemy attack. Chapter 338, The helicopter is coming again. Sujinru instinctively tried to break free, but froze the moment she heard pure Mandarin. Before she could react, a hand was already pulling her into the smoke. Gunfire howled behind her, but all she could see was the vague yet determined silhouette in front of her. This voice, this silhouette, a wave of inexplicable familiarity surged in her heart, but the intense running tore at her wound, warm liquid gushing from her left shoulder. Sujinru gritted her teeth, forcing back a cry of pain, letting the blood soak through the bandage without slowing her pace. Her vision began to blur. Not just from the smoke, but also from the dizziness brought on by blood loss. But the hand gripping hers was unyielding, like a vice, pulling her through the hail of bullets, towards the hope of survival. Long Xiaowu yanked Sujinru behind a rock shelter, and they both looked up simultaneously. Sujinru's pupils dilated slightly. It's you. Amidst the smoke, the angular face overlapped with that of the boy in her memories, though stained with gunpowder. It couldn't conceal the sharpness between his brows. Behind the National Defense University, the military student who had fought her to a standstill. It was him. She remembered that day when the sunset bathed the training ground in gold. They had wrestled for nearly half an hour, finally collapsing from exhaustion. Chapter 339, Live Together. Die together. Spread out. Conceal. Long Xiaowu's roar exploded amidst the sounds of explosions. He shot towards Sujinru like an arrow released from its bow. Tactical boots crushed burning twigs, each step leaving deep imprints on the scorched earth. Sujinru leaned against a charred tree trunk, her vision starting to blur. Blood loss had rendered her lips a sickly pale, and the wound on her left shoulder began to ooze blood again. She saw Long Xiaowu rushing towards her, wanting to raise her hand to signal, but found her fingers as heavy as lead. Her consciousness wavered between wakefulness and unconsciousness, her reaction slower than usual. Before she could fully comprehend the situation before her, strong arms had already slipped under her knees and back, lifting her off the ground. "Hold on to me." Long Xiaowu's voice was near, carrying an undeniable sense of command. Su Jinru instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling his carotid artery thumping violently. The first missile exploded behind them, the shockwave kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. Burning shrapnel scattered like a meteor shower, igniting the surrounding dry grass and shrubs. The ground cracked under the high temperature, flames spreading across the surface like living creatures. Chapter 340, The helicopter is shot down again. Everyone from Team B, rushing over, watched this scene with wide-eyed disbelief. The demolitions expert, Old Jew, suddenly stood up, wildly firing his Type 95 rifle at the sky, shell casings raining down like raindrops. "Damn your ancestors!" he roared until the sound of the empty firing pin echoed. Bullets ricocheted off the helicopter's armor, creating sporadic sparks. Ridiculous, as if spitting at a steel giant. Zhao Taizu yanked him back into cover just as debris exploded above their heads. Medic Lin Xiaoxue bit down on a bandage from the first aid kit, tears mixed with dirt carved two white streaks down her face, the captain. Another missile exploded 50 meters away, the shockwave knocking two team members over. The entire jungle was ablaze, heat waves distorting the air, thick smoke stinging their eyes. Sniper Wang Ying lay in a shell hole, the Barrett's scope shattered. He watched helplessly as the helicopter hovered above the front line, occasionally firing missiles indiscriminately nearby. Like a child using firecrackers to blow up an anthill. The third and fourth rounds. Communication soldier Shaoli mechanically counted, his voice hoarse. They were drawing a cage of death. Towering ancient trees collapsed with a thunderous roar in the explosions, burning branches dividing the ground into countless grids of death. Chapter 341, The Return of the Snowball. The helicopter has crashed. Zhao Chenfeng leaped out from behind cover, and before he finished speaking, a burst of bullets suddenly swept in from the right. A team from the Vulture Squad burst out, and Zhao Chenfeng immediately engaged them, the two groups clashing again. The jungle at 3 in the morning was shrouded in an eerie blue light. The wreckage of the crashed helicopter resembled a dying steel beast, occasionally emitting metallic groans. Moonlight was shattered by smoke, illuminating the blood droplets congealed on the ground covered in shell casings. Unknown nocturnal creatures rustled in the darkness, agitated by the smell of blood. The air in the command center seemed to freeze instantly. On the surveillance screen, the red dot representing the helicopter had turned into the glaring word "lost." On the operational map, the icons of two helicopters worth 43 million each were brutally marked with red crosses, all in Long Xiaowu's hands. Suddenly, the Vulture violently overturned the entire operations table, military computers crashing to the ground with blinding sparks. Two helicopters. 46 elite. With each word he uttered, the muscles on his face twitched. Long Xiaowu, I will slice the flesh off your body piece by piece to feed the dogs. Chapter 342. I help you with the medicine in the morning light. Long Xiaowu's consciousness slowly surfaced from chaos, the first sensation being a fiery pain in his back. He slightly opened his eyes, and through his blurry vision, he saw a few rays of morning light filtering through the thatched roof. His throat felt as dry as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. He instinctively tried to move, but found his wrist held by something warm. As his vision gradually focused, he saw Su Jinru leaning beside him. Her plain face appeared particularly beautiful in the morning light. Long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, her left hand still gripping his wrist, while her right hand loosely held a damp towel. Long Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat. She had kept vigil over him all night. Sunlight filtered through the thatch and fell on her face, outlining her delicate features. Without the constraints of military uniform, Su Jinru had shed her usual sharpness, revealing a breathtaking softness. Long Xiaowu unconsciously held his breath, inexplicably raising his hand to gently stroke her cheek. Just as his fingertips brushed against Su Jinru's skin, the delicate warmth sent a shiver through his heart. But in that split second, Sujinru's eyes suddenly snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in her dark pupils. Chapter 343. Either they die, or we die. Long Xiaowu recalled and raised an eyebrow. The pistol still had 2 magazines, and the rifle had few bullets left. What's the matter? I need to prepare something. Sujinru was checking her equipment, her voice returning to its usual calm. We need to set up a few early warning devices nearby, and see if there are any usable resources. No? Long Xiaowu's voice suddenly dropped, the smile on his face disappearing in an instant. Your face is as white as paper, although the bleeding has stopped. You've lost too much blood, and are not fit for combat at all. Sujinru frowned. I'm fine, I just want to know. Long Xiaowu interrupted her, his tone resolute and unquestionable. In your current state, encountering an accident would make it difficult for you to protect yourself. His gaze swept over her pale lips and slightly trembling fingers, worry flickering in his eyes. We have enough ammunition to protect ourselves, we just need to wait for rescue. Sujinru opened her mouth to argue, but fell silent when she saw the concern in his eyes. Long Xiaowu seized the opportunity to soften his tone. You rest a bit, eat something, and I'll keep watch. If rescue hasn't arrived by night, I'll think of another way. Sujinru wanted to say something else, but seeing Long Xiaowu's determined gaze, she finally sighed, all right. But remember to call me if something happens. Chapter 344. The reunion of the Dragon Flame team. Zhao Chenfeng led the Dragon Flame team on a relentless pursuit. Following the slope downwards, the traces along the way shocking to behold. Charred earth, broken branches, scattered shell casings, and soil overturned by explosive shockwaves. Damn it, this firepower coverage. Li Lin squatted down and picked up a twisted metal fragment blown apart, his expression grim. If the captain and the others were hit directly. I'm afraid, shut up. Zhao Chenfeng interrupted sharply, yet his fingers unconsciously tightened. He stared at the chaotic footprints and dragging marks on the ground. His voice low, they escaped, they must still be alive. Zhongshan pushed aside a patch of bushes and suddenly gasped, blood. Everyone's hearts leaped instantly, quickly gathering around. There was a dark red bloodstain on the ground, already dried, but still showing the direction of dragging. It could be the captain's. After checking, Zhao Chenfeng's tense nerves relaxed slightly. They hadn't been blown to pieces, just injured. As long as they hadn't been blown to bits on the spot. The captain wouldn't die. Li Lin grinned, hope flashing in his eyes. Let us go, follow the blood trail. The team immediately quickened their pace, tracking along the bloodstains and broken vegetation. Chapter 345. The Ghost Demolitions expert Long Xiaowu and Zhao Chenfeng tensed their bodies almost simultaneously, their eyes meeting. Understanding each other's intentions without a word. Long Xiaowu quickly gestured several tactical signals with his right hand, and Zhao Chenfeng nodded in response. Then signaled the team members behind them to disperse and conceal themselves. Their movement, 10 o'clock direction. Long Xiaowu lowered his voice, his ears slightly twitching, catching the faintest sounds in the jungle. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the thatched house. His door-pushing motion was both light and quick, kneeling beside Sujinru. His fingers gently touching her shoulder. Jinru, wake up. Sujinru, who had been lost in sleep just a moment before, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing Long Xiaowu's voice. There was no hint of sleepiness in her eyes, only sharp vigilance like a blade. Her right hand instinctively reached for the pistol at her waist. Her entire body tensed like a spring. An enemy attack. Her voice was chillingly calm. The Longyan rescue has arrived, but the Vulture's people are also coming. Long Xiaowu quickly explained, don't worry about the ammunition, our people brought plenty of supplies. Sujinru immediately stood up, just as she was about to step forward. She suddenly stopped, her gaze sweeping over the ground of the thatched house. Chapter 346. You are actually Dragon Yang soldiers. The pockmarked face spat fiercely, his fist smashing against the decaying door frame, causing the thatch to fall in showers. The thin monkey mercenary crouched down, his fingers brushing over the bloodstains on the ground. Feeling the warmth. Boss, the blood is still fresh. They must have just left. The pockmarked face's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Chase. They can't have gone far. He turned to rush out of the thatched house, simultaneously shouting into the radio, "Everyone pay attention, target moving southeast." His command was never completed. The moment the pockmarked face's military boots stepped out of the threshold, a barely perceptible click sounded from the shoe sole. The battle-hardened veteran's pupils contracted sharply. But it was already too late. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the jungle. The 72-style jump mine, meticulously arranged by Sujinru, shot up more than a meter from the ground and then detonated at the perfect height. 700 steel balls fanned out, creating a deadly metal storm in the air. The pockmarked face, closest to the blast, bore the brunt. His upper body was instantly torn to pieces. And the remaining lower half was thrown more than 5 meters away by the shockwave, crashing heavily against a tree. The thin monkey mercenary didn't even have time to scream, as his entire head exploded like a watermelon. A mixture of red and white splattering against the wall of the thatched house. Chapter 347, This is not a battle, it's a massacre. Thank you all for saving me. You've worked hard. Sujinru's voice was cold yet carried a sincere tremor. Oh, we are all comrades. Zhao Chenfeng grinned, then suddenly lowered his voice. But our captain heard that it was you we were rescuing, and he was anxious the entire way. Li Lin, unafraid of death, chimed in. He almost crushed the armrest on the helicopter. Zhongshan squinted and made faces. That's right, when he saw you were injured, the captain's eyes looked like they could kill. Cough. Long Xiaowu shot them a glare, forcing himself to shout, and everyone instinctively closed their mouths, though smiles still lingered at the corners. Sujinru pursed her lips and chuckled lightly, the corners of her eyes rippling gently. She secretly glanced at Long Xiaowu's profile, just in time to catch his flustered gaze dodging away. Their eyes met and then quickly separated, the air seeming to sweeten a bit. Everyone, listen up. Long Xiaowu looked at his team, his voice returning to its usual calm. The Vulture team is on the move. Immediately head to B3 evacuation point. Yes. The team quickly readied and set off. A small team, led by Xiaolang, had just received news from the third team, and was hurrying over. Chapter 348. Going home tomorrow. Long Xiaowu walked to the corner of the cave, pressed the encrypted channel button, and after 3 waiting tones, static crackled in the communicator. Long Xiaowu. Lin Zhongwo's voice suddenly burst from the earpiece, hoarse yet unable to hide the urgency. Is it you? Sir, it's me. Long Xiaowu lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the resting team members inside the cave. The mission is complete. Sujinru has been received. A dull thud sounded on the other end of the line, like a fist slamming on a table. Great. Lin Zhongwo's voice suddenly rose an octave, then quickly forced itself down. How is Sujinru? She was shot, but it's not serious at the moment. Long Xiaowu replied briefly, his ears catching the unusual tremor in Lin Zhongwo's breath. We may still have pursuers. Damn it. Lin Zhongwo cursed, his voice mixed with surprise and worry. Listen. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll arrange a helicopter to pick you up at the B3 area. Hold on a bit longer and just gather at the rendezvous point. Long Xiaowu glanced at his watch. Understood. Be sure to be careful. Lin Zhongwo's voice suddenly softened. We are waiting for your triumphant return. Chapter 349. The information from the dog handler. The dog handler tightly gripped the leash. This reaction is from the smell of blood. Fresh human blood. Xiaolang narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Ours has served for 5 years without making a mistake. The dog handler patted the sturdy back of the military dog. Otherwise, how could we call it a dog's nose? The mercenaries exchanged glances, hope reigniting on their tired faces. Xiaolang stared in the direction the military dog indicated, where there was a path almost completely covered by vegetation, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Everyone, pay attention. Xiaolang clicked his rifle into place, the shadows on his rugged face appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. Follow the military dog, stay vigilant. If we make another mistake this time. He shot a chilling glance at the dog handler. Tonight we'll have dog meat hot pot. The team moved again, this time much faster. The military dog charged ahead, as if possessed, and the handler could barely keep up. The mercenaries followed in their comrades' footsteps, each step taken cautiously. At 3:20 a.m. in the damp air of the cave, Long Xiaowu had just completed the shift with Li Lin. He glanced at his watch. There was still over 2 hours until the helicopter would arrive. Chapter 350, Don't move, or we all die. Bang. 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 A series of gunshots shattered the night silence, flames spewing from all directions. The 3 mercenaries in the front row had their chests burst with blood, but only staggered back a few steps, the bullets stopped by heavy bulletproof vests. Take cover. Xiaolang rolled behind a tree trunk, his heart racing as if it would shatter his ribs. He watched as a 762mm bullet struck his subordinate's chest, leaving only a white mark on the bulletproof plate. Damn! This thing really works. The scar-faced mercenary felt his dented chest, his face pale, nearly meeting the king of hell. Another young mercenary slumped behind a tree, trembling fingers inspecting the bullet marks on his vest. Boss, you're brilliant. If it weren't for this D-country product. 30 meters away, behind the cover, Zhao Chunfeng's eyes widened. Captain. They are wearing level 4 bulletproof vests. Ordinary rifle rounds can't penetrate. Long Xiaowu quickly changed magazines. His voice eerily calm. Watch the seams of their bulletproof vests at the armpits, neck, and groin. D-Country's Wild Boar series, weighing 8 kilograms. Has a large protective area, but poor mobility. He clicked the bullet into the chamber. Sniper, adjust to aim for the head. Chapter 351, The battle is over. Cease fire. Long Xiaowu's command echoed like thunder through the jungle. Gunfire abruptly stopped, only the smoke slowly dissipating in the morning fog. Xiaolang slowly stood up from behind a bombed banyan tree, tightly clutching a military canvas bag with his left arm, his right hand holding a lighter. Thumb pressing on the ignition switch. His scarred face twisted with a sinister grin, revealing teeth blackened by tobacco. Long Xiaowu. Xiaolang's voice was as raspy as sandpaper. Let me go, or we all die here. He suddenly tore open the canvas bag, revealing an explosive device made of C4 plastic explosives and ball bearings inside. 5 kilograms of explosive power was enough to obliterate everything within a 50-meter radius. Long Xiaowu narrowed his eyes, the knuckles under his tactical gloves turning slightly white. He hadn't expected that among this group of desperate men, someone would dare to play such a mutually destructive game. He slowly lowered the assault rifle, the muzzle pointing to the ground, but his index finger still did not leave the trigger. Interesting. Long Xiaowu curled his lips into a cold smile. I want to see if you little scum really have this kind of guts. The pupils of the sand wolf shrank to the size of a pinhead in the morning light, sweat trickling from his temples into his collar. Chapter 352, Returning to the country. Li Lin leaned against a tree, his face pale, but still wearing a rogue's smile. It's nothing, Captain, just a little scrape. Wang Meng shook his head, gritting his teeth. I won't die, I can still walk. Long Xiaowu crouched down to check the injuries of the 2, Chen Feng. You carry Li Lin. Zhongshan, you carry Wang Meng. He deftly replaced Wang Meng's tourniquet. We need to move immediately, the gunshots will attract more hyenas. Lin Xiaoxue had packed the medical kit, her bangs sticking to her forehead with sweat. Captain, they need surgery as soon as possible. Long Xiaowu nodded, helping Li Lin onto Zhao Chunfeng's back. Hang in there, brother. He turned to Su Jinru and asked anxiously, how are you? Are you okay? Su Jinru nodded, I'm fine. Don't worry. Long Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone, move to point B3. Time passed second by second. The team struggled through the jungle. Just when everyone's stamina was nearing its limit, Zhao Chenfeng suddenly stopped. Listen. A familiar sound of a helicopter's propeller echoed from afar, like a heavenly melody. It's a helicopter. Li Lin weakly lifted his head, his cracked lips forming a smile. Chapter 353. Don't learn from your brother. The light in the infirmary was a cold white. Glaringly bright, as the doctor quickly cut open his blood-soaked combat uniform. As the fabric was peeled away from the wound, two young medics simultaneously gasped. His back was a mess of blood and flesh, shrapnel deeply embedded in the muscle. The surrounding tissue was a terrifying shade of purple from the explosion's shockwave. And in some places, white bone could be seen. More seriously, the internal organs had been shaken, with minor bleeding. And there were signs of blood accumulation in the chest cavity. The attending physician paused, his voice tense. How did he hold on until now? An ordinary person would have gone into shock long ago. The Black Wolf's face was grim, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. This brat, just like his brother, likes to tough it out. You need to operate on him immediately, make sure to fix him up without leaving any after effects. I'll go back and cook some soup for him to replenish. The doctor nodded, no longer speaking, quickly directing the nurses to prepare the surgical instruments. The shrapnel must be removed immediately, delaying it would significantly increase the risk of infection. Anesthesia ready. The doctor's voice rang in his ears. Long Xiaowu felt faint. The cold needle piercing his skin, as the anesthetic slowly entered his bloodstream. Chapter 354. I will come to find you. What's the matter? Long Xiaowu slightly propped himself up. A sharp pain shooting from the wound on his back, causing him to unconsciously frown. The Black Wolf quickly pressed his shoulder down. Don't move. The chief has already been notified. He will come over tomorrow, and told you not to go out for the next 2 days. Long Xiaowu nodded and lay back down on the pillow. The sunlight outside filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows on his face, outlining the sharp contours of his profile. The Black Wolf looked at him, suddenly changing the subject with a sly smile. Seriously, when did you start liking that girl? Long Xiaowu's ears instantly turned red. And he spoke in a low voice. I had a brief encounter with her at military school. I thought she was special back then. Oh? So it was love at first sight. The Black Wolf smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. What a fateful encounter, that you could meet again. She's too outstanding. Long Xiaowu said loudly, so beautiful, she must have many admirers. And I heard her family background is special. It's not easy to pursue her. Nonsense. The Black Wolf suddenly slammed the bedside table, startling a nurse passing by the door. Others may find her hard to pursue, but you, Long Xiaowu, find it difficult. Chapter 355. Su Jinru's family background. The jeep drove into the deep mountains, stopping in front of a military base surrounded by dense forest after passing through 3 concealed checkpoints. The base of the Shenyang Special Forces was even more hidden than Longyang's. The entire base was built against the mountain, with camouflage nets perfectly blending into the natural vegetation, making it hard for satellites to detect. Su Jinru, holding a snowball, passed through 3 tightly secured safety gates. And the soldiers along the way saluted her. The interior of the base was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Several teams were engaged in silent combat training on the training ground, their movements crisp and clean, without a hint of unnecessary noise. Her combat boots echoed sharply on the metal corridor. Every team member here was an elite among elites, executing the highest secret missions. Unlike Longyang's large-scale operations, Shenyang specialized in micro-task forces of 3 or fewer, like a precise surgical knife, striking at the enemy's vital points. Major Su. The duty officer in the intelligence room stood up to salute. Colonel Liu is waiting for you. Su Jinru nodded, the blush on her face having faded. Returning to her usual cool demeanor, she pushed open the heavy blast door of the command center, and cool air rushed over her. Colonel Liu Jejun stood in front of the sand table, looking 50, but possessing the physique of a 30-year-old Special Forces soldier, his shoulders creating sharp lines in his uniform. Chapter 356. Your sister has changed. As soon as Sujinru heard that familiar sound of brakes, her eyes lit up. She didn't even bother to steady the incense burner, and turned to run into the yard, her combat boots making crisp sounds on the stone slabs. Brother! She almost lunged out, just like when she was little, directly rushing towards the tall figure. Su Lishao had just gotten out of the car, the stars on his shoulder shining in the sunset. He stood tall, with an imposing aura that commanded respect, but his cold face softened the moment he saw his sister. Slow down, have you healed enough to run like that? His voice was deep and rich, carrying a hint of reproach, but his eyes were full of affection. Sujinru looked up at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. I'm all healed. Brother, why have you gotten tanned again? Su Lishao pinched her cheek. Just like when they were kids, you've lost weight. The snowball poked its head out from her arms and meowed at Su Lishao, seeming to remember the man who once fed it dried fish. Su Lishao raised an eyebrow. This little thing is still alive. Sujinru protectively hugged the snowball. It's tough. The siblings exchanged smiles, as if they had returned to their childhood, with him still being the brother who shielded her from all troubles, and she being the little princess held in his palm. Chapter 357. What is your relationship with Long Xiaowu? After a while, Su Lixiao's phone rang. Have you found out? He picked up the phone and asked, his voice very low. A respectful yet somewhat hesitant voice came from the other end. Report, sir. We've recently checked the people Major Su has been in contact with. Apart from the Longyang Special Operations Team, there are no other significant interactions. But what? Su Lixiao's tone suddenly raised, his other hand unconsciously tightening around the edge of the table. The subordinate replied, but Longyang Squadron Leader, Long Xiaowu, saved Major Su's life during this mission. They spent the whole night alone in the wilderness. Su Lishao's pupils suddenly constricted, and his temples throbbed. What is going on? Explain it clearly. His voice suddenly changed. Yes. According to the report, they encountered enemy helicopter bombardment at that time. And Long Xiaowu rolled down the slope with Major Su in his arms to protect her. They were forced to spend the night in the wilderness waiting for rescue. Su Lishao's breathing became heavy, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Did anything happen between them? This sentence was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Probably not. The subordinate immediately replied, Long Xiaowu was seriously injured that night, and had a high fever, and was unconscious. Chapter 358. A woman came to find him. Sujinru held her neck up, her sweat-soaked tank top stuck to her spine, making her shiver. That's right. The corners of Su Lishao's mouth twitched slightly. This is for the best. He looked at Sujinru and said earnestly, with your parents gone, your elder brother must take their place. Your marriage must be decided by me. Sujinru suddenly raised her head to look at him. Brother, I am already 21. Her voice was soft yet clear. I can take responsibility for my own choices. Other matters are up to you. Su Lishao's voice was like a drawn sword, resolute. But this matter was non-negotiable. He stood up and left. Every step of his military boots on the floor felt like a stamp on Sujinru's heart. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Long Xiaowu is good, but he is not qualified to be a son-in-law of the Su family. With that, he left without looking back. Sujinru watched his departing figure, collapsing onto the rattan chair as if deflated. The news is indeed well informed, she murmured while biting her lip. She should have known that from the moment she stepped into the house. All communication records and action reports would be presented word for word before her brother. Chapter 359. My dad is a hero protecting the home and country. The crowd. Long Xiaowu frowned tightly. Longyang Base is located deep in the mountains, surrounded by 3 military exclusion zones. How could ordinary people possibly find this place? He quickly walked towards the entrance, the sound of his combat boots echoing on the concrete ground. As he turned the last corner, the scene outside the guard booth made him stop in his tracks. A woman in her 40s stood awkwardly outside the warning line. She wore a faded floral shirt, and her dark face bore the marks of sun and wind. Her rough fingers tightly grasped a little girl. The little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, had 2 crooked pigtails and was timidly hiding behind her mother. "Hello, sir." Upon seeing Long Xiaowu's shoulder insignia, the woman hurriedly let go of the child and wiped her hands on her clothing, awkwardly attempting to salute. The little girl, mimicking her, raised her small hand, but got her left and right mixed up. Long Xiaowu immediately returned the salute, his voice unconsciously softening. "Hello, I am Long Xiaowu, the squadron leader of Longyang. May I ask who you are?" "I am Li Yu." The woman's voice trembled with nervousness. "This is my daughter, Wei Zihan. We are here to find Wei Gao Yi, he is my husband." She nudged the little girl, urging her to greet the uncle. Chapter 360. The greatness of a military wife. Old Wei is 41 this year. He was already 35 when he got married. He still remembers the wedding night, when he held Li Yu's slender white hand and promised, "After I retire, I will cook for you every day." But now, those once delicate hands are covered with a thick layer of calluses. On the day their daughter was born, he carefully cradled that wrinkled little life in his hands, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. But now, he is left with only one hand. Old Wei hurriedly wiped his face with his left hand, but felt only cold tears. Long Xiaowu suddenly stepped forward and firmly pressed down on Old Wei's trembling shoulder. "Class leader, no one looks down on you, you are a hero. A hero of the motherland. Your wife has waited for you for 5 years. His voice was soft but heavy with meaning. Zihan almost doesn't recognize her father anymore. A small voice came from outside. "Mommy, is Daddy really here?" This sentence pierced through all of Old Wei's hesitation like a sharp sword. He stumbled forward, step by step. For 5 years, he had sent money home every month, but had never dared to return. He just didn't know how to face his wife and daughter. Chapter 361. Zhu Jinfeng has arrived in the following days. There was more liveliness at Longyang base. Morning light streamed through the kitchen windows, and Old Wei, the class leader, skillfully pinched little bunny steamed buns with his left hand. The dough changed shapes between his rough fingers, with 2 red beans embedded as eyes, looking lifelike. "Dad is awesome." Zihan leaned on the counter, her little face covered in flour. After 7 days, her originally sallow little face now showed a healthy blush. Old Wei gently scraped his daughter's nose with his knuckle, leaving a little white mark. "What shape do you want today?" "A tank." Zihan's eyes sparkled as she pointed to the base outside and said, "Like the one out there." The veterans in the kitchen burst into laughter. A one-eyed little soldier leaned over. "Little princess, your dad once bombarded enemy bunkers with mortars. Let him make you a cannon." Old Wei laughed and scolded them away, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing like dried orange peels. Long Xiaowu stood at the door, surprised to find that this usually serious veteran had a deep dimple on his right cheek when he smiled. This was the first time Long Xiaowu had seen Old Wei so relaxed. Over the past 7 days, Old Wei seemed to have aged 10 years younger. Chapter 362. Grandmother's analysis. Zhu Jinfeng, dressed in a crisp military uniform, bore the rank of colonel on his shoulders, shining in the morning light. His facial features were sharp and hard like they were chiseled from stone, with a fierce brow, high nose, and taut jawline, exuding an imposing presence without anger. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, seemingly capable of seeing through people's hearts, but at that moment, the moment he saw Su Jinru, his eyes softened considerably. "Jinru." He spoke, his voice deep with a hint of unnoticeable tenderness. Su Jinru paused, frowning slightly. "Why are you here?" Zhu Jinfeng stepped forward, his military boots making steady, powerful sounds on the stone path. He stood in front of her, his tall figure nearly casting her in shadow, his gaze burning as it locked onto her, full of affection. "I heard you are returning to the army today. I came to see you off." His voice was soft. Su Jinru's expression was cold. "No need, I can drive back myself." Zhu Jinfeng's expression slightly darkened, but he still maintained his composure. Jin Ru. We have known each other for so many years, why do you have to be so distant with me? Su Jin Ru stopped speaking, grabbing her luggage and walking straight to her car. Jin Ru. Zhu Jinfeng's brow furrowed, and he suddenly quickened his pace, reaching out to grab her wrist. Chapter 363, Desert Survival Training. Grandma, do you mean that Lai Xiao will never be a match for Long Xiaowu in the future? Aunt Lan's voice was tense, but she couldn't help but speak up. However, that Long Xiaowu was just a special forces captain, while Lai Xiao was the youngest major general in the military. The embroidery needle in the hands of the future matriarch of the Su family flashed with a silver light in the sun, as she did not lift her head. The needle tipped precisely, weaving through the feathers of the sea eagle. Alan, how many years have you followed me? 38 years, ancestor, Aunt Lan said, looking at the old locust tree at the door with a sigh. Then do you still doubt my judgment? The matriarch finally raised her head. Her eyes filled with a faint smile that seemed to see through the world. Lai Xiao was raised by me. I know his abilities better than anyone. But that Long Xiaowu, she gently shook her head, is different. Aunt Lan cautiously stepped closer. Ancestor, you haven't even met Long Xiaowu. How can you be so sure? Not having met him does not mean I haven't investigated him, the matriarch chuckled lightly, her eyes full of wisdom. Do you think I would casually bet on Jin Ru's happiness just because she likes him? The daughter of the Su family deserves the best. Chapter 364, The Vulture's Secret Scheme. The roar of the helicopter blades was deafening, and the cabin was as hot and stuffy as a steamer. Zhao Chenfeng gripped the 2 bottles of mineral water tightly, his knuckles turning white, and sweat trickled down his temples. Old Li. Zhao Chenfeng nudged Li Lin beside him with his elbow, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you think the captain is trying to kill us? Li Lin licked his cracked lips, his eyes fixed on the 2 bottles of water in his hands. At least the Navy training gave us a desalination device. What are these 2 bottles supposed to do? They won't even last a day. Wang Tai in the front row turned his head. Anxiety written all over his dark face. My hometown is in the northwest. I once went to the edge of the desert with my grandfather when I was a child. He swallowed hard. That place can sunburn you during the day and freeze your teeth at night. 2 bottles of water. We might not even be able to urinate. On the other side of the cabin, the new recruit Liu Qiong suddenly lowered his voice. I heard from old Zhong in the cooking team that a border defense team got lost in the desert last year. And when they were found, they had turned into mummies. Before he could finish, he was silenced by a sharp glare from the veteran Wang Ju. Black Wolf sat in the front row, his ears twitching, clearly having heard the discussions behind him. Chapter 365, The Forbidden Zone of Life. Boss, Lisa has arrived. Spider reminded softly. The door to the conference room slid open silently. A young woman in a white dress walked in gracefully, her high heels tapping a crisp rhythm on the marble floor. The vulture turned around, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Every time he saw Lisa, she was stunning enough to take one's breath away. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, contrasting with her snow-white skin. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and her red lips looked like fire, swaying her waist as she walked with an innate charm. But upon closer inspection, one would notice a uniquely shaped ring on her right hand's ring finger, hiding a silver needle poisoned with snake venom inside. Boss, Lisa slightly bowed, her voice sweet like honey, yet carrying a hint of coldness. I have a task for you. The vulture returned to his seat and tossed a document to her. Lisa quickly skimmed through the document, and when she saw Long Xiaowu's photo, her fingertips trembled imperceptibly. The man in the photo had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, with distinct features and a gaze as sharp as a knife. That resolute aura was somewhat reminiscent of a figure from her memories. Who is he? The vulture exhaled a puff of smoke and scoffed. This is Mountain Eagle's younger brother, Long Xiaowu. Your task this time is to eliminate him. Chapter 366, The Cruel Desert. Under the scorching sun, the golden sand sea twisted and steamed under the high temperature, resembling a burning hell. The moment Zhao Chenfeng stepped down, he regretted it. The sand was like scalding iron sand, burning his soles through the military boots. With every step, his boots sank deep into the soft sand. And when he pulled them out, sand poured into his pants legs, rubbing against his skin, both hot and itchy. Sweat barely seeped from his pores before being instantly evaporated by the dry heat, leaving a layer of fine salt on his skin, like countless tiny needles pricking him. Damn this hellish place! Li Lin gasped, wiping his face, only to rub more sand into his eyes. Damn it! Sand got in my eyes. Don't wipe with your hands. Black Wolf snapped, pouring a few drops of water from his canteen. Use this to rinse. Li Xingli hesitated, but ultimately couldn't bear to waste water. He could only blink hard, trying to wash the sand out with his tears. Wang Tai walked in the middle of the group. His throat dry as if stuffed with sand, swallowing was a struggle. He couldn't help but reach for his canteen, but as soon as his fingers touched the cap, Zhong Shan beside him slapped it away. Save it. If you finish it now, what will you drink for the next few days? Your urine. Chapter 367. Something's not right with this desert getup. Wang Ju yanked his arm. If you collapse here, you won't be able to stand up again. The new recruit's eyes glazed over, his lips cracked and oozing blood. Just let me rest for a bit. Rest my ass. Black Wolf walked over, directly lifting his other arm, dragging him to the destination. The team had completely fallen apart. The originally neat formation was now broken into several segments. A few recruits with slightly poorer stamina were half-dragged by the veterans, staggering like zombies. Long Xiaowu walked at the front, breathing heavily, but his steps remained steady. Just hold on a little longer. He turned back, his voice hoarse but strong. We are almost at the marker. Once we get there, we can rest. The recruits looked up, but all they could see was the endless sea of sand. Long Xiaowu wiped the salt from his face and pulled out a waterproof map from his tactical vest. The sun had heated the map to a scorching temperature. He squinted to carefully identify the direction, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. Rest for 10 minutes. His voice was like sandpaper scraping. Each person gets half a compressed biscuit and 2 sips of water. The recruits collapsed onto the sand as if they had received a royal decree, but when they heard half a biscuit, several young faces immediately fell. Chapter 368. The mute boy Xiaoniu. In the afternoon, after everyone had settled down to rest, Long Xiaowu squatted beside Zhao Chenfeng. Gently placing 2 fingers on the other's carotid artery, his cracked lips tightly pressed. After confirming the pulse was stable, he lifted Li Xingli's pant leg to check for blisters. His movements as practiced as an old field medic. Following that, he checked each of their injuries and applied medicine. Black Wolf leaned against the door frame, watching this young man meticulously check each team member. Sunlight streamed through the damaged roof, casting mottled shadows on Long Xiaowu's sharply defined profile. For a moment, Black Wolf seemed to see Long Zan's shadow. Boss, Black Wolf murmured unconsciously, your brother has grown up. Long Xiaowu was wiping the sand off Wang Tai's eyelids when he noticed the gaze and turned his head to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Black Wolf quickly turned his face away, his Adam's apple rolling. Nothing. Long Xiaowu's hand paused briefly, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 40 kilometers away, the dunes shimmered with a cold silver blue light under the moonlight. Lisa's cloth shoes were already filled with sand, and each step felt like treading on blades. Behind her, a little boy stumbled along, his dirty little hand tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Chapter 369. The sandstorm approaches. The sun sank in the west, and the temperature in the desert began to drop rapidly. Long Xiaowu stood at the entrance of the station, gazing at the undulating dunes in the distance. Everyone pay attention. His voice was hoarse yet powerful. 6 people in a group, spread out to look for food. Remember what I said, bring back anything edible, eat it raw. Animal blood can replenish moisture. At this moment, Long Xiaowu pulled out a military knife from his tactical boots. Did you see that sand lizard? With a flick of his wrist, the knife flew out like lightning, pinning a lizard basking in the sun 10 meters away to the sand. Long Xiaowu walked over, picked up the still twitching prey, bit off its neck, and licked its blood, still feeling unsatisfied. Now, both thirst and hunger were solved at once. Zhao Chenfeng was the first to step forward, mimicking Long Xiaowu, as he searched for sand lizards. They had all undergone wilderness survival training, and eating raw food had long become an essential part of their curriculum. Soon, the sounds of capture echoed around the station. Wang Tai had the best luck, discovering a nest of sand rats in the shadow of a dune. He used his shirt as a net and caught 3 in one go. Zhongshan found several drought-resistant plants and dug out tubers rich in moisture. Chapter 370. Chameleon. Long Xiaowu looked at the map and then at the distance. There should be a dry riverbed ahead, where ancient caravans often dug wells. Let's hope so. Black Wolf licked his cracked lips, otherwise, we'll have to drink urine. The team dragged their heavy feet to the riverbed. Long Xiaowu carefully observed the direction of the sand and suddenly pointed to a depression. Here. Dig. The new recruits took turns using daggers, lunch boxes, and even their hands to dig. An hour later, when they dug nearly 3 meters deep, the sand began to feel damp. Slow down. Black Wolf instructed, be careful not to let the wet sand collapse. Finally, a small pool of murky water seeped out. Water. It's water. Li Xingli was so excited he nearly jumped up. Don't rush. Black Wolf stopped them, outdoor water can't be drunk directly. He took out some gauze, folded it into 4 layers, filter it 3 times like this. He then pulled out a small bottle, take out the iodine from your packs, and drop 2 drops of iodine. Long Xiaowu added, a little at a time. Drinking too fast will make you vomit. When the first sip of cool water slid down his throat, Li Xingli almost cried out, this is better than Maotai. Everyone carefully shared this hard-earned water, not wanting to waste even the last drop. Chapter 371. Help, save us. The vibration of the satellite phone interrupted his madness. The caller ID showed a spider icon glowing a ghostly green in the dark. Well done. The voice, laced with electronic interference, continued to monitor, the boss is very satisfied. Chameleon reflexively straightened his back, as if that silver-masked man stood right in front of him. I understand, but don't forget your promise. Don't worry. The other side hung up the phone directly. Chameleon stood in front of the jeep, took one last look at the nameless grave. I didn't want to kill you. He stroked the vulture totem on his silenced pistol. But you saw me meet with the spider. The engine roared, grinding through memories. In the rearview mirror, the grave grew smaller, while the listening device in the passenger seat became increasingly glaring. He suddenly remembered that rainy night. The wide eyes of his brother just before he died. The waves below the cliff swallowed the falling machine, also swallowing the faint cry for help from that boy in the African mine years ago. The Longyang team continued their trek through the desert. The sun during the day was still scorching, the sand was hot enough to fry an egg. But the team members were no longer as disheveled as they had been at first. Their skin was tanned, their lips cracked. But their gazes were sharper than when they first arrived. Chapter 372. Are they mother and son? Help, save us. The woman's cries floated on the wind. Her pure Mandarin made Long Xiaowu relax his frown. Just in the few seconds he hesitated, the woman suddenly knelt down, and the boy in her arms rolled onto the sand like a rag doll. Long Xiaowu's pupils suddenly contracted at the sight of the boy's outstretched arm, which was covered in scars. Medic! Follow me. Long Xiaowu had already dashed out, his tactical boots kicking up a cloud of dust. A heat wave hit him. But Long Xiaowu felt nothing. His gaze locked onto that frail figure. As he closed the distance, he saw the boy's condition. His lips were cracked and purple, his cheeks sunken in a frightening way, and his bare ankles were covered in old and new scars. Hearing the footsteps, the woman struggled to lift her head. Only then did Long Xiaowu notice her exceptionally delicate face, despite being covered in sand and bruises, her features were still beautiful. She opened her mouth, suddenly rolling her eyes back and fainting. Long Xiaowu knelt down to check the boy's condition. When he touched the boy's neck, the faint pulse he felt made his heart tighten. This child was terrifyingly light, his collarbone protruding as if it would pierce through the skin. Chapter 373, Lisa's divine performance. Tears streamed down Lisa's face. Comrade, you don't know, we've been hiding everywhere. The child's father left early. As she spoke, she tried to kneel again, but was stopped by Long Xiaowu. Long Xiaowu pulled out 2 packets of compressed biscuits and half a bag of beef jerky from his tactical backpack, tore open the packaging, and handed it over. Eat something first. Lisa took the food with both hands, and tears immediately welled up. Comrade from the Liberation Army is truly a living bodhisattva. She exaggeratedly wiped her tears, but her elbow secretly nudged the little boy. The boy immediately knelt down and bowed, his forehead touching the sand. Get up and eat. Long Xiaowu reached out to help the little boy up, feeling that his arm was as thin as a dry twig. As soon as the food was in hand, the two immediately began to wolf it down. The little boy ate especially hurriedly. The dry biscuits choked him, causing his small body to cough violently, his face turning red. Without a second thought, Long Xiaowu patted his back and twisted open the bottle of mineral water, bringing it to his lips. Slow down. Long Xiaowu's voice was softer than he even realized. It's all yours. The little boy held the water bottle with both hands, his dark eyes looking at Long Xiaowu through the rising steam. The emotions in those eyes were too complex: shock, confusion, and a hint of long-lost warmth. Chapter 374, A Drop of Water in Kindness, A Fountain in Return. Captain Wang Tai's voice interrupted his thoughts. We've found an oasis ahead, should we take a break? As Long Xiaowu stood up, the little boy instinctively tugged at his clothes, then let go as if he had been burned. This subtle action did not escape Lisa's eyes. She disguised her smirk by picking up a water bottle. Long Xiaowu said, let's rest for half an hour. During the midday break, Lisa clumsily helped the cook set up the pot, deliberately knocking over the salt container, and repeatedly apologizing. She was frantically wiping her hands, looking just like an uneducated peasant woman, with no trace of performance at all. It's okay, big sister, Li Lin said with a smile, helping to lift the salt jar. You sit and take a break. On the evening of the third day, when the outline of the village appeared at the end of the sand dune, Long Xiaowu pointed into the distance and said to Lisa, we can take you to the Hongqi commune tomorrow. Really? Tears came to Lisa's eyes at once, and she grabbed Long Xiaowu's wrist, saying, thank you, comrades of the People's Liberation Army, for your great kindness. Long Xiaowu replied solemnly, don't say that. This is what we should do. The moonlight spilled over the desert like mercury, and the camp was enveloped in a silver-blue silence. Chapter 375, Out of danger. It must be delivered to the hospital within half an hour. The medic's voice exploded in Long Xiaowu's ear. The toxin is spreading too fast. The numbness in Long Xiaowu's right shoulder felt as heavy as a block of iron. It was the result of Lisa's anesthetic needle. He knelt on one knee, his left arm passing through the bend of the boy's knee, while his injured right shoulder barely supported the boy's back, the butterfly knife still lodged there, the handle rising and falling weakly with his breath. Black Wolf, take care of it. Long Xiaowu growled as he stood up. The boy was terrifyingly light. At 8 years old, he should have weighed around 40 pounds, but at this moment, he felt like a dried leaf hanging in his arms. The moment he took the first step, a tearing pain shot through his numb right shoulder. Long Xiaowu shifted the boy slightly to his left shoulder, and the camouflage uniform was instantly soaked with blood. The boy's burning forehead pressed against his carotid artery, his breathing came in desperate gasps like a dying animal. Hold on. He sprinted forward. Suddenly, the boy convulsed on his shoulder, dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto Long Xiaowu's tactical vest with a hissing corrosive sound. The medic was chasing behind, monitoring the boy's condition. In the moonlight, Long Xiaowu's sweat evaporated into white mist in the cold desert air. In that instant, Long Xiaowu felt that he was not carrying the boy, but his younger self. He treated the boy so well because they shared a similar fate. Chapter 376. How do you plan to settle the boy? Suddenly, a glass-shattering sound came from the other end of the phone, followed by 3 seconds of silence. Long Xiaowu could even imagine the vulture's expression at that moment, surely wishing he could skin him alive. A metallic, distorted screech came from the phone, as if the vulture had crushed the receiver. Long Xiaowu continued in a cold tone, "Old dog vulture, just remember to wash your neck clean before we meet next time. I will come and cut your throat myself." The vulture's breath suddenly stopped. He felt a chilling sensation on his neck, like a poisonous snake creeping up, sending a shiver down his spine. Long Xiaowu. The vulture's voice squeezed out from his teeth, "You want to cut my throat? You're not worthy." The glass of the fire door reflected Long Xiaowu's defiant smile, "Then let's wait and see." Bang! Long Xiaowu hung up the phone directly. On the other side. Bang! The satellite phone was smashed to pieces by the vulture, his right hand suspended in the air, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like worms. "Useless. All of you are useless." He overturned the rosewood desk in front of him, the red wine glasses mixed with wine spilling everywhere. The red wine on the ground reflecting the vulture's distorted face. Chapter 377. Sending the boy back home. Long Xiaowu flicked off the ash from his cigarette, his gaze through the window landing on the boy in the hospital room. The boy was lying on the bed, curiously playing with the paper airplane Long Xiaowu had folded for him, his eyes sparkling. "How about a welfare home, or an orphanage?" Black Wolf suggested. "Military family units are safe, and there are children of the same age. It would be a good place for him." Long Xiaowu was silent for a moment, finally just extinguishing the cigarette, but in saying lightly, "I'll think about it some more." Black Wolf sighed, knowing that the captain had already made a decision in his heart, just hadn't spoken it out loud. Long Xiaowu turned and walked back to the hospital room. When he opened the door, the boy immediately looked up and gave him a bright smile. Long Xiaowu looked into his eyes and silently made a decision: he would not abandon him. Soon, it was the day of discharge. The boy stood at the hospital entrance, tightly clutching the corner of Long Xiaowu's clothes, his knuckles turning white. The medical staff had completed the discharge procedures, and Black Wolf and the other team members were waiting not far away. The boy lowered his head, staring at his toes. He was afraid to look up, afraid to see Long Xiaowu's eyes, afraid to hear the words, "I have to go." He had experienced too many times of being abandoned. When he was in Africa, each time he was passed on, the adults would look at him with pitying eyes and say, "There's no way. Taking you along is too troublesome." Chapter 378. There is hope for the vocal cords to recover. The aroma of food wafted through the cafeteria, as Long Xiaowu returned to the corner table with 2 plates of freshly served meals, the oil from the braised pork shimmering slightly in the plate. "Eat." He pushed the plate filled with meat dishes in front of the boy, leaving only a portion of stir-fried vegetables for himself. The boy's throat moved, his eyes fixated on the piece of braised pork that was a mix of fat and lean. Long Xiaowu picked up a chopstick of vegetables, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the boy not moving his chopsticks. The boy was carefully picking up the most succulent pieces of meat from his plate, piling them all onto Long Xiaowu's plate. "What are you doing?" Long Xiaowu frowned. The boy looked up, his obsidian-like eyes filled with cautious flattery. He gestured a few times, then pointed to the wound on Long Xiaowu's shoulder. Long Xiaowu's chopsticks hovered in the air. This child, so thin that his ribs were clearly visible, was starving, yet he gave all the best meat to him. "Silly boy." Long Xiaowu's voice became hoarse as he pushed all the meat back to the boy's plate. "You eat more." The boy stubbornly shook his head, and picked up another piece of meat to send to Long Xiaowu's bowl. "Listen to me." Long Xiaowu leaned down to meet the boy's gaze. "You need nutrition now. Once you gain weight, you can treat uncle to meat, okay?" Chapter 379. consideration of Scorpion Pearl's my cousin, the boy, will live with me from now on, Long Xiaowu said with great ease. Oh, he looks really spirited. The uncle bent down to the boy and said, come over to uncle's house to play often, I'll pick sweet melons for you. The boy was stunned. The title of cousin was like a piece of candy, slowly melting in his heart. He was not an orphan, not a homeless child, he was Long Xiaowu's cousin. He imitated Long Xiaowu's manner, and gave the uncle a shy smile. Along the way, villagers frequently stopped to chat. Some praised the boy for looking spirited. Others invited him to their homes to play, and an old lady forcibly handed him 2 boiled eggs. The boy transitioned from initial shyness to gradually relaxing, even starting to actively nod and smile at passers-by. Turning around a hillside full of wildflowers, several scattered farmhouses appeared before them. After turning the last ridge, Long Xiaowu's pace noticeably quickened. The boy jogged to catch up, seeing ahead a farmhouse with white walls and a black-tiled roof. In the yard, a woman was sitting in a wicker chair basking in the sun, holding a swaddled infant. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over her, gilding her with a layer of gold. She lowered her head to tease the baby in her arms, a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, radiating a tranquil and peaceful glow. Chapter 380, Giving it your all to protect home. Brother Xiaowu. Brother Xiaowu. Hearing the familiar voice, Long Xiaowu couldn't help but smile. He quickly finished serving the dishes, washed his hands, dried them on his apron, and strode towards the courtyard gate. Just as he pushed open the fence, a small pink figure came charging towards him like a cannonball. Little one. Long Xiaowu squatted down, accurately catching the little girl, who flew into his arms and spun around with her. The 6-year-old little one had her hair styled in 2 pigtails, her face rosy like a little apple. Brother Xiaowu, you're finally back. I draw a picture every day. Long Xiaowu chuckled at the child's innocent words, gently pinching her little nose. So amazing, huh? Xiaowu is back. Aunt Seven sauntered into the courtyard, carrying a bamboo basket filled with steaming scallion pancakes, just made and perfect for eating hot. Aunt Seven, Long Xiaowu greeted with a smile. Zijinju stood up holding Longyan, Aunt Seven, just in time for dinner. Xiaowu is cooking. Aunt Seven nodded with a smile, but her gaze fell on Xiaonyo. Who is this? Aunt Seven, this is my cousin Xiaonyo, who will be living with us from now on, Long Xiaowu introduced casually, as he set the little one down. Chapter 381, Leaving home. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the farmhouse courtyard, casting a long shadow of the locust tree. The little one clutched the paper airplane Xiaonyo had folded for her, her face flushed and a few drops of sweat on her forehead. Brother Xiaonyo, I want to come play again tomorrow. She shook the paper airplane in her hand, her eyes sparkling like stars. This one can't fly high anymore. You have to remember to fold me a new one. Xiaonyo squatted down to her level, smiling and nodding. He extended his pinky finger, gently hooking it with the little one's finger, making a pinky promise gesture. This simple body language spoke volumes, and the little one immediately understood his meaning. Xiaonyo picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, skillfully folded it a few times, and turned it into a small green leaf boat, placing it in the little one's palm. Is this a gift for me? The little one's eyes widened in surprise, as she carefully cradled the green leaf boat in her hands. I will take good care of it. I'll bring my doll tomorrow to show you. Aunt Seven stood at the courtyard gate, lovingly watching the 2 children. Little one, it's getting dark. We should go home. The little one pouted, reluctantly tugging at Xiaonyo's shirt. You have to wait for me tomorrow. Chapter 382, Date with Sujinru. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, the red telephone booth stood out in the morning light. Long Xiaowu stood outside the booth, feeling as nervous as a schoolboy, despite being a special forces soldier, who could remain calm in the face of gunfire. What's the fuss? It's just a phone call. He scolded himself softly and finally dialed the number he had long memorized. Long Xiaowu took a deep breath and began to dial, the sound of each number turning felt like a knock on his heart. Beep, beep. Hello. This is Sujinru. A cool female voice came through the phone line. Long Xiaowu's throat tightened. He cleared his throat, but found he couldn't produce any sound. Who is this? Sujinru's voice became cautious. Jinru, it's me. Long Xiaowu finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Long Xiaowu. Sujinru's voice suddenly became very soft, her tone slightly trembling. Yes? Long Xiaowu's lips involuntarily curved up slightly. Are you at the camp? I happen to have a day off today, and want to come find you. I want to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sujinru's face involuntarily flushed, and she didn't even realize she was smiling. Chapter 383, Fire Rescue, and Missed Appointment. Long Xiaowu knelt on one knee, gripping the heavy luggage rack with both hands, his arms straining with veins bulging. And suddenly lifted it. He managed to prop the rack up, and the girl took the opportunity to crawl out. Can you walk? He asked. The girl weakly nodded. And Long Xiaowu picked her up and dashed toward the exit. Outside the vehicle, the crowd of onlookers was already in an uproar. Awesome. This is a real soldier. The People's Liberation Army are all good people. He single-handedly saved so many. Look, he's rushing back in. Long Xiaowu's military uniform was already soaked with sweat. His face smeared with ashen blood, but his gaze remained sharp as a knife. Inside the smoke-filled vehicle, the temperature was rising. Flames had already spread to the middle seats, and the hot air scorched Long Xiaowu's lungs, making every breath feel like swallowing hot gravel. But his movements showed no hesitation. Is anyone there? Answer me. His voice was hoarse, but firm amidst the thick smoke. A faint coughing sound came from the corner. And Long Xiaowu immediately crouched down and crawled over. He found a 7- or 8-year-old boy trapped between the seat and the car wall, his little face turning red. Tears mixing with soot rolling down. Don't be afraid, Uncle will take you out. Chapter 384, This is a True Hero. After the elderly lady was safely brought to the ground, she immediately turned and shouted towards the second-floor window. Old man. Hang in there. Her voice was heart-wrenching. Tears streaming down her wrinkled face. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Mom. Are you okay? He grabbed the elderly lady's shoulders and looked her up and down, but his eyes kept darting towards the upper floor. Where's Dad? Your dad is still up there. The elderly lady clutched her son's arm, her nails digging almost into his flesh. Hurry, help that PLA soldier go up and save your dad. The man shrugged off his mother's hand, seeing her empty hands, his expression suddenly turned ugly. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Mom, where's our piggy bank? There's several tens of thousands in there. Why didn't you bring it down first? The elderly lady staggered back 2 steps as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Her trembling finger pointed towards the second-floor window, where thick smoke was billowing out. That's your biological father. His life and death are unknown, and you're only thinking about money. The man clicked his tongue impatiently and turned to look at Long Xiaowu, who was heading upstairs. This PLA soldier was drenched. His face a mix of black and white, and steam was rising from his combat boots. Chapter 385, The Bond Between Soldiers and Civilians. Beast. The elderly lady suddenly exploded, delivering a resounding slap to her son's face. You heartless thing. Your dad almost died in there. It was the PLA soldier who saved us. And all you care about is money. The old man was also trembling with anger, picking up the cane from the ground and striking it at his son. How could our Jew family raise a beast like you? The PLA soldier risked his life to save us, and you dare to speak like that? Get lost. The old man roared, slamming the cane heavily on the ground. From now on, I don't have a son like you. The man in the floral shirt felt ashamed, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and defiance. You're worse than a beast. An old farmer leaning on a hoe was so angry his beard trembled, pointing his finger at the man in the floral shirt and cursing. If it weren't for the People's Liberation Army protecting the country, would you be able to sit here counting money in peace? You would have been beaten to your doorstep by the enemy long ago. The aunt selling vegetables nearby picked up a bunch of greens and threw it. Ungrateful wolf. An old soldier in faded military uniform squeezed to the front of the crowd. He grabbed the collar of the man in the floral shirt, the veins on his hands bulging. Back in my day on the battlefield, how many comrades sacrificed their lives for the peace we have today? Chapter 386, If you can't come, I'll go find you. Zhu Jinfeng's hand holding the roses froze in mid-air, the bright flowers appearing particularly glaring in the sunlight. He hurriedly stepped forward. Jinru, these flowers are specially for you. Su Jinru did not take them, only coldly asked, is there something you need? I just wanted to come and see you. Zhu Jinfeng's voice unconsciously lowered a few degrees. He noticed Su Jinru's gaze frequently looking behind him, as if searching for someone. Now that I've seen you, Su Jinru turned to leave. Zhu Jinfeng immediately blocked her path. Why? His voice carried suppressed anger. You were clearly smiling so happily when you came out. Why do you look so unhappy the moment you see me? Do you really dislike me that much? Su Jinru's face was calm. I don't dislike you. She spoke slowly. I just don't like being entangled with others, and I dislike anyone wanting to control my life. This sentence hit Zhu Jinfeng like a heavy hammer on his heart. He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Su Jinru's resolute and upright figure turned to leave, without a trace of reluctance. Zhu Jinfeng stood there, looking at the abandoned roses, and suddenly felt it was incredibly ridiculous. Chapter 387, She takes care of him. As night deepened, the lights in the inpatient department of the military hospital went out one by one, leaving only the emergency light at the end of the corridor emitting a faint glow. In the ward, the electronic sound of the monitor beeped regularly, and Su Jinru sat on the chair by the bed, gazing at Long Xiaowu's pale face in the moonlight outside the window. His eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyelids, and his brow occasionally furrowed, as if even in his dreams he could not find peace. Su Jinru reached out to gently smooth the furrow between his brows, her fingertips touching his feverish skin. And her heart tightened. Long Xiaowu murmured in pain, his voice weak and almost inaudible. Su Jinru's heart trembled. She had seen this iron-blooded soldier bleeding without tears on the battlefield, witnessed his resilience in completing missions while injured, but she had never heard him cry out in pain. Where does it hurt? She leaned in closer, her voice soft as a feather brushing by. Long Xiaowu did not answer, only moved restlessly on the bed, seemingly trying to find a comfortable position. Su Jinru hesitated for a second and extended her hand. Long Xiaowu's fingers instantly wrapped around hers, gripping tightly like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. His grip was surprisingly strong, completely unlike an injured person. And Su Jinru could even feel the calluses on his palm rubbing against her skin. Chapter 388, Long Zhu comes to visit. Su Jinru jumped back as if shocked, almost knocking over the thermos. The nurse glanced at the ambiguous atmosphere between the two and smiled knowingly. The comrades of the People's Liberation Army are so lucky, with such a caring girlfriend. We are not. Su Jinru's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, her voice growing smaller. Long Xiaowu, however, wore a big smile and did not deny it. The nurse continued while changing the dressing. You guarded all night yesterday, and even let her sleep on your arm. Where can you find such a girlfriend? Long Xiaowu suddenly looked at Su Jinru. You let me rest my head on your arm for the whole night. His gaze fell on her slightly reddened arm, worry etched on his face. Did it hurt? Why didn't you wake me? Su Jinru instinctively rubbed her right arm. It's fine. After the nurse finished changing the dressing, she exchanged a meaningful glance with the two of them, reminding them to take their medication on time. She left while kindly closing the door behind her. The ward returned to silence, with only their intertwined hands and rapid breaths remaining. Long Xiaowu suddenly remembered something. His expression alarmed, and he hurriedly propped himself up, rummaging through the drawer beside the bed. Su Jinru was startled by his sudden movement and quickly pressed down on his shoulder, frowning. "What are you doing? Your wound will open." Chapter 389, Confirming the Relationship. Long Zhu stood at the door, holding a bag of fruit, her eyes wide open. Her gaze swept back and forth between Su Jinru and Long Xiaowu, finally settling on Su Jinru's exquisitely unreal face. Su Jinru felt her ears burning under the scrutiny, quickly standing up and unconsciously adjusting the hem of her clothes. The sunlight fell behind her, outlining her slender and upright figure, the waist beneath the military uniform barely graspable. Her fair cheeks flushed lightly from shyness, and a pair of amber eyes seemed to hold scattered stars, clear and bright. Long Zhu gasped, her mind filled with one thought: this girl is too beautiful. Ahem. Ahem. She intentionally cleared her throat, pulling the attention of the two back. "Sister." Long Xiaowu awkwardly called out, then introduced, "This is Su Jinru, the captain of the Shenyin Special Forces." He turned to Su Jinru, "This is my sister, Long Zhu." Su Jinru immediately stood up straight and gave a standard military salute. "Captain Long, hello." Long Zhu's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, grabbing Su Jinru's hand. "You are Captain Su, right? I've heard Xiaowu mention you." Long Zhu held Su Jinru's hand tightly, smiling broadly. Chapter 390, Awarded First-Class Merit, Promoted to Major. The moment Long Xiaowu stepped into the Longyan Special Forces base, the familiar smell of the training ground rushed at him. In the distance, Black Wolf was leading a team of soldiers in combat training, sweat shining in the sunlight. "Captain." Black Wolf was the first to notice him, and immediately stopped his movements to run over. His gaze swept over the bandaged area on Long Xiaowu's chest. "How's the injury?" Long Xiaowu patted Black Wolf's shoulder, a smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. "Much better." "How's the training situation in the unit?" "All good, don't worry." Black Wolf grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "The brothers are all eager, waiting for your return." Just then, a military jeep kicked up dust as it drove into the base. Long Xiaowu and Black Wolf straightened their backs simultaneously. That was Lin Zhongwo's car. "Assemble." At Black Wolf's command, his voice rang out like a drawn sword. In less than 30 seconds, the entire Longyang Special Forces was lined up. The soldiers stood straight, like rows of tall pine trees, their gazes resolute as iron. Long Xiaowu jogged to the front of the car and saluted the freshly disembarked Lin Zhongwo with a standard military salute. "Report, sir, the Longyang Special Forces is assembled. Please give instructions." Chapter 391, Long Xiaowu, We Shall See. The afterglow of the sunset streamed through the car window, casting a soft golden light on Su Jinru's profile. Ever since confirming her relationship with Long Xiaowu, her face had gained a few more hints of composure. So much so that even the soldiers on guard at the entrance of the Shenyin base noticed that Captain Su was particularly radiant today. "Captain Su, hello." The guard couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times while saluting. Su Jinru rarely smiled at the guard and walked briskly towards the office building. The moment she pushed open the office door, her smile froze on her face. Su Lishao stood with his back to her in front of the window, the stars on his shoulder glinting coldly in the twilight. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he slowly turned around, his chiseled face showing no emotion. "Brother?" Su Jinru's fingers were still resting on the doorknob, her knuckles slightly pale. "Where have you been this week?" Su Lixiao's voice was as cold as ice. Su Jinru gently closed the door. "Nowhere, routine training." "Is that so?" Su Lixiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at her. "Third bed in the inpatient department of the Military District General Hospital. Do I need to be more specific?" Su Jinru's eyelashes fluttered, but she stubbornly lifted her chin. "Long Xiaowu saved my life. Are you repaying him with your body?" Su Lishao asked, staring at her. Chapter 392, Recruiting Soldiers at 5 in the morning at the Longyang base. the mist had not yet dissipated. The training ground was already filled with orderly shouts and screams. Long Xiaowu was bare-chested, sweat rolling down his muscular lines, glistening in the morning light. He was personally demonstrating a close combat technique, moving so quickly that he almost left after images. Watch closely. He executed a shoulder throw, taking down the black wolf, his knee precisely pressing against the opponent's throat. This joint technique was most effective in urban combat. The surrounding soldiers instinctively held their breath. This young major captain had already conquered everyone with his strength. Whether it was the medals on his chest or the grotesque scars on his back. After training, Long Xiaowu stayed alone in the office until late at night as usual. Under the lights, strange blueprints were spread out in front of him, filled with sketches of weapon modifications. Every time the Black Wolf brought in a late-night snack, he would quickly cover the blueprints with documents, burning the midnight oil again. The Black Wolf placed the steaming dumplings down, suspiciously glancing at the suspicious bulge on the table. Mysterious, are you writing a love letter to Captain Su? Long Xiaowu shot him a glare, and the Black Wolf laughed as he escaped out the door. After the door closed, he lifted the documents again, and the pencil sketched out the final part on the blueprints. Chapter 393. Selection begins. The rear gate of the military truck slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The soldiers jumping off the truck, though already tempered to be as solid as rock in their respective units, could not suppress their shock at the moment their feet truly touched the ground of the Longyang base. They greedily breathed in the air mixed with earth, sweat, and a hint of gunpowder. What they saw was a training facility far larger and more advanced than their original units. Towering obstacle walls, buildings simulating urban combat. The distant sound of live ammunition firing, and helicopters roaring across the sky, all silently conveying the brutality and top-tier nature of this place. Every person standing here had gone through layers of brutal selection, emerging as a king of soldiers from thousands. They knew better than anyone what the words Longyang meant. The supreme honor, the peak of military career, but also accompanied by the highest mortality and disability rates. Yet they pressed on without hesitation, their eyes burning. For what they pursued was to become the strongest professional soldiers, and this was the ultimate haul of their dreams. About 150 male soldiers jumped off the truck swiftly and began to line up according to their original unit's customs. Chapter 394. Long Xiaowu establishes authority. I am the squadron leader of the Longyang Special Forces, Long Xiaowu. This base is currently under my command. Your upcoming selection will be supervised entirely by me. Long Xiaowu spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was cold and clear. Every word was like ice beads hitting the ground, penetrating the silent air, heavily striking into everyone's ears. There was no fluctuation of emotion in his voice, but it carried an undeniable absolute authority. So young. He's the squadron leader. He is our chief instructor, no mistake about it. Are you kidding me? The person in charge of Longyang. He looks barely older than my nephew. The Black Wolf's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and they all promptly closed their mouths. My requirements are very simple. Long Xiaowu slowly extended 3 fingers, his tone suddenly sharp as a knife. Only 3 rules. 1. Obey orders. 2. Unconditionally obey orders. 3. Unconditionally. Absolutely obey orders. Each command weighed heavier than the previous one, colder, like a heavy hammer striking against everyone's heart. If you can't do it. His gaze instantly turned extremely dangerous, as if containing substantial killing intent, then get lost. Chapter 395. Long Xiaowu sets a trap. A brief silence followed. Perhaps anger and unwillingness clouded their judgment, or perhaps they wanted to challenge this seemingly unreasonable authority. Another male soldier standing in the front row moved his lips, seemingly gathering courage to speak. Report. His words hadn't fully escaped his mouth. You, Long Xiaowu's finger had already accurately pointed at him, his tone showing no ripple. 1,000 push-ups. Finish them, come to my office to report. The male soldier. Everyone. That male soldier instantly froze in place. His mouth still half open, his expression shifting from gathering courage to extreme shock and regret. He was completely dumbfounded. This was not following the usual script at all. Wasn't he supposed to be allowed to voice his opinion? How could he be punished before finishing his words? He wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to be the one to stick his neck out? Under Long Xiaowu's cold gaze, he didn't dare entertain even a hint of protest. Only able to lie down with a face full of grievance and despair, joining the ranks of punishment. Long Xiaowu seemed to have merely swatted away a fly. And then spoke again, his voice even carrying a hint of barely perceptible patience. Chapter 396, Anger and Defiance are the best stimulants. Long Xiaowu looked at their excited expressions. The corners of his mouth curling into an undisguised mocking arc. He shook his head, his tone becoming extremely impatient and disdainful. Special forces. Just you guys. He looked them up and down without courtesy, his gaze critical and cold. The female soldiers of Longyang have high standards. It's not enough to just shoot a few times and run a few steps. Looking at you all, you clearly do not meet the standards. Why waste everyone's time here? Waste precious training resources. He paused before delivering the fatal blow with a flippant tone. With this free time, you might as well go find a boyfriend. Drink some tea. Watch a movie. How comfortable is that? Why come here to seek hardship? You? Yi Zinan trembled with anger, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. The other female soldiers also had red eyes, both angry and wronged. How much hardship had they endured to get here, only to be so disdainfully denied and insulted? Yi Zinan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse due to his restraint, but exceptionally firm. Report, sir. I, Yi Zinan, have come here and never thought of leaving easily. Chapter 397, The Sugar-Coated Cannonball of the Black Wolf. Zhao Chenfeng walked up to Long Xiaowu. Watching the female soldiers disappear into the dust, smacking his lips and whispering. Captain, your provocation method is even harsher than your brothers back in the day. And their strategy involved too. He exchanged glances with a few other veterans, all of them clear about the situation. Long Xiaowu wasn't looking down on them. He was clearly using the most extreme method to filter and force out their maximum potential. This thought is profound. Long Xiaowu didn't respond. Just gave a faint glance towards the back mountain and turned to leave, back to the office. In the base's monitoring room, the huge screen was divided into countless images, clearly showing the condition of every soldier on the winding mountain road. Long Xiaowu sat in front of the screen, his gaze sharp as a hawk, carefully scanning each figure. His goal was clear, to find those among the 150 male soldiers and 30 female soldiers who could truly withstand extreme pressure, possess extraordinary willpower, and have special potential. On the training ground, the scorching sun hung like a red-hot iron above the cruel blue sky, mercilessly pouring down burning light and heat. The rugged mountain path was heated to the point of being scalding. Every step raised a cloud of dry dust mixed with sweat. Chapter 398, Analyzing Cadet Potential. The Black Wolf laughed, shaking the ice cream in his hand. Of course, get in the car. There's more than just this one. There's a whole box in the back. Enough for everyone. Saying this, he unwrapped a new ice cream and held it in front of them. Tang Dao licked her cracked lips. Does getting in the car mean I've been eliminated? The Black Wolf nodded, continuing to entice. Yeah, if you get eliminated, you won't have to suffer anymore. You can enjoy the air conditioning and ice cream, go back to your original unit. How comfortable is that? Why suffer here? You're girls. The other female soldiers nearby saw that Tang Dao was actually talking to the instructor, and became anxious, quickly reaching out to pull her. Tang Dao, don't be foolish. It's a trap. He's tempting you. Hurry up. Don't look. Hold on. Tang Dao was tugged by her sisters, her steps unsteady, her face full of struggle and frustration. Her eyes lingering on the tempting ice cream. She looked like a child being stopped by adults from eating candy, feeling wronged and helpless. The Black Wolf watched this scene with an amused expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. He thought this seemingly soft and easy-to-manage little soldier would soon become just another eliminated number. Chapter 399, You're Even Worse Than Women. Time stretched infinitely in the heat and exhaustion. After another torturous half-hour, the condition of the female soldier team could not be described as difficult. They were on the verge of collapse. People kept falling to the ground as their strength was completely exhausted, unable to stand despite their comrades' hoarse encouragement, or even rough pulling. Their training uniforms were smeared with sweat, dirt, and occasional uncontrolled tears. Their faces were a dead grey from overexertion, their lips cracked and bleeding. And their gazes were unfocused due to extreme physical pain and willpower struggles. Get up. Just 5 kilometers left. Even if you have to crawl, get to the finish line. Yi Zinan's voice was completely hoarse, like a worn-out bellows. Her own legs trembled violently. Yet she still tried to help a female soldier, who had collapsed on the ground. The female soldier's tears mixed with sweat streamed down her cheeks, leaving streaks of dirt. She shook her head in despair, her voice so weak it was almost drowned out by the wind. Yi Zi, I can't do it anymore. I can't move a step. My feet feel like they are on knives. This road is too hard, it feels like I'm climbing uphill. Chapter 400, Each has its strength. Li Zi's personality was cheerful and outgoing, but he admired people with real skills even more. Lu Yuan's terrifyingly stable pace and consistently being at the front piqued his interest. He accelerated to catch up to Lu Yuan, and although he was also panting heavily, he spoke with a hint of admiration. Hey, brother, you're amazing. Leading the pack without breaking a sweat. Impressive. Lu Yuan merely glanced at him briefly. His gaze as deep as a still pond, showing no emotional fluctuation, not even nodding. Then, as if he hadn't heard anything, he turned back. His breathing rhythm remained unchanged, his pace steady, and he even subtly sped up, pulling half a body length ahead of Li Zi again. This complete disregard ignited Li Zi's temper. A surge of anger shot up to his head. Who do you look down on? What are you pretending for? Li Zi shouted angrily, the admiration on his face instantly replaced by fury. Is a bit of achievement that impressive? Trying to play deep with me? I won't take it. An astonishing change occurred. Just moments ago, Li Zi, who was gasping for breath and seemed close to his limit, appeared to have been ignited by these words, activating some hidden switch within him. Chapter 401, Adding some fuel for the female soldiers. The moment Lu Yuan crossed the finish line, his body, which had been taut like a bowstring, suddenly relaxed. He didn't collapse immediately, but staggered a few more steps, as if looking for a suitable place. Eventually lying back on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his energy. His eyes were tightly closed, his chest heaving wildly like an uncontrolled piston, gasping for air. And all his muscles were slightly cramping from overexertion. Li Zi almost simultaneously collapsed beside him, lying on his side, pointing at Lu Yuan, breathless and stammering. Are you a freak? How can you keep the lead without even breathing hard? Did you take stimulants? Lu Yuan remained silent, eyes closed, showing no reaction. As if he had already passed out. Li Zi caught his breath a bit, and seeing that the other party was ignoring him, the anger flared up again. Hey! Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Pretending not to hear, huh? Lu Yuan still remained silent, with only his wildly heaving chest proving he was still conscious. This unyielding attitude piqued Li Zi's great interest. He struggled to sit up a bit, leaning closer, staring at Lu Yuan's face, which was marked by sweat and dirt, but still had clear contours. Hey, buddy, let us be friends. I'm Li Zi, my brothers call me A's. What is your name? Chapter 402, Hate Me. I don't care. Zhao Chenfeng nodded heavily, his expression more solemn than ever. He fully understood the heavy, even cruel weight behind Long Xiaowu's words. On the battlefield, once male soldiers are captured, they face harsh interrogation, physical torture, and even death. This is already a hellish torment. But if female soldiers fall into enemy hands, the enemies will not be satisfied with mere physical destruction. They will endure unimaginable, highly targeted humiliation and abuse due to their gender. It's a complete shattering of both body and dignity, a torment longer than death. At this moment, Long Xiaowu's seemingly heartless ruthlessness concealed an extreme sense of responsibility that bordered on cruelty. He was not torturing them. Instead, it is through this simulation of extreme situations that they forcibly tear apart their physiological and psychological protective layers, compelling them to unleash potential that transcends their self-awareness in dire straits. The aim is to provide them with more capital for survival and a bit of strength for resistance, should they encounter misfortune in the future. Zhao Chenfeng no longer hesitated, lifted the wriggling burlap sack, and shouted at the group of female soldiers who were almost crawling on the ground. Chapter 403, This instructor is too scheming. Time to eat. The hoarse voice of Black Wolf rang out like a broken gong, devoid of any warmth. 1 steamed bun per person. That's your meal for today. This statement splashed cold water into a boiling pot, instantly causing a weak stir and a stunned silence, followed by quiet discussions. 1 steamed bun. Someone weakly repeated in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I'm so hungry I could swallow a cow. After running 25 kilometers, this is what we get. Is this enough to fill the gaps? Are we feeding birds? There were also repressed protests from the female soldiers. Yixinan struggled to lift her head, sweat dripping down her jawline. Her voice hoarse to the point of being almost inaudible, but laced with anger. Report, instructor. This is simply not enough to replenish our energy. Without sufficient nutrition, how can we have the strength for subsequent training? This is abuse. Long Xiaowu's expression remained emotionless, his voice clearly cutting through the silence of the finish area. This is Long Yang's rule. If you can't handle it, you can put down the bun right now, get on the bus, and quit. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Is anyone quitting? Anger, resentment, and disbelief filled the air, but no one moved. They had fought tooth and nail to get here. Their dignity and pride would not allow them to give up for just a bun. Chapter 404, The cruel hell week. The afternoon sun poured down with a terrifying heat, and the ground of the training field was scorched. After a brief 1-hour rest, most people had just fallen into a deep sleep due to extreme fatigue, their bodies still aching without any relief. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp and urgent assembly whistle suddenly tore through the oppressive air, like a cold needle stabbing into everyone's nerve endings. In an instant, the collapsed figures on the ground jolted. There was no hesitation, no complaints, not even time to think. Strong discipline and the remnants of willpower drove them. One by one, they struggled and trembled as they rose from the ground. They gritted their teeth, their faces pale, cold sweat instantly soaking their training uniforms that had only just dried from body heat. Yet in the end, everyone stood in formation within the allotted time. Despite their swaying bodies, their gazes fixed firmly ahead. Black Wolf stood like an iron tower in front of the line, his gaze sweeping over the group of soldiers barely standing, showing no sign of emotion. With a wave of his hand, he pointed to the long logs piled nearby. Each person carries a log weighing 25 kilograms, jump into the mud pit. 500 squats. Now? Chapter 405, Yixinan, why are you trying so hard? As night fell, the male soldiers' shower room was filled with steam, yet it did nothing to alleviate the deathly silence of fatigue. Groans and pained cries replaced the usual noise, as hot water washed over countless bruises, scrapes, and raw wounds, eliciting sounds of gasping. Ouch, even a light touch on my shoulder feels like it's about to shatter. One male soldier turned sideways, gritting his teeth, as he tried to rinse the raw skin on his back that had been ground raw by the log. The sting of the hot water sent a shiver through him. Be grateful, at least your skin is still intact, a lean male soldier replied hoarsely. weakly scrubbing the dirt off his arms. I feel like my bones are filled with the stinky water from the mud pit. What kind of training is this? Is this an ancient torture? I thought our captain was tough enough, but compared to Longyan, he's practically a saint. It's only the first day of Hell Week. The third male soldier leaned against the tiled wall, his gaze blank, hot water streaming down his dazed face. I feel like I've exhausted all my strength in this lifetime. That bun at noon, I chewed on it for half an hour. Reluctant to swallow it in big bites, fearing it would be the last decent meal. Chapter 406. The call from Zhuyuan Fuyizinen was silent for a moment. Looking out at the pitch-black night sky, then slowly spoke, her voice calm, but carrying a resolute strength. My family is from a very poor mountain village, where there is a severe preference for sons over daughters. I have 6 sisters, all daughters. Since childhood, people in the village have looked down on my family, saying we would have no descendants. My parents couldn't hold their heads up in the village. I joined the army to prove that daughters are no less than sons. One person joins the army, and the whole family is honored. In the village, being a military family is respected. She paused, her tone growing heavier. I've long thought about it. If one day I die in battle, then my family would be martyrs, and I would be a first-class merit recipient. My parents would finally be able to hold their heads up high in the village. It's worth it. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with fervor and determination. Of course, it's not just for my family. I've been a soldier for so many years, my youth has been spent here. I love the army, I love this uniform. I am willing to use my blood, my life, to serve my country. Joining Longyan and becoming the strongest soldier is my belief. The dormitory was silent, with only the sound of suppressed breathing remaining. Chapter 407. I'll wait for you to return to Longyan. What? Long Xiaowu suddenly stood up from his chair, shock written all over his face. Returning to Longyan. You graduated. ISNT, there's still a few months left. He. Zhu Yuanfu's laughter was even more triumphant. Didn't he expect that, did you? Ever since you graduated early and left, I've been working hard. I can't be left too far behind, that would be too embarrassing. I trained hard, studied hard, and aced every assessment. The higher-ups finally approved it, and I can graduate a few months early. 5th brother, I can finally fight alongside you again. Fatty is coming back. After the shock, an overwhelming joy surged through Long Xiaowu like a warm current. He could almost imagine Zhu Yuanfu struggling in that team, the same unyielding spirit shining through. The cold, hard corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, revealing the first genuine smile of the day. Even the corners of his eyes crinkled with joy. All right. Good kid. You really did it. Long Xiaowu's voice was filled with uncontainable delight and pride. I knew you could do it. When you come back, we must celebrate. Zhu Yuanfu laughed even louder on the other end of the phone. Absolutely. 5th brother, I've heard all about your situation. Chapter 408. For the bun. Let's go all out. After a full minute, that dormitory door, like the gates of hell, was suddenly flung open. As the fresh, cold air rushed in, the people inside surged out like a flood breaking a dam. They immediately collapsed onto the open ground, coughing violently, gagging, their faces smeared with tears and mucus. They greedily inhaled, as if that minute had drained every ounce of oxygen from their lives, every alveolus screaming in pain. The feeling of relief after surviving the ordeal had not yet emerged, and an overwhelming rage towards the perpetrators instantly filled their chests. Pairs of eyes, bloodshot, tear-filled, and red, were fixed on the 2 cold figures of Long Xiaowu and Hei Lang not far away. The gaze seemed to wish to devour their flesh and skin. The despair and near-death experience they had just faced, trapped in the gas canister, would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Before they could catch their breath, or even muster the strength to curse, 35 ghostly figures suddenly charged out from the surrounding darkness. The veteran soldiers of Longyan were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, launching an attack directly at the newly risen, still weak rookies without a second thought. The dull thuds of fists and feet hitting flesh, and the abrupt sounds of pain instantly replaced the coughing. Chapter 409. Someone sent a cat over. Lu Yuan did not blindly confront them head-on, but quickly shouted to Li Ziyi, "He has his weight on the right. Attack his left lower body. Feint. I'll pretend to attack the right." Almost instinctively, Li Ziyi chose to trust this silent yet seemingly reliable comrade. He suddenly executed a low sweep kick towards the opponent's lower body, but this strike was not fully committed, leaving 7 parts of his strength as a feint. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yuan moved, his figure swaying, a swift straight punch aimed directly at the opponent's face, exuding an impressive momentum. The Longyan veteran, experienced, instantly judged that Lu Yuan's frontal feint posed a greater threat. He instinctively raised his arm to block, naturally adjusting his weight slightly to the left to counter Li Ziyi's possible change of tactics. However, just at the moment he made the blocking action, Li Ziyi's feint suddenly transformed into a real attack. The sweeping leg abruptly halted its momentum by pushing against the ground, using his waist strength to launch upward. And the punch that had been building up for a long time struck fiercely at the right side of the veteran's ribs, exposed due to the block. Lu Yuan's feint also perfectly retracted, sealing off the path for the veteran to evade to the right. Bang! A dull sound. Li Ziyi's fist solidly hit the target. The veteran's body jolted, and for the first time, a look of surprise and pain appeared on his face. He let out a muffled groan and involuntarily took half a step back to stabilize himself. Chapter 410. Chen Mufeng's Test Cat. Long Xiaowu asked in surprise. "Who sent it over?" The lieutenant replied, "It was a sergeant. He has already left a letter." Long Xiaowu nodded. "You take the cat back to my office first." "Yes." Long Xiaowu looked at the people sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowing deeply. And his expression returned to that of a cold commander. 150 people. Against 35. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through everyone's ears like ice shards, chilling their hearts. 5 against 1. And not just that. He paused, a chilling, mocking smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. "Unfortunately, you didn't rise to the occasion. Is this the best soldier, the pride of each military district, that you could send?" He emphasized the word soldier heavily, filled with undisguised disdain and ridicule. "Can't even win a full meal. Useless." Some hot-blooded male soldiers struggled to lift their heads to retort, but as the words reached their lips, they looked at their fallen comrades around them, and at the Longyan veterans who barely seemed to have exerted themselves. Chapter 411. This driver has a problem. Chen Mufeng appeared gentle, but the sharp glint occasionally flashing in his eyes behind the lenses instilled a primal fear of being preyed upon. Zhong Qiong, who had long walked on the edge of danger, felt a frantic warning from his intuition. This person was definitely not as simple as he appeared. It was a kind of restrained killing intent that only someone who had experienced life and death, or possibly even decided it, would possess. He instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, hurriedly saying, "No, I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. Chen, I'm good, just going to buy something." Before he could finish, Chen Mufeng had seemingly casually, but insistently grasped his wrist. His fingers precisely rested on Zhong Qiong's pulse, the action so natural it appeared to be a habitual checkup. "I see your complexion isn't great, your forehead is sweaty, and your pulse is quick." Chen Mufeng maintained his smile, his tone gentle yet undeniably firm. Zhong Qiong's body stiffened, feeling as if his wrist was clamped in an iron vice, utterly unable to break free. He could clearly feel the strength and temperature of the other person's fingers. This made him even more anxious, his heart racing, throat dry, continuously swallowing saliva, his gaze fixed on the ground, not daring to meet Chen Mufeng's eyes. Chapter 412. 3 Black Cats. It's me, Chen Mufeng. His voice was calm and unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority. "Help me investigate someone thoroughly, the driver at the Nightingale base. Zhong Qiong. I want the most detailed background information on him, especially any significant changes or abnormalities in his family members recently. Make it quick, and keep it absolutely confidential. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mufing's gaze shifted towards the direction Long Zhu had left, becoming deep and cold, as if coated in frost. No matter who it is. As long as they might threaten you, threaten the Long family, I will personally uproot them, leaving none behind. He sat in silence for a moment. Then opened the lowest drawer of his desk. Inside were some personal items, and on top was a carefully preserved photo. In the photo, Long Zhu was dressed in a tidy military uniform, beaming at the camera with a bright smile that could almost dispel any gloom, full of vitality and infectiousness. However, even in such a joyful smile, the inherent sharpness and determination in her bright eyes could not be hidden. Like an uncut diamond, shining and resilient. Chen Mufing gently and reverently brushed his long fingers over Long Zhu's smiling face in the photo, his gaze softening. Chapter 4:13. It's time for the next phase of training. Long Xiaowu took a deep breath and opened the cage door. The three black cats did not panic and flee like ordinary pets or curiously look around. Instead, they jumped out of the cage one by one, light and silent. Then sat neatly in a row in front of Long Xiaowu. Three pairs of bright eyes acted like the most precise detectors, calmly and resolutely staring at him. As if they were soldiers waiting for final orders. Long Xiaowu was secretly astonished. The level of discipline and calmness exceeded his expectations. They were like a team of black cat police officers straight out of an animation, trained to an astonishing degree. He suppressed his surprise, recalling the hints in Su Jinru's letter, and attempted to make a representation. Front area, dispersed reconnaissance, he made a complex gesture. The three cats. They remained sitting, motionless, simply watching him quietly, their eyes seemingly flickering with a hint of confusion. Long Xiaowu paused for a moment, then repeated the gesture stubbornly. Clearer and more forceful. The three cats still had no reaction. Long Xiaowu couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling completely bewildered. Is it my way of expressing myself that's wrong? The intensity? The angle? Or is it the aura? He recalled that Su Jinru mentioned in her letter that they need to sense your intentions, not just your actions. Chapter 4:14. High-protein food. The night was deep. Like ink that couldn't dissolve. In the female soldiers' dormitory, only 10 of them remained, collapsed on the hard beds, every muscle screaming in protest. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, ointment, and an extreme fatigue. In the silence, someone let out a soft sigh first. It's the 4th day. There are still 3 days left. Another voice followed, hoarse and weak, yet carrying a spark that refused to extinguish. We only have 10 left. Tang Dao's voice was tinged with tears, her face buried in the pillow. I'm really afraid that when I open my eyes tomorrow, someone will be gone again. Yeza sat up, her almost falling apart body propped up, her gaze sharp as a knife. What is the use of being afraid? Lying here crying won't stop the bell from ringing, will it? She scanned the pale, haggard faces filled with stubbornness. We fought our way out from over 100 people, we've held on until now, not to fall in the last 3 days. Think about why we came here. Think about those who look down on us. Think about the unwillingness in the eyes of those who leave when the bell rings. Sister Yezi is right. A female soldier struggled to sit up, wiping away the moisture at the corner of her eyes. The 10 of us are a whole. No one is allowed to fall behind. Chapter 4:15. Dancing with Death. It was Lu Yuan. He almost without pause, expressionless, reached out and accurately grabbed a plump, wriggling green bug, its juices full. Without even looking, he directly shoved it into his mouth and chewed fiercely. Phut! The slight sound of bursting seemed to be clearly audible. Green slime instantly oozing from the corners of his tightly closed mouth. It seemed he had no sense of taste at all. His Adam's apple rolling as he forced it down. Then, he grabbed a piece of bloody, pungent raw pig liver and without hesitation, took a big bite. Chewing on the tough, bloody raw meat. His expression was terrifyingly calm, even carrying a near-mechanical focus, as if completing an utterly ordinary task. Ua. Standing next to him. Li Zi watched Lu Yuan chew on the bugs and raw liver, the sight and sound becoming the last straw for him. He could no longer hold it in. Bending over violently to vomit uncontrollably, bile almost coming up. Lu Yuan merely cast a cold glance at him, his eyes showing no fluctuation at all. Then he lowered his head again, swallowing the disgusting food in his bowl even faster, executing the orders at a shocking speed. Chapter 4:16. The military doctor comes to find him. Long Xiaowu looked at him, his eyes showing no fluctuation. His tone flat. Longyang's training has always had a quota for death. He paused, letting these cold words hit everyone's hearts like a hammer. If an accident occurs, injuries or even deaths are within the quota allowed. The phrase death quota seemed to freeze everyone's blood in an instant. A chill shot up their spines. All previous training, although brutal, seemed to have an invisible layer of safety for their lives. And at this moment, that layer of safety was torn to shreds by Long Xiaowu himself. He was serious. Think it's cruel? Long Xiaowu's gaze swept across the pale faces. The real battlefield, with stray bullets flying, shells plowing the ground, and concealed mines everywhere. And cold guns that come from who knows where, none of these are more lethal or unpredictable than a grenade you know the source of, thrown by an instructor. If you can't even overcome this little psychological barrier, can't remain calm, and shoot accurately amidst explosions and fear, then you don't deserve to pick up Longyang's gun, let alone step onto the battlefield in the future. He raised his wrist. Looking at the watch, I'll give you 10 seconds to think. Choosing to withdraw is not shameful. 10. Chapter 4:17. Chen Mufeng's speculation. Long Xiaowu's brows instinctively furrowed at the mention of the military doctor. Chen Mufeng's figure immediately appeared in his mind, quickly linking to his sister Long Zhu. He immediately told the sentry on the other end of the communicator, "Bring him to my office. Be polite." After finishing, he turned to Black Wolf beside him and briefly instructed, "This is up to you, keep a close watch. I have something urgent." "Understood." Black Wolf replied in a deep voice. Long Xiaowu patted his arm, then turned and walked toward the office. Pushing open the office door, Chen Mufeng was already standing there waiting. He stood tall, and even in casual clothes, he couldn't hide that military demeanor. His gaze toward Long Xiaowu filled with natural respect. "Dr. Chen, rare guest, please sit." Long Xiaowu spoke calmly, personally picking up a teacup and pouring him a cup of hot tea. "Have a cup of tea." Chen Mufeng took the teacup with both hands, thanked him, and quickly scanned the office with appreciation. This was an extension of an efficient combat command node. A large military map hung on the wall, marked with various symbols. The bookshelf was crammed with military theory and war history books, the desk was unusually tidy, and the entire space exuded an air of coldness, toughness, and absolute focus. Chapter 4:18. I acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Long Xiaowu looked at his expectant yet uncertain expression, and rarely broke into a hearty smile, easing the previous tense atmosphere significantly. He nodded without hesitation, decisively saying, "Yes. I admit it." After saying that, he stretched out his arm, affectionately yet with a bit of force, wrapped around Chen Mufeng's neck, and loudly called out, "Brother-in-law." That shout of brother-in-law was like heavenly music, leaving Chen Mufeng completely stunned. The immense joy overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something extremely important, he hurriedly began rummaging through his pockets. Long Xiaowu looked at him in surprise. "What are you looking for?" Chen Mufeng searched through the pockets of his jacket and pants, his expression shifting from ecstasy to embarrassment, finally settling on a mix of regret and awkward laughter. "I rushed over in such a hurry, only thinking about the serious matters, and I didn't bring much cash with me. This apology fee, brother-in-law. I'll definitely make it up next time. I'll give you the biggest one. I keep my word." Long Xiaowu looked at his appearance, internally marveling. Chapter 4:19. Passing through Hell Week, the final assessment. Long Xiaowu silently observed everything, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, but his gaze remained sharp as a hawk. When the crowd's emotions slightly calmed down, although suppressed sobs and red eyes were still visible, when the attention was once again focused on him, he spoke in that unique, cold, unflinching voice, like a bucket of ice water dousing the recently ignited flames of celebration. Have you cried enough? Laughed enough? His gaze swept over the tear-streaked faces, his tone carrying unabashed sarcasm. It seems that 7 days haven't fully made you understand what Longyang means. He paused for a moment, allowing the cold words to seep into the heated minds of everyone. Surviving Hell Week is commendable. But this only means you've earned a ticket to the next exam. You've merely taken the first step in a long journey. Look at you. Covered in injuries and mud, crying and whimpering. Like a group of militia who forget themselves after winning a battle. Do you think you're part of Longyang now? Is this the time to celebrate victory? His voice suddenly grew heavier, striking each person's heart like a hammer. Chapter 420, Wilderness Survival Training begins. The engine of the transport truck roared, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. The remaining 7 female soldiers huddled together, their faces showing the exhaustion and pride of having survived Hell Week. But they could not hide their anxiety about the unknown tasks ahead. Tang Dao rubbed her injured hand, her voice trembling as she broke the silence. Sister Yi. This wilderness survival training isn't the final assessment, right? A nearby female soldier chimed in, her tone uncertain. It shouldn't be, right? Didn't Instructor Long say there would be more arrangements after Hell Week? But who knows how long this wilderness survival will last? Another short-haired female soldier, Lin Wei, sighed and lowered her voice. Who knows what tricks Longyang has up his sleeve? He said 7 days, but there might be some surprise extras in between. Yi Zinan listened to her sister's discussions, her gaze sweeping over the rapidly retreating, increasingly desolate scenery outside the window. She took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, no matter if this is the last assessment, or how long we have to endure, we must hold on. Don't forget, we are the 7 who fought to the end. We can't embarrass the female soldiers. Let's lift our spirits. Her words were like a calming pill, slightly stabilizing everyone, but the worry about the dangers lurking in the unknown jungle still lingered in their eyes. Chapter 421, Xiaonu's Amazing Talent. The tropical rainforest was completely different from any mountain forest they had trained in before. Everything here seemed larger, denser, vibrant yet full of peril. Huge mosquitoes buzzed around them, and the humid air quickly made their training uniforms cling tightly to their bodies, unbearably hot. Sister Yi, what should we do? This place feels so scary. Tang Dao's voice trembled noticeably as she instinctively moved closer to Yi Zinan, and the other female soldiers cast looks of dependency and panic. At this moment, Yi Zinan was their only pillar of support. Yi Zinan's heart was also racing, her palms slightly sweaty. It was her first time entering a real tropical rainforest, and the sight before her made her feel uneasy and doubtful. But she knew she could not panic. She forced herself to take a deep breath of the humid, sticky air and tried to keep her voice steady. What are you panicking about? It's nothing serious. Remember, our only goal right now is to survive. The first priority is food and water. Her gaze swept over the surrounding trees, ground, and bushes as she continued in a decisive tone. Keep your eyes wide open and ears alert. If there's a snake, catch it. If there's a bug, grab it. If you can find wild fruits or clean water sources, that would be the best. Move quickly. Chapter 422, Scorpion Pearl teaches Xiaonuo to fight. Scorpion Pearl noticed that Xiaonuo was unconsciously waving his limbs, jumping and turning to tease Longyan. Those movements seemed like childish play, but subtly revealed an extraordinary coordination and sense of strength. The moves were clean and neat, without any unnecessary swaying. His lower body was surprisingly stable while moving. The wind created by his arm movements and the explosive power during occasional ground pushes showed a strong potential that was inconsistent with his age and slender frame. This was far from the state of an ordinary child playing around. This was clearly a trait that would only inadvertently emerge from a gifted martial arts prodigy. As a former fighting expert, Scorpion Pearl was extremely confident in her eyesight. She put down the damp diaper in her hand, wiped her hands on her apron, and slowly walked in front of Xiaonyo, crouching down to meet his gaze. She tried to make her voice sound gentle to avoid frightening the child. Xiaonyo, tell Auntie, who taught you those moves you just demonstrated? Was it Uncle Xiao Wu who secretly taught you? Xiaonyo stopped, blinking his clear big eyes at Scorpion Pearl, then shook his head firmly. Chapter 423, The First Interaction Between Male and Female Soldiers. The tropical rainforest felt like a giant green steamer. The hot and humid air was almost stagnant, tightly wrapping around everyone who ventured inside. Yi Zinan led the 6 female soldiers, struggling to navigate for nearly an hour. Sweat soaked their training uniforms, clinging to their skin, sticky and uncomfortable, and the exposed skin had already been bitten by mosquitoes, covered in itchy welts. This cursed place is nothing but bugs. One female soldier gasped, using a branch to push aside a dense thicket of ferns, revealing nothing but a few startled centipedes fleeing in panic. I can't believe I'm starting to miss those slippery things. Tang Dao rubbed the mosquito bites on her arms, looking around in despair. I used to be scared of the snakes on the training ground, but if one really showed up now, I swear I wouldn't blink before pouncing on it. Lin Wei cut through the obstructing vines with a dagger and sighed, forget about snakes. I haven't even seen a decent field mouse. Another female soldier looked at Yi Zinan with a worried expression. Sister Yi, what should we do if we can't find food? I want to be able to last a day, let alone 7. I'm both hot and hungry. Chapter 424, Squad Leader Old Wei's Feast. Yi Zinan furrowed her brows, her gaze sweeping over the faces of her sisters filled with longing and anxiety, then looking towards the increasingly shadowed and perilous jungle around them. After a moment of contemplation, she finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. Let us search for another half hour. Focus on finding water sources and easily recognizable, safe food, like the banana hearts or tender stems the instructor mentioned before. Watch your step and look up at the trees, safety first. If it comes to it, missing a meal won't kill us. We'll come up with a plan again when it's light. Move faster. The female soldiers exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and lifted their spirits, scattering in small groups. Within the limited visibility and time, they engaged in the last, seemingly hopeless search. Half an hour later, the female soldiers returned to the relatively open temporary camp where they had first disembarked, dragging their more exhausted bodies and still empty stomachs. At this time, many male soldiers had also returned one after another. The scene was slightly better than that of the female soldiers, but still far from optimistic. Most of them had only a meager haul, a few small insects, some barely recognizable and scarce wild fruits, or a small amount of edible roots they had worked hard to dig up. Chapter 425, Xiao Wu, Squad Leader, I want to go home. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We've been waiting for you. Look, it's all for you. Squad Leader Old Wei enthusiastically pointed to the table, braised pork, to replenish your strength. Steamed base. Super fresh. Stir-fried beef, great with rice. Stir-fried greens with minced garlic, refreshing and appetizing. And there's a big bowl of wintermelon and pork rib soup that's been simmering all afternoon, just waiting for you to have the first bowl. He chatted on, his eyes full of concern. You don't think I don't know. Lately, you've either been at the training ground or cooped up in the office every day, your eyes must be bloodshot, and you definitely haven't eaten on time. Look at you, your chin is all sharp. Here, can we let you starve and tire yourself out? Hurry up, eat while it's hot. Looking at the table full of dishes that clearly took a lot of thought, with color, aroma, and flavor all present, and listening to Old Wei's sincere and nagging concern like an elder, Long Xiaowu felt his heart touched deeply. He knew that Old Wei had always taken care of him like a family member, and in his heart, he had long regarded this respectable and lovable old class leader as an indispensable relative. This bond of friendship felt particularly precious and warm in the military camp filled with strict discipline. Chapter 426. Our cooking team has made it. Long Xiaowu heard Old Wei's anxious inquiry and saw the rare tears and unease in the eyes of this tough man. His heart ached even more. And he nodded vigorously. Of course I agree. I must agree. Class leader, when do you want to leave? Seeing Long Xiaowu so straightforward and understanding, Old Wei felt a huge weight lift from his heart. Grateful, he thought for a moment and said, if you're okay with it, I'll go back and file an application report. Once the process is complete, it should be about time. Long Xiaowu nodded emphatically, trying to squeeze out a smile. Yuan Fu should be graduating from military school next month, and then we can send you off properly together. Yuan Fu. That kid can graduate early. A look of surprise instantly burst forth on Old Wei's face, as if he had just heard that his own child had succeeded. The bit of parting sorrow was greatly diminished by this sudden good news. Really? How long has it been? Long Xiaowu smiled and affirmed, it's true. He has performed outstandingly at school, excelling in all subjects. After a comprehensive evaluation by the military academy, they believe he fully meets the conditions for early graduation. Good. Great. A sense of pride filled Old Wei's face. Chapter 427. The crisis in the tropical rainforest. Tang Dao curled up, trying to resist hunger and the chill of the night by hugging herself, her voice weak. Would it be better if I fell asleep? I heard that dreams have roasted chicken, braised pork, and rice. Yeza listened to her sister's laments, her own stomach protesting as well, but as the backbone. She had to be strong. She took a deep breath of the damp, cold air and comforted them. Stop thinking about it, close your eyes, and try to sleep. Conserving energy is the most important. Once you fall asleep, you won't feel hungry. As soon as it's light, we'll go find something to eat. This forest is so big, we're sure to find something edible. Though she said this, everyone knew how slim the hope was. The female soldiers looked at each other, helplessly nodding, forcing themselves to close their eyes, seeking a moment of rest amidst the intense hunger and the incessant harassment of mosquitoes. On the male soldier's side, the atmosphere was slightly better. Li Ziyi, having eaten his fill, contentedly picked at his teeth with a thin twig, leaning beside Lu Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly blending into the environment. Brother Yuan, honestly, it's great to follow you. He chuckled, while others were starving, gnawing on tree bark and chewing on bugs, we can still eat meat and enjoy ourselves. Your ability to find food is absolutely the best. Chapter 428. I will give you another gift at the base command center. Long Xiaowu and Black Wolf observed the chaos in the camp through the infrared surveillance screen. They also saw Lu Yuan sharing food with other soldiers, and the scene of those people gathering around him. The dim light from the screen illuminated Long Xiaowu's face, revealing a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. Though in a tough spot, they have begun to band together. He pointed at the screen and said to Black Wolf, this kid Lu Yuan is interesting, he has unconsciously become the core. Black Wolf crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Yes, the gap and reality are forcing them to make choices. Although the female soldiers haven't integrated yet, the spark has been lit. Watching others huddle together for warmth while they starve and freeze is not a pleasant feeling. They can't hold out much longer. Long Xiaowu's gaze deepened, his tone resolute. This is just the beginning. This rainforest will force out all their potential and instincts, including cooperation. Just wait and see. He returned to his desk, spread out the blueprints filled with complex lines and dense data once more. Picking up a drawing pen, he lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, lost in thought. Next to him were some drafts and calculation papers he had left over from modifying that high-precision sniper rifle. clearly indicating he had made considerable progress. Chapter 429. The 7-day field training ends over the next 2 days, just as Long Xiaowu anticipated. The jungle cruelly forced the trainees to make choices. Under Lu Yuan's leadership, the male soldiers gradually formed an efficient survival team centered around him. Lu Yuan not only shared food, but also became the absolute backbone when it came to finding water sources, discerning directions, and avoiding danger. Meanwhile, the situation for the female soldiers was getting worse. The edible plants and insects they could find were dwindling, and hunger and exhaustion were severely eroding their willpower. In desperation, they even tried many leaves that, while non-toxic, tasted terrible and were hard to fill their stomachs. The burning and weakness in their stomachs made everyone's complexion pale. Watching the male soldiers in the distance, though tired, still organized, and even occasionally hearing their brief cheers when they found food, the female soldiers' psychological defenses finally crumbled. Yezi, a female soldier, weakly spoke up, her voice tinged with tears. We really can't hold on much longer. How about we go ask Lu Yuan and the others for help? Tang Dao leaned against a tree trunk, weakly nodding. Yes, Yezi, if we continue like this, we'll faint from hunger before the training ends. Chapter 430. The last selection assessment inside the base command center. The lights were bright. Long Xiaowu and Black Wolf stood before a large surveillance screen, which displayed several split images. He scanned each image with sharp eyes and finally slowly spoke. It's been a week. These kids, both boys and girls, have finally taken shape. They've smoothed out some edges and sparked some fire. Most importantly, they finally look like a collective, with some basic trust established. Black Wolf, standing beside him, nodded. In dire straits, going solo is a dead end. Huddling together for warmth is the way to survive. They have learned this lesson through mud and injuries and have gained a fairly deep understanding. Long Xiaowu turned around and said to him, the foundation has been laid. It's time for some hard lessons. Get ready for the last assessment. Proceed as planned. Black Wolf's expression instantly turned extremely serious, and he nodded emphatically. Understood. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned and strode out of the office. Dawn was breaking, and a chill filled the jungle along with heavy fog. After almost a sleepless night of vigilance and fatigue, most of the trainees were curled up in their positions, drowsy. Even Lu Yuan, who was on the last shift, felt his eyelids growing heavy. Chapter 431. The death of Instructor Black Wolf. All of Instructor Black Wolf's movements suddenly stopped, his body went rigid, his face showing extreme shock and a hint of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but only let out a short, muffled grunt. Then, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his tall figure lost all strength, falling straight back heavily. Blood rapidly spread beneath him, staining the ground and his military uniform. The entire world seemed to fall silent. All that remained was the glaring bright red pool of blood and their familiar instructor lying motionless on the ground. Time seemed to freeze for a second. All the trainees' eyes were fixated on the quickly expanding blood, and on Instructor Black Wolf's lifeless face, which still bore an expression of shock and anger. Shock, fear, disbelief, finally. All these emotions erupted like a volcano, converging into overwhelming sorrow and rage. Instructor Black Wolf. Everyone let out heart-wrenching cries. Bastards! I'll fight you to the end. One male soldier who was closest, eyes bloodshot, lunged first at the leader who had fired the shot, like a mad tiger. What power disparity! What gunpoint threat! All of it was thrown out of his mind. Chapter 432. Desperate situation. The prison cell was filled with a deathly silence after despair and anger. Only the heavy breathing and the faint sounds of a few small insects crawling. Li Zi covered his still aching neck and staggered to Lu Yuan's side. Brother Yuan, you have to think of a way. Instructor Black Wolf he's gone. His voice choked as he spoke, and the other male soldiers around him also lowered their heads. Expressions of intertwined grief and anger on their faces. Li Zi took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and continued, right now, you're the one with the best ideas. who understands the wilderness and this kind of situation the most. Do you have any plans? All the surviving male soldiers' gazes focused on Lu Yuan. Their eyes filled with the last glimmer of hope and dependence. After surviving the rainforest and the recent bloody crushing, Lu Yuan had unknowingly become their only pillar of support. Leaning against the cold wall, Lu Yuan slowly raised his head. The usual coldness and confidence were gone from his face, replaced by deep fatigue and an overwhelming sorrow. He glanced around at the hopeful faces of his brothers, shaking his head bitterly. A plan? We are currently locked in this iron barrel, completely unaware of the situation outside. The door can't be broken down. Chapter 433, Instructor Black Wolf, you have to sacrifice again then, low, suppressed sobs began to break out intermittently. 1-2, soon. Almost all the female soldiers had red-rimmed eyes, silent tears sliding down their dirt-streaked cheeks. Although Black Wolf was extremely strict with them, mercilessly scolding them on the training ground, pushing them to their limits, everyone understood that behind his cold face and harsh training methods lay a heavy sense of responsibility and expectation. He hoped they would become stronger, wished for them to have a better chance of survival on the real battlefield. This strictness was the deepest and most unique form of care among soldiers. It was this understanding that made the current sorrow feel particularly intense and real. The bond formed in brutal training, that of both teacher and friend, transformed into sharp pain at this moment, gripping everyone's hearts. Tang Dao, her face streaked with tears, looked up at the small window high above, through which a faint light filtered in, her eyes hollow and sorrowful as she murmured to herself, if we can escape, we must go back to find the instructor and recover his body. We can't let him lie dead in the wilderness. We must find a beautiful place to bury him.